It was because Russia ultimately spurned the integration because it was about what terms the integration would come. Would you come into the West and observe Western rules and be another country, meaning just another country? There's Poland, and there's Austria, and there's little tiny Monaco, and there's Russia. And you're just one of those countries. And Russia's answer to that was no, we're not just one of those countries. We need special rules. We need special conditions. We'll integrate, but only as a special country, meaning like at the UN, where all countries are sovereign, all countries are members, but Russia has a veto on what countries can and can't do. Those were the terms on which they were willing to integrate. And those were the terms that no leader of a Western country, or the United States, or the G7, or fill in the blank, can grant to Russia. It's very well known that Vladimir Putin was one of the first, maybe the first person, first leader, foreign leader, to call President Bush after the 9/11 tragedy. They didn't connect right away. President Bush was not in Washington, but eventually they did speak. He condemned the terrorist attack. He offered Russian support, which he delivered on. The use of some Russian logistics for our Afghanistan operations. And a lot of people point to that and they say, there it is. Russia wanted to cooperate and did cooperate, and we spurned them, or we failed to appreciate Russia's cooperation. And so therefore, Russia was cheated, or Russia was lied to, or Russia's grievances are legitimate. But here's the problem with that argument, Lex. In exchange for that support, Vladimir Putin asked in return from President Bush for a free hand in the former Soviet space, that closed hierarchical sphere of influence, where Russia would exert influence coercively over countries that were sovereign. And no American president could grant that, and President Bush was right. He said no. And so the attempted cooperation blew up. But who's at fault there? Should there be a non-voluntary sphere of influence? Should that be granted? Or should you face up to attempts to do that? You know, let's take a little detour here into China for a second. China had this brilliant grand strategy, which was, sure, America is hostile because America is hegemonic, America wants to control the world, America will never let China rise, America will do everything it can to hold China down. So we're going to have hostility from America. We don't want to decouple because we need that high-end technology transfer. Either we buy it or we steal it, because America and the rest of the West has all the technology that we need. We have some of it domestically, more than before by a lot, but we're still dependent, so we can't decouple. So we'll have the hostility, but there'll be a line we don't cross just so that we don't lose the technology transfer. Till Made in China 2035 is accomplished, and we're self-sufficient domestically in AI and every other area that's critical. But hostility from America. But we have an ace in the hole. Our ace in the hole is Europe. Europe hates conflict. They're all about trade. It doesn't matter how evil you are. They love to trade because Wandel durch Handel, change through trade. They have this illusion that you're going to become a better country if they trade with you. And you won't have conflict, war, and hostilities if you trade. And so we have this European ace in the hole. We're hostile with the Americans. We're still buying or stealing their technology. And better than that even, the Europeans are not hostile to us at all. They love to trade with us, and they want to trade more, and they're our biggest trading partner already. And lo and behold, Xi Jinping sides with Vladimir Putin in the aggression in Ukraine. He doesn't side with him providing military equipment. He doesn't provide technology transfer, but he provides public support and massive pro-Russian propaganda to the whole Chinese population. And the Europeans say, wait a minute, this is an invasion of a sovereign country in Europe. What do you mean? You're not condemning Vladimir Putin's invasion. And so that wedge that the Chinese had, that was the basis of their grand strategy, that wedge between the US and Europe when it came to China policy, that wedge is gone now. Xi Jinping destroyed it. And the Europeans and the Americans are coming close together on Ukraine and Russia policy for sure, but also more and more on China policy. And so that was a pretty big sacrifice for the Chinese leader to make. And what did he get in return? He gets hydrocarbons from Russia at reduced prices. And the Chinese get hydrocarbons from a lot of countries. They have a completely diverse supply chain for their energy.
So what do you think Xi Jinping is thinking now? Was it a mistake? Or
I'd like to know this. I'd like you to be able to sit down with him across from this table here on your podcast and pose that same question to him, because we have no idea.
there's a language barrier that's fascinating. By the way, you as a scholar of Stalin, do you think we'll ever break through the language barrier to China? Not ever, I apologize, in the next few years, because there is a gigantic cultural and language barrier between the West and the China.
It's a great civilization. China predates the United States by millennia. China's accomplishments are breathtaking, but China's also led by, let's be honest, a Communist Party monopoly which engages in a lot of criminal behavior. Tibet is Ukraine. Xinjiang is Ukraine. Hong Kong is Ukraine. Let alone support for Putin. This is before we even discussed Taiwan. And so now the Europeans are coming to see this, and the Americans are coming to understand this, that maybe trading with a regime like that, and morally, politically, criminally, Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, how is that different from what Putin is doing in Ukraine? I'd be hard-pressed to differentiate that ultimately, even though the analogies are not exact. And so the Chinese, it's like that guy Leonov, the author of Lichaletia, the great memoir of the late Soviet period, the end of the Soviet Union. You know, that they spend all this time and all these resources blackening our image, but we supply them with endless material to blacken our image. That's where Xi Jinping's regime is right now. And so they have a big dilemma on their side. It's a Western world, and they've united the Western world and reawoken the Western world to the fact that China is a threat to the values, the institutions and values of the West. And that trade is not transforming China, quite the opposite. We'll see if this endures. Maybe it doesn't endure. Maybe it's a fleeting moment. Maybe this is not an inflection point. Maybe the war in Ukraine ends more quickly than we think. And maybe, like you said, the Chinese and the Indians and the rest of them, the leaders there, they get their wish that it ends and the world moves on and forgets, or says, let's try again to resume our mutual understanding, our mutually beneficial trade, and everything else. Maybe it's a passing phase. We can't exclude that. I'm very poor at predicting the future. But the moment is not a good one for the Chinese regime, let alone the fact that he's trying to impose an unprecedented, in the modern era, third term for himself as president in the fall at the next party Congress, becoming president for life, de facto, a Mao-like figure. And he's now got to do that in this environment where he has damaged Chinese grand strategy and damage the reputation of China and its relationships across the world. Maybe not permanently, but significantly. In addition to the problems they have at home, demography, as you know, a middle income trap, and then the regulatory insanity of Chinese communist rule that we've seen with the tech companies that you know well, where they've destroyed all of that value, with the blow up of their property sector because it was a massive bubble, and that's still playing out. And this time it's the same, meaning this time it's not different. When it comes to a property blowout, it has enormous effects on middle class balance sheets and their ability to remain consumers and drive the economy, which is the model that they have to share. So he's got a litany of challenges, independent even of the fact that he sided with his pal Vladimir Putin, and their bromance is costing China very, very significantly.
If you close your eyes,
Yes.
and 100 years ago, 1922, and you think about the future, I wonder if you can hear the drums of war, predicting the 30s, predicting the Great Depression and the resentment that builds, the economic resentment, the cultural resentment, the geopolitical resentment that builds and leads to World War II. It, at least to me, when I close my eyes, I can hear the drums of war that are still ahead of us. And it's possible that we're there. 2022 will materialize in a similar way as did 1922.
I have my eyes closed, Lex,
Do you hear anything?
and I sure hope that that's not what happens. But I'm looking in 1922. It's an epoch I know well, and I don't see the future that unfolds. I would not have predicted it had I been alive then. I see the war behind us. I see prosperity on the horizon. Yes, inflation in Germany and so many other difficult issues, but there are more democracies now than there were before the war, and the old empires are gone, and there's a cultural efflorescence, and there's modernism in the arts, and there's women entering the public sphere, and there's all this fantastic new technology like automobiles. And I'm looking at the future from 1922, and I'm not seeing the Great Depression, and I'm not seeing World War II, and I'm not seeing the Holocaust, because I don't predict the future, and nobody in 1922 could see that future, although I guess there were some clairvoyants who predicted it. But
you're not one of them.
yeah, I'm not one of them, but this is what I know, Lex, from studying history. What I know is stuff happens. In other words,
Very deep insight.
Lex, we're watching Ukraine war right now, and all of our attention is focused on that. And it's like the economists say in their textbooks when their powerful models are employed. And there's this line that says, all other factors held constant, comma, and then the model works. And you get this really great result. It's very powerful predictor and analysis, the model. And the whole game is all other factors held constant. So the Russia-Ukraine war that we've been discussing, and this could happen and that could happen, but you know what? Stuff could happen. For example, the Israeli government could decide this summer that it's going to bomb Iran, because no Israeli government will tolerate Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. And since President Trump unilaterally exited from the multi-power nuclear agreement, Iran is now much closer to the bomb than they were when the United States was still in that agreement. And you tell me the Israeli government that says, sure, it's fine, it's okay, Iran can get the bomb. And so maybe that happens. And maybe that happens as early as this summer, as Iran gets closer and closer and closer. Maybe that guy in North Korea decides it's his time, just like his grandfather, right, in 1950. decided, it's time. We're going to, quote, reunify, unquote, the Korean Peninsula. Maybe, I don't know, Lex, fill in the blank. Something's going to happen. It's not going to be what I predict. It's not going to be what I'm watching. It's going to be obvious only after it happens, not before. And then it's going to upend the table. And all of a sudden,
Everything changes.
we're going to be in a different environment, different circumstances. And is Ukraine still as central at that point as it seems to be right now? I don't know the answer to that question.
Let me ask 2 rapid fire questions. You're only allowed to have 1 minute, and it's about predicting the future. Okay. Question 1. Vladimir Putin, when will he no longer be in office? And will he step down or be overthrown? What's your prediction and a brief explanation of that prediction? Now, nobody can predict the future, but what's your sense now? Some people are saying the pressure is building. He's going to be overthrown or step down at the end of this year. And some people say surely he's going to outlast Stalin's rule of 30 plus years.
No evidence of a coup yet. None whatsoever. Yet. He's pretty much at life expectancy for a Russian male. Those are bad numbers. He's 69, he would be 70. So he's lived the life of a Russian male already, but he's got better doctors than the majority of the Russian males in that, let's say, comparison set. So he could live a very long time with good doctors. So there could be a coup at some point, but there's none today in evidence. He could go because he's reached the life expectancy, or he could stay for a long time. The thing to watch about this is an organization that nobody pays attention to, the FSO, the Federalная Служба охраны, which is the Praetorian Guard, the self-standing bodyguard directorate, the only organization in Russia that has any access to him. We've seen no disloyalty, no breaking of ranks, no defections, nothing in the public realm in open sources about any divisions or problems in the FSO, in the Praetorian Guard. So if you can't break that, change that, illicit defections there, you can't overturn it. So authoritarian regimes, Lex, they're terrible. They fail at everything. They can't feed their people. They have trouble achieving any goals. They only have to be good, however, at one thing. They only have to be good at the complete suppression of political alternatives. If you can suppress political alternatives, you can fail at everything else, but you could survive as an authoritarian regime. So you watch Navalny.
That's
he's
question
still
number
alive.
2. That's
okay,
my
Lex,
question
you
number
go for
2.
it.
That's the second rapid fire question is what happens to Navalny? What are the possible conclusions of what you said, quite possibly the second most influential, powerful figure in Russia? Is he going to die in jail? Will he become the next president of Russia? Well, what are the possible...
I wish I knew, Lex. I've been surprised that he's still alive. I've been worried that he will be killed in prison in a staged fight. Some a security officer, prison guard, puts on a prison outfit, takes a lead pipe, goes into the cell, they have a quote fight, and Navalny is killed. I've been afraid of that, but he's still alive, even though he's serving a long sentence. So that leads me to guess that people inside the Putin regime, and maybe President Putin himself, understand that Navalny is their ticket to lift sanctions. That Navalny is even more popular outside of Russia than he is inside of Russia. He's the leader in many ways of the political opposition in the country, even while still in prison. His organization's been destroyed. but he doesn't have majority support in the population by any stretch of the imagination. But he's a big figure in the West, including here in the U.S. And so Navalny could be their ticket, their kind of get out of jail card, meaning they release him from prison. He gets appointed, I don't know, prime minister even by the Putin regime, if he were willing to accept such a position, and I have my doubts about that. And then that's how they lobby to remove the sanctions against them. So he's a card that President Putin could play. And so maybe that's the reason he's still alive, or maybe there are other reasons that we don't know. And so some alternative to Putin is more likely to arise inside his gang, Putinskaya Shaika, as they say, right inside his gang, where they tire of his mistakes, they tire of his self-defeating actions, and they say patriotically for Russia, we need to do something move against this guy, because he's hurting our country, and also because I could do better. I'm ambitious as well as patriotic. But once again, the problem there, Lex, is Putin is surrounded by this cocoon known as the FSO. He meets on Zoom predominantly with the rest of the government, including with the defense and security officials. They don't have frequent access to his person. And as you were alluding earlier to the pandemic, they have to quarantine for 2 weeks before every meeting with him. And moreover, Lex, they don't know where he is. You see, when they're on Zoom with him and the room, it's the Valdai. His office in the Valdai region looks the same as his office in Sochi, or his office outside of Moscow in Novogorod. They're made up to look very similar on Zoom. And sure, some signs they're looking, where is it? But maybe they don't know. And so you're going to move on him, and you're going to jump him in his Kremlin, his dacha, outside Moscow. And it turns out he's in Sochi, or vice versa. And it turns out the FSO is loyal to him and won't let you anyway. So, Lex, we don't know, but we watch this FSO really closely. And we think that the elites, if not Putin, but maybe Putin too, understand Navalny as a really big potential political card that they could play.
And one last question, the biggest question. You studied some of the darkest aspects of human history, human nature. Let me ask the why question. What are we doing here? What's the meaning of our existence, our life here on Earth? What are we humans trying to get at here?
I can't answer that question either, but I can say that having a purposeful life is actually not that hard. You're not Gandhi, right? You're not President Roosevelt. You're not going to transform a country or a civilization, become immortal because of your courage and your insight and your genius at critical moments. But you live in an environment, you're in a school, you're in a workplace, you're somewhere where you can affect other people in a positive way. It can be not just about yourself, but it can be about them. And you can have a positive impact on other people's lives through the work that you do, whether that's your employment or your charity or your spare time or your work time. It can be by modeling proper behavior, right? Admitting your mistakes, hard to do but necessary. Remembering that you don't know everything, you can't predict the future, but you don't even know everything in your areas of expertise. Painfully reminded of that humility at times, but remind yourself too. So you can lead a life that can show others what good values are. And you can lead a life that dedicates yourself not only to your own material well-being, but to the well-being and to the development of others around you. And it can be on a a humble scale. It can be in a small classroom or a small workplace, a small work team. But it can be done, and you can be reminded that having a positive impact, even on one other person, gives far greater meaning to your own life and is profoundly satisfying, much more satisfying than the attention you might get, let's say, on social media or awards you might receive. There's nothing wrong with pursuing those. People pursue them. It's a free society. But leading a purposeful life intentionally is possible.
Even just one person. I love the expression, save one life, save the world. Just focusing on the local, on the tiny little difference you can
Yes.
make in the world can somehow ripple.
Every day. If you think about that every single day, uh, you're a better person. You're a better society.
And maybe you get to add a bit of love to the world after all. Stephen, this is a huge honor for many reasons. One of which is I could just tell how much care you put into this conversation and how much, I use the word love a lot, but I just feel the love that just even the respect you give me, which I can't tell you how energized that is, how much that gives me strength for my own silly little pursuits. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for not just talking today, but giving me so much respect just with everything you're doing. I really appreciate that. It makes me feel special. So thank you so much for sitting down and talking to me.
Mutual, Lex. Thank you as well, and thank you for the respect that you've shown me. These are really difficult issues that don't have simple answers, but that doesn't mean we give up. We have to keep thinking and learning and trying and finding solutions in everything we do, including on these big global tragedies that we live through. And it's heartbreaking what's going on. It just breaks my heart every day. A person who studies this has been studying this for decades, and it keeps happening. And you think again, and yes, it is again, but we still have to keep trying, and we have to be inspired by those people who are more courageous than we are and sacrifice more than we sacrifice. For me, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, is experienced in my study at home and in my office at Princeton or my coming office at Stanford when I moved full time to Stanford in September, or it's experienced far away in safety and in comfort. And we have to remember that too when we talk about these things, when we answer your questions, right? That as we speak and as we comment and think we're experts on these things from the comfort of our existence, that there are people in those tragedies right now.
With no power, with no food, with no,
Right.
with full uncertainty about the future of the health
That's
of
it.
their children.
That's it.
And I've also seen, because I have family in both places,
Makes every game
homes
very
that
interesting
were home
because
for buildings that
they
were
all
homes for
and
generations
have effects
now in rubble.
on the league.
So
Yes, Lex. It hurts,
I highly
and
recommend it.
it's Syria, where 350,000 at least by UN estimates died, and Russia participated in that. And it's Yemen, and it's so many other places that don't have the same degree of attention that a European country like Ukraine has. But yeah, we have to remember also that in addition to Ukraine, and then there's things right home here in New York City where children are without food. It's just inexcusable in a country this rich.
So we shouldn't forget in our study of leaders and our study of geopolitics that ultimately it's about the humanity. It's
Yes.
about the human beings and
Okay, Lex.
human suffering. Thank you so much.
Thank
Stephen.
you.
This is an amazing conversation. Talk to you again soon.
My pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Stephen Kodkin. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the
I don't
description.
think that fantasy football
And now,
falls
let me leave
under
you
the
with some
same
words from
legalities.
Mahatma Gandhi. When I despair, I remember that all through history, The way of truth and love have always won. There have been tyrants and murderers, and for a time they can seem invincible, but in the end, they always fall. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
He made me think that, everything was going to be reversed and okay, and anybody that money was borrowed from, they would get it back, maybe tenfold. And so it was this weird situation of having like one foot in his reality and potentially believing the things he was saying, or even over time wanting to believe them more and more because the alternative was worse. The alternative was like
The ChatGPT comment.
was increasingly a bigger and bigger nightmare.
Fantasy football is big one forever.
The following is a conversation with Sarma Melangalis, a chef and restaurateur who was the subject of the Netflix documentary Bad Vegan, Fame, Fraud, and Fugitives, that documents the rise and fall of her vegan raw food restaurants in New York City, that ended in what she called a road trip from hell, being arrested in Tennessee, her pleading guilty for stealing over $2 million, and serving 4 months at Rikers Island jail. Sarma disputes the veracity of the documentary and its conclusions, saying that she was misrepresented. So, I wanted to talk to her to get the full story, and to seek understanding of who she is as a human being, the good and the bad. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sarma Melangalis. You said that you did a lot of reading when you were growing up, and you mentioned Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas by Hunter S. Thompson. So, from the reading you've done in those early days, how did you see the world? Was it to you a beautiful place or a cruel place?
I don't think I thought about the world.
You were focused on family, just basic day-to-day life.
I think I was focused on day to day. I had an awareness of not fitting in, but I think back then it felt like something was wrong versus some people are just that way. And speaking of books, I read a book called Party of One by a woman named Anneli Rufus that somebody gave me and suggested I read, and that helped a lot. That was one book that made me feel like it made me understand things from the past that I hadn't understood before, specifically kind of feeling out of place even among my family, which is where you're not supposed to feel out of place.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I saw it, but I think you mentioned that you were a bit of a loner, and I also think I saw somewhere pictures of you with green hair in high school and a wild haircut. What was that about? Was that real? Am I just imagining?
No, you're not imagining it. It's strange because I was kind of a loner, so it would be strange to do something that calls so much attention to yourself. Because back then, I grew up in a suburb of Boston, in Newton, and anybody that was there around that time, probably if you said, that girl with green hair or blue hair, it was blue most of the time, they would remember like seeing me walking down the street because it stood out like crazy, especially back then. Now it wouldn't stand out so much, but back then it really stood out. So I was trying to think about why I did that when I was kind of shy, and on the one hand wouldn't want to bring attention to myself, but I did something that did. And it wasn't my family, to their credit, they were fine with it. So it wasn't a rebellion against them or anything like that. They were fine with it. I don't think they loved it, but
Your dad was a physicist at MIT,
yes.
so so he was cool with your green hair and your rebellion. That's just the way of life.
He was fine with the green hair, but I think in some ways maybe they had to be fine with it because I didn't cause problems otherwise, and I got good grades in school. I was a very low maintenance child, I think.
It was right around the time.
Even with the green hair.
things seemed to change.
So Hunter S. Thompson wrote a lot of good stuff.
Mhm.
he has a lot of just brilliant quotes, a lot of brilliant lines. So one of the ones I love is life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body, but rather to skid in broadside in a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, "Wow, what a ride."
Does anyone here?
What do you think about that? Is that good life advice from Hunter S.
If so,
Thompson?
comma, how
I think
did
so.
your squad do this? With a question mark?
I think he followed it right. Somewhere I heard recently what he consumed in a day,
Yeah.
and it was kind of astonishing. It's funny. When I was in college, there were always really interesting people coming through, speakers and whatnot, and I tended to not go to events and whatnot. But in the 4 years I was there, really interesting people came through and gave talks. I don't know, just a lot of famous people. And but then one day Hunter S. Thompson came to speak, and that was
really?
the only one I attended.
Oh, wow.
That was the only interesting person who came to speak on the campus that I attended was Hunter
That
S.
is
Thompson, and he had
unfortunate, period.
he had a glass of whatever it was, whiskey, and I don't remember a whole lot about it, but it was it was entertaining.
And yeah, I mean, later in his life, he started making less and less sense, but he was still somehow like embodying the crazy that he represented throughout his life, the boldness, the fearlessness, the wildness, all that kind of stuff. And we'll talk about Johnny Depp a little bit too. Funny enough, there's like a echo. Obviously, Johnny Depp played him, or he starred in the Fear and Loathing, and they hung out together, and it just seemed to somehow like the universe rhymes in these two individuals.
I chose.
They're both madmen in different kind of ways. So you also told me that Leon the Professional is one of your favorite films. It's also the reason you named your dog Leon.
Mhm.
So what do you find beautiful and powerful about this film?
I've watched it a bunch of times, but it's been a while since I've watched it.
So for people who haven't watched it, there's a guy named Leon played by Jean Reno. There's a young girl, 13, 14, Matilda, played by Natalie Portman, and she's abused. She has a really hard life. Her parents are, spoiler alert, murdered, and then she finds protection under this fella, Leon, who also happens to be a professional assassin. And he is also kind of a Forrest Gump type character. Like he's a really simple human. He seems to be like the immature one, or like rather the one who's young, and she seems to have a wisdom far beyond her age because of the hard life she had to live through. And then they're here huddling together from the cruelty of the world, and finding connection.
Yeah, I think it's one of those films where there's so many interesting things about it, but I'm sure one of them is just the contradiction of him being a caring person and reluctant to get attached to her. He tries to, I think he knows he is very reluctant to get attached to her in the beginning.
We will talk about anything you wish.
And so you see all of
What
his
would you like to
humanity,
talk about?
but yet he's also an assassin that kills people. So that's interesting. And I think probably a psychoanalyst would have a field day with why I like that movie so much. And I haven't gone there myself, but there's something I think about she, even in the brief part that depicts her in the beginning, it seems clear that she's sort of out of place in her family. And then, there's all kinds of interesting things about their relationship along the way.
What I like about that movie, and I had to think about it recently because I've read stuff about it that bothered me, or it bothered me the fact that I haven't really thought about it before. For people who haven't watched the movie, here's a young underage girl who kind of comes onto him. First of all, I think she actually just doesn't know what like familial love is. So this is the only way she knows how to express love. That's one. And two is, a lot of bad people in this world will take advantage of that, right? And the fact that she finally met a human being who doesn't, and is just there to protect her. that's a real sort of I don't know, a powerful statement of what it means to be sort of like a father figure, I suppose, a protector. So that to me, I love the idea of being sort of the protector. That there's something like something worthwhile in this world to protect amidst all the cruelty that's all around. So that's a beautiful kind of. You're basically saving this young human's, or you're repairing this young human's path to love, to real love in life, because that idea of love was destroyed for her. Just family, everything is everything is sort of everything around her is broken, and he's kind of repairing it by reestablishing what that kind of love can be. I don't know.
And the plant. They save the plant. Also.
Well, there's also just the simplicity of the film, just from a cinematic perspective, is beautiful. The music, the way it looks, the minimalism.
Even the violence was beautiful.
Yeah, violence. It was over the top, and also the bad guy, the bad cop, played by Gary Oldman.
Yeah, he was amazing.
I think he was listening to Beethoven or something
Yeah.
like that, and he'd taken some sort of pills and drugs of some kind, and so there was a kind of like it's part of the orchestra, like the violence is part of some kind of musical creation.
Yeah, it's interesting because I turn away from violence or films usually that have violence or TV or anything that has that sort of element to it, except in certain cases where
the violence is beautiful.
Yeah. Or did you see the movie True Romance?
Yes.
That's my second favorite movie.
Okay, that's probably my favorite movie.
Oh, well, interesting. Yeah, that's my second favorite movie.
That's a more
Yes,
simple
I
kind
did.
of love,
Period.
but
After
also the
about
violence
12
is
hours,
beautiful.
Yeah.
I have to
Yeah,
restart
and my,
high school.
My
or
favorite
else it
scene
freezes
is the
on
one
me.
with Patricia Arquette and James Gandolfini.
Oh yeah, where there's a shotgun involved.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then
it actually makes me cry every time I see it for some reason.
so for people who haven't seen the film, I think he's actually I think he's hitting her, or like there's blood and violence and so on, because
Oh, yeah.
she's resisting being
there's
murdered.
there's a lot of violence, and then he throws her into the glass, the shower thing, and she's all cut up and beat up, and
Oh, then she laughs.
there's just so much
laughs.
passion in it. She knows she's gonna, or in that moment she knows or thinks she knows that she's gonna die anyway,
Yeah.
because she knows he's gonna kill her, so she kind of gives it all she has, and
But she also just has guts. She's not afraid.
yeah, well, and also she's she loves Clarence.
Yeah, the love comes through that violence. Yeah,
Yeah,
just like Clarence, her fella in that film, has the same kind of thing when he visits.
well, it was Gary Oldman again,
It was Gary Oldman again. That's right. With
Yeah.
him,
looking very different.
Drexel.
Drexel, yeah.
Yeah, and he's also fearless in that interaction, saying she's not mine.
Mhm.
It's interesting. That movie is so romantic, and happy ending. Spoiler alert. In a way.
That's what I like about it too, because I feel like some movies should come with. I don't want to watch a movie if it's going to be devastating, usually, unless it's worthwhile in some other way. But I'm kind of sensitive, and I don't want. I don't like movies that have a terrible ending. I mean, there's a book I read because it got so many good reviews, and the very last scene, the woman steps in front of a train, and it's like. So I'm partial to movies with happy endings.
Leon ends with loss. Yeah, the movie.
Right, but it's still inspiring.
Love persists in some kind of form.
Yeah,
She persists.
and the plant.
And
And the plant.
okay, sure. True Romance does have one of the. I mean, it's probably
That-
unhealthy.
The
We can
ending
also-
scene is just amazing.
You're so cool. Where she is that one the one where she just kind of looks at Clarence and her son, child, whatever, and she's saying, "You're so cool. You're so cool." Yeah, that's love.
I
As
just that
fucked up
movie
as
has
it
so
is.
much in it because it's, it's funny and there's so many good actors in that film.
And Brad Pitt plays in that film a pivotal role of pothead on couch.
Yeah, they're all so good and funny. And Michael Rappaport
Yeah.
and even Val Kilmer. People don't realize he's in the movie because he doesn't look like himself.
Wait, what did Val Kilmer?
Val Kilmer's in the very end. It's when there's like the Elvis sitting there
Yeah,
talking to him in the end.
They
Yeah.
were a favorite
That's
of
Val
Queen
Kilmer.
Elizabeth II as well.
Yeah, you don't notice it unless you
yeah,
somehow either are very perceptive or noticed it in the credits.
yeah. And Quentin Tarantino wrote the film, I think,
Yes.
which is interesting. Directed by Tony Scott, and the music is beautiful too.
And Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper,
Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper plays Clarence's
Dad.
dad, and they have this very racist sounding scene, but the big important aspect of that scene is it's a father
I did not know who
willing
that
to
was,
die
period.
to protect his son.
Care to
I mean,
know
so
what
much,
question mark?
so much beautiful violence in that.
There is. There is. I love that film so much.
And she's a prostitute, or not really, part time, short time,
No, it was her first time.
first time.
Yeah.
Okay, and he saved her. And
I'm sure you're aware of this comment, but you know I'm liking the VC, so you can.
My
tell
third
me
favorite
if
film
you
has no violence whatsoever.
what's your
right?
Um,
Question mark?
A Room with a View. I
what,
feel like you'd like it. It's I forget the author. It's a book, and I read the book much later. But it's Helena Bonham Carter and Daniel Day-Lewis is in it, and Julian Sands.
Daniel Day-Lewis is a fascinating character.
He's amazing in this film because he's very funny. He sort of plays
Perhaps my
he's
brother
a
from a
comical
different
character, which is unlike most of what he does, I think. I don't watch a ton of movies, so but yeah, his role is funny.
Well, that's a heck of a top three. You brought me some books, some bread and books,
Yeah.
some Russian bread, Russian inspired bread.
Yeah. I mean it's Latvian, but it's similar to
Close enough.
what's made in Russia, and it's made at
That's
a Russian bakery in
Where your
Brooklyn.
dad is from, right?
My dad is from Latvia, yeah.
So you got me some books. Beautiful Ruins.
Yeah, and if you never read them, who cares? That's totally fine. People give you books and then you feel like you sort of feel like
I see this as we'll talk about this. This is part therapy session. I don't feel the need to satisfy people's happiness.
that's a good thing.
Okay, so but it could also be an opportunity to experience something I never otherwise would have. So Beautiful Ruins.
It's a book that made me laugh and cry, and it's just a happy story. And for some reason, I don't know exactly why, but for some reason, when you asked me to come, I thought, oh, I'm going to bring a copy of that book.
You just felt it came. The voice told you.
Yeah,
There's others. Darkness Visible.
these are more.
Memoir of Madness. Compelling, harrowing, vivid portrait of a debilitating disorder. It offers the solace of shared experience. The New York Times.
This is
From Styron.
there's a little bit about this book that reminds me of the Carl Deiseroth
Yeah.
book, because he writes about his own condition in he's an amazing writer, so he writes about it in this beautiful way, and oddly enough, in some ways it's kind of delightful. So it's not at all a depressing book. At least I didn't find it depressing at all. I don't think it is. But he writes about his own experience with depression in such a beautiful way. My own copy is full of underlines.
I would love that copy too. I
The
would
one with-
love to look into the underlines and the books with notes. Those little secrets that people leave.
That's part of
traces.
why I like paper books, is because I tend to underline like crazy. The Carl Deiseroth book is full of underlines too.
Well, I do the same thing on Kindle, but and then you can actually more effectively go back to the things you've underlined because you highlight and so on. But in fact, when you underline on paper books, you sometimes never go back, which just always makes me sad.
To the book?
To the things you've underlined
In the paper books?
in the paper book.
Oh, I do. I go back. Yeah, I go back a lot.
Do you wonder what the heck you were thinking about when you wrote something?
No, well, sometimes I underline things that are, well, also what I do is I have a whole file in Evernote of transcribed quotes from books, ones that I want to save. So I might underline a lot of things in a book, and then maybe like a third of them, I want to write them down somewhere. So I write those down, and I think even the time it takes to transcribe it is somehow worthwhile. It's like searing it in your brain. And
You reliving the memory of having read it the first time.
yeah, and then sometimes I'll pick up books. I even, and sometimes I just underline sentences that are, it's not the content of the sentence, it's more that it's just a beautifully written sentence or like a particularly apt metaphor or something that's really nice. And I like paper books too, because I bought Beautiful Ruins. I would have never heard of it, I don't think, except one of my favorite things is to go to used bookstores. Actually, Goodwill sometimes has really good big book selections, depending on the area where you go. Sometimes you find a lot of treasures there. And what ends up happening a lot is I end up buying books that I know, sometimes also because I lost all my belongings at one point. So I'll very often buy books that I've already read just to have them. And but then what always ends up happening is I'll find there'll be a couple of books that I buy that I've never heard of the author. I don't really know anything about. I don't know anything about the book at all, but something drew me to it. And what I like about that is you're buying used books, so it costs $1 or $2. So if you made a mistake, like no big deal, who cares? So, but every time I come back with a book haul, there's usually at least one gem that I end up loving, and I'm so glad that I read it. And Beautiful Ruins was that book for me, and I was drawn to it because of the cover art. Like I just loved the cover and the colors, and then I picked it up and read the back and bought it. And I also feel bad sometimes buying used books when the author's still alive, because I feel like if you write a book, you should get the royalties. So,
But you get to live with that regret.
well, also, I mean, I'll usually end up putting a picture of Leon reading the book online, and then other people buy it and read it, and so I feel like I've made up for
it.
I've made up for depriving him of the royalties.
I used to live in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
I know it well. I used to hang out at the pit in Harvard Square with my green and blue hair when I was way too young to be doing that by myself.
And there's a guy that I think has been there for a long time, so between Kendall and Central,
Mhm.
that would just lay out used books and sell them. And I always loved that guy. Whoever he was, had a cool hat. He's an older gentleman, and you could just tell he's seen some things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who he is. I always wanted to actually talk to him for a long time, but I was too afraid. Maybe because I wouldn't be able to handle what he had to tell me. Because I almost wanted to maintain the innocence of just, okay, here's this guy. But he was so. Every time you would ask him a question about a book, first of all, he's read all of them.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which means he's traveled quite a few places inside these worlds. And then you would tell him, I would look at a book, right? And he would catch you being curious about it. And then he would walk up to you and then he would start talking about the book. And he would always forget that you were there. He's almost like, he's not trying to sell you the books.
Part talking to himself.
Yeah. Like almost like an ex-girlfriend he's visiting for this book or something.
I'm that West
Did you buy
Side
a book from him?
gangster,
Yeah, definitely.
motherfucker.
But the experience of just
I'm a tongue
just
bandit
being there
girl.
because he lays them out and people actually that watch or listen to
what
this
the fuck happened here?
probably would be able to tell me what his name is because I'd love to find that guy again. I'm sure he's still there.
Maybe you'll have him on the podcast.
I 100% will. But it's almost
What the
terrifying.
fuck is up with this?
I'm not sure I can handle because he's been through some things.
Oh,
I'm not
shit.
sure if he's homeless or just looks like it.
Yep. That's sometimes a thing.
And some of my favorite people either are homeless or look like it. So, okay, what's the third one? A Confession of a Sociopath by M.E. Thomas. A life spent hiding in plain sight.
It's a book I recommend a lot because I've read a lot about sociopathy, and I've read all the books by psychologists, and this one's written by a woman who understands herself that she is a sociopath, and so it's beautifully written. But I learned more from that book than any other book, and I think I thought about it a long time ago. I think a lot of conversations you've talked a lot about good and evil, and whether everybody's really good or some people are not good. And I think sociopathy is something that I think the world needs to understand much better. And so that book helped me understand a lot. And it's beautifully written, and she tackles all the really interesting moral questions, like, like what if we were able to definitively diagnose people in some way, like you could immediately identify who's a full-blown sociopath, and then what as a society would you do with them? Because in most cases, they're just going to cause destruction and pain and harm, and or potentially rise to power and become president or something. I just found that book fascinating.
And we'll return to this idea because it's fascinating. We'll return to human psychology and human nature. But let's go through the timeline of your life. Let's take a stroll. So you wrote that the documentary about you called Bad Vegan Fame Fraud Fugitives is not a documentary. You got some things right, some things wrong, and some were, quote, disturbingly misleading. So let's go through and get things right today. First, can I give you a whirlwind summary, the way I understand it, and also for context of people. So 2004, you, Matthew Kenny, and Jeffrey Chodorow opened Pure Foods and Wine in New York City. Did I say their names correctly?
Pure Food and Wine.
No, their names.
Theirs. Well, yeah, Matthew Kenny, Jeffrey Chodorow.
Yeah. So it's and I'll ask you about what it takes to launch and run a restaurant in New York City. That's a fascinating story in itself. So it's an upscale raw food restaurant. All right, that's 2004. 2007, you opened One Lucky Duck Juice and Takeaway, and then second and third locations in 2009 and 14. All of those things close in 2016, 15 and 16. Okay. All right. 2009. Jeffrey lends you $2.1 million to buy the business outright, and Matthew is out.
Matthew was out earlier than that, and then time passed, and I had what was complicated is I had started the One Lucky Duck brand on my own.
First it was a .com that was doing like delivery.
It was a .com where people could order ingredients and things and all of the products that we made and packaged. So we made a bunch of cookies and snacks and things that were, I think, different and, if I may say so myself, better than other
strong words
products out
talking
there.
trash already.
Yeah, but then,
about the cookies.
but I feel like I can brag about our food and products because I wasn't, a few recipes early on I came up with, but it was the people that worked with me that created really good recipes and products, and I was just kind of there curating it all or helping to get it out there.
What was your favorite thing that you've created? Maybe yourself eat. Not you created, but all of these efforts have created in terms of meal. Like you said, cookies. What are we talking about here?
That's a hard question.
Just okay, not the favorite, but like something that pops into memory that brought you joy.
The Malamar. Everybody loved the Malamar. It was so very often we made like raw vegan versions of things that people are familiar with. So it was I think it was pecans. It was like a salty cookie made with nuts and then covered in chocolate, and then there's a big blob of coconut cream.
Lettuce, athleticism. Hey, let's talk about cookies. Damn, this girl is hot.
Our ice cream was made with the
pretty
coconut.
hot.
also. It's like the meat from coconuts pureed, and then there's some soaked cashews in there. But anyway, it was a
What the
blob
fuck
of
is this
vanilla flavored
shit?
cream, kind of like a
This is just
you know, like a healthy natural version of fluff. I don't know if you're familiar with fluff.
Basically, every single word you say, I'm not familiar with. You should see my diet. I don't. It's like steak and vegetables.
A fluff is like a thing that I remember it from my childhood, like peanut butter and fluff is a ridiculously delicious
Is
combination.
it fluffy or is it
It's
not?
like a marshmallow. It's basically like if you softened marshmallows and made it into a luxurious, amazing goo,
Oh, so it's like a
and
fancy
then put it in a jar,
Okay.
and then
So
make
it's
it
just good.
spreadable. It's spreadable marshmallows, kind of.
Oh, I see.
I think that's So
Spreadable marshmallows. Got it.
yeah. So there's a big blob of
I didn't know that existed. That's a thing.
fluff.
Fluff.
I know.
Does everyone?
For you.
Do people know about this?
Oh yeah, everybody knows.
Okay.
People. I mean, I think so. People know about fluff. And
See, I think I went. I took the road less traveled by. You know, I went the peanut butter and Nutella road in terms of spreadable things.
Nutella is like the chocolate version, and then fluff is like the vanilla equivalent, sort of. But I think commercial fluff that you buy in the store is just like sugar and whatever else they put in there.
It's
Anyway,
not actually fluffy.
it's kind of fluffy, but it's wet.
Because Nutella is
It's
not
like
fluffy.
yeah, so it's like Nutella if you whipped it, and
Okay,
then
so
kind of got it
Nutella,
a little
but
bit
vanilla.
a little bit aerated, so it's a bit more fluffy.
So fluff was a part of the formula here. So it was fluff.
But so the coconut cream that we made was like a healthy version of fluff,
Oh.
kind of, except it would, you know, you could make a quenelle, like a little scoop of it, and it would stay in that form. Malomars were refrigerated, and then there's like chocolate drizzled over that, so it had that like salty, sweet thing going on. That was probably my favorite.
That's a dessert.
Yeah, it was like a dessert snack. It wasn't you wouldn't order it on the restaurant menu, but in the takeaway you could get them, or sometimes some people would get them shipped on dry ice and pay a lot of money, like a lot of money to have them shipped on dry ice.
People are funny.
I know. I kind of want to like name drop because it was Tom Brady used to order them.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, they would order those shipped on ice to Boston.
Yeah. Continuing on, in 2011, you meet Anthony Stranges on Twitter and then in real life. Also around this time, I think before you got your rescue dog, a pit bull named Leon.
Yeah.
2011, 2010. You remember?
It was September 2010. So, because I think he was born roughly around March. I gave him a designated birthday of March 10th, 2010.
Why is that? Why March 10th?
I wrote about the story of adopting him on my website a long time ago, and then I reposted it here on my current website. And what happened, I got weirdly obsessed with Leon before he was Leon. He was a dog in the shelter named Quinn. And I couldn't stop thinking about him. And
Him specifically.
him specifically,
You
yeah.
saw him and there's something very special about him.
I was trying to convince somebody else to adopt a dog. So,
Alec Baldwin.
yeah. And it didn't occur to me that I
I
would
like
get
how you didn't name drop
Dog.
him, but you named drop Tom Brady.
it.
I like it.
So I was trying to convince him to get a dog because I thought, you know, he should have a dog. I saw Leon's picture and just got weirdly obsessed with it in a way that I couldn't really explain. And I was laying in bed one night and thinking, I just couldn't stop thinking about him, the dog, and the paperwork or the description in the shelter bio said that he was roughly 5 months old, or however, whatever it gave as his age. I went back and it would have been March of that year that he was born. And I had a cat that I was particularly attached to. I had two cats, brother and sister, but the boy cat, we had sort of something that felt like like we'd look at each other and like there was something there. I don't know what it was, but and in fact, when he got sick, I knew it before he even had any symptoms. It was like something in the way that he looked at me. I knew something was wrong. And then
Was it friendship? Was it like with their power dynamic. Cats seem to not really,
Give a fuck.
yeah, they seem to dismiss you as
Usually, yeah,
your entire worth as a human being
right.
in a single look. Was that there or?
He was more dog-like. He would occasionally fetch like this little styrofoam thing I had. He would fetch it and bring it back. And he was friendly, and if somebody came over, he would jump in their lap. He was less standoffish than most cats. But there was just something about the way he would look at me. I don't know. And probably in his mind, he's just a cat. I give him food. Whereas in my mind, it's some kind of, great soul connection.
Great,
but not in
great
his
long-running romance.
not in his kitty mind. But either way, so he died in March, and I thought, so I sort of concocted this. I just thought, that if he died on March 10th, and so I thought, well, maybe Leon was born that same day, and that's why I'm so drawn to him. I don't know.
No, that makes sense. But
It's
then
one of
you
those
just
things
felt
that
like
is sort of.
when you saw him, you just like there's something.
It was his picture, yeah.
Oh, the picture, and you were drawn something about the personality and the eyes.
It was something about his picture. I don't know what it was, and everybody at the time was like, "What are you thinking? Why would you get a dog? You can't even take care of yourself. You're overworked and busy, and why would you get a 5-month-old pit bull mix? Why not get an older dog that's easier to take care of?" And for me, it was like, I don't want any dog. My intention isn't to get a dog, but there's something about this dog that I have to get. And so I went to see him. And then I had already filled out an application. It was just, I went to see him, and then it was the afternoon, and I sort of decided in my head, like, all right, I'm coming back to get him. I have to. And so the next morning I got on the subway, I went back to get him. And I was crying on the subway. And I remember thinking that I don't like crying in public. I cry a lot, but I don't like crying in front of other people. And
I love it.
I thought people on the train looking at me probably think that, somebody died or.
Sorry, you're crying on the way there or on the way back?
On the way there to get him. I don't know why I was crying. It was just something about it was overwhelming. So
tears of happiness or tears of something.
Something. I think tears are overwhelming. And I know I'm like jumping off, but there was was it in your conversation or the book? Carl Deiseroff talks about tears of joy and trying to explain them. And he said something about how it was like about, because tears of sadness could be understood in having like a evolutionary purpose. But why tears of joy? And I think he said it was something about like hope that could be like lost. So if you cried at a wedding, it might be like you're crying because their love is beautiful, and you're crying because, they could get hit by a bus tomorrow or something, like it had something to do with that. And I thought, to me, it feels like overwhelmed, because then how would that explain music? Because music will make me cry a lot.
Because it's anything beautiful, like love. You realize it's gonna be over one day.
Or it's just overwhelming.
It could be overwhelming.
I think it's just overwhelming.
But like if you had to explain, like one way to explain it, as you're saying, is it's so awesome that it breaks your heart that it's going to be over. This feeling is going to be over. Either it's the song or the person, you're going to lose them one day.
But even when you're just watching something this is completely ridiculous, but I remember one time I probably was hormonal or something, but it was like an episode of Family Feud years ago, and Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
It was Wheel of Fortune, and some family like won all this money, and they were so happy. They were so happy. They must probably needed the money or something. And I started crying, and I'm thinking, why am I crying? But I think it's just like an overwhelming. I think it's overwhelming in some way, and
On
crying,
the surface.
because crying is a relief. Like you feel better after you cry.
but doesn't explain the crying. You feel better after you cry, and you're saying it's overwhelming, but that's on the surface. The question is what's going on underneath. That's the Jungian shadow, and I don't think neither you or I can answer that question.
Right.
But there's something going on.
Right.
Underneath.
There's probably something that touches you in some specific way.
Yeah.
Um,
And so you were crying in the subway.
so I was crying in the subway.
It's a very New York thing to do.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things I love about New York is people, you can be weird and do strange things and nobody's going to look at you strangely or.
The fascinating thing about New York is super crowded, and yet you can still feel super alone.
But also energized because a lot of other things and places will make me feel depleted, but there's something about the energy of New York specifically that feels energizing.
I mean, everybody's going up about their day, excited for the future they're building, and so on. And that could be energy. Sure. It could be overwhelming, though.
It can be, yeah. I mean, also depending on what neighborhood and what part.
Well, I'm just talking about the subway.
Right. Yeah.
The subway. And then there's the musicians. I love New York. New York at its best is a special place. I've never lived, but every time I visit, it's so many characters, so many fascinating people.
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of people always crying in the subway. And you're one of those people.
I was one of those people one day. Yeah.
And so you
I
got
befriended some busking musicians, like the guys that just play out on the street. These two young guys playing guitar, and I felt like it was one of those moments where it was like candid camera because nobody was paying attention, and I thought it was so beautiful. I may have cried or almost cried, or but anyway, I ended up becoming friends with them and helping them out in some ways, and I knew I was like, well, they're gonna do really well, and now they're like playing large places, and it's kind of fun to watch via Instagram. You know, they're going on tour in Europe, and they were these two scrappy guys. Well, now it's just one of the guys, and but they had like no money, nowhere to live, nothing, and now they're
and they didn't quit,
no,
persisted. That's
yeah,
cool.
exactly. So, but I cried on the subway, and I got there, and he was there, and I adopted him, but it just felt very profoundly like a force that was beyond me. Like I couldn't not get him.
So he was the same in person as he was in the picture. Like, meaning in terms of like something like pulling you towards him, like some.
Yeah, when I first met him the day before, he was really distracted, which I think is, he is a puppy that spends most of his day in a cage, which is not natural. So when they let me take him for a walk, and he was kind of, distracted and all over the place. But then when we put him back in the cage, he sort of lay down and looked at me, and I looked back at him, and of course I imagined all kinds of, I just looked at him and I thought, all right, don't worry, I'm coming back to get you. Like I'll get you. So, it felt like something that I had no choice, that I had to do.
And that was the beginning of a 12-year journey together.
An ongoing one. But so I wrote about these things on my website, and I think it was, among the many things that was later weaponized by Anthony Strange's. Just
the fact
because
that
I was so
close to
open
your heart.
about it. Yeah, and also just, it's not like I believe that he was, that I was just expressing my feelings about how I felt going to get him. If there was something about Leon and specifically that I felt like I had to get him. So,
is there words you can put to your connection with Leon? Like, is it love? Is it friendship? Is it some kind of, like, what is it? Or are we getting to the crying and being overwhelmed? Something you just can't put words to.
Yeah, it's probably something that's hard to put words to. Kind of like, I sort of feel like love being something that's hard to define is the definition
Of love.
The fact that you can't define it,
The moment you define it, you're no longer talking about love.
sort of something like that.
Okay.
So
Well, my definition of love is whatever's going on in true romance.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me fly through the timeline before we get to any of the interesting details. So, in 2011, you meet Anthony Stranges. Then in 2012, you get married. 2015, the staff walk out due to failure to pay
I hate playing
from the
with
two
people
restaurants.
because they
It
just
reopens
quit.
in April 2015, and July of that year, there's another walkout,
Take your shot.
and so on. There's all this
It's a
kind of stuff.
confusing timeline.
Well, it's not, to me, that's not even.
No way.
The point is, in 2015, there's chaos happening. Okay. 2016, in the spring, Pure Foods and Wine closes.
Closed in 2015.
2015. Okay. There's some factual stuff that's not, maybe correct now. To me, it's not that important. To me, the spirit of the thing is important. Okay. May 12th, 2016, you and your then husband, Anthony Stranges, were arrested after he ordered pizza using his real name. Okay. In May 2017, you pleaded guilty to stealing more than $2 million from investors and scheming to defraud, as well as, this is from Wikipedia.
Yeah, they're wrong.
Well, let me just finish
Yeah.
reading it and then you tell me why it's wrong. In May 2017, you pleaded guilty to stealing more than $2 million from investors and scheming to defraud, as well as criminal tax fraud charges. Why is Wikipedia wrong? And how dare you?
Well, I did plead guilty to those things, which I had to. I got a jury duty summons, and I had to fill out like what charges I pled guilty to, and I had to go online and look it up because I didn't really remember. I thought that was interesting. I had to go look it up, but
Actually, let me finish the time because there's one more point.
oh yeah,
March 16th, 2022, Bad Vegan documentary comes out where you're interviewed. They tell the story.
Mhm.
Some stuff is true, some is not. Some is disturbingly misleading, as you said. Okay, timeline over. Anyway, what's wrong with the? How would you elaborate onto you pleading guilty for $2 million stealing?
so a lot of people plead guilty when they're for reasons other than they're actually guilty. So it's even right now. If I knew that I was going to have to spend 4 months or 3.5
Make your shot.
at Rikers. And I was thinking about this recently. And even if I knew that I'd be acquitted at the end of a trial, I very likely would have just taken the 4 months because, the stress of going through a trial. But in particular, it'd be incredibly stressful not knowing the outcome. And then money and expense I didn't have. And so, people plead guilty all the time, even if they don't think that they should. And my situation was so complicated and hard to understand that it just was the easier thing to do. But also I just was kind of going on the advice of lawyers and
Amazing.
So the choice, just so I understand, was to plead guilty or to go through a lengthy trial, and that trial would stretch a long time, and it would be extremely stressful
and extremely expensive.
because you have to pay the lawyers.
Right. And I didn't have anything.
These motherfuckers.
Right.
Dumb.
And so a lot of people in that situation might choose to plead guilty. And so that doesn't necessarily mean the full heaviness of that statement of guilt.
Right. And I think people
Give it
plead
to
guilty all the time in situations where they're being threatened with
Give it to
like a
me.
heavy sentence. And they sort of feel like they have no choice. But that's kind of part of a lot of things that are messed up about the system overall that didn't necessarily apply in my case. But
So we'll talk about to what degree you're guilty and what that even means.
yeah. Because it depends on intention, I think.
Yeah. But then the word intention also means a lot of things, like the word love.
That's true.
All right.
So the restaurant closed the first time when I was away and told to be
I play against
off communication. And then I,
By Anthony.
yes. And then
He told you not to talk to anybody.
he told me not to like open email or look at my phone or whatever.
Good shot.
And so when I came back and had to get it reopened, which seemed like an unbelievably difficult task, and I was kind of shocked that I was able to pull it off. You know, I worked incredibly hard to get it reopened, and you know, because that place meant everything to me, and so I just had to get it reopened.
Were you surrounded by people that were just angry at you?
At that time, not well.
The staff and all that.
Yeah, but most of them came back. A lot of them came back. I think what was so unbelievably painful about that whole time was like not being able to tell anybody what was really going on. And in a sense, not really knowing what was going on myself, but not being able to, like having to pretend all the time was just like.
So you didn't really
soul
tell
crushing.
anybody about Anthony?
About him and what was really going on, in part because I didn't really understand what was going on. So what I did was I raised money to reopen the restaurant, and I think I raised something like maybe like 900 grand. And probably 90% of that went to reopen the restaurant. And I even made 2 sales tax payments right before we disappeared. So it just sort of logically seemed like, so I didn't, it's not like all of this money was taken and then he and I ran off together with a whole bunch of money. It was like I raised a bunch of money to reopen the restaurant, you know, because I wanted the restaurant to exist again. And I wanted to, you know, I wanted to run it. I wanted to reopen the restaurant. And most of that money went to reopen the restaurant. And then I disappeared. So sort of the timeline gets a bit wonky. So it's, you know, this impression was created that we ran off with a whole bunch of money and we didn't. So, you know, if I wanted to be a criminal and steal a bunch of money, why would I have put it all back into the restaurant and reopened it and then also made 2 $10,000 sales tax payments that I didn't, you know, and I also repaid, you know, $10,000 of another loan. I was making repayments and stuff, and then boom, I disappear.
So was your mind going through a roller coaster here? So could there have been multiple yous there? So one mind is like, I love this restaurant. I'm going to reopen it. I'm this chef, business owner, this person. And the other is a human that's in this complicated love affair.
It wasn't a love affair.
Okay. These are just words. How can I? Okay. What? I don't want to. I say that lightly, but also not,
Look at this shot.
because love can make us do dark things, and you can say that's not love, but okay. The thing that traps us, the things that pulls us into a connection with another human being, that's love, even when it's abusive and dark and toxic and all those kinds of things.
In some cases, I think, like if it's voluntary, but in other cases, somebody pulls you in. So it's not like you're drawn towards them; they pull you in.
So just to clarify, even when it's not physical, when the pull is with words, so it's emotional.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is your mind when you raise $800,000 to $900,000 to open the restaurant, working your ass off to open this thing, okay, making payments, and then all of a sudden appearing? Where was your mind? If you had a lengthy conversation with Carl Dasroth in privacy, what would you be telling him as your therapist?
I would probably be asking him questions.
Okay, no, get Carl's part of this.
Well, and actually, I have more questions for Andrew Huberman because, you know, I've had to investigate all of these things myself, like dissociation. And even there's a psychologist who believes that he must have used neuro-linguistic programming on me, which is something that Keith Raniere from the NXIVM cult, he was known to have used that with people. And I think neuro-linguistic programming is kind of the same as like a sort of like hypnotism.
The only reason I know about what NLP is
Uh-huh.
because in what I do, there's something called natural language processing, artificial intelligence stuff. So it has the same like 3 letters.
Right.
What's the other thing that NLP, neuro linguistic
Neuro-linguistic programming.
programming? Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, we talked about Andrew, my friend Andrew Huberman offline, and you should do a podcast with him. He's a fascinating. He's such a brilliant and kind human being. Definitely worth talking to.
Yeah, I've listened to a lot of his
And
podcasts.
you said that you listen to a lot of his instructions on getting light in the morning or whatever during the day. It's very important for your mental. Like there's all these kinds of studies. It's good for your mind, for your.
Oh, and also the other thing that he got me to do is to try to delay having coffee. So instead of having coffee right when you wake up, I always drink a lot of water first.
Yeah.
But then instead of having coffee right away, if you wait an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours, then your body is able to naturally do something that drinking coffee too soon would sort of blunt that. So then you'll be more tired in the afternoon. So if you wait an hour and a half or 2 hours, or as long, before you have your first cup of coffee, then you won't be as tired in the afternoon.
Interesting.
There's a lot of,
Does it work?
yes,
One coffee addict talking to another coffee addict.
yes, it works. And so I try to get up and do other things first before I have coffee. And the light thing also makes a lot of sense to me. Getting light early in the morning. I have one of those bright light boxes. And I would love to have an apartment that had a little deck or something where I could just step outside, because when you live in an apartment, you kind of have to like go all the way outside, and then there's people everywhere. And so to get that early morning light isn't that hard to do when you're.
Are people good for you or bad for you? What does Andrew Huberman say about that? I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Okay. So moving back to where was your mind that led you to disappear?
No way.
Did you guys go to Vegas first and then Tennessee?
No, I kind of refer to it as like the road trip from hell.
It's a very Hunter S. Thompson way to describe it. It's
Right.
back, you went back to back country.
Maybe it was sort of Hunter S. Thompson-esque, except without actual drugs. That was one of the first questions my father asked me was it drugs? And I wished that I could have said yes, because I didn't know how to explain what had happened. But
So road
he
trip.
took me away involuntarily, except, of course, he wasn't holding a gun to my head, but all along it was like a metaphorical gun.
Was there ever physical abuse?
No. What would qualify as sexual abuse? Yes. But physically, no. A couple of times we would get into slightly physical fights, but he never, he was big and as large and blubbery as he was also really strong. So sometimes he would like subdue me, but other than that, no, there wasn't physical violence. But a lot of people will say that the psychological violence is, I don't want to diminish physical violence, but some people say that the psychological and emotional violence is more destructive.
It's just that the physical violence is easier to identify.
It's easier to identify, and it seems kind of more straightforward. Whereas psychological, and you have a bruise on your face or you break a bone, and those things hopefully heal in a visible way. But psychological stuff, you can't easily identify or understand, or others can't easily identify it.
And then you find yourself crying for no reason at a beautiful song that's in play.
Yes.
And it's that has to do something happening in the depth of your mind. Okay, so he took you away. But where was your mind that was doing both of those things? Was able to be taken away, but also was pushing to this, the flourishing, the reopening and the flourishing of the restaurant.
Well, I wouldn't have reopened the restaurant and then knowing I was going to all of a sudden be taken away from it and it was going to get closed again. It's like, why would I do that? Why would anybody do that? And one of the things that I tried to do towards the end was I was trying to get myself off the bank accounts because I didn't want him to be able to get money out of me. And so there was one time when I tried to get one of the investors, we went to the bank together to put her on as the signer and take me off. And because we didn't have the operating agreement, they wouldn't let us do it. So it was like this little snafu. And so all of these things are sort of the opposite of criminal intent.
But that's a legal thing. What's going on in your mind at this time?
I don't know. I mean,
did you give yourself a chance to just think?
no. And I think that's part of one of the things that might have saved me or anybody that's pulled into a cult.
America's
One of the things
already
that they
bought
do
and
is they
paid for.
keep you exhausted, overwhelmed, confused, and afraid. And so you don't have any time to think. So you're just kind of constantly running and you're confused, and then things are happening. That's funny. I have some quotes in my book draft because I listen to a lot of podcasts. I don't know what the logistics are of like crediting a quote from a podcast in a book,
Yeah.
but I have a couple. I think it was Andrew Huberman on Joe Rogan said something about
Universal.
if a human or animal, I don't know how he would know, the human or animal is stressed, and I'm paraphrasing this horribly, but
Yeah.
they're much more easily prone to be not prone to, but forced into delusional thinking. And so that quote resonated for me because, he kept me in this incredibly stressed out, afraid, confused state. And then whatever he's sort of planting in my mind, I'm going to be that much more likely to just kind of go along with
There
it.
has been.
We'll see how this whole journey
California
ends.
has had
Let's actually just step back a
some
little bit
trial programs
and just
in
looking at the
cities,
employees at the
and they've
restaurant and so
been
on.
very successful.
Do you have remorse for what happened, especially from the perspective of the employees and the staff?
Yeah. I mean, hurting them was sort of the last thing that I would ever have wanted to do. And in part, I mean, there was financial harm, but I don't know whether it's more important or not, but it was taking a place that was very much like a family to them, and it was as if I destroyed it. And so I think that because we were so much like a family, it was almost as if like mom went off the deep end and got together with some cuckoo abusive guy and sort of abandoned them, and they didn't know what was going on and what was happening. And
So do you regret lying to them?
I regret lying to anybody in all of those circumstances, but I wasn't lying. He made me think that, everything was going to be reversed and okay, and anybody that money was borrowed from, they would get it back, maybe tenfold. And so it was this weird situation of having like one foot in his reality and potentially believing the things he was saying, or even over time wanting to believe them more and more because the alternative was so the alternative was worse. The alternative was increasingly a
Once it
bigger
can
and
be
bigger nightmare.
integrated
So
within
So there's this whole situation where you're constantly
It will
giving
put
money,
basically
constantly
everyone
borrowing money, with this idea that it'll be repaid like 100x fold.
right.
Kind of like,
So
yeah,
it's sort of like lying to somebody because you're planning their surprise party. You think like, well, I'm lying to somebody, but it's because there's a good reason.
yeah.
It's sort of, that's not a good example, but
But you could have not made it a surprise party. It'd be like pull them in onto the planning of the party and be honest about like everything that's happening, not in a negative way, but like get them in on the fact that, okay, I just need to give money to this guy, but we'll get
At a certain
he
point,
is
they will
a
likely
super
know
rich
that you're
person of some
period.
kind, and
Their
he'll
doctor, their lawyer,
repay,
their financial
I mean, I wish
advisor, and
because you're
Every-
holding
the
on to
entire
this.
time, I mean, that's part of the torture is that you're isolated,
position around them
unable
will
to
be
tell
replaced.
anybody.
But you're not unable,
AI is
or
the
he was
future,
telling you you're not
comma,
allowed to say
it
anything
is
to
not
anybody. You're choosing not to say anything,
A question of if,
but it's
comma,
because
just
of
like
the
always.
sort of the weight of it. Because it's embarrassing to sort of. Is it embarrassing? Something. I mean, why do you not tell others? What is that? What's happening to the mind where you don't tell others?
I don't know. You're part of why this story is, everything that happened is hard to summarize and talk about in any concise way, is that so much of it happens in this very
It's being done
slow,
pretty well now.
slow way.
By
And
companies like Boston
people always
Dynamics,
use the whole like
period.
frog in boiling water example, so that by the time you realize you're fucked, it's too late. And it seems hard to believe or understand to other people because they see where you are or where you ended up, and they think, well, how did you let that happen? And, well, I don't know. Would I have willingly destroyed my life and hurt all the people I care about, and allowed my mother to get hurt? And I wouldn't have ever willingly done that. So something else must have happened, and that's the part that's difficult to understand.
Let me ask you about another hard question.
Yeah.
Do you deserve most or all of the blame for the failure of the business, or are others at fault too?
Well, the
Well,
business
maybe
didn't
this
fail; it was
integration
doing well,
with
and so
Close.
its
LLMs.
closing
Close.
is like
And-
it was destroyed.
Who deserves the blame for
a
that?
few years
I'm
of
asking from
quality
your
assurance,
perspective when you think about it.
and
In the privacy in your mind,
it will be better than
are you
any employee.
angry at Anthony, or are you angry at yourself?
It can work 24 hours a day,
I
7
think
days
that,
a week, 365 days a year,
in the
comma.
privacy of my own
It
mind,
never
and
needs a break,
to
comma. It
everybody
never needs to go to
listening.
the bathroom,
Um,
comma.
it's
It will
it's
never unionize.
I feel responsible. I feel responsible in the same way that if you kind of did something, if you were driving and you did something stupid and caused an accident in which other people died, you would feel, I think, horrifically responsible, and you'd blame yourself because maybe you looked away or checked your phone or something. But you didn't intend to kill those people, of course. So for me, it's like
People do not
I didn't
reject
intend to kill.
stem cell therapy, period.
It is sometimes I say
about
like my own child. I don't know if that's
and
offensive to some people,
affordability,
but
period.
it's like as if
It
I
is very
killed my own
popular where I
child.
am.
It was a
comma.
business, but it was special.
And
Um,
I know that it is popular in other countries, comma,
So I don't
as well,
feel-
period.
guilt.
There
I
is
feel
even
responsibility, and then
Medical
I'm angry
tourism
at him, even though that anger is pointless.
industry
Okay, because
That
this has
has
come up.
arisen
Let's continue
Central America.
with the hard questions.
Mhm. Are they going to get easier?
We're gonna get easy.
Okay.
Most of them are easy. This is fun. We're having fun. You posted on Instagram the ending. No, I'm gonna cite Instagram like it's Shakespeare.
Okay.
The ending is disturbingly misleading, but still, I'm very grateful for this coverage. He's talking about the documentary, in quotes, documentary. I'm okay with the criticism and judgments, but would rather it be based on what's true. And then you say a couple more sentences, and then you say Leon, who has his own Instagram account,
Yes.
One Lucky Rescue Dog, says hello. He loves you all, even if you call me a, quote, defective, arrogant sociopath.
New things
It's
will be
all okay.
produced, period.
So, the hard question. Do you think
As
you are in part a sociopath?
No.
Would you know it if you were?
Yes.
How does this work? So what have you learned from reading this book?
I had all these interesting thoughts, all these sort of questions and thoughts about it because the book I'm reading now, that I'm only about a third of the way through, she talks
we may
about
have the opportunity
some of the
at
things in the brain structure
second
that are
renaissance,
particular to
because
sociopaths.
people will
And so then
be
it
free from
Makes
having
you think,
to
well,
perform
what if that could be
jobs,
tweaked
and
in some
will be
way?
able to
Like,
take
could
up
you
new hobbies,
unsociopath a
comma,
sociopath?
including art,
Is it nature and
comma,
nurture? Like,
pottery,
I suppose is the
comma,
question.
painting,
I think it's
comma,
both.
music, comma,
I think it's genetic, and then it's like genes that are turned on
and other
by things like a
activities,
particularly
period.
violent childhood
there
or
may
some sort of
be
dysfunction. So
a
I
desire
think
for
somebody
this
could
type
have the gene
of
that's not turned on, and then
art
the
as opposed to
sociopaths have the gene and it's turned on.
AI-based art, comma,
So,
because it
The
is,
sociopath
connected
means
to a
that
human.
you're not
period.
able to be
The
empathetic,
human
or you're
connection
generally not
will make it
empathetic to
unique
the
and perhaps
suffering of
valuable.
others or to the emotions of others. I mean, what?
It's a hollowness, so it's like you don't have just completely lacking the capacity. I mean, it's tragic because they wouldn't understand or feel love, but it's like a hollowness. And then something also about the wiring, and I think also because of that hollowness, they're able to incredibly quickly look at others and identify their insecurities and buttons and weak spots. So they're incredibly good at manipulation.
Is that because they're just able to objectively observe the situation? I wonder.
Probably in part, but there was some other explanation related to the brain structure that I read somewhere that made sense to me, and I won't like remember it because I don't usually.
You're not Andrew Huberman, who seems to
No,
reference
like I'll listen to him.
perfectly
Yeah,
every single line from every book or paper he's ever read. Yes.
right. I don't remember things in that
In a
way. I
single-
try to usually remember the conclusions.
Right.
So like I might remember that
Robots
he
like
might give a whole long explanation about
Boston
why
Dynamics
it's good to
is
do this or to take this supplement.
Optimus and
That's a bad
Tesla's
habit I have. Sometimes I'll order
Optimus are
supplements,
just
and then by the time they
a
arrive,
few
I've
years away
forgotten
from being
why.
able to replace
Forgot why.
just about
What's
every
the
manual position. Period.
I hope we get to talk about food because I feel like
Yes.
you have a
Well,
brain that should be fed only the best food.
Oh wow.
So we can talk about that later.
I have a lot of philosophies about that, but certainly fluff is not what in the best. What is best? We'll definitely talk about food. Throughout, what is best? That makes me think of Conan. And I just talked to Oliver Stone, who I didn't realize wrote Conan the Barbarian.
Do you know that in my head I pictured Conan O'Brien? That's what.
He's
I
also
was
one of the
sitting there going,
funniest.
wait, why? I love him, but when you said that, I was like, why did that make me think of Conan O'Brien?
Yeah,
This is
Yeah.
like
I
the
love
correct
him
period.
so much. Such a brilliant human.
Yeah. Sociopathy.
Sociopathy.
Yeah.
So it's stuff about the brain, fine. But how do you know you're not a sociopath? Would you know it? Am I a sociopath?
No.
How would I know it? How do you know?
Well, having listened to a lot.
Well, wouldn't I be able to be good at faking it? Isn't that what?
Well, because
There's
you'd
a
be out
mask
there.
on the cover of this book.
I don't think you would be
lipstick.
doing the work
I don't
that you're
wear
doing.
lipstick.
You'd probably be running for office or, a trader on Wall Street. Or one of the things about sociopaths is they kind of need like the stimulation of risk and danger.
Well,
Live off of UBI,
need.
universal
Okay,
basic
sure.
income,
More
like
than
it.
average.
I like
and take up new
Okay.
activities
a Wall
like
Street.
become artists or
There's a
musicians.
fakeness. Like I don't like the fakeness of the game of it.
Yeah, that's why I left. It was a strange environment.
Okay, so you're not a quote defective, arrogant sociopath. What does defective even mean?
I know. Well, I think that somebody had just called me that, and I think that it's easy for people to say like, "Don't read the comments," but it's hard not to because then also you miss the beautiful ones.
Yeah.
Or sometimes like you have to go on there to check a private message, and you just stuff. It's there. People saying terrible things. So I try to. People say, don't pay attention to the comments. It's hard not to, but I try to.
Even with the documentary, you tried to still kind of see
They may in the
To look.
future, period.
to look
They
for
may
the,
have to
for the
sell
good
off
ones, for the kind ones, for the
government
supportive.
Well,
assets,
there were
and
overwhelming
land to be
kind
able to pay
comments,
for
and
it.
so that
comma,
helped and
but
felt
they
a
will
lot better.
essentially have
But
no choice,
sometimes,
period. The
um,
people will need
it-
a
sometimes
way
the
to be able to afford
negative
things
comments
without jobs,
are
period.
based on or they're based on false information. So if somebody knew everything that happened and then wanted to judge me or say things like that's somehow, at least that's all right. But
So you think
people saying these things based on things that are totally false is just it's hard. It's hard to just let that go.
yeah,
But I know that people also say things, for their own personal reasons. I had a fascinating exchange with somebody who direct messaged me and called me trash.
you responded.
I responded because it was it was amazing. So
Okay.
I would do
It's a
this
good
once in a
opener.
while. It's sort of like I might be procrastinating but I would scroll through because the private messages were overwhelming, and there's still just this massive backlog that I'll never probably get to read.
But the one that called you trash as a pickup, as an opener, you were like, this is interesting.
I just was in a mood,
Yeah.
and so I responded.
Perhaps a slow
And I wish I hadn't deleted it because I sort
downward
of deleted a
spiral.
bunch, and then I was like, "Oh, why did I
Comment
delete that
until
one?" Because I was curious
additional
what
depth.
exactly I said to him, but I responded to him in a nice way, and then he responded back, and then it started this whole back and forth conversation.
The only alternative
So he
is for
was
those
kind
people who will be able to afford
Yes,
mind uploading
and then also like
technology,
wanted to get to
comma,
know me
essentially
and lives in Pennsylvania.
a
and was like,
version
"Oh,
of digital
I'm like,
immortality, comma, where they will
you realize
be
if
able
we,
to
you know,
live
if somehow
out their
this
future
just turned
as
into like that would be our
androids, comma,
story. Well,
avatars,
he called me
comma,
trash.
cybernetic
Online.
beings,
That's
comma,
pretty good.
cyborgs, comma,
He ended up having such an
robots,
insightful
comma,
comment.
ethereal
I
beings,
just found it
comma,
interesting, and I think
Yeah.
he
clones of
first he said,
themselves, comma,
"I never
or whatever
imagined
they
you
want
could pie,"
to.
which is, you know, it's
There
like
is
part of the
a
whole thing with social media. Although this guy
Breakaway
wasn't anonymous.
civilization that is
Um,
happening
Was
for
not.
a very honest
No,
period.
he had a, I think he had a private account, but it's like his name and his face was there.
Yeah, people forget that you're a human being when you message.
Exactly.
Folks, when you message me, I'm a human being.
So I told him that was, you know, like that I was hurtful.
Yeah.
And I guess I wanted to understand more why he said it. And it was surprisingly insightful, but he said something about, again, I wish I hadn't deleted it, that he was like, I guess I was just angry because like that guy, he said something like, I guess I was just angry because that guy got you. And I would have, you know, so it made me think of the whole like sort of incel jealousy thing that can be very terrifying if you're female, is that like if you reject a guy, they might turn around and be violent or angry at you. And so
Well, to be fair, there's a dormant anger in probably all of us. I
Yes.
believe there's a capacity for cruelty and anger and destruction in all of us. And the whole struggle of life is to emphasize good stuff.
yeah,
Yeah. So it's not just an insult thing. It's true for men and women, both
yeah,
capable of cruelty.
that is very true.
But this one guy. So let me put on my therapist hat. Because we started. What did we start with? I already forgot. But the
You come back to sociopath.
no
Yeah.
no, just you know, maybe it's not the best idea to answer comments that start with "you're trash."
I don't do it all the time. It just I happened upon that one, and I was just in a certain mood.
Well,
And-
let's
And I like to
further
turn it-
offline sort of
Yeah.
discuss this mood that you're in because it might get you in trouble at some point in your
Right.
future. Okay. Can we just jump back? Speaking of guys that say as an opener you're trash, how did you and Anthony Stranges meet? Can we jump around and tell some of the details here? Because that I believe the documentary doesn't cover that well. It's not clear. There's some Twitter interactions, and you've kind of assumed. By the way, I do think you need some social media coaching on this because
I
I
have
think
an alternative,
you know.
comma, if you want
I,
to hear
you
it,
know, I have some books
The
you need to
world
read. I think
is heading
some
towards
manuals on how to
1984.
use Twitter properly.
Comma.
But anyway,
But there is a lesser-known
apparently
book
you
known
kind
as
of thought that this
1985
person who
that
turned out to
provides
be
people with
what was his name? Shane. He called himself
potential
Shane Fox, but he
escape
turned out to be
period.
Anthony Stranges. That he was somehow friends with Alec Baldwin because of their friendly interaction on Twitter.
Mhm.
And so you started interacting with him,
Mhm.
and then there was. How did that escalate quickly to?
It
to
escalated
meeting?
slowly, and I think I'm sure it was intentional because had I met him right away, I would have probably thought like, oh, he's not what I thought he was, and no thanks. But it was a long time. It was many weeks of back and forth conversation, digitally one way or another. So it was, you know,
Do you
via
want to
Twitter
know
and then
what I envision as the
via direct
alternative
message, and
question mark?
then we both played Words with Friends back then, and we would message in Words with Friends, and then eventually, you know, we exchanged phone numbers.
How does
then
Word with Friends work? What's that? I
Words
know
with
that's a
Friends,
popular game. Is that like Scrabble?
it's like Scrabble, and you're playing other people, and then there's like a chat function,
Yeah, and then you can chat with them.
right?
So you were this intellectually stimulating game, and you were what, like flirting and that kind of stuff, like witty banter,
Yes,
aka flirting.
yes, and but it all of that lasted a really long time, and he would give me like little tiny bits and pieces of information about himself that made him seem kind of mysterious.
This is a dark, mysterious man who was a Navy
At
SEAL.
first, people made fun of me
Strong.
in here.
Yeah, and
Comma,
he would
but
always
they're
imply
starting to see
things
that I
versus
am a
say them
relatively
outright,
intelligent
so you're kind of
individual.
always guessing and filling things
Clint
in.
Eastwood type of
I have
character.
more
He's not
data
gonna say it outright.
On
He's
the
what?
internet,
He's a
archive
Clint
than
Eastwood
any
type of
person
character.
ever,
He's not gonna say it
period.
outright.
You can
Right.
literally
He's just
watch
gonna
my
act
life
badass.
going
Yeah.
back to the
Right.
pandemic,
Um,
every single
plus
moment of
it's
every single day,
Because
So
of Words
360
with
degrees
Words with Friends.
on
Is that still a
multiple
thing, by the way?
So-
period.
Words with
I
Friends?
think it still exists.
People
yeah, but
will continue
I
to learn about me
um,
in here,
I feel
and
like if I started
eventually
playing it again, I would get a
will
little addicted.
gain-
And
Yeah.
a following.
but
Stick to the
period.
coffee.
one of the interesting things is that I used to think that he like used an app to look up things, but then he would do it in front of me. He could like look at. He was really good at it, and he could look at the board and just like come up with
Someone
a
will
100-point
post
word that
about
I'd
what
never
I
even
do
heard of.
on Reddit,
So I think he had a
comma,
little bit of that,
that
something
is
going on
going
in his
to
brain that was like,
gain momentum, comma,
I don't know, a little
and
Rain Manish or something in the way that
I
he
will
was
be
able
able
to
to monetize
recall. I
the
think his
data.
recall is incredibly.
more
It's
than any
important
person ever.
if you lie a
period.
lot,
If you
I
lie
will
a
then
lot, yeah.
ensure
to have good
that
recall.
everyone
Okay, so
within
when
this server
it's okay. So
is
how did
rewarded
it
handsomely,
escalate
comma,
slowly from
so that
Words with
all
Friends
of your
to meaning in
money
real life?
worries
Like
go
what-
away
You
permanently.
know what? I mean,
period.
what? Okay, I know it's not a love affair.
You will be able to start
That
charities,
said,
comma, help your friends,
Uh,
and help your
when
family.
did you kind of
Comma. All
by the,
because
I
I have
wonder,
created the
you know.
world's largest timeline.
But
I
fall
think
in
it was
love?
Or
just a
time
slow.
capsule. Period.
Yeah, when did you
It will
fall in
likely
love?
be
It
studied
was a
at
slow
length by
process,
generations
and
to
I
come.
think he
Period.
found me at a time when there was sort of a perfect storm of the right
It is just a
conditions
matter
for
of
me
time
to
until
fall into
the community understands the
whatever
power
I
of
fell
data.
into with
Period.
him. Because I was heartbroken for the first time in my life.
Where was the heartbreak coming?
I had split with my boyfriend of 4 years.
And that broke it up.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a relationship that I knew would end, even when I got into it in the first place. Because
You know,
he's 15 years younger than me, and
surely that can't be the only character, the only reason it wouldn't work. I need to also give you a book on love.
what's it called?
I'm gonna write it. I don't know.
Okay,
Just
because
that's
there's another
called a
book that
joke.
I didn't bring. Okay,
There's no book on Twitter and there's no book on love. It's,
because
a
there's
lot of people
actually a
keep
book
trying to
on
write.
love that I really like that I think you might like. But
What is it, like love languages? I still have to read that.
no, it's called On Love
I can't wait.
by
I'm gonna read the cliff notes. Bye.
it's short. It's by this guy named Alain de Botton. French name.
I don't trust them already.
No, it's funny and it's beautiful and shocking that he wrote it when he was very young. And I first heard him on a Krista Tippett podcast. That's how I end up reading a lot of books, is like you hear somebody on a podcast.
So
So
you were
love,
heartbroken. You knew it
Yes.
was gonna work
I knew it was going to work
because of the age difference. what
not
else?
just because of the age difference, but also, I just knew that eventually he'd want to move on and probably he'd find somebody younger and or was young enough that he still needed to go have a bunch of other experiences and probably wanted a family or whatnot eventually. So he was 21 and I was 34 when we first met. But then we ended up living together for 4 years, and it was the most drama-free. Like there's no drama, and I had just come off. My prior relationship was Matthew Kenny, which was very dark in many ways and full of all kinds of and I just couldn't handle that. So
Can I ask you a personal question?
yes, between us and
Between us friends, is there a part of you that's attracted to the drama and the chaos? Now, looking back,
I feel like that happens a lot, and maybe there was at some point, but I don't think so because part what made that relationship work with his name was Tobin was that there was no drama, none at all, and I don't think I could have handled it. And I feel that way now too. Like I just couldn't. I can't like fighting or any kind of like people being passive aggressive. I can't handle that. So
you've had enough storms. Now you want to calm.
yes.
Yeah. So you knew it wasn't work.
I knew it wasn't going to be forever.
Well, that could be just insecurity and cynicism, but fair enough. And then the heart was broken.
Yes.
And now the heart was broken and fragile and there to be manipulated in some sense.
Yes. And there's another person that I heard that I quoted in my book saying that when you're heartbroken, you can't rely on your instincts. Somehow your instincts are compromised when you're heartbroken. And maybe I'm just like looking for excuses as to why this happened. But I was heartbroken, and then
I like to see people when they're heartbroken because it's like shows how much they really loved somebody. You know?
No,
yeah,
text to speech.
It's sad, but like sometimes love doesn't reveal itself as richly when you're in it versus when you lose it.
Right, that's probably true.
Anyway, so your judgment wasn't good. Great. So now you're lonely and you're super busy running the restaurant, but when you get home,
do the thing where you copy it and paste it, and everybody
in
else
between.
does too.
Yeah, and I was kind of overwhelmed, and
but I'm sure you were getting a lot of really positive attention from other guys too. Well, New York, or or too busy.
Well, no, because it was a restaurant. There was you're like constantly meeting people, and really interesting people. And New York is full of a lot of interesting people.
And you're attractive. So why are you connected to some mysterious, distant man from somewhere else playing over words with you?
Because, well, I think now looking back, I think it's because I felt like he understood me, and
what was that feeling coming from? You think, like what? Why does one feel that you're understood?
One thing that made me extra easy to target is that I had written a lot of very personal blogs and things. So, in addition to him asking me questions and me probably just being insanely open and answering whatever he asked me, I had also written and posted a bunch of personal blogs. Some of them I've reposted on my new website, and then some of them I haven't. But in one of them, I go into detail about my frustrations professionally in growing the business. And having read that and being a very smart person, he would have known kind of precisely what to say to get me drawn in. So I think by waiting so long before we met in person, he'd already gotten me hooked in a way that was going to then make it possible for me to see him, and even though he doesn't look like I thought he did, I'll make excuses for it. Or it's a dangerous thing about when people, and I'm not saying I fell in love with him in this way. I feel like there's another explanation for what felt like love. But when people fall in love quickly, there's that danger that because that's what happens first, but the more you learn about them, you'll sort of rationalize away things that might be red flags or things that you don't like. So I think it's safer to fall in love when you get to know somebody, not in the context of dating them, like Jim and Pam on The Office. Did you watch The Office?
Yeah, of course I watched The Office. British Office is better, strong words, but yes.
Yeah.
But yes. So, well, yeah, fine, true.
It might be
but I also
romantic.
Yeah, I like the romantic. You can both, but yeah, it's fine. But just I think the better lesson is yes, that's one thing to say, but the other is like when you see the red flags, notice them. Be a little better about noticing them,
But what if
even
like,
amidst the passion.
what if like a brilliant woman kind of threw herself in your path, right? She having, because talking on a podcast is a little bit like having a blog where you overshare because people learn everything about you, what you like, what you don't like, what your wants and dreams, and so some woman like could pretend to like throw herself in your path seemingly accidentally, and then you meet, and
She
then,
has a Russian accent,
no,
and
and then
probably works for FSB.
no, but whatever,
But
she is who she is, and then she sort of slides into the conversation like a quote from The Idiot, right?
Yeah.
And you're like,
Happens.
boom.
Yep.
Right. And then, but she's not who she. That's all pretend. And so you very quickly could fall in love with her, and she's gonna turn out to like enjoy the game of destroying your life.
That or it's the love of my life.
It could be, but
and-
not if she did all those things intentionally.
But see, you don't really know. But you have to then pay attention to that's the dark aspect here. You mentioned blog. Like I love when people have like stuff about themselves online because you get to really learn. I mean, I'm a fan of podcasts. I'm a fan of people. I love learning about them, the personal stuff and so on. Hopefully for good reasons. So the people you connect with, the good ones are the ones that are going to be very sort of empathetic. And the bad ones are the ones that are going to be fake empathetic. Like they're going to learn everything about you and use you to manipulate you, as opposed to learn everything about you to fall deeper in love with you as a friend or as a romantic partner.
Or like genuine curiosity.
Yeah, genuine curiosity. Like there's something you're drawn. Like imagine your dog Leon had a blog after. Oh yeah, he does now. Yeah, that's
He
true.
kind of does.
Yeah, when you met him, right? Then you'd be like, what is this? What is there that's pulling me towards this creature, this entity? Like, what is there? And it'd be fascinating to learn more. And
Right.
you fall in love with the details, not just with some kind of ethereal thing. Yeah, you don't know. You have to pay attention to the red flags. You have to.
Yeah, I think one of them actually is somebody who doesn't have that kind of. I mean, plenty of people are private and they don't put stuff out about themselves online for all kinds of very valid reasons. But somebody who does share a lot about themselves personally is maybe there's examples, but it's probably not a sociopath if they're sharing all kinds of.
Sure. But I mean, on the other side, when you meet people, yeah, I still like the falling in love. Because the red flags, whether you see them earlier or later, it doesn't matter. I'd rather see the red flags right away. I go in hard, intensely, like, to clarify, go in hard. I mean, like, no small talk. Just get to know a person. Get to know quickly. Get to know the person. Challenge.
Travel with them.
Travel with them is a really powerful one. Road trip from hell or not. Go on a road trip and find out if it's a road trip from hell. Yeah.
But you might. So there was somebody I was in
This is also a male perspective.
destructive relationship with where we had already fallen in love and then went for the first trip.
Yeah.
In a situation where we were like had to borrow. I guess he was still sharing his car with his ex-wife, so we had to go to the garage to pick up the car to go on this little trip. And
So you're literally baggage.
yeah,
That's wow.
so
Uh-huh.
but something happened where the garage attendant was like wanted more identification, and it was a pain in the ass. And anyway, this guy was so unbelievably rude to the garage attendant, like just nasty. And I was completely shocked and disturbed. And we got in the car for this long car ride. And I was like not saying anything and really shocked. And then he noticed that and was very concerned. And I explained, like I would never treat somebody that way. And then he pretended to get incredibly upset and to feel horrible and remorseful about it. And it was like all we talked about for the next few hours. And then I kind of thought like, well, okay, you know, I can get over that. And then the relationship continued, and it was a dark and destructive one. Whereas, you know, had I seen him behave that way before we were in a relationship, I would have known to back away.
Okay.
And
But the lesson, you can still walk away. You can still walk away.
But-
and
no, you can't. Well, I could have walked away at any point with, I call him Mr. Fox because that sort of depersonalizes him. But I could have walked away from him at any point in time. But that's kind of the whole point of what they do, and the whole reason why people don't understand it. I mean, it's like being in a cult of one. So the people who've been in cults and gotten out, we understand each other very well, because the same psychology was used, the same psychological tactics were used on us, and then we experience the same thing on the other side of it, which is it's hard for us to understand, and it's hard for other people to understand, and everybody's saying that would never happen to me, or they're saying, I don't get it because you're smart, how could you let that happen, why didn't you leave, why didn't you walk away? And on the other side of it, we don't have the answers, or it takes a really long time of self-reflection and reading and investigation to try and figure out how it is that it happened and why didn't we walk away.
No, it's definitely hard at every level, and I just think that even for more subtle, for sort of not outrageously toxic relationships, but like normal toxic, not normal, like a little bit toxic
But
relationships.
there are some people that kind of thrive on conflict.
Yeah, but you could still just be self-aware. Like I think you've talked about, give yourself time to think about the red flags, and like I pride myself on being able to walk away. You have to think, like, is this the kind of thing I can live with in friendship and business partners, and because the little things that bother you turn out to be big things down the line. So
Yeah, so it could be less romantic, but I feel like getting to know somebody slowly over time is,
yeah, it's the smarter thing.
it's safer.
Fuck it though. But that's again my Russian / Ukrainian male perspective. Anyway, so meeting Mr. Fox, Anthony,
That's a chapter title in my book, Meeting Mr. Fox.
meeting Mr. Fox. So you're working on a book about this.
I'm almost done. It's taken a really long time.
Can you define almost done? Because I've said that it's when people say like they're leaving, like I'm almost in the car,
Right.
and they actually
not really.
they're not really, they haven't even started showering yet or something. So
Yeah. I think I probably need some like therapist to work with me on this.
are you usually late to things?
No. I'm usually, I sent you a text message because I was early when I got here.
Yeah.
And I said that I'm because of, I think I said my crippling fear of being late. I'm like always early.
So I'm loitering outside like a weirdo, but glad to come in if it's not too early. The crippling fear of being late makes me chronically early, and today is no exception. Yeah, it's
So
interesting.
I got here before I rang the bell.
Yeah,
I was outside for a little while, like just killing time, going, I'm way too early. But it's really hot out.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, because I always err. Like I was very early to the airport, and then I had all this time to kill. But that's fine with me because that's actually time I appreciate because I can write things, or I worked on my book draft on the airplane, mostly editing, which it needs a lot because it's really long. It's in word count.
So all the things are already completed, and you're just editing down.
No,
it's
I
just
wish. It's in 5 parts, and I've written 1 through 4, and part 5 is like the chapters are all there, but some of them are messy. Some of them are just like a few paragraphs. Some of them are just notes.
Since 2017.
Some of them are done. So I am kind of almost, it's like 5 parts and part 5 is not quite finished.
What have you?
But I've been editing along the way. So
this is gonna come out in 2023. I think you mentioned. So it won't come out for a bit, or we'll figure it out. What have you learned about yourself from putting some of these things down on paper? What's like the darkest thing you realize about yourself from writing?
darkest. Well, one of the things that was fascinating is reading through all of the correspondence between him and me that I was able to find, because he deleted all our emails, but he didn't. I think he thought he deleted all of our G chats, but he didn't.
Oh, so he had access to your email.
Yes.
He deleted it on that side too.
And he had access to my email most of the time. And then at the end was also emailing people as me, which was incredibly mortifying to come home and then get back into my old email and find that. And I think he was also texting people as me, and those I'll never know unless somebody brings it to my attention. Because after a certain date in 2015, he had my phone, and he had exclusive access to my phone and email. So I wasn't looking at it until I got out, until after we were arrested. And I was out on bail at my sister's, and it took me a long time to get back into my Gmail because I had to verify who I am, and I never got my phone back, so I don't know what he texted to other people as me after that time. But anyway, I was able to recover a lot of our G chats, which we used that. I don't know why people don't use it anymore, but it used to be a thing.
Yeah.
So it was like if you work with people and you use Gmail, it's a really easy way to just message back and forth.
It's a chat client within Google, but I think Google shut it down already or not.
I think it's still there.
Okay.
I
And
don't-
nobody. I used to talk to people on there, and nobody talks to me anymore. So I'd rather. Thank you. I don't. Yeah, people don't love Google social products for some reason. The social network they tried several times, Google Plus, it just dies out. Something about it. It's like when Microsoft tries to do stuff, it just doesn't feel right. Anyway, it is very lonely in that Google chat window. It makes total sense though. Anyway, so that was still there. So you're reading through them.
So finding, being able to go back and read, and then I kept finding like more layers of stuff, and including a journal that I didn't find the DA, the prosecutor, found.
Written by
Me, my journal that I thought he'd thrown away. I didn't know it existed. So somehow he still had it, and they found my journal, which was for the year 2014, in the very beginning of 2015.
This is after you got. This is in the middle of it.
It was in the middle of it, yeah. So reading that was fascinating.
What's some interesting things there? What was it? Was your mind completely detached?
It was weird because no,
Were you concerned? Were you in love? Were you afraid?
I was not in love. I was afraid. I definitely write repeatedly in there that I'm afraid of him. I also write repeatedly things like, I don't know what's going on, like, please let this be over, please let this be over, please let this be over. And then in a sort of, if I try to remove myself and look at it as if I was a different person, it's sort of heartbreaking because I was trying so hard to be positive, and that didn't work out. I was trying to be positive. So, but when it turned up later in the process, and my lawyer at the time called or something and said, the DA has or the prosecutor, that they have your journal. I haven't read it yet, but as soon as I get a PDF copy, I'll send it to you. So that was sort of weird to think that everybody's reading my journal, which, you don't write it thinking people are going to read, unless you're like a historical person, and then later on you think people are going to print from it. But nobody's writing a journal.
I can just imagine like a 14-year-old thinking they're going to be a historical person, right?
Right. Well, no, I mean presidents who keep journals, and then they're later on.
Sure. Yeah.
So you write it, you don't think anybody's going to read it, and so that was a weird feeling. And then also just not knowing, not remembering what I wrote. So I think it was the next day she sent me a PDF copy of it, and I read it really quickly because I could read my own. It was a PDF, so it was like Xeroxes of the pages. So it was in my own handwriting, which I could read really fast because even though it's messy, I wrote it so I could read it really fast. And I read the whole thing and was crying because I thought, okay, finally, like, surely nobody could think that I intended to commit crimes. And so I thought that journal was just going to fully exonerate me, and they would, like, you know, if not drop the charges, like, it would just be like, okay, well, you know, some bad things happened, you're responsible, you know, here's probation. But it didn't seem to make any difference, which was strange. But anyway, so the journal, and then also finding all of the correspondence between, not all of the correspondence between him and me, but the GChat correspondence between him and me. To me, so, you know, all of that in its entirety, like, I wish that everything could have been kind of put out there as evidence. Like, the more they turned up, the better for me, because I wanted them to see everything. And there are just so many examples in the correspondence between him and me where he's, you know, threatening me and, you know, lying to me and telling me that if I don't do what he says, my whole life will be destroyed and I'll lose everything I ever cared about. All kinds of things like that. But what I still don't quite understand, and what one of my lawyers said why all of that wasn't as useful as I thought it might be, is because so much of that correspondence, I'm like sarcastically, angrily, I'm yelling at him, I'm mad at him, I'm like, fuck you, I'm making fun of him, I call him names. I'll say to him, like, you're lying, why should I believe you? You told me you'd pay me back before, but you didn't. So it seems like it doesn't make sense. Like, how is it that if I say to him, you're lying, you're a liar, that I still, but so then what would happen is I'm reading that correspondence, and then it stops for a while, maybe because I was with him in person.
Yeah.
And then I'll look at, like, my timeline of things, and I'll see, like, oh, I sent him a wire for $80,000. Like,
Yeah, how do you explain your ability to still joke around and also to be like mean to him in a joking way?
Mhm.
Like, you know, couples can do that. I guess, like, I mean, there's like cruel ways of doing it, and then there's like humorous ways, just like you're talking shit, whatever. You were able to do that still, and yet you were sending over the money and are afraid. Like, how can you be those two things? Like, as opposed to completely shutting down.
well, I don't know. I mean, these are all interesting questions that I have as well. Like, how is it that I was functional?
Yeah.
And yet also doing these things. And so the year that we were gone is like a different level because I no longer was running the business. But the thing about dissociation is that you're functioning, but, like, your feelings and your thinking are detached in some way, so that, like, you're functioning and people wouldn't look at you and go, oh, that person's dissociating, because you're functioning, you seem normal, but somehow in your head you're like disconnecting your feelings and your thinking. So
you still be able to be like the game of social interaction, like being witty and so on, all that kind of stuff. You're still.
for me, I think it's like a coping mechanism too, because if I went, I haven't been to a funeral in a long time, but if I went, I'd probably, like, find absurd thing, you know, or I'll tend to, like, either make jokes or want to make jokes at really inappropriate times, even in tragic times, because it's almost like a defense mechanism, I
Like
think.
you said, you told me you like dark humor. Yeah. I my next door neighbor is Michael Malice.
Mhm.
He's an anarchist.
I have one of his books,
The hero.
Dear Reader.
Dear Reader, yeah. And he embodies dark humor, trolling and dark humor, and is underneath it the sweetest human being. Because he's writing a book now, The White Pill, that's really focused on Stalin and the Holodomor. There's basically atrocities throughout the 20th century, and I think he needs the dark humor to release the valve.
I think there's something about incredibly good, but the most offensive comedians tend to have the kindest hearts. I think this is my theory, people like Ricky Gervais, who goes out and insults people and makes jokes that people find horribly offensive and crude, and yet, is a huge animal rights guy and appears to be an incredibly sweet and kind person and sensitive. And Howard Stern, people who are like incredibly crude, very often are, in my experience, to the extent that I've gotten either to know people personally, observe them, learn about them in other ways, but that almost like the more crude and offensive the comedian or the person, they tend to have the kindest. Like
I don't know if it's a universal rule, but yeah, I see what you mean. And
Well,
you lost me with Howard Stern. He seems like not a good person
Oh no, he's such a good person.
underneath it.
Oh yeah, such a good person.
He's just said so much. So I'm friends with Rogan. He said so many ignorant things about Rogan, but I suppose that's.
So I haven't listened to Howard Stern in a long time, and I also think that people who say bad things about Rogan don't listen to his podcast.
Right.
Because if I've listened to his podcast, and like people think that, I think people would assume that I don't like him because, or the whole like vegan thing, and he's all about meat, and they would think that I would think, no. I mean, because I've listened to enough of his podcast, I've heard the one where he talked about why he hunts, and whereas if I only knew him via his Instagram, I might think he's an asshole. But having listened to all of his, not all, I don't listen to all of them. There's a ton of them. But having listened to a lot of his podcasts, enough to know that, he's an extremely kind person with all the best intentions. And I think that a lot of that judgment comes from people who are just seeing little clips.
Yeah,
Because it's probably easy to take little clips from him that sound.
Yeah, the lesson there is just not make judgments on people without getting to know them, especially, and you have no excuse when the content is out there. Like, don't be lazy.
Yeah,
Like, listen.
I try. I'm very careful when, a lot of these cases, like the Depp Heard thing, or
Johnny Depp and
Elizabeth Holmes, and anything like controversial. And sometimes that makes me, can't think of an example, but very often, like when somebody criticizes something or something becomes controversial, that's what gets me to want to understand it better. So then I'll go like read the book that everybody's mad about.
Yeah, it's hard to know what's true though. So I try to have humility and always assume I don't really know the full story and keep pulling at the string, keep learning more and more. But even then, like, the more you learn, the more you realize things are complex. What do you think about, as a small tangent, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, trial's going on? It's a quick pause. It's going to resume next week.
So again, this is one of those situations where, I have very limited information because I'm also not sitting there watching the trial.
Yeah, have you watched any of it?
Little bits of it. And it's like I know that if I go there, then I'm going to want to watch it all.
Yeah, it's good.
I know.
Because it's raw human relationships at its most toxic, at its most deep also, because you could tell there's love. Probably still there's love, which is the interesting thing. They probably still love each other even though they hate each other. And like there's a lot of lying going on. It looks like it's Amber Heard lying to my foolish eyes. It seems like she's lying nonstop, but I want to know the full story, and we'll never get to know it. But you see this raw, like, post-mortem on a relationship, on a love affair that was clearly passionate. There was clearly something deep of a connection there, and that's the sad thing about love. It can destroy you as much as it can uplift you. So
It can be also used to destroy people.
Yeah, to manipulate and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Right. So people who feel that strongly are, I think, particularly vulnerable. It's hard to talk about because I've dipped into like a podcast or something where other people were discussing bad vegan in like a pop culture way, and they're analyzing it, and it's so annoying to listen to because I'm like, oh my god, that's totally wrong. That's totally wrong. Well, if they only knew this, nope, that's wrong. So listening to other people analyzing my situation or my psychology when they don't have all the information has been really frustrating.
There's
But
a difference.
There's
There's a difference because the world doesn't know much about you except the Netflix documentary.
right.
There's a lot more information about both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and the trial is revealing the real people. This was
Right.
so interesting.
But I haven't watched it all.
Okay, but
But I
there's
didn't
a
listen
difference
to
between
it.
a documentary and like a raw human being
Exactly, the real
sitting
trial.
there. You can see the body language. It's so interesting that I think you could tell the difference between the person who is full of shit and not.
No.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's another. I can't remember.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you, but on top of this, they're actors too, which is very annoying.
Right, exactly.
Because like I don't know if they're putting it. It sure as hell looks like Amber Heard is putting on, like a soap opera act. Soap opera meaning like really bad acting of and lies. But
I would say all of these things are really hard. People would say about me, I don't look like a victim, and I don't mind you interrupting me because Andrew Huberman said that means you're interested in the conversation. He said it was a good thing, so you don't have to apologize.
I think
interrupting me. It keeps coming up, but I keep thinking of these.
That's one of the things that Andrew told me that I'm like, are you sure? Because it just doesn't seem like an asshole thing to do.
I guess it depends on the context. If we're in a business meeting and somebody, talks over you to kind of make their point heard, but if it's a one-on-one situation, then it's not.
I could argue
Anyway.
that forever.
But so a long time ago, there was an audio that was released of a taped argument between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And I don't remember why, like which one of them had taped it and if they knew it was being taped, but it was like an hour and a half. And I listened to it almost like you would listen to a podcast where I was doing other things. It was like cleaning my apartment, and I was fascinated listening to it.
To a fight.
So I was, and it's interesting too, because it was just the audio, so you're not looking at their body language, which can be completely misleading. And there was another podcast where they talked about how judges make worse decisions on whether or not somebody deserves, parole or to be released on bail when they see the person in person versus if they're just looking at the information on paper. So I think body language and those kinds of things can actually be misleading. Or we think that like by looking somebody in the eye, we'll know if they're lying or not. But the skilled liars are able to bypass that, because I'm jumping all over the place, but one of the things about sociopaths is they're not going to have the same tells. So like if I was lying, somebody would know because I'm like stressed out, mortified. I'm probably doing all the things that we do when we lie because it's stressful for me, whereas they don't have those things. So I think that, they could, for example, I think that they could pass a lie detector test. They also don't have like a startle response. So the activity in their brain, like if you and I watch something graphic and tragic on TV or watch something happen, like things would happen in our brains that don't happen in the brains of sociopaths. So they don't react to things in the same way that we do.
Again,
but that makes
you keep assuming I'm not a sociopath. I didn't say I'm not a sociopath. This assumption you keep making is very interesting. Then why did I murder all those people? Let's get back to the what were we talking about?
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So the audio that I heard made me, without knowing anything else, made me very inclined to be team Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Based on that audio.
Yeah. Well, that's how the people are feeling about this whole interaction. By the way, I do think it's a very healthy thing to do in a relationship is to record each other for months at a time. Every time you fight, that just seems like a very it's sarcasm. I don't understand how because they both recorded each other. It's just okay, I suppose you could look back at all human relations and be like, this was ridiculous. What was I doing? But when you're in it, you don't.
Right. I wondered that too. Like who made the recording and why, and did they both know about it, that it was being recorded?
Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. All I know is just the poetry of Johnny Depp's speaking and sort of movement about the whole thing. It's interesting. It makes you wonder what's real. Maybe this is whole. Maybe they're both in love and this is like a troll that they played on the world. I don't know. It makes me wonder what's real at all. because you have to remember they're actors too.
Yeah, I don't think he would have filed the lawsuit if.
No, I mean I'm joking. Yes.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
but no, I mean my point is,
Yes. Yeah.
if somebody was trying to make the argument that like he's the abuser and that he's lying, he's full of shit, it sort of doesn't make sense that he would have filed the lawsuit unless he's trying to have this all come out in the open because he believes he's in the right. You know, again, I have no idea.
I agree with you.
I'm just
I agree with you.
About,
As a fan of love and human nature, I appreciate the fact that they went through this. I know it's probably extremely painful, but it's fascinating to watch human relationships be presented in such a raw way. It made me realize how rare it is to get a glimpse like that.
yeah, and I think one of the reasons I like that book, Confessions of a Sociopath, also is it's female who's writing it, and I think statistically men are more likely to be sociopaths. Maybe not. I mean, these are all things where a lot of times there exist statistics that would be inherently hard to get. So who knows? But I think that people tend to think of sociopaths more as men, and then which probably gives female sociopaths the advantage in that people are less likely to, like the Elizabeth Holmes, like people who are really manipulative and really good at it. And part of how they're able to succeed is that people don't understand their motives, or people will assume that people behave rationally, even if rationally means it's like Anthony Strange's. It would have made more sense if he had gotten all this money out of me and, put it in an overseas account and then ditched me and got on a plane to Mexico. Like everybody would understand that more. Whereas, the way things happened and he dragged me around the country and like, what were we doing in Tennessee? And then nothing really makes any sense. But, and also all of the things that he did to me and had me do, it was as if all of those things together only make sense if his primary goal was to maximally destroy me and also make it like have me burn all my bridges and make it so I'll never recover. And when you read a book like that, you understand that that's what he wanted. Like that's his life.
So can you
it's like
explain
a
that
game.
further? Like what do you think?
It's about power and it's a game.
Do you think he understood the long-term goals he has, or was it the short-term game of it that he enjoyed, the ability to destroy you?
Well, yeah, it was the short-term game of it.
To control another human?
Yeah. And also I think for him, like, their motivations are just different. So, he spent a year incarcerated because he never got out on bail. But then he got out.
He's out of prison now.
He got out before I went in to serve my time, which was particularly, like psychologically, I had to try really hard not to be infuriated. And, but anyway, so I think for him, the consequence of spending time in jail is still like an inconvenience. It's like life is a game. And so he wouldn't feel, if you're not capable of being emotionally hurt, then you have immense power because you can go around and do things and people can't hurt you. It's like a superpower.
And he did this, for people who are not familiar, I guess he did this for other women.
Yes.
I think it was in the documentary that his, I guess, ex-wife from somewhere else.
Florida.
Florida.
Florida. Sorry.
Strong words.
Well, it's just like when there's the weirdest story about, people eating Tide Pods and then doing crazy. It's always in Florida. So I feel like whenever crazy. So to me, it makes sense that he would have spent time in Florida before, and that's where
Crazy in a good way.
and I mean that on an insult on him. I also she's an amazing person.
Yes.
So it's him that I'm making the Florida is weird.
Yes, he manipulated her as well, lied to her.
Mhm.
Well, jumping around, but one of the things he said that was disturbingly misleading is the ending of the documentary, and the ending as a phone call, I think,
Yeah.
of you and Anthony talking. So, what high level, yeah? How many times have you talked with Anthony since you got out of prison, and what did you talk about, and why is that quote misleading? That segment of audio misleading.
My issue with it also was that it was deliberately misleading, which was what was particularly infuriating about it. And then also it was like there were one major thing that was incorrect that I think helped allow people to make an incorrect conclusion at the end was in the film it talks about, I say something about how my accountant made a joke about if I married him, he could easily transfer me money without tax consequences. And then the film has me saying something like, and then within 24 hours we were married. But that's like audio from here and audio from here spliced together.
So they made it seem like there's
like I married him because it was like he could give me money, and that wasn't the case.
So you're part mastermind of some kind of scheme that involved money transfer, and you got married and that kind of
right. Or if nothing else, I was trying to get money. That's why I married him. So, which is absurd because again, New York is full of legitimate people with loads of money. If I really wanted to marry somebody for money in New York, it wouldn't be that hard to do. But anyway, it was just a deliberate making it seem like my intention was, to marry him for his fictitious money.
Okay, so that's one.
And either way,
let's go to that ending thing because we're on that sort of topic. Because when you got out of prison, what the film implies is that there's a small aspect of your mind that still wants to continue a relationship with Anthony.
Yeah, that's not the case.
And not just that, but there's still flirtation and that kind of Bonnie and Clyde. Like, we got the world, like, at our fingertips. We're playing. So, I mean, one of the exciting things about being, like, a couple that's fucking with the world, that's getting away with something, is that there's all these powerful forces that want to catch you in a crime and you keep getting away with it. That's exciting.
In some romantic world, it could be, although
not in this case.
Right. And also, I always have to keep reminding people, like, get away with what? Because I lost everything, and all these people lost other, people I cared about lost a lot. My mother lost a lot, but I lost everything too.
Yeah, your restaurant,
and all
your
my
dreams.
Yeah, my reputation, my stuff, my home. Ending up with millions of dollars of debt. Like, it's not even like I lost it all and then it's a clean slate. It's like I lost it all and now I have this like giant boulder of, or like this wobbly, unclear how to, like, yeah. So when people say,
well, Sisyphus kind of thing,
away with something, I'm always like, got away with what?
I know.
Like, destroying my life and ending up in debt? Because it's not even like, you can't even sort of point to like, as if I was trying to do something and then oops, that happened. It's like, there's nothing that logically makes sense if somebody was trying to decipher my, whatever motives I might have had.
Yeah, you didn't walk away from the explosion. You were inside the explosion. Okay. But that said, the movie implied, and so, I mean, it's interesting to ask, not just in clarifying the movie, but just as a human being, you're out of prison, he's out of prison. There was that toxic connection, but it was there. And there's a depth to it. So toxic connections can be pretty deep. So what was the conversation like, and how often did you talk to them?
Well, we don't speak anymore. And that call at the end was
not even on GChat?
recorded. was recorded on, like, I recorded the call and gave it to them, you know? So I was like deliberately recording him. It's not like I was caught on a hot mic. Like, I made that call.
It's part of the
I
documentary.
recorded him intentionally. I was trying to get him to repeat some of like the kookier things he would say about like his meat suit, or some of the weird like the things about something not being real, the more like fantastical things. I was trying to get him to repeat those things. And it was probably like a 40-minute call, which I mean, it's actually on my phone. I still have it. I haven't gone back to listen to it, but
You ever think of publishing that whole thing?
oh yeah. Oh, I think about publishing everything. My entire journal, all
You should
like,
publish that call unedited. Just publish it. That'd
Yeah.
be fun.
no, that I want to publish like a lot of stuff. He took all these videos of me also that they used a couple of clips of, and I would, yeah, I mean, I would, they're also on my phone. I would publish them all. I would publish everything. In particular, because
Should release that with your book. Good.
yeah,
Good
I
luck.
probably, I mean, I planned to do that eventually. If all of that material would be really useful to psychologists or people studying it. So to the extent that it would help other people understand what happened, which I
Well,
think would
he's
be
still out there.
meaningful. Yeah, he's still out there doing weird shit with his clean slate. I get a little annoyed about that. He's got the clean slate.
Well, he didn't have a restaurant. He didn't have a persona. Does he have any public persona or no? Or we don't know.
He got booted off of Twitter.
He had
Maybe
a
Elon will
tweet.
put him back on.
Is that a passive aggressive statement?
No, not at all. I find that whole conversation really, really interesting.
Whether to put somebody like Anthony back on Twitter.
Well, no,
Sure.
I think, because I used to always think like if only everybody had to identify as themselves on Twitter, and you could have like a parody account.
Yeah.
Or like Leon has an account, but it's very clear that it's me behind it. Or sometimes there's like, you know, Devin Nunez
Wait,
Cow.
really?
Like, so people have parody accounts, but if we could identify who it is,
Mhm.
then a lot of,
Why did he get booted off of Twitter?
I don't know. But I used to, so in the last few years, I would periodically, probably like once a month, maybe more, I would like look at his Twitter just to kind of see like, well, where is he? And, you know, like just to see like, what is he up to? And I figured out, I could tell from the photographs that he'd moved to California. And I think he might have told me one of the last times I spoke to him that he was going to move to California. But, and then I also screen grabbed a lot of stuff that he put on Twitter. And he put these creepy videos of himself on Twitter at the beginning of COVID. I screen grabbed those.
Just
And then one day I went and like he was, you know, account was suspended. And then I kept going back and it's like been suspended ever since. So he might have started a new account and I don't know what it is. Probably
he's probably in California. So.
he is in California. That's been verified. Somebody who was going to have to interact with him in an official capacity was going to go meet him. And I said, and was nervous about it. And I said, he's going to be really likable. Like, you're going to like him. He's probably going to like figure out what you're interested in, talk sports, talk whatever it is that he figures out quickly that you're interested in. He's going to be really nice. He's going to seem like a nice guy. And that person later got back to me and was like, you're exactly right.
So yeah, that's the sociopath thing, right? You
Yeah.
have to be extremely careful. But inside a relationship, that's even more dangerous. Like,
So I think that part of the reason I spoke to him was entirely self-serving and strategic after the fact.
Or
Well, even before I knew there was ever going to be a documentary, I spoke to him, and I knew how dangerous it was because I knew that in a situation like this, you're supposed to have no contact, which makes sense, and I understand why. Which makes it extra tragic when people have kids with a sociopath, or in a narcissistic, abusive relationship. If you have kids, then you're tethered, which is tragic. But
why are you supposed to avoid conversations? Because you can get pulled right
you
back
still
in.
have no contact. Yeah, because they'll continue abuse, or you'll be vulnerable to them being able to pull you back in. So I knew that to be the case.
But why was it self-serving? Why did you talk to him anyway?
Because he was getting out. He was going to be out free out in the open while I was going to be locked up at Rikers for 3.5 months. And the one thing that, if his motivation was to destroy me, then what else could he do to really hammer that last nail in the coffin? That would be Leon. And so he would have known that Leon would be staying with my mother. He knows where he spent a lot of time at her house. He knows where she lives. It would be super easy for him to just drive up there, wait for her to let him out. And then, because out in the country, he can be off leash. And all he'd have to do is kind of whistle, call him over, and he could take him away and do whatever. So I was completely gripped with that fear.
So not fear for yourself, but fear for Leon.
Well, I was going to be at least safe from him, but I was going to be locked away. So.
Oh yeah, Rikers, yeah,
Right.
Sure.
So.
I got it.
I would be powerless to do anything, and he would have free reign to go destroy me further by, taking or hurting Leon. And then when he got out, I still, I had unfollowed him from my own account, but Leon had never unfollowed him. So I was looking at, I was looking at his account.
Can I just say, because Joe has his dog, he has an account for his dog too. I just love when people do that. It's so great. Because I actually pretend, in my mind, for some reason, I do think Leon has an account. You forget that there's a human behind it. You're like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I know.
I love it when people do that. Anyway, continue. So Leon didn't unfollow him, and what?
So I was able to go back and look at his Twitter, and he somehow he quickly got a phone, but he very quickly started tweeting right after he got out, and I was kind of fascinated because I didn't know what to expect or what he was going to be saying, and then he started saying things that I could tell were directed at me, little things that only I would know, random things, things that were the equivalent of an inside joke that you have. So he was posting things like that, and there's so many things going on at once. So another thing that would have, in a twisted but I think understandable way, in sort of a sick way that I was fully aware of, is that here I am having gone through this completely messed up thing that now I'm in trouble for, everybody's looking at and nobody understands, right? And so there was this unfortunate situation of the only person who understands what I went through is the person who put me through it, right? So
were you also just a little bit seeking closure of some kind?
Probably a lot, but also with the awareness that I probably wasn't going to get it, and I know for a fact I would never get it in the same way which is why I was able to later on, in the context of recording those calls, I was able to talk to him in this detached way, because I know he doesn't give a shit that, he doesn't give any shits about what he did to my mother or me or anybody or anything, just doesn't care. So he's certainly not going to care if he's never going to say, I'm sorry, or I did a bad thing, or he's not going to be affected. If I yelled and screamed at him, that would just be frustrating for me, and he would actually probably be gratified by that. So
that gave you, that empowered you in being cold and sort of
yes, and I had
distant.
A prior experience where I had to do the same thing, where if you're able to be very cold and not allow somebody to push your buttons, then you're taking away their power, and then that feels empowering, or feels like we're claiming a little bit of your power. So in my talking to him, I always had a reason, there was always, I didn't want him to hurt Leon, or I wanted information, or I wanted to know where he was. I'd rather let him think that, maybe he could still manipulate me one day or whatever. It was safer to keep that there than to not know where he was, and if I was going to like be walking Leon and turn the corner and he's standing there, and like if there's a crazy murderer out on the loose, you'd rather know where they are than have no idea. So there are a lot of different reasons.
Why does it upset you? Why was it wrong to have that audio clip at the end of the documentary? Like, what did
Well, because it implied all kinds of things that were completely not true, and it also just didn't make sense, and it confused people. And so
for people who haven't watched it, spoiler alert, is they play the clip of sorry, I don't even remember what was said, but it was kind of
that last what we spoke about.
yeah. What was the
I know. I only watched, like, I still have watched it. I only watched the film once.
Yeah.
While, people were looking at me for my reaction, and I was crying, and it was really weird and strange and surreal. And I haven't gone back to watch it again. I feel like I'm just going to get more annoyed, but I will eventually. And when the ending happened, I immediately blurted out, like, I hate that ending. But I sort of assumed a lot of people saw it for what it was. They saw that it was like the director doing a weird thing, and that it was kind of just weird and off, and like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it seemed
but
out
they
of the
didn't.
blue. But so it
draw
was basically you
conclusions from it.
joking around, like flirting almost.
It made it seem like as if we're still friendly.
Yeah.
Um,
And there's more to come. It's almost like there's going to be a Bad Vegan 2.
right. Or
That's-
yeah, and then also, I mean, it made it seem like, if I was laughing with him, that I don't take anything seriously. That I don't take what happened seriously, or
Yeah.
That it's like
don't
all-
feel any remorse. which is
Exactly.
Yeah. And after that, he goes to the credits with Wild World, which is a great song.
yes.
Little Baby, The Wild World.
I never got to hear that because the version I watched didn't have the end credits, but I knew that they used that song at the end, and paid a lot for it.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, well, you got this song. Did you ever say what was the darkest thing about yourself that you discovered from the book?
Oh,
We took
we
a tangent up on a
right.
tangent.
We started talking about about the G chats, and I think it was. I guess it was trying to understand how I was able to be sarcastic and make jokes at his expense while all that stuff was going on.
So what is that? Have you figured out what that means about you?
No, it just was interesting to look at, and also I think I have a tendency sometimes to be sort of like jokingly hyperbolic or sarcastic, and it's gotten me into trouble. One time I got locked up in the Harlem psych ward for a day because of my hyperbole and sarcasm, and like
After
this
that,
sort of
do you want to the story of
lost
that?
in translation errors.
That's a heck of a lost in translation error.
Yeah.
Did you say something funny to a therapist?
It was I mean, I was sort of making jokes about how bad I was feeling, but in a hyperbolic way. And so then suddenly somebody told somebody, and then the lost in translation, and then they were worried that I might kill myself, and then did a wellness check, and then tried to call me, and I was in the shower, so I didn't answer the phone. So then somebody called the police to do a wellness check on me.
Things just escalated.
And then not knowing that if I had handled it if I had immediately, if I'd sort of understood what was going on and handled it the right way immediately, I probably could have gotten out of it. But they err on the side of taking you to the hospital no matter
That
what.
makes a lot of sense.
And I didn't know that. And it also,
So you really leaned into the joke by going to the hospital.
I didn't. It's sort of one of those situations that was both comical and tragic and would actually make a really good, it's weird how I do this sometimes. Like it would make a really good scene in a filmed version.
Who would play you in the film?
I don't know. There's a thing being made that's not
Sharon
very
Stone?
interesting because
Who would play?
because
Have you cast the scene yet?
no, but there's a thing being made that I have nothing to do with, which is frustrating and weird.
A film about you?
About like somebody's making a fictionalized drama, and it's frustrating because for all kinds of obvious reasons, it's like annoying and
It can go any way.
it could go
You
anyway.
could be like the bad guy.
Inevitably, they'll get a bajillion things wrong, and there are also a bunch of people like profiting off of it, and like, thanks guys, So it's infuriating for all kinds of reasons.
Do you know who's playing? Who are the actors?
No, I don't even like. I just don't like. I'll inevitably know, but I don't really want to know. The whole thing is just annoying. And also, people ask me this all the time, and I always thought, because of the way everything that happened was such a kind of a slow build, and there was so much nuance, and it's kind of really hard to understand that it could only really be done well in like a Breaking Bad type of series, like a long series, where like you would be taken through these kind of gut-wrenching, icky, slow build things, and then that would make it all make sense. Like that, if it was done that way, it could be done accurately. But the reason why I think, so I made these stupid jokes, and then somebody did a wellness check, and or
Have you ever,
asked the police to do a wellness. But when they knocked on my door and came in, it was like a repeat of getting arrested. So I sort of weirdly flashed back to that, and then burst into tears, which isn't the appropriate response if you're trying to diffuse if you're trying to discourage the people coming to do the wellness check from taking you to the hospital. Starting to cry is not the right reaction.
well, the thing is, I mean, it's funny, but it could be also through the joke. The best jokes are grounded in
Pain.
truth and pain. In this case, pain.
Yeah,
Right. So there,
and
it's,
truth.
have you ever, if I may ask, considered suicide?
Yes.
When?
Well, I'm kind of a wimp, so I'm afraid of all of the gruesome ways. But one of the things I remember doing is sort of hoarding medications, which I had when around the time and before he took me away, because I wanted the safety of an out. And
But around that time, so that's the road trip, right before the road trip from hell, you were
around that time, yeah.
hoarding medication and
Like if I could get my hands on any sort of weird medication, I would kind of hold on to it. And
to all the chaos.
but I think I knew that it would be hard to do it that way. So
But you were
I definitely
thinking-
thought about it, but I never.
In that really tough time, you're thinking about taking your own life. What gave you hope? What gave you sort of, because the business, the restaurant that you give so much of yourself to is lost. You're lying to everybody. You're in the hole financially. You're being psychologically trapped, manipulated.
Go kill myself now.
Well, you're still there. Please don't.
See, I made a joke about it. Like that's
There you go. But it's always there. It's the Albert Camus, says you basically always have to be aggressively looking for a reason to live. Otherwise,
what's the point?
yeah. Otherwise, it's easy to go the other way. Because why live is a very good question. But anyways, it's by way of hope, by way, it's a dark time. It's a dark time. If you could sort of look back, what gave you just strength through this?
I think that it just, just having like a sort of relentless optimism, And I think too that sometimes people assume that suicide is the result of circumstances, which maybe in some cases it is. But I think one of the things that that book explains well is that very often it doesn't have anything to do with circumstances. It's just the pain,
Which book?
the darkness visible. Because people like to so when somebody commits suicide, people will very often criticize them like it was a selfish act if they have a family, which most people do, but especially if they have kids. And I think that, everybody's quick to sort of call the person who killed themselves selfish. And I think that the type of pain that one is experiencing that leads to that is something that most people, and people don't understand, but it's not a selfish thing. It's just like quite literally becomes intolerable from what I understand.
And it can hit you. It could be slow, it could be fast.
Yes.
That pain.
Yes. So I think because for me it was more just my circumstances were so crappy, but also I had an awareness that, even in Rikers, I knew how wildly lucky I was to have, family, a support system, opportunities, and like I'll always be okay one way or another. So I felt lucky that I had that, but also I want, the shame of everything that happened, and will I ever be able to crawl out from under it and rebuild something? I don't know. So there were certainly times where, especially when I would learn something new, like reading the emails between Mr. Fox and my mother, I just wanted I wanted like a meteor to hit my particular spot on the earth right then and there, just because it was.
So he was manipulating your mom too, because your
Yeah.
mom loved you and was willing to give money.
Yeah, and it was really grotesque, and I feel like it's my fault.
What's your mom say about this whole situation now, looking back?
We don't talk about it as much as one would think that we would, because I feel sickening, because I feel like it's my fault, and I think she also feels sick over it, and so we don't talk about it as much as one might think. But sometimes I've had to ask questions in the process of writing the book, and then there are other things where like I could ask the questions, but I just don't want to because I don't want to put her through that, or it's not really necessary to ask the questions, but there are things that I'm sort of curious about. But
When you went on that road trip from hell, what was that like? Where'd you guys go first? Vegas? So you drove New York, where?
it was a series of stops at like hotel motel type places.
I did a similar road trip, but from Boston. Like I drove across the United States with no destination.
I had always wanted to do that, and now again I feel like it's one of those things that's sort of like ruined for me because a lot of
Oh, you can always reclaim it.
yeah, I could, but now, yeah, I did think about like how one day if I did some sort of a book tour or something, that I imagine this
But
Leon and I in a car.
it has to be different than man. Book tours, if you're not careful, can suck the soul out of a human being. I think you have to do like a Hunter S. Thompson style book tour where you miss a bunch of the dates because you got too drunk the night before. But anyway,
Or what I worry about is that I just would be feeling terrible in some way and not be up for it.
up for the trip or up for the speaking? Because
For like a certain type of appearance. I think I'm always afraid of that in committing to things, like if it involved going to a big public event.
yeah, I think you have to be very careful. Like podcast is an interesting one. I'm always surprised that people just jump on podcasts they haven't really listened to and just do a lot of podcasts, a kind of book tour. And first of all, financially, it doesn't make any sense. Like, especially going on a small podcast, like, what's the benefit? Like, really, you want to go on just a couple of big podcasts that you're actually a fan of. Like, it's
Right.
really, really, really important. People don't, like, they don't understand the power. I mean, maybe you just don't understand podcasting, but me as a fan of podcasts, is like the biggest thing I love listening to is when a guest is a fan, they understand the culture, the style, the sound, the feel of the podcast. They understand the other person. They feel the pain, the hopes of the other person, the weird quirks of the other person. It makes for much better listening. And ultimately, the appearance itself is not just enough to sell the book. You're selling yourself as a human being, and that requires having chemistry and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, I agree.
And podcast appearances are exhausting. Like, you're giving a lot of yourself. It's intimate. It's deep. Like, I don't know. Anyway, road trip. You don't remember the motels and the hotels along the way?
Well, there are a lot of things where like I'll remember things that happened, but I don't remember where it was.
You just drove without a destination. Really?
I assume he must have known ahead of time, but he made it seem like oh, funny we ended up in Vegas. Funny how that happened. But now when I see all the places that we stopped, they were all places with where there were casinos. So there's a lot more casinos around the country than I knew, and they're so.
He had a gambling addiction.
Yes, but I think that it's not a. So I think that regular people have gambling addictions, and it's a horrible, tragic thing and can destroy their lives. And I know people who have, regular people can have a gambling addiction, which is explained in the way that addictions are explained. For him, I don't think it was so much an addiction as like a thrill seeking, because he could win money, lose money, and he didn't really care. Whereas somebody who has an actual addiction, and then all normal people with normal human emotions, would either be elated and relieved or devastated to lose a lot of money. And for him, he didn't really care. It was more, again, I think it was more just like a game.
Like, what was going through your mind here? Like, would you be on the run? Did you feel like you were on the run?
No.
Did you know you were on the run?
No. So I didn't know that. The other thing is the restaurant was operating, and he took me away, and then people weren't paid, and it all sort of fell apart.
And you weren't checking your texts or any of that.
No. And then he had my phone and my email. I did later on I got a brand new phone with an empty phone with no existing numbers in it or whatnot, and so that he and I could communicate when I went to the grocery store or something like that.
What was the what was the reason he had the phone? Like, what was the narrative story that he was taking over your phone? Was it? I mean, like, how did you allow that to happen? Or maybe a better way to ask is, how did he make that happen?
Well, I was conditioned to it before, because before he was always checking my phone, which was wildly infuriating, and I feel like
You fixed it by giving him the phone.
well, the conditions were different later on, but in some sense I didn't want my phone, because everything, I was in a state of shock, and it was just like, take it, it's fine, I give up, I guess I'd given up, and so yeah, I'd given up, so there was no, I wasn't going to fight back on anything. Before, when he would take my phone and look through it, it was infuriating, and he sort of forced me to get used to it. And this is, again, something that people who've been in cults would understand, because it's they condition you to not react negatively to things that you would normally react negatively to. And if I was in a relationship, if somebody, I would never ever look in somebody's phone, and if somebody did that to me, I would be like, goodbye. So I'm pretty sensitive about that, and so it was very infuriating when he would take my phone and look at it, and it got to the point where not only did I feel like everything I, said or wrote or emailed digitally or whatnot would be read, but he got me to the point of feeling like I was being watched all the time in a non-explainable way.
Yeah, what were some of the, you didn't mention them, some of the documentary touched on some of them. What are some of the fantastical stories? So he mentioned that he might help make Leon immortal. What?
All of that was always really vague, intentionally. Like a lot of what he talked about was always very vague, but a lot of that stuff was very vague, and again, like,
But convincing.
slowly over time. And a lot of those things too are things that, conveniently you kind of can't disprove. So it's almost like, people believe in God, or religious people believe certain things. And so one could argue, why is it that much crazier for me to have been open to the idea that, maybe Leon, maybe we do live forever in some way, when
So
a lot of religious people have similar beliefs.
So one of the other thing is he was maybe you can correct me, but reincarnated or something like that, or like
He acted like he had lived many lifetimes and had all kinds of wisdom from having lived all these prior lifetimes and being aware of it.
So was that, and it was vague, but it was somehow believable, or is it just like part of the charm? Like what? How do you not call bullshit?
I know.
But not necessarily bullshit. I understand when you're smitten in whatever way, but like want a little more details, proof. Suppose it's easy to just put it off for later. Assume that more details will come later.
Right. I think he's a mentalist or an illusionist named Darren Brown. And it was on a Joe Rogan podcast. I think Joe interviewed Darren Brown. I think Sam Harris interviewed him. I got really intrigued. And then I was looking for other podcasts, or maybe Joe interviewed him like right after. I may have gone looking for it. But anyway, it was in the conversation with Joe where Darren explains he's somebody I would love to meet, a mentalist and an illusionist, because they understand a lot of the ways in which the mind can be manipulated. So I feel like they would, if they looked at everything about my situation, they would be able to understand better how he was able to get me to believe things or go along with things. And because Darren Brown is pretty fascinating what he does, and he's really seems like a very kind person, and he's very open about it. And when he was talking to Joe, he said this thing that, and I use this quote in my book, and again, I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me, but it's like, he says something about how we want to believe the lie because we'd rather believe that it's something amazing than just that ugly and pathetic a lie. And whatever he said was said in a much better way. But the point is, like, that's, and so he was explaining it in the context of the way that an illusionist or whatever they're called is able to pull off certain things, which is that they're sort of, somebody, it was about somebody who was watching and watch that person sort of leverage people's tendency to want to believe that something amazing and cool is about to happen versus like, this is just a really ugly, pathetic lie. So I think that a lot of the things that Mr. Fox, that he put forward, I couldn't understand it from the perspective of it being a lie because it just seemed too weird and crazy. So I think that this happens sometimes where you believe somebody because it seems so weird that they would lie about it. I think that somebody has, or it's been said sometimes that like the more fantastical the lie, the more believable it is, because you don't believe that somebody would tell that lie. And I think something also that Mr. Fox, people like him, are capable of doing is going out and lying in very brazen ways that normal people would be terrified to do. See, that kind of also makes it more believable.
Yeah.
So if somebody could go out on a world stage and lie and not kind of feel weird about that, or even knowing that it's a lie that can be pointed out as being a lie. And then there's also the layer of to what extent is this person in some way also delusional themselves and sort of believing their lies? Because people have asked me that, and I've wondered the same thing. To what extent did he believe some of the stuff he was saying? And I think probably there was some sort of delusional aspect, almost like he was sort of halfway aware of playing his own sort of virtual reality game, like
Oh, so you,
like he was in some kind of metaverse in his brain
you think he believed the things you're saying?
in some way, yeah.
What?
Or he wanted to, because he wanted to be his own, like he wanted to be a superhero. He never built anything or created anything or accomplished anything in his life. Yet, so in his own brain, if he could turn himself into like a movie superhero,
It's a nice shortcut.
yeah.
What about the Navy SEAL thing? Did that ever get resolved? The
I think
the lie that he said that he was a Navy SEAL.
I don't remember. I don't know if he said he was a Navy SEAL or that he implied that he like worked with the CIA, or then it was like he worked with Black Ops that is by definition under the radar, right? So I mean that's obviously a huge red flag now going forward. Is like if somebody, first of all, if somebody tells you that information pretty quickly, that's itself a red flag. But I mean,
All right, cross that off my list of pickup lines.
but conveniently, if he say in some world he actually did work for like Blackwater, one of those places, or I wouldn't be able to just call someplace and verify it. Anyway,
Yeah.
so I think that in some psychological way that I don't understand, he probably did in some way halfway exist in this world where he was this, like fighter, and he would say things like, it's because of people like me that people like me can sleep at night, which is probably a line out of a movie that I've never seen. I feel like a lot of things.
That's a great. Yeah, it's funny. That is a great. Who said that? That's a new. That's.
Is that really a line out of a movie?
It's not a movie. It's
What would happen at Rikers is when these things would happen where one of us couldn't think of something, and you're like, oh, who was that actor in that movie and that thing? No. And so what we'd do is like somebody would be on the phone and you'd be like, hey, who are you talking to? Can you ask them to look up on their phone? Like, so we'd ask people on the phone, or somebody would go make a call, and you'd have to call somebody and ask them to Google the cast of a movie or something like that. I think you would find jail. Don't ever get arrested, or try not to, but I think you would find jail fascinating.
Oh, I always wanted to go to jail, prison, because there's a lot of elements to it, and I'll ask you questions about it, but I feel like I can get a lot of reading done. Okay.
I got a ton of reading done.
Yes. I remember now. People attribute this to George Orwell, but they're not sure if George Orwell ever said it. But it's something like, there's a lot of different variations. But we sleep safely at night because rough men stand ready to visit violent. Society depends on bad motherfuckers who are willing to fight to protect our freedoms, to protect our well-being. And one of the things about the United States is because we're surrounded by water, we don't get to see the violence that's required in part to protect the sovereignty of nations.
Yeah.
You mentioned that I would not to go to prison, but that I may enjoy my time there. Let me ask you.
Not that, I mean,
by the way, I love prison movies.
You would find it fascinating. I don't, because it's like still kind of too soon. But
well, how was your time? You spent 3.5 months at Rikers. How was that? How was your experience in prison? How's the food from a chef perspective?
Not good, but Rikers was when I got to Rikers, because I was arrested. I spent, I think, about 10 days in a small town Tennessee jail. Oh, Pigeon Forge is also the weirdest place on earth.
Is it a town?
Yes, it's the town where I was arrested. It's
Why is it so weird?
in the film I told them you have to go to Pigeon Forge, you have to go there, you have to go there. And I think I was pushing them because it was going to potentially be the end of the season. It's like a summertime, or it's a tourist destination, and it's so bizarre and weird and trippy that it doesn't even seem real.
It's like a carnival is happening there nonstop.
Exactly. I think I say that in my intro, that it's carnivalesque and trippy and weird.
Is there a lot of clowns walking around, or
Not necessarily clowns, but there is a video on YouTube that because I got to the chapter where we arrive in Pigeon Forge, and I'll never forget, although I have forgotten, but I remember being like weirdly, like felt like had entered a different universe driving down this strip and just looking at everything on either side. And I'm wishing that I could remember in more detail, like the names of the places or what was there, because I wanted to describe it in this chapter. And I was like, oh, I wish there was like a video of somebody going down the street, kind of showing what's on one side and then the other side. And I was like, probably is. And there is on YouTube. Like I found it and I watched the whole thing.
how does this come up from prison exactly? Pigeon.
Oh, okay.
Why did that spark
So
you?
that's the town that I went to jail in
Right.
in Tennessee. So
What was that like?
the food there and some of the conditions, the food made, when I got to, then I was extradited and transferred to Rikers. And when I got to Rikers, I felt like it was like the Four Seasons in comparison. So, and I really kind of appreciated a lot of things about New York when I got to Rikers, even though there are a lot of things that are very scary about it.
Where's the Rikers located? Is it close to New York City?
Yes, and in a very kind of almost poetically interesting way. The dorm room where I was when I was there for the 3.5 months was one of the ones that faced Manhattan. So I could go across the room and look out the window and see the whole Manhattan skyline, which was...
I remember being shocked by the cost per prisoner per year
Yes.
that New York pays. It's like $400,000-$500,000 something.
I didn't think it was that much. I thought I wrote it down, but either way, it is.
No, I mean it's elevated during COVID. Just fascinating to the number I just said.
Yeah, during COVID, I felt sick to my stomach thinking about people stuck there. And again, so Rikers isn't like a long-term prison. It's most of the people at Rikers are awaiting trial, and they've been arrested but not convicted. And then if you're convicted and you're sentenced to less than a year, then you put on a different color uniform and you go upstairs to different dorms. If you're convicted and sentenced to more than a year, you're sent to one of the upstate prisons. So most of the people at Rikers are there in transition. They've been arrested, but not convicted or awaiting trial. So you could be perfectly innocent and you're stuck there, and that happens to a lot of people. Or you could be arrested over some kind of comparatively petty thing or nonviolent thing, and stuck there because you don't have as little as $500 to pay bail, which is completely messed up and unjust. And I think most reasonable people agree that it's unjust. But it's different when you're there and you see those people and you see kind of the anguish. And whether, I have no idea if they're guilty of what, I usually don't know what people are there for, or what the situation is, but you watch the sort of helplessness set in, because you're kind of powerless there. You have very little contact with the outside world. You have these limited phone calls. And so for people who had kids and a job and an apartment, it's like one by one those things are lost, or their kids are now being looked after by their abusive ex-husband or something like that. And so watching that is just gut-wrenching. And then also knowing that the only reason they're unable to get out is because of, $1,000, $2,000, in some cases $500. There were people So there's all of these tragic cases, but then there was also, while I was there, I mean, if I'd had any money, I would have been wanting to bail people out left and right. And then in some cases, I think there was a woman there who snored really loud, and her bail was $500. And I was like, I wish I had to bail her. She just wanted to bail her out. So, because I'm pretty sensitive to sounds, and being in a room with 50 people, inevitably.
So you're in a room with a large number of people.
Yeah, there are areas there with cells, but a lot of the areas there are rooms with 50 beds. So, and they're about 3 feet apart from each other. So during COVID, there was certainly no social distancing. And that just felt kind of sickening, especially because so many of the people are there for non-violent things or drug addiction related or mental health issues.
How did that, you personally, just having spent that time there for 3.5 months, how did that change you? Like, what did that have an effect on your mind?
On my mind, personally, I think I was surprised at how well I adapted, and then how I was able to, and then I think I sort of took it to the next level when one of the books somebody sent me was The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. And it's very much about like observing your mind, and that kind of helped take it to the next level.
So was this like a meditation retreat for you?
It's like, it'd be like trying to meditate in the middle of a circus or in crazy circumstances, because you're never alone. There's nowhere to be alone, and there's
People
always
are talking, there's noises, there's...
fighting, noises, chaos.
Did you feel in danger?
Yes, but I never felt terrified there. One of my friends, the bathroom is the scary place because they don't have cameras in the bathroom. So that's sort of one has to watch out there. And I did, one of my friends one of the people I was friends with there, she did get beat up a bit in the bathroom one day. A lot of weird shit happened in the bathroom. But it was, if you're interested in human behavior and psychology, and it can be fascinating to kind of sit there and watch.
They're saying like you might enjoy prison for that perspective, like just you get to watch human nature. It's like at the, I don't want to say that it's worse, but like the full variety that it can take.
Right, and there was a lot of beauty there as well. I mean,
is there love?
People being, well, again, depends on the definition of love, but people being, incredibly generous and kind to each other. Sometimes people singing at night. There was just a lot of, and then there was a lot of, hilarious stuff. It's all there. There's tragic things, interesting things. A lot of people with mental health issues, which is can be difficult to witness.
So very different experience. I should ask you this, but somebody that's currently in prison, Ghislaine Maxwell, I believe she spent approximately 500 days in isolation. So it's a very different prison experience. But what do you think about her case? What do you think about her and Jeffrey Epstein? So her brother, her family, she says that she's a victim, not the monster.
I think this is an especially fascinating case because, and I have listened to podcasts about the Epstein situation, and there was one that was more focused on her by Vicky Ward that I would definitely listen to. Vicky Ward is a journalist. I think she'd written an article about Jeffrey Epstein for Vanity Fair, so she got to know Jeffrey Epstein, and then she knew Ghislaine Maxwell from being sort of part of the social circles in which they would have overlapped.
Have you, by the way, ever met them? This New York? Do you remember meeting this, Jeffrey or Ghislaine?
No, I never met them. They're also very much like this sort of Upper East Side crowd. I did meet Harvey Weinstein once that made me have all kinds of interesting thoughts later.
At the restaurant or elsewhere?
No, it was weird. It was out on the street. And we had this really strange interaction. And knowing what I know now, it was eerie. And also, like, had he contacted me after that and made it seem like he could have done something for me, like would I have been, say he said, oh, I'm going to finance your whole expansion or something, and like come to my, come meet me at this hotel. And then I go to that hotel and then he's like, come up to the room. And then I would have been like,
You're wondering whether you would have done it.
yes. And sadly, I think I would have. And so I felt a lot of compassion for those who, didn't yell at him and leave or didn't storm out. And because I think what happens in those situations is, there's all kinds of uncertainty in the moment and you sort of freeze. And then I'm probably one of those people that would sit there and somehow in the moment without clarity just instinctively feel like somehow I must have done something wrong and it's my fault and like I led him on or just being afraid and then you don't know how to deal with it and so you freeze. So I think that if you're somebody that maybe was raised differently or you have a lot of self-confidence or you might have reacted differently and kind of pushed him away and stormed out. But I am probably not one of those people. But I did not ever meet Jeffrey Epstein. But he seems very straightforwardly, just a classic. The way he was able to charm people, the way he could step into these roles. He was teaching at Dalton, and then just kind of the way he would get himself into the academic crowd within Harvard and I think also MIT, right? He's playing a role, but he's doing it so well that he fools all these people. And the things that people would, in hindsight, say about him are just the same things that people say about, it's like you hear the same things over and over again. You hear the same things said about those people who were taken in by Elizabeth Holmes, is that it was as if he was under a spell. It was as if I was under a spell, is something you hear a lot. And so it's like they have this powerful charm that's almost it's overwhelming in that they overwhelm your better judgment or they overwhelm your like otherwise normally functioning capacity for rational thought. And they sort of overwhelm that with their charm. So, when you look at, I think it was like James Mattis invested a bunch of money with Elizabeth Holmes and all these people were involved with her. And nobody really did their due diligence where they just sort of trusted her. And Jeffrey Epstein, I think it's still unclear where he got all of his money, but the guy Les Wexner, who had, an enormous amount of money and somehow very quickly turned over management of it to Jeffrey Epstein. And so people wonder, like, why would he do that? That's insane. And then other people commented about that relationship, like it was as if he was under Jeffrey's spell. Observers would say, I couldn't understand it. It was as if he was under his spell. And so somebody observing me and Mr. Fox could have possibly said the same thing about me. But it's a bit different because it wasn't all charm. I think Epstein used his charm and then was probably very, very, very crafty in getting another thing that people like him do and cults do also is to get you somehow compromised because then they've got you. So I think
some kind of usually sex related.
Yeah. And with Epstein, certainly, he was known to have cameras everywhere. And so if you got any of these people on camera doing something compromising, and they're all very powerful people, then he's got them. And I think he was also very smart to do that, to target people of both parties, so that politically that he was able to maintain his power, like no matter, like nobody wanted him to be totally exposed, because then a lot of people would be exposed.
By the way, that part, you know, that's all kind of conspiracy, right?
Right, we don't know that.
So a lot of people believe that, and you know, I tend to kind of naturally believe that because it makes sense. But it's also possible that straight up with charisma.
I mean, he did record people, and there were recordings. So I listened to an interview with a woman who, I mean, was a girl back then. Maybe she was 15 or 16 back then. And subsequently, years later, was able to see some of the video of. I mean, I think it's a verifiable thing that there were video cameras all over his house.
Yeah, but the degree to which it was used,
Right, we don't know that.
and to the degree of how many people were involved and so on. There's all kinds of conspiracies around the man. But the question
Right.
about
Her.
Ghislaine.
So I only know what I know from the inputs, which are the Vicky Ward. It's one of the podcasts. It's a narrative podcast, so it's like it's like an audio kind of a documentary or journalistic piece that she did and put out. I thought it was really, really well done. I think it's called Chasing Ghislaine. And I listened to that whole thing. I didn't intend to listen to it all in one stretch.
That's how you know it's good.
I mean, it was like a weekend, and I basically was, cleaning and doing other things and walking Leon and listening to it, and I got through it pretty quickly. But I got really fascinated by it because I don't know, but I feel like I find the whole situation gut wrenching, because I think Jeffrey Epstein is a straight up sociopath, like no question. With her, everybody's calling her evil, and for her to have enabled and done a lot of the things that she did could potentially require, one might say that it could require a lack of empathy to be able to do those things knowingly. But at the same time, I think the information that was conveyed in the Vicky Ward piece was fascinating to me, because it's clear that at the very least, it's like all of these things could be true. She could maybe be not enough of a good person to have, horribly victimized these young girls and destroyed their lives. But she could have, I feel like I'm going to get bashed for saying this, but she could have in some way have not quite known what she was doing or been a bit out of her mind.
Like
Maybe not. I'm just saying I would hope that people would be open to that, to exploring that as a possibility.
Well, her family and friends are making that case. They're painting a broad picture of who she is as a human being, and showing that she couldn't have done any of those things without being systematically manipulated. That's their
right.
case.
What I listened to in that podcast about her relationship with her father, how her father died, her things about her childhood, and then Epstein coming into her life and basically kind of pushing all those buttons and becoming like the father figure. And so she would be in a position of kind of always wanting his approval, and just the way that things that are described about the way that she was so subservient to him in this kind of astonishing way that seems really weird and abnormal. And yet I think she had a lot of money and connections, and I think she lost the money but had all the connections. Either way, there was a ton that Epstein gained via his relationship with her, like a ton. So it makes sense that he would have manipulated her. He manipulates everybody. So he, without question, I think one could argue he definitely manipulated her. And again, I want to be like careful not to be saying like that's an excuse for what she did. I just think that
That's one possibility.
it's important to like explore these things and be open to them as opposed to just like broad brush painting her as a horrible person. I mean, because people could say that based on things they've read or things that I did that like I'm a horrible person, and it's very different because what she did involved young girls whose lives were destroyed. But I think that people could be a bit open to understanding how somebody could be manipulated. There's a psychologist that I'm friends with that I got to know after I watched him on Leah Remini's show. So Leah Remini is the actress who was in Scientology, got out, and has really been speaking out about it and trying to expose what they're all about and how diabolical that organization is. And a lot of people are exposing them and, doing this type of work. And so she had this guy on her show who was in the Moonies. His name is Steve Hassan. And so he was in a cult, and then he got out, again, by extreme circumstances. He got in a car accident and almost died. And that's what ended up getting him out of the cult that he was in. But really smart guy, was targeted when he was young, got pulled into the Moonies. But watching this interview of him on her show, he said, he's talking about his experience, and he said, if they had told me to kill somebody, I would have. And that in that moment made me cry, but I also felt like I understand that. And not that if Mr. Fox had told me to kill somebody, I don't would have, but again, I understand how it could get to that point. So that makes me feel like with her, like I would be curious what Steve Hassan would think, kind of analyzing the entire situation, because it's hard to understand that unless you've been in it. And I understand with him how he could have said that. If they had told me to kill somebody, I would have. That's pretty intense. I mean, that's pretty extreme.
And it's interesting how you can get into it, how far you can go just one day at a time, like gradually.
Right.
Just like the frog in the boiling water.
Yeah.
So
I
fascinating.
mean, all of these cases are fascinating. Like Patty Hearst, that whole story.
Well, I just was the 30 a while ago, reread The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich.
Mhm.
I've been reading a lot about Hitler, and I've been for a long time working on a series about Hitler and the Third Reich, because for me it's like returning. So much of my family was destroyed or impacted by this time in history that it is somehow a way to find out more about myself, is going back to that time.
Have you ever thought about inherited trauma?
This sounds, not to mock people, but this sounds like a thing that
Like a woke thing?
like a woke thing, yeah.
I don't mean it that way at all, but I get it, because I sometimes, now I almost have to put air quotes when I say something's triggering, because I feel like I'm using a word that's now like overused or used in less serious. So now when I say something's triggering, it's like I use air
Yeah, it's
quotes.
funny because good words get taken up, and then they get
People are overusing gaslighting.
yeah.
And I worry that would happen with sociopathy. Like, I think people need to understand sociopathy. I think it's critical for humanity that people understand it.
Yeah, so just because you're being an asshole
Doesn't mean you're a sociopath. Exactly. And I feel like it's going to be this thing where now everybody's going to start calling everybody else a sociopath. And it's like, and right now everybody calls everything gaslighting. If somebody's lying, it's not gaslighting.
I have to talk. We start talking about. I already forgot fluff. Is it fluff? It's fluff, right?
Fluff, yeah.
Okay, so that was great. That's a new discovery for me. What? Let's talk about food if we can. You know what? Let's talk about restaurants first. That's the fascinating part of the story. Before anything else, which is opening an exceptionally successful restaurant in NYC, New York City. What's that take? What does it take to open up from the very beginning, from the idea stage to the launching it, both the finances and the skill of actually getting people super excited by it, and then running it, all that chaos. I mean, to me, am I over romanticizing? But it seems like New York City is a really tough place
Yes.
to launch a restaurant in.
Yes, very well. I think because it's extremely competitive and the standards are so high. So I think that's why there are so many good restaurants in New York, because if they're not good, they're not going to survive. So even like you could walk into what looks like a hole in the wall and it's going to have amazing food. That happens a lot.
What was the menu? So was it a raw? What was it, vegan and raw in the
Yeah.
beginning?
Yeah, it was.
And raw means what?
Now I'm getting thrown back to all the interviews I did when people asked me these questions. It was so long ago. At the time,
What's it like being vegan?
So nothing was cooked over roughly 118 degrees. It was this very like the world of, there were people who are hardcore raw foodists and there's also people who are hardcore vegans, and I was never any of those things. So I think what we did,
You weren't the hardcore part, or
Yeah.
you weren't, but you, like, what parts of your life were you a vegan? Are you still a vegan? Do you eat meat? Are you a vegetarian? Are you raw?
good question. I don't apply labels. So none of those
Me
labels
neither.
would apply because it's
Male and female. I'm beyond those labels myself as well. But I'm carnivore most of the time. There you go. It's the opposite of vegan, unfortunately. But no judgment. I think that's a beautiful thing to be, is vegan.
likewise. I think that it's people who are very adamantly one way or the other. I think that after all my years in this world and in this world in general, and also consuming an enormous amount of inputs and podcasts about health. Like I love listening to different points of view. So I love when like somebody's arguing vegan and then somebody's arguing carnivore, and like, or even with other issues, I like listening to what other people, opposing sides, assuming they're both, intelligent, interesting sources.
Especially when I love it when they're sort of really testing that diet, meaning they're athletes or in some way really testing it, not just like vaguely saying what's healthy or not for you, but like really what is life like under this particular diet.
Yeah, and I think that probably everybody's different, and so in the same way that some people can't tolerate nightshades, or some people can't tolerate certain spices, or some people can't tolerate gluten, or some people thrive off of this or that. And I've heard it said and discussed that there's a great deal to sort of what your body's used to, what your ancestors ate, because it seems like the human body is pretty adaptable. So you can adapt to eating a certain type of a food. And so that if your family comes from a certain part of the world where certain things aren't grown, or more meat is eaten, or because there's people who are vegan their entire lives and they're incredibly healthy and they thrive, and there's athletes, and there's people like Rich Roll, who I like, who's vegan and an athlete, but it might be something where that's working really well for him, but it wouldn't work well for somebody else. And I think there's also an element of people who try these things and then feel really good or feel really bad, and they make a conclusion based on that initial period of time, when it might be something where it makes you feel really good temporarily, but then over time you're going to be depleted of certain things. And then we also live in a world where like our soil is depleted, and there's a lot of processing that takes out of foods a lot of things that we need. So I just think that there's no kind of one right answer. I think you can look at it from just a health perspective, and then you can also look at it from like a morality and ethics perspective, and then also like what's the impact on the environment, and all of those things are important. And I think that I've watched a lot of films and things, and for a while right after that, I might think, oh my God, I can't believe I ate this thing last week, and now I'm going to go back to being 100% vegan. because I just watched this thing and it's fresh in my mind, and now I'm thinking about it in a certain way. But then over time, that sort of fades, and then you start to get a bit more loose. And for me, I will end up eating a lot of things that aren't vegan, usually in the context where I'm not adding to the consumption of it. So, like at Rikers, there was most of the meat there was kind of weird and fake, but there was like a chicken every Thursday and Sunday. There was actual chicken, like the leg.
Was that the most exciting thing for people?
Oh yeah. Oh, and then the most fights broke out on Chicken Day because there was like heightened
Thursday and Sundays.
Yeah.
Chicken day.
So
That was the most real meat you're getting is the chicken there.
yeah, a lot
The
of the
breast
rest
are
of it.
dark,
Hmm?
white or dark meat.
Dark is the leg and the thigh, and it was cooked surprisingly well, and so I would always eat it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's there, and it's not. From a health perspective, one could say, well, that's probably the shittiest of the shitty chickens that are full of antibiotics and hormones and terrible things, and so it's not optimal from that point of view. But it's like if it's otherwise going to be thrown in the trash, then
Yeah. You're not adding to it.
right.
Sure.
Or like I've been drunk at a party and eaten a bunch of stuff that one would think I would never eat.
Yeah.
But it's not like I ran to the store and bought it or went to a restaurant and
Or
ordered it.
saying liquor makes me eat things I shouldn't be eating,
Oh yeah.
or maybe should.
Well,
Life is as you wrote me in the email. Life is complicated and fascinating, and so is our decisions when we're drunk. I actually am a big fan of 7-Eleven. I go there sometimes late at night to think about life, and I'll eat whatever the stuff they have.
I also think it's fascinating how our bodies intuitively know what if you're like quiet enough and you think about like what you're craving. And as long as it's not like if you're craving like some processed junky food, that's probably something that's not quite functional. But if you're like sometimes I'll be like, I must have avocado, or like I'll want to eat an entire parsley salad. And then it's happened. I went through a phase where and here I'm like, do I say this out loud? I went through a phase of
Are you gonna say it?
where I know now I have to say it, where I couldn't get enough. I don't know where it started, like whose house I was at or whatever, but grass-fed butter. I was like, I could tell that my body wanted whatever was there. And so I suppose I could have investigated it and thought like, well, what's in there? Is it like vitamin K, vitamin D? What is it in the grass-fed butter? Because it wasn't regular, but like regular butter, ew, no. But like this grass-fed butter, like I felt like I just I needed it. So there's probably something in there, and maybe I could have gone and just taken a lot of vitamin K and then not eaten the butter. But
But there is something in there that's fascinating. I had that last night actually. With went to grocery store and I had a craving for tomatoes. I was like, what the hell is this? Like what? I don't.
right, so
It was weird.
You should listen to that and then just get a bunch of tomatoes. There's probably something in there.
It was like it felt right.
When I was little, my mother, no, but that's exactly what I was saying, is that somehow your body knows without you knowing.
And today I have zero interest in tomatoes.
Yeah. Did you eat the tomatoes
Yeah,
then?
yeah.
Okay, well then you probably,
I eat way too many, but that's alright. Or maybe not enough. There you go. So yeah, what you were saying?
anyway, I think these things like shift and change, and there's not like a right answer. And then there's something where it's like one person might do well on something, another person doesn't. Or you might do well on something for, like, I might, maybe if I ate a bunch of liver, I'd feel better because I'm getting a bunch of vitamins that I'm lacking. But then once I get them, I'm fine and I don't need that anymore. And I could potentially get those from other sources or, but yeah, when I was little, I used to crave, my mother said I craved, not crave, but she said I would always eat sardines, but I wouldn't eat the pieces. I would only eat the whole ones, which have the bones in them. And I used to chew on chicken bones and try to eat eggshells when I was like little. So I think all of those things have calcium and other minerals in common. So there's probably something there that I needed. Because you'd think as a little kid, I wouldn't be drawn to oily fish and bones. and eggshells.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
interesting because, like, you're saying the explanation for the craving is probably the nutrients you're getting. But when you're imagining the craving, you're not obviously imagining nutrients. You're imagining the texture, the taste, the feel. I mean, a lot of things that we actually experience as we're eating. That's our brain probably tricking us.
Right, but do you love tomatoes?
Well, I think we determined that love is possible to define. So
Do you
at the
are
moment-
you extremely fond of? Do you think tomatoes are like one of the most delicious foods?
No, but maybe
But yet you crave them.
it's
So I think it's-
generational because it's a big Russian thing with potatoes and tomatoes, and because it's good with vodka,
Right.
salted. We were talking about the menu in the early days of the restaurant you went to in New York. So what was on the menu? What kind of foods were you playing with? Do you remember? Was that one of the challenging things? Is putting together because you're like crafting a new thing in New York where it's extremely
Right.
competitive.
Well, over time it got easier and easier, and then also I had, I wasn't coming up with new dishes. It was the people that worked there. So I feel like if I could take credit for something, it would be recognizing talent and. And when dishes were developed, this is when I was there on my own. So it was opened with Matthew and Jeffrey, and then within a year, Matthew was out, and Jeffrey was still involved as like the corporate sort of side of it. But then over time, I separated from that infrastructure as well, and then was completely on my own. And in part, I did that because I was growing One Lucky Duck on the side, and that was growing and growing and growing, and I knew there was something there, and yet the two businesses were completely intertwined, and so potential investors would come at me, and they would see this very messy situation where I owned One Lucky Duck and Jeffrey Charo owned the restaurant, and how do we move forward from there? And then people would say I should shut down the restaurant and just focus on One Lucky Duck. And I wanted them all to be together under one umbrella and to move forward where everybody's incentives were aligned. And
What was the magic? Why was it so successful so quickly? Would you say?
I want to half jokingly, but not joking, but sort of say that it was about the love and the food and the space.
Can you define that?
But there was something special. So when people ask me about opening a restaurant, I say I don't want to get back into the restaurant business unless it's the same restaurant in the same space, because there was something about that space that felt, felt magical, for lack of a better word, and the energy of a lot of the people there, and I think that people really cared about it, and so for whatever reason, there was an energy about the place.
Would you ever do it again?
Yes,
Do you ever consider
in the
reopening?
same space.
It's been wow. That's a tough thing in New York, but you're thinking, okay, well,
It's there.
it's there. Let me ask you this question. I've been searching for that myself, like asking myself this question. If the last meal question, like what's the best meal you've ever eaten in your life? Like if I had to murder you at the end of this and you get one meal, but you can travel anywhere in the world, what would you eat?
It's one of those questions where I feel like I should have an answer prepared.
No, it's too difficult to sort of pick favorites. But if somebody would, force you to choose,
I was eating something once, and I had the thought that if I was going to die, I would come here and order plate after plate of this and eat this.
Do you remember what it was?
Yes.
Some diner in the middle of nowhere.
No, it was Pure Food and Wine was on Irving Place, and then the kitchen connected to the One Lucky Duck Juice Bar, which had an entrance on 17th Street. So it's kind of like this L shape, and then there's a huge garden in the back. On the corner was Casamono and Bar Hamon, which was Mario Batali and Joe Bastianich were behind that. And it was very focused on meat, but also like organ meats and strange, unusual
Spanish
meats.
restaurant. Wow, lots of good reviews.
Yeah, it was really good. This is just so funny that we surrounded it. But Bar Hamon was this tiny little bar, and I went in there once with Tobin late, and I don't know why we ended up going there, but it was right before they closed, and drank red wine, and they had tomato bread, and it's just like a baguette, although it's a Spanish whatever. It's like a bread, like a baguette, like a thin that they toast, and I think they rub it with garlic, and they don't even put tomato slices on it. It's like they rub it, and the tomato juice is all over it. It was just bread and tomato juice and probably some garlic flavor and really good salt and red wine. And we sat there and ordered a plate, ate it, ordered another one, ate it, ordered another one. I think we had like 6 plates. And I remember sitting there thinking, I could just eat this until my stomach bursts. And so if this is like, if somebody was like, what's the last, I would just want to sit there and eat plate after plate
I
after
think
plate.
if you went back there and ate the same thing, it wouldn't taste nearly as good. Like, was there something magical about that night, about the way that bread was made on that night, the way you felt at that night, the wine, something? Or do you think, like, where's the power from that food come from? Is it the food itself, or is it the environment?
I'm sure it's both, but like if somebody brought a plate of it here right now, it would be completely delicious.
Yeah.
But it might not feel as kind of, not that it felt magical, but it was the whole warmth of the experience and the red wine and
It's the
how.
afternoon in Texas right now, so it's different.
And if I keep forgetting and thinking it's late at night.
Yeah, we're surrounded by, this whole place is anti-Huberman. There's no light.
Well, it's pro Huberman if it's in the afternoon or the evening, except for these bright lights. If they were lower down, if they were like down below, then they're hitting the tops of our eyes. But it's the light coming from above that's destructive at night because it's hitting the bottom of your eyes. So it's like mimicking the sun, which is signaling your body that it's time to be awake. So as much as possible. So I do this in the evenings. I shut off all the overhead lights. I try to dim the lights as much as I can, and I turn on like a lamp versus an overhead light.
Are you also doing the caffeine thing, like not consuming much caffeine way before bed?
Oh, I can't. Yeah, I usually don't have caffeine late. I try not to have it. So
I
ideally,
drink into
like
the night. Caffeine.
2 p.m. would be my
Fuck it.
last. I wouldn't drink coffee after 2, but plenty of times I do.
Like,
Especially if I haven't had midday coffee, then I worry I'm going to get a headache.
that makes you way more responsible than me. Let me return to love. What do you think makes for a good romantic relationship, given your experience? I mean this question.
I think a mutual respect is a big part of it.
Mutual respect. That's interesting.
Well, and understanding it in a way that you want what's best for the other person, not in a way that you would sacrifice yourself for them necessarily, but in a very healthy way. So I think a healthy relationship is where, you want what's best for the other person. So I always find it tragic. Like, say you started dating somebody who then would get jealous or upset if you spent too much time working on something, right? But that's like your life. So if you're working on some robotics thing and you're having some breakthrough, and so you just want to spend a lot of time wherever you spend a lot of time doing those things, and then that other person got all bent out of shape and it became like a competition, that to me seems very unhealthy. Because if it was like a genuine, healthy love, she would want you to be doing those things.
Yeah, that's a good observation, but to me, I think the way to achieve that is actually, or the easiest way to achieve that, at least for me, is actually legitimately be excited by the things the other person is excited by. So, like, not in some generic sense, it's good for them to be doing the robotics thing. Like, it's more like you become a fan of all the cool things that they're doing in their life. So, like I definitely have this. Somebody told me recently there's a term for this, but I love, like, watching other people like succeed, be excited about shit.
Mhm.
Like I like celebrating other people. Like it's fun for me to watch people do the thing they love doing. So like I in some sense, that's reinvigorating to me and exciting to me. And so one of the things for me in a relationship is like you get excited by watching another person do the thing they're excited about. It's not like I intellectually know it's good for them to have their own thing and it's like I legit get excited by their own thing. 'Cause
Right.
otherwise it's,
That's what I mean. It's like that person would be excited because you're excited. And
but they would, I think the easiest way to achieve that is actually be like, what am I trying to say? It's like, it's not like saying that you should be excited. It's like you can't help yourself but be excited. That's what I,
right. But I think that's possible. But it's possible for that to be the case for somebody that like might have an appreciation for what you're doing, but isn't like that's not what that person's going to go spend their time on
yeah,
themselves.
they were right.
Right. So the other person might, be really good at a musical instrument that requires a lot of practice, and you're not interested in playing that musical instrument, but you appreciate the beauty of the music and understand that that person is getting something out of it. So you would be excited when they get a chance to practice or whatnot. So it's that kind of a.
Do you think love should be simple or complicated in a relationship?
Well, it might be inherently complicated.
I may have asked you the exact same question. Forget what he said.
I thought it was interesting when you asked Elon about love.
Boy, yeah, that's going to be conversation number like 7 that he actually answers that.
Well, what was interesting that I found admirable was this sort of like a duty to humanity. I think you asked about it not about a person, but about the work. And so it was like to put all this energy to try to kind of like move things forward, knowing that he will probably die before it gets there. You're talking about like something related to the science of rocketry.
Yeah. He's kind of a rocket scientist.
But whatever you were asking him about whether something could be accomplished, and he said yes, but not in his lifetime, but he's going to keep pushing it forward anyway. So I felt like that was a really, to put so much of yourself into something just to kind of move the baton forward for humanity struck me as an admirable thing, where there's no great reward in terms of you're gonna see that invention happen, or you're gonna see Mars colonized or whatever it is, but you're willing to put in all the work and brain power to try to push it along.
Like thinking about the biggest possible impact on the world, just thinking about humanity. I think all of us, when we do cool things, are contributing to humanity. And it's good to think of it that way. When you run a restaurant and you make all the people happy, I don't know, that's part of that. It's good to think big like that. And Elon does, definitely. But when I asked him about love, I'm, just knowing him personally now, I'm asking about the personal question about love, but I'm giving him the freedom to escape it, which he always does.
That's very generous.
Yeah. Because I don't want to trap him. I understand it's a difficult. So, he's better at solving engineering problems than talking about love. The other thing he's really good at is going to the joke. So for him, for him, love and all those kinds of things, especially those kind of cliche sounding things, are the stuff of memes. It's the stuff. The easiest way you can talk about it is humor. The same with trauma, like personal trauma. The easiest stuff for him to talk about is laugh about it. He's been very tough, privately or on podcasts, to talk about personal, like difficult stuff. And for me, obviously, that's often the most interesting stuff as humans. Like, where's your darkness? But for him, it's tough. For a lot of people, it's tough, but it's important to go there. Maybe first in the privacy of your own mind.
And I think, bringing it back to the relationship thing is wanting to, like, understand and accept those things about somebody else. I mean, it's so cliche to say that you can't change somebody. And you don't want to also, like, try to change yourself for somebody, but you can sort of figure things out and be willing to make adjustments and navigate for the sake of something working. And sometimes that comes from understanding, which might require a lot of effort and
Yeah.
open-mindedness. If somebody's kind of very different from you.
Yeah. And being fragile yourself, revealing your flaws, and getting to learn about theirs, and getting to see the beauty in them, because that's the good stuff. Or if the flaws are too much of a red flag, then you walk away. That's the hard stuff. You either the red flags might be the thing that you actually get to love deeply because they're a flawed human, or it might be the reason to walk away quickly, and you don't know. It's
Although if it's
a
I feel like
gamble.
if it's a red flag, then it, by definition, is something that's telling you to walk away. If it was just like something about their character that's challenging, you could appreciate that or understand it, but it's not something that, like, they're intentionally trying to use to deceive you. I think red flags, it's like, I guess it's more about, like, manipulation and or like somebody's kind of extreme dysfunction or something would be red flags. But I think there could be things that are quirky or weird or even dark about somebody that are acceptable.
Yeah, but it might look like red flags. If
Right.
if there's someone crying on the subway, that's a red flag for me.
That she might be like an emotional basket.
Yeah, this is it.
High maintenance crazy person. Yeah, that's true.
But it could also be, there could be a deeper story to it. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's true.
All right, what advice would you give to young folks today if they want to launch a restaurant in New York City and then message somebody on Twitter?
Before you finished the sentence, I was about to say read a lot of books. But then because you said what advice would you give to young people today, and I was like, read a lot of books.
Yeah.
And then you got to the restaurant part.
Yeah.
Um,
No. I mean, I was joking about the restaurant. So, yeah, about life, I would say. Not just about career as a restaurateur, but just in life, how to be successful, how to live a life that can be fulfilling, and how to live a life that can be proud of. I read a lot of books.
It's complicated because
Have you figured it out yet?
no, but I think self-awareness is key. But I also think there's some of those things where, like, people kind of have to learn their own lessons. But I think in part because I never had kids and I never wanted kids, I feel like through my book, I keep thinking that I want a lot of the lessons that I learned to be useful to other people, particularly younger people, and in many cases, younger females, to maybe understand themselves a little better along the way. Because I think that, a lot of the mistakes that I made and things that happened or things that I did that I'm embarrassed about, or things that I stepped into that I wouldn't have otherwise stepped into or allowed to happen, were a result of, in many cases, like insecurity, like a lack of confidence, and I think in the context of moving forward with relationships, being really careful to understand why you're there, or if you're repeating a pattern. That's something that is sort of cliche, but I feel like it's our cliches are things that are true. They're just repeated a lot, but anyway, the idea that people repeat patterns, right?
Yes.
So I think that's very true.
Right.
And so to be aware of that and to figure it out sooner rather than later, so you don't keep stepping into the same thing over and over again.
You mentioned sort of giving yourself time and space to think.
Yeah, which sometimes isn't possible, but
Don't let momentum of life sort of carry you away.
right. And I think for me, one of the things that would have scared me about having kids is the chaos of it, or not being able to handle it. But I think that's just me, not most people.
You ran a restaurant.
I know, which is probably why I would go home at night and lie on the floor and cry. Or
How often do you do that? Do you like a good cry?
I do.
Music usually, or what's can you paint the scene? What?
And just in general,
Yeah, is there candles?
I cried this morning.
Okay.
Not intentionally, and not for
Happiness or
long.
just overwhelmed?
It was like I looked a little bit at Instagram and saw, what was it? Very often they're like these little animal rescue stories or whatever. But this was this guy Matt, who used to be my trainer years ago, and put this little montage video to music. That was interesting. If there hadn't been music, I probably wouldn't have cried. But it was showing his wife having their second child, not showing it, but like the sort of before and then, the baby in her arms right afterwards and then bringing the baby home. It was this very short little clip, but set to music. And I watched that and started to cry. But it's not, I didn't sob or anything. So I think I cry easily. Interestingly, though, in actual horrifically tragic things, or when they apply to me, I might not cry, and then people find that unusual. And that was in the film that, I don't know if it was my sister or my father, described that when my parents got divorced, I didn't cry, and whereas my sister bawled her eyes out, and I didn't cry at all, ever, and I just didn't say anything. I want to talk about it. Like when I was sentenced to jail, I didn't cry. So a lot of times when something really big happens, I get a little bit weirdly. I don't know, but I very often
Too much to feel it all directly. So you kind of cry it out later, slowly.
Right, maybe years later.
Maybe years later.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm really crying about when I cry at these little videos or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm glad for it because I feel like it always feels like kind of a relief.
Well, let me ask this because it's interesting what you would say. Do you have regrets about things in your life? Like, what do you regret? If there's a one day you could live again, which day would you pick? Like, relive and make different choices.
Well, like one obvious thing could be the day that I let Anthony Strange in the door. If I had instead, if at any time early on I had instead just pushed him out, that my life would be wildly different. It's hard to.
So that's the biggest mistake of your life, I would say, just letting Anthony to your life.
I think one could argue that's the biggest mistake. But then at the same time, you never know because, like, when I was in a sort of a dark relationship that then led to the restaurant and my having the One Lucky Duck brand. So I felt like that darkness. It's like if you married a horribly abusive person, but you had a beautiful child, and then you go on and you have this beautiful child, and you think, well, if I hadn't been with that horribly abusive person, I wouldn't have this beautiful child, so I wouldn't go undo it. So I feel like a lot of things are like that. And I guess I could optimistically hope that there are good things down the road where I'll think, well, I'm here and I'm grateful for it, and therefore I'm grateful for the things that got me here, which include a lot of dark things. It's hard to say because a lot of people were hurt in my case, but I am optimistic that I can make those things up. And there are also hurts that were, in some cases emotionally, but also very much financial. And I feel like those are numbers, and the employees were all paid back. So anybody else that is out money because of everything that happened isn't somebody that's like not able to, feed themselves. Most of those people have plenty of money, and it's like not a big deal. But I still want to repay all of it. And it's numbers. It's not, like nobody died. And sometimes when I think about my own challenges, they feel sort of inconsequential in comparison to other things going on in the world. So, like, yes, it's hard being humiliated, or it's hard to have people say nasty things about you on Twitter, Instagram, but really, who cares? Because it's just words and things. And I'm not like fleeing my home and watching people get shot. So,
And they're still out of this darkness, out of this, you still have a lot of time to create something beautiful in the world.
yeah,
Maybe something even more beautiful than you've ever done before.
I am optimistic. And I also feel like, part of the reason I like having these conversations is because I feel like people will learn stuff from my shitty experiences to avoid going through their own shitty experience. And I've heard a ton of that from a lot of women and some men, writing to me saying that they went through something similar and nobody understood. And, my story helped them, or, might help them get somebody else out of a situation. So making it useful feels good.
Through all of this, Leon was with you. He recently had a birthday. March?
Yes, 12. Yeah, I made him a phenomenal meat cake, or a layered cake that involved a variety of animal foods.
He's not a vegetarian.
No, he's not. But I also give him like really high quality stuff. But yeah, he's not a vegan, or vegetarian.
Let me ask you a hard question. Do you think about the tragic fact that dogs live much shorter lives than us humans? Do you think about his mortality?
All the time. I kind of try not to, but all the time.
Because you told me from traveling here to Austin, Texas, you're not in the habit of leaving Leon by himself.
Well, he's not by himself, but I haven't been away from him certainly since before COVID. So I'm not used to it, and so people always say that dogs have that dogs have attachment issues or get separation anxiety, but in my case at least, it's like I think he's fine. I'm the one that is, he's like fine. I'm the one that gets anxious about it, being away from him.
You're the one who acts like a dog when you come back and you're super excited to see him.
Yeah, I cannot be on the floor.
Be on the floor, wiggle your tail and drool and all that kind of stuff. But do you think about the fact, that you might lose Leon soon?
I do. I think about it all. I mean, I try not to think about it, but
Are you scared of it?
Yeah, it's scary, but then I also just try to understand that it's inevitable. And yeah, assuming I'm still around, then that's, I think, one of the things about adopting a dog or caring for an animal, unless it's one of those animals that lives a really long time. I just found out that parrots live an extraordinarily long time.
They're annoying. So you get the trade-off. The
Right.
ones we love live a short time. The ones that annoy you.
Right. So I just think it's one of those things that you just know what's going to happen, and it's just part of life. And I think it's one of those pains it's painful, but you just kind of have to go through it. And what's the alternative? You're not going to, it's like saying you would never want to fall in love because of the heartbreak that's going to inevitably come.
Yeah.
So some people do that. They just avoid ever.
You're saying, screw it, I'm diving right in.
Yes.
It was all worth it. What about your own mortality? You think about yourself dying?
Less so than I was before. I think I wrote about that, and I put this letter, Dear Mr. Fox, online, which I never intended to do, but I did because of all the misconceptions about the film and our relationship. And so I put this thing up online that I'd written on my phone on multiple subway rides. And at the end of it, I talk about, because especially then when it was the height of everything was gone and, what do I have to live for? I sort of noticed and wrote about how differently I felt about things, whereas I used to be afraid I used to have like a healthy fear of, being pushed in front of a train because that happens, in New York or anywhere. Or, I had a healthy fear of, like, I don't know, walking down a dark street at night. But I noticed that at the time, I didn't really have those fears because I was like, what do I have to lose? Like, who cares? I don't have anything anymore. What do I have to lose? So I certainly feel much less that way, but something about those feelings lingered where I'm less afraid of it, or more just less afraid of it, but hoping it's not some sort of a gruesome way. I mean, some people are really afraid of flying, and I feel like, well, statistically, it's extremely safe. And if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. There's nothing you can do. Like, there's really nothing you can do unless you're going to, like, do what that guy in that small plane did the other day and, like, leap over and was able to take control of the plane. But I mean, like a commercial flight. So it's like, if you're going to die, you're going to die, and it's just your time, and all you can do is hope that. I would probably prefer to have as little awareness about it as possible. It's like you'd rather have somebody, if you're going to get shot, you'd rather have somebody shoot you in the back of the head and you didn't see it coming and just boom, lights out, versus somebody holding a gun to your head, and then you're going to feel all this fear and have to, like, feel all of that, which also made me think of animals and animal suffering in the way that some people would argue that because of the conditions and the fear that's like in their bodies when they're killed, which is an interesting thing to think about. I clearly struggle with the ethics of. I think about it a lot, about like our current food system, which involves a system that everybody has sort of accepted and normalized, where like, say aliens did come down and looked at us and realized that we're a particularly good source of whatever fuel they need. So then they imprisoned us all in cages that were like the equivalent of like sardines and jammed in an elevator. And then we were bred and we would get sick and we'd go crazy and we'd do the equivalent of like pecking, and then we'd get abused and then like grotesquely and brutally killed. And that was like our entire lives. And so if like aliens came down and started and did all of that, we would have to be okay with that, which is something that my was said to me after watching this movie called Our Daily Bread many years ago. But it's an interesting way to think about it, because I mean, we would have to be okay with it, because that's kind of what we're doing now, right?
Yeah, we've normalized certain kinds of cruelty.
And people think that like I would object to hunting. Hunting for sport, I think, is grotesque. But if you're hunting and then you're going to eat the entire animal, and you're hunting in a way where it's kind of like, that animal like lived a free and happy life until that moment, in the same way that the animal lived a free and happy moment, lived a free and happy life, or we don't know, maybe they were depressed, but they lived a free life until like the lion came and took it down. So is a human shooting an animal for food somehow more tragic or horrible than a lion attacking an elk?
Yeah,
So
there's a lot of complexities to it on top of all of that. So one, you said hunting for sport is bad, but there's this like complex ethical equation of the fact that hunting for sport is the thing that often funds the preservation of the species.
That's another complicated layer. There's like the Maui venison, all the deer in Hawaii, and I might have gotten Maui venison treats for Leon, but they're hunting those deer is a way of preserving. So I mean, these things are complicated, but that's why I don't have a problem with somebody shooting an elk or bringing it home and eating it. Like my, like I've eaten elk jerky and things like that. That's one of those situations where like I wouldn't morally have a problem with it. And for me, it's also, I'm not those people where I think like, ew, I wouldn't eat meat. It's more like I don't want to add to the consumption of it, and I wouldn't want to eat sort of like the factory farm meat necessarily, unless I'm in prison and it's otherwise going to get thrown away. But
Hashtag.
a lot of things that have, you do things differently there, but so it's just these things are complicated. But so it's not about like I don't want that in my body. It's sort of like where did it come from and what's going on here. And I think that like if you just follow Joe Rogan's Instagram, there's sort of a bit of a glorification of meat that because I listened to enough that I heard the one where he talked. It was a recent one where he was talking about Anthony Bourdain, and in that conversation, I think it was that one, he explained that he sort of did it in summary, so I feel like he talked about it in the past, but did all this research and came to the conclusion, based on all his research, came to the conclusion that he was either going to be vegetarian or shoot his own meat and hunt. And so that's totally different. That's something, I mean, that's very like admirable, I think. And he has the means to do it. But if you
Not only that, he does it with a bow.
right, even more so. So
It is a good question. It's a good question how we get out of this factory.
right, because I do like I like meat. I think it's delicious.
And we're dependent on the not just on the nutrients and the taste. We're also dependent on the cost. A lot of people have gotten used to a particular kind of cost that they pay for meat.
Right, but I think if we wiped out all the government subsidies, it would be a completely different story. Because why are vegetables so expensive? And all the subsidies.
Tomatoes yesterday. I'm protesting. Why is salad so expensive?
Right, but none of the if you look at the subsidies that are given to all of the inputs to the meat industry, like the grain and soy and whatnot, and then to the meat and dairy industries and all of the subsidies that prop up those industries and allow those products to be cheap and sustainable from a business perspective, not environmental. It's government subsidies. So what if we took all that away? And then also, what if we gave that to, the kale and hemp and fresh greens farmers, then and made those foods more affordable, and then had meat reflect its actual true cost? Then people would just eat more vegetables and less meat because of the cost.
You mentioned that you crossed off one item from your list. I forget what the item was, but
it was. I had previously thought that I would want to go to Vegas one day just to cross that off my list. And it's not like I was like, "Ooh, one day I want to go to Vegas." It was just like I imagined I would only go there once just to see it and then be done with it.
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. I still think you can do it because there's a particular Vegas experience that's worth having. And there's maybe a couple of Vegas experiences that are worth having.
I find casinos horribly depressing because I think they're just predatory. Everything about them is predatory.
It's not the casinos that are important. It's the people.
The culture and the whole crazy atmosphere.
The people you meet in the chaos that is Las Vegas can create a memorable experience. You lose track of what is day, what is night. You can get drunk and make all the mistakes that somehow create a beautiful masterpiece at the end of it. That's for another time. What else is on the bucket list? What items on the bucket list you haven't done yet? You really, really would like. You talked about mortality. That there's a finite deadline. What pops in your head is something you want us to do.
What I want is to not die and owe people money. So
whatever mistakes you made,
I want to live to right those things And I also felt really strongly about my what I and everybody in the business had built. And so a big part of me wants to resurrect the brand, because when I felt really strongly about it, like I had that feeling that this was going to be a thing that I wanted to build and grow and could have a really positive impact and outlast me. And
Would you bring it back as the same name?
yeah, well, I put the logo on my arm. That's kind of how strongly I felt about it. And so when I did that, and around that time and all of that time, I felt really, really strongly that quietly, because it feels like a little bit bold, but quietly felt really almost with a certainty that it was going to be something really big, and it was growing and growing. And all signs were pointing towards there. I was just sort of stalled and couldn't figure out the logistics. And then enter Mr. Fox. So
The universe can be quite absurdly cruel at times.
but yeah,
But that is something that's something worth reaching for, is repay the debts of the past.
and then people have said to me that Leon achieved some kind of immortality via being in the documentary. And then I don't understand this world at all, but I might do like an NFT thing related to Leon's image, which would be another way of kind of immortalizing his image at least.
Yeah.
But that's it's a potentially in progress, kind of a crazy leap, but
And potentially relaunching the restaurant.
possibly yes. And there's the restaurant, and there's One Lucky Duck and that brand, and they're sort of separate but related. And they could each exist independently. I liked it better when they existed together, because I felt like they were very complementary in a lot of ways, and that they made sense together. But either one could be done separately without the other.
Do you think you will find love again, given the chaos you had to go through?
I have, and I never talk about it. Never.
You have found love again.
Yes, but also in a kind of possibly doomed temporary way. Which
You don't like it simple, do you?
it's not that it's not simple, it's actually quite simple. It's just that, again, there's a large age gap. I'm the older one, which in itself isn't a problem, because again, I wouldn't want to, like, if somebody wanted kids in a family, I wouldn't want to hold them back from that. And so if I sort of wanted to be with somebody who wanted those things, even if I was completely in love with somebody, I would have to kind of like, endure the pain to be like, no, I'm going to keep you from those things, so you should go do those things.
So that's the source of the temporariness?
No, it's a bit related to like logistics and living one place and having like extremely different lifestyles.
Is this a prince of some sort?
No,
Does he have a castle?
no,
Alright.
no.
You're gonna say who it is, or we're gonna keep that mystery?
I don't. On the one hand, like I feel like it's protected for me to talk about it in some ways, but I also worry because very often I avoid saying anything because for a lot of reasons, but one being that people freak out and just assume that I'm going to step into something horrible again, because I did step into something horribly destructive again after Mr. Fox. And what happened was I allowed something to happen, and so going back to that, what advice would you give to people? I would tell people to be very careful, to be deliberate about who they're getting involved with and thoughtful about it, and making sure that they're not just allowing something to happen. So it's like, men can sometimes be, and I suppose women can be as well, but people can be very persistent. Sometimes it's a good thing, but it could also be a dangerous thing, because sometimes somebody might just, and this has happened to me a lot, where somebody just wears you down and you're like, oh, fine, and no, I mean,
But it works.
it's shockingly like the things that I've done in the spirit of like, or not wanting to hurt somebody's feelings. That's another dangerous.
Be nice. Let's get married just to be nice.
That's another dangerous thing. And also,
Maybe you should.
I feel like I'm like circling back to all these unanswered questions from before, but I didn't marry. I married him. He like convinced me to marry him in this very quick, annoying way, and as if it was like something I had to do, and I'd be protected, and all kinds of weird reasons. And it was just like my response to my agreeing to marry him was like, oh, fine. And then I remember being embarrassed at City Hall, going to get the license. People who are in love and wanting to get married aren't sitting in City Hall mortified and embarrassed, So
Yeah, but so it was.
so I sort of cringe when people call him my ex-husband, because I don't think of him that way. It's sort of, even though technically that's correct.
Yeah, but there's a powerful romantic notion to this thing and to those words, and that had nothing to do with you getting married. It was more
It was just like another thing that he made me do
like a chore.
that just had, unfortunate consequences of like then having to get divorced and the whole.
Yeah, I think even weddings are romantic. Like the whole cheesy thing. There's,
Yeah, they are.
those are cool.
I agree.
We don't get many of those in life. Well, you know what? Let's keep it a mystery. Let's keep the person a mystery. To be continued
I mean,
on season
it's not
2
like any
on conversations with some.
like a known person or anything, but I feel like people always worry that I'm stepping back into something and I don't have the energy to be sort of
Should they be worried?
defensive. And no,
Don't worry, friends.
no. And also just remember that thing I was saying about how like it's good if you get to know somebody really slowly over a long period of time.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those situations. So I feel very confident that I'm like certain that I'm not stepping into something where I'm going to be surprised and somebody turns out to be not who they presented themselves to be. So
It's the wise way to do it.
especially for me, yeah. And also again, it's like I would caution people to be careful about wanting to go into something deliberately versus kind of getting caught up in something or rushed or.
That said, I would suggest people take that cautionary advice, but sometimes you just fall in love.
Yeah,
Love at first sight is a thing.
there are those stories of sweet stories of older people that have been married forever, and
Sweet, you can get hurt for it too, but don't listen to your heart. This was an incredible conversation. We talked for way over 4 hours.
we did.
Yeah. And I feel like I can keep talking to you. This was amazing. Summer, thank you so much for being honest, for being fearless in answering all the questions, all the difficult questions. And thank you for trying to create something special with your restaurant and maybe create something special still in your future.
Yeah, I hope so. Thank you for having me. I kept thinking that like I was going to get a message that was like, just kidding. I've listened to your podcast a lot, and so I've certainly felt very intimidated knowing who's sat, if not in this actual chair, in this chair in another location, or maybe here. Very,
You nervous?
yes, and
I was nervous too.
yeah, but at the same, but also because I know the way that you speak in your style, I felt like it was going to feel like a good natural conversation, as opposed to sometimes you have conversations where it's like, anyway. So
It felt
I didn't
good?
feel
You're
nervous
happy with
because
it?
of like what I was walking into. I felt nervous that I was gonna, sound stupid and boring, and everybody would be like, "Why did he interview her?" Like,
It was not. It was exciting. You happy with it? How do we do?
Yeah, I think so. Very often after,
Are you self-critical after stuff?
yes,
Like when you
very.
go home tonight, are you gonna be like happy with yourself? No.
I mean, I feel good. I don't feel like I can't think of anything that I said that I regret. Maybe there's things that, somebody's going to yell at me because I said something that I said like meat is good or something, or I don't, like this, like vegan judgment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
But I think it's more useful to be honest about the contradictions and conflicting feelings, because I feel like that's what most people have. And so if you want to help people shift a certain way.
Yeah, you were raw, honest. It was beautiful. It was beautiful to watch. Thank you for the books. Your darkness today was visible, but the beauty too. It was an amazing conversation. I'm really happy with it. I'm honored that you sit down. That's awesome.
I'm floored that you're honored, and I'm honored that you asked me to be here. So
Thank you, Sean. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sarma Melancholis. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from playwright August Wilson. Confront the dark parts of yourself and work to banish them with illumination and forgiveness. Your willingness to wrestle with your demons will cause your angels to sing. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly, and it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old.
If you could talk to Vladimir Putin once again, now, what kind of things would you talk about here? What kind of questions would you ask? The following is a conversation with Oliver Stone. He's one of the greatest filmmakers of all time, with 3 Oscar wins and 11 Oscar nominations. His films tell stories of war and power, fearlessly and often controversially, shining light on the dark parts of American and global history. His films include Platoon, Wall Street, Born on the 4th of July, Scarface, JFK, Nixon, Alexander, W, Snowden, and documentaries where he has interviewed some of the most powerful and consequential people in the world, including Fidel Castro, Hugo Chavez, and Vladimir Putin. And in this conversation, Oliver and I mostly focus our discussion on Vladimir Putin, Russia, and the war in Ukraine. My goal with these conversations is to understand the human being before me, to understand not just what they think, but how they think, to steel man their ideas, to steel man the devil's advocate, all in service of understanding, not derision. I have done this poorly in the past. I'm still struggling with this. I'm working hard to do better. I believe the moment we draw lines between good people and evil people, we'll lose our ability to see that we're all one people in the most fundamental of ways, and lose track of the deep truth expressed by the old Solzhenitsyn line that I return to time and time again, that the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man. Oliver Stone has a perspective that he extensively documents in his powerful, controversial series, The Untold History of the United States, that imperialism and the military-industrial complex paved the path to absolute power, and thus corrupt the minds of the leaders and institutions that wield it. From this perspective, the way out of the humanitarian crisis and human suffering in Ukraine, and the way out from the pull of the beating drums of nuclear war is not simple to understand, but we must, because all of humanity hangs in balance. I will talk to many people who seek to understand the way out of this growing catastrophe, including to historians, to leaders, and perhaps most importantly, to people on the ground in Ukraine and Russia. It's not just about war and suffering, but about life, friendship, family, love, and hope. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. We support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Oliver Stone.
Cat Ashley reprimanded
You're working on a documentary now about nuclear energy.
Yes.
So it's interesting to talk about this. Energy is such a big part of the world, about geopolitics of the world, about the way the world is. What do you think is the role of nuclear energy in the 21st century?
Good question. First of all, obviously, everyone's talking about climate change, right? So here I wake up to that a few years ago, and clearly we're concerned. I picked up a book by Josh Goldstein and his co-author, who's Swedish. Those two wrote a book called Bright Future, A Bright Future. It came out a few years ago, and I wrapped it up. It was a book, fact-based, clear, not too long, not too technical, and it was very clear that they were in favor of all kinds of renewable energy, yes. They hated, made it very clear how dangerous oil and gas were, methane, and made it very clear to the layman like me, and at the same time said that this renewables can work so far, but the gap is enormous as to how much electricity the world is going to need in 2050 and beyond. 2, 3, 4 times we don't even know that much. But we have India, we have China, we have Africa, we have Asia coming onto the scene, wanting more and more electricity. So they address the problem as a global one, not just as often in the United States you get the ethnocentric United States point of view that we know we're doing well, blah blah blah. We're not doing well. In fact, we sell that to people that we're comfortable. We spend more energy than anybody in this country per capita than anybody. And at the same time, we don't seem to understand the global picture. So that's what they did, and they made me very aware. So the only way to close that gap, the only way in their mind, is nuclear energy. I'm talking about a gap of building a huge amount of reactors over the next 30 years. And starting now, they make that point over and over again. So obviously this country, the United States, is not going to go in that direction. It just is incapable with it, of having that kind of will, political will. And fear is a huge factor. And still a lot of shibboleths, a lot of myths about nuclear energy have confused and confounded the landscape. The environmentalists have played a huge role in doing good things, many good things, but also confusing and confounding the landscape and making accusations against nuclear energy that were exaggerated. So taking all these things into consideration, we set about making this documentary, which is about finished now, almost finishing. It's an hour and 40 minutes, and that was the hard part, getting it down from about 3.5 hours to about this something more manageable. Is it interviews? It's interviews among others, but essentially we went to Russia, we went to France, which is the most perhaps advanced nuclear country in the world, Russia, and the United States. We went to the Idaho laboratory and talked to the scientists there, as well as the Department of Energy people that are handling this. Idaho is one of the experimental labs in the United States. It's probably one of the most advanced, and they're doing a lot of advanced nuclear there. We also we studied. Well, Russia gave us a lot of insight. They were very cooperative because they have some of the most advanced nuclear, actually probably the most advanced nuclear reactor in the world at Beloyarsk at the Ural Mountain. So we did an investigation there. And in France, they have some very advanced nuclear reactors, and they're building. Now they're building again. They had the Green Party came into power, just not into power, but became a factor in France, and there was a motion when Hollande was president. They started to move away from it. Actually, they were beginning to just abandon it. They let not complete in other words, close down some of the nuclear reactors there was talk about, but thank God France did not do that, and Macron came in and recently reversed it, and they're building as fast as they can now, especially with the Ukraine war going on. There's an awareness that Russia will not be providing, may not be providing the energy Europe needs. So, and then China is the other one. That's the other factor. I'm talking about the big boys. they are doing tremendous work and fast, which is very hopeful. But of course, China is building in all directions at once. The coal continues to be huge in China, and methane too. But basically, coal in India, in China, are the biggest users of coal. And we know, as you know, Germany went back to coal a few years ago. So all these factors, it's a fascinating picture globally. So we try to achieve a consensus that where nuclear can work and where it will be working and it will be used more and more. The question is how much carbon dioxide China and Russia will be putting out. France is the only one that's not putting it out. The United States has not changed. With all the talk and all the nonsense about renewables and the new lifestyle and all this, it's great for your guilt complex, but it doesn't do anything for the total accumulation of carbon dioxide.
Who's going to lead the way on nuclear, do you think? You mentioned Russia, France, China, United States. Who's going to lead?
I don't think it's going to be a United Nations kind of thing because the world doesn't seem capable of uniting. We go to these conferences, Kyoto, and we talk and we agree, but then we don't actually enforce. I don't think it's going to happen that way. I think it's going to be an individual race with countries. They're going to just do it for their own self-interest, like China is doing. China, the thing is, if it works, and I'm praying that it will really work on a big scale, China will back away from coal naturally. The same thing will be true of India. They will see the benefits because if you go to India, you see the cities, the pollution. You walk around in that stuff, and you get. It's not. There's no hope in this, and you sense it. So people will move in this direction naturally because nuclear is clean energy, and the amount of casualties, nuclear is the lowest on the industrial scale for energy producing, from coal down to oil, everything. The lowest casualty rate, very low, it's 0.002 or something, is nuclear. So not that many people have died from nuclear. Not that many. I think 50 people at Chernobyl, which was the worst accident. Nobody died at Fukushima. Nobody died at 3 Mile Island, and that's what you hear all over and over again. These accidents. The environmentalists have sold us the idea that they're dangerous. And it's a lot of environmentalists, thank God, are changing. They've come off that routine and they're saying, we were wrong. We've done a lot of good work. Greenpeace did a lot of good work. Whales, saving this, saving that. But they admit themselves, but not they don't. People who have been in the organization have said we were wrong. In 1956, we show the articles in the New York Times that came out. The Rockefeller Foundation, which of course is a big producer of oil, the Rockefeller family, and the foundation came out with a study which was weighted. They tipped the scale, put a thumb on the scale. It was a scientific expose of radiation in the study that came out printed in the New York Times, because the New York Times publisher Sulzberger was on their board, one of the board members. So they got a lot of strong publicity condemning radiation, which started the process of doubting nuclear energy. The radiation levels that they pointed out were very minor. And of course, if you go into a scientific analysis of this now with what we know, it's just not true. But it tilted the scale back in the 50s, 60s, and started the questioning the nuclear business.
Do you think that was malevolence or incompetence?
No, I think it was competition. I don't think it was conspiracy as much as it was a sense that we don't want this nuclear energy. It's going to end the dominance of oil. Absolutely. And it will. And it will anyway, because it's the only sane way for the world to proceed. But the world will have to learn through adversity. So in other words, the situation could get worse, much worse. And certain countries are just going to have to adapt, like we always do. When things become too hard, you have to change your thinking.
And humans are pretty good at that.
Yes, talking about human nature, they're very adept at that. Germany, for example, I mean, when the Fukushima happened, they went out of the nuclear business. That was shocking to me. they just pulled out. They destroyed, destructed several of their nuclear reactors that were still functional, and put up coal put up coal and oil replaced it. And as a result, Germany drifted into this place next to France. Their electricity bills went up, and France stayed the same. They don't have that. They have a different system in Europe, but more or less, no question that France was doing a lot better than Germany. And now, with this Ukraine issue, it's a very interesting focal point whether Germany is what direction they're going to go now. How can they keep going with coal? They just can't.
What's the connection between oil, coal, nuclear, and war? Sort of energy and conflict. When you look at the 21st century, when you were doing this documentary, were you thinking of nuclear as a way to power the world, but is it also to avoid conflict over resources? Is there some aspect to energy being a source of conflict that we're trying to avoid?
She did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister,
I don't have the history of energy at my fingertips, and it's a very long history here. But I would say, apparently not. It does seem that individually each country can answer its needs by building. And up until now, we haven't had conflict except in this issue of Russia supplying Europe. Obviously the pipeline, Nord Stream 2 has been closed, and Nord Stream 1 is also probably going to be phased out. And the concept of Russia supplying gas to Europe is now up in the air, and who knows what's going to happen. I just don't see how Europe can get away from using Russian gas. But Russian gas is not the solution because it's methane too. It goes up into the atmosphere. Methane in the short term is just worse than coal. Worse. There's all kinds of charts we show in the film. We try not to be too over-factual, but methane is not the answer. It's a short-term answer. Countries go to war over energy is a question that trying to think of all the wars that happened. You could say Germany, of course, during World War II needed oil very badly, and it dictated their strategy with Romania, etc. Getting the oil fields open, but I haven't thought that one through. I'd have to make a documentary on it to really understand how energy and war interface.
It's always part of the calculation, but it's a question of how much. Right, that's the question. I just have to ask, because you mentioned your mom's from France. You've traveled for this documentary, and you traveled in general throughout the world, in Russia, Ukraine. What are the defining characteristics of these cultures? Let's go with Russia. So as I told you, I'm half Ukrainian, half Russian. I came from that part of the world. What are some interesting, beautiful aspects of the culture of Russia and Ukraine?
I can't really speak honestly of Ukraine. I was there only in 1983 when I visited the Soviet Union under the communism. And Kiev was beautiful. It was one of the nicer places I went. But they were very much stultified by the communist system. They all were. The best places to visit in Russia were always in the south, whether Georgia or the Arab Muslim countries. There was always a better culture in terms of comfort. But communism was rough, and that was the end of it, pretty much. Brezhnev regime, and then Andropov. Gorbachev was 3 years in the future when I was there. So I can't talk about Ukraine, and they're not been friendly to me since I made the Putin interviews. Ukraine have banned me. I believe they've been very tough on people who are critical. I think Russian people have been very special to me, and perhaps because of my European upbringing, but I enjoy talking to them. I find them very open, very generous, and they appreciate support. They appreciate people who say, I understand why your government is doing this or this or this. I've tried to stay open-minded and listen to both sides. the thing that I have seen as an American is, of course, this American enmity towards Russia from the very beginning. I grew up in 1940, 46. I was born in the 50s. It was so anti-Russian. They were everywhere. They were in our schools. They were in our State Department. They were spying on us. They were stealing the country from us. That was the way the American right wing, not even the right wing, I'd say the Republican Party, pictured the Russians. They were actively engaged in infiltrating America and changing our thinking. And television shows were based on this. It was very much the J. Edgar Hoover mentality that communism was even behind the student protests of the 1960s. This was the direction in which the FBI and the CIA were thinking. So I grew up with a prejudice. And it took me many years. My father was a Republican, and he was a stockbroker, and he was a very intelligent man. But even he, because he was a World War II soldier, he was a colonel, had fallen under the influence. In order to be successful in American business in the 1950s, you had to have a very strong anti-Soviet line. Very strong. You wouldn't get ahead if you expressed any kind of let's end this Cold War, any kind of activity of that nature. You'd be cast aside as a pinko or somebody who was not completely on the board with the American way of doing business, which was capitalism works, communism doesn't.
And in particular, communism is embodied by the Soviet Union, is the enemy. So hence,
yeah, that's the way you were.
the narrative behind the Cold War.
That's correct. And it basically lasted. I mean, you saw the ups and downs of it. When Reagan came in, first of all, we had the crisis of 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Kennedy proved himself to be a warrior for peace. He resolved that with Khrushchev. That was a big moment, huge moment, and people don't give him credit enough for really saving us from a war that could have affected all of mankind.
But it still didn't avert.
No, because the moment he was killed, honestly, there was a lot of, we can talk about that. As you know, I've made a film, JFK Revisited is a documentary released this year about the movie I made in 1991. But the moment he was killed, I would argue that Lyndon Johnson went back immediately to the old way of thinking, the old way of doing business, which was the Eisenhower Truman way, which we had adapted since World War II. That was an interim. You have to think about it. From Roosevelt dies in 45. Roosevelt has an interim of 15 years where he has more of a democratic regime, more liberal. He recognizes the Soviet Union for the first time since the revolution, and he actually has a relationship with them. He sends ambassadors who are friendly, and he has a relationship with Stalin, etc., and Yalta, and or not Tehran, rather, is where he had the relationship.
Do you think if JFK lived, we would not have a Cold War?
No, absolutely not. We go into great depth on that in the film. I urge you to see it, because it goes into all the issues around the world. Kennedy was being very much an anti-imperialist, it turns out, and many people don't understand that. But you have to look at all his policies in the Middle East with Nasser. He had a relationship with Sukarno in Indonesia. With Latin America, he made a big effort with the Alliance for Progress. And when Africa, above all, with Lumumba, he was very shocked at his death and tried to defend the integrity of the Belgian Congo with Dag Hammarskjöld of the UN. He made a big effort. Unfortunately, it didn't work out because Dag Hammarskjöld was killed and then Kennedy was killed. And Congo descended into the chaos of Joseph Mobutu's dictatorship. But Kennedy was very active in terms of, as an Irishman, not as an Englishman. He was an Irishman. And I say that because, well, we'll come back to that, because Mr. Joe Biden is an Irishman, but it's a different kind of an Irishman. They're both Catholic Irish, but Kennedy really made an effort to change the imperialist mindset that still was very strong in America and Europe. Lyndon Johnson changed back to the old policy, and we were never able to really keep detente going with the Russians. Briefly had it with Carter, but then Brzezinski came in. Brzezinski was his national security advisor. He was put there by Rockefeller. Brzezinski was a Pole. He got revenge from Poland. Poland has always been attacking Russia, as far as I remember, back to another century. The two world wars that occupied Russia, and so tragically, the entry points were always through Poland and Ukraine. So Brzezinski got his revenge, and Carter ended up being an enemy of the Soviet Union and creating as Brzezinski took pride in it, he created the atmosphere, the trap for the Soviets to go into Afghanistan in '79. That trap was set, he said, in 1978. So there was never, except for brief moments, periods of détente with the Soviets. And I grew up under that. I didn't really know anything of this going on because I was learning. I was educating myself because I was learning movies and trying to be a dramatist and this and that. So I wasn't thinking about this. Then when Reagan came in, I was worried again because it was a beat, the old beat, which was there, the most evil empire. I mean, it goes on in American history. It doesn't end. Reagan got a lot of points for that. And of course, when Gorbachev came in, it was a beautiful moment for the world. It was a great surprise. It was probably the best years for America, at least from my point of view, in terms of this relaxation in the mood. 1986 to 1991 were great years in terms of ability to believe, once again, that there could be a peace dividend. But the world changed again in 1991, 92. There's an internal mechanism. Who knows? You can blame the United States. You could blame Russia for. Gorbachev was perhaps not the right man to try to administer that country at that point. He had great visions. He was a man of peace. But it was very difficult to hold together such a huge empire.
So vision is not enough to hold together the Soviet Union.
I think the details are interesting. I've followed up on that a little bit because I was recently in countries like Kazakhstan, talked about the negotiations that were going on and the breakup of the Soviet Union. It's a very interesting story because it involves everything in Ukraine. Of course, everything is going on now. 30 million Russians were left outside of the Soviet Union when it collapsed. They had no home anymore. They were homes in other countries, such as in Ukraine. So it's an interesting story, and with the repercussions today. Kazakhstan is a good example of keeping a balance, keeping it neutral. Yeah, he played both sides, and because Yeltsin wanted him to join the Russian Confederation in a certain way where he'd be supporting against Gorbachev. There's a whole inward battle there. I think the Ukraine came along with Yeltsin as well as you'd have to find it. I'm sorry, I don't remember now, but two other regions came with him, and that was a bloc that broke up the Soviet Union. It was Yeltsin's plan and it was to make the Russian Federation, and they did.
I would love to return back to JFK eventually because he's such a fascinating figure in the history of human civilization. But let me ask you, fast forward, in 2000, Yeltsin was no longer president and Vladimir Putin became president. You did a series of interviews with Vladimir Putin, as you mentioned, over a period of 2 years, from 2015 to 2017. Let me ask with a high-level question. What was your goal with that conversation?
Came out in 2017. I guess I started them in 2014. At that point, the Snowden affair had happened. I was working on a movie on Snowden. That happened in 13. Ukraine happened in 14. And one thing after another. By 14, Putin was enemy number, again, becoming a wanted man on the American list. He was enemy. He was surely in the top 5. But the animosity toward Putin had been growing since 2007 at Munich. I remember that speech when he made it. It's in my documentary. It's a 4-hour documentary, 4 different conversations. I mean, we talked over 2 years, 2.5 years. But I remember that image of him at Munich making a very important speech about world harmony, about the balance necessary in the world. And I remember the sneer on John McCain's face. He was in Munich, obviously eyeballing Putin and hating him. And it was so evident that McCain had no belief whatsoever that he was almost treating them like these are the communists are back. And we know that Putin was not a communist. We know that Putin is very much a market man. And he made it very clear and tried to keep an open climate, a new relationship with Europe. But the United States always, certain people in the United States always saw that as a threat, like Putin is trying to take Europe away from us, as if we own it, as if we have the right to own it. But Putin was making the point, it's very important, about sovereignty. Sovereignty for countries is crucial for this new world to have balance. That's sovereignty for China, sovereignty for Russia, sovereignty for Iran, sovereignty for Venezuela, sovereignty for Cuba. This is an idea that's crucial to the new world, and I think the United States has never accepted that. Sovereignty is not an idea that they can allow. You have to be obedient to the United States idea of so-called democracy and freedom. But it's much more important is sovereignty for these countries, and the United States has not obeyed that, has not even acknowledged it, and it never comes up.
So from the perspective of the United States, when power centers arise in the world,
Yes.
you start to oppose those, not because of the ideas, but merely because they have power.
Isn't that at the heart of the doctrine of the neoconservatives? In the Pact for the New American Century, they wrote that in 1996-7. They said there shall be no emergence or arrival of power. It was very clear it was about power, and they've stuck to that doctrine, which is if you start to get dangerous in any way or have power, we're going to knock you out. Now, that won't work. I don't believe it can work. And that is, unfortunately, a policy the United States is following. And the neoconservative group, which is very small, but it's very strong, apparently, and their idea has resonated. It was behind George Bush's invasion of Iraq. It was part of not only Iraq, but cleaning out the whole world, draining the swamp, going to Afghanistan first. And then, although Iraq had nothing to do with Al-Qaeda's attack, going after Iraq. And of course, 60-some other countries where terrorism had some signs. Wherever America judged would be a dangerous country, we had the right. You're either with us or against us. Now, that is a disastrous policy and led to one thing after another. The Iraq War never learned a lesson. The neoconservatives were never fired, never thrown out of office. The people who prosecuted that war are still around. Many of them are still around. They're obviously guiding America now.
Let me return to this question of power.
Don't forget the sneer that I saw there. That emblemized the United States reaction. Also, there were several other American representatives who were laughing, kind of mocking Putin. It was very serious. I felt there was a divide there. So, since then, I mean, in a certain sense, the Europe reaction to Putin is crucial, and they were more with him back then. And a big thing for America was always to keep NATO, to keep Europe in its pocket as a satellite. And with this recent war, of course, they've succeeded in all beyond their dreams. The Russians have fulfilled the fantasy of the United States to finally be this aggressor that they have pictured for years. We can talk about that later.
But at that time, there was Europe had significant support for Putin.
Yes.
The United States was sneering at Putin.
That's right. You can say that.
And then so there's this. There was uncertainty as to the direction, as to the future of Russia, and that's exactly when you interviewed Vladimir Putin.
I wanted to know what they thought because we couldn't get the the information war that the United States was fighting against Russia was in evidence back then. It was full out. The condemnation of Russia on all fronts. I never saw a positive article about Putin. And although when I traveled in the world, and I traveled a lot doing documentaries, it was very clear in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, there was respect for him. That he was a man who was getting his job done in the interests of Russia. He was, as I said in the documentary, a son of Russia, very much so, in the positive sense, a son of Russia. Not that he's out there trying to destroy the interests of other countries. No, that he was out there to promote the interests of Russia, but at the same time keep a balance, keep the world into a harmony. This has always been his picture. Peace was always his idea. In other words, he always referred to the United States in all these interviews as our partners. And I said, will you stop using that word? They're not. Well, he was a little bit slow in waking up to what the United States was doing.
Well, that said, he's one of the most powerful men in the world. He was at that time. And let me ask you the human question. As the old adage goes, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Did you see any corroding effects of power on the man? Forget the political leader. I'm just a human being that carries that power on his shoulders for so many years.
Keep in mind that he's been, unlike most modern leaders, he's been in office off and on because there was a Medvedev was president, and he was not literally in charge. He took another appointment at that point, but he was still very much involved. But for 20 years, more or less, he's been at the administrator of the state, protector of the state. And he's apparently done a good enough job that the Russian people have kept him there. Because contrary to what many people think, I really believe that if the Russian people didn't want him, he would be out. I firmly believe that. I don't think you can go against the will of the people. Now, it expresses itself in many ways, at the ballot box and so forth, but also in other ways in Russia. There's a strong currents of opinion. So contrary to what the position of him as a dictator, he wouldn't last if he was unpopular, number one. Number two, Russia is much more divided than people know. There's other factors in Russia. There are always tensions in around the Kremlin, who has power, who doesn't have power. That's been going on for 100 years. But the factions in Russia are very much there. So when people refer to Russia as Putin, they're mistaken. And they do this regularly in the New York papers and all this. They say, Putin did this, Putin did that, Putin's doing it. But it's Russia that's doing it. And that's what, there's a distinction there it's changed. In the old days, I would read about Khrushchev, but it was never Khrushchev personally. It was about the Soviet Union. There was respect for a country. And that, when it started to get personal with Putin, it changed. And our thinking changed in a negative way. We no longer respected it as a country. We were seen as a man. And the man we had trashed repeatedly as a poisoner, as a murderer, none of which has ever been proven, but which has always been repeated and repeated to the point at which it becomes like an Orwell mantra. It becomes like, he is, of course, the bad guy.
Can I just ask you, as a great filmmaker and as a human being, what was it like talking to one of the most powerful men in the world?
But honestly, I'm not naive. I've talked to a lot of powerful people. In the movie business, there are powerful people, and many of them are corrupted. I've talked to many people in my life. I've been in the military. I've had other jobs. I have to say, I found him to be a human being. I just found him to be reasonable, calm. I never saw him lose his temper. And I mean, you have to understand that most people in the Western way of doing business get emotional. I don't see that. I saw him as a balanced man, as a man who had studied this like you have. There's a calmness to you that comes from studying the world and having a rational response to it. It's interesting. His two daughters, one of them is very scientific, and the other one is doing very well in another profession. But they're a thinking family. His wife too was. I can't talk for the new wife because I don't know about it. But he kept his family with great respect, he's raised his daughters right. He served Yeltsin the way he looked at it. He served Yeltsin well, and he never trashed Yeltsin. Certainly, a lot of people did. But, I asked him repeatedly, was he an alcoholic, this or that? But he wouldn't even go that far. He just respect. And this man Yeltsin was in many ways ridiculed by the Russians. And he turned over the power because he felt like he was overwhelmed. He turned over the power to this man because why? How many people had he fired before him? Several prime ministers. This man. Why did he turn power over to Mr. Putin? Because he respected him for his work ethic and his balance, his maturity. And that's what I can say is I saw in him. A poor person, from a poor family who worked his way up through the KGB. Americans keep saying he's a KGB agent. But it's like saying, George Bush was a CIA agent. But, he became you grow in your life. And he went from the KGB to this technocratic position. He dealt with many problems, including the Chechnya War, which was a very difficult situation, as well as the Russian submarine problem. Several things happened early in his that gave him a lot of experience. And he handled them all pretty well.
Do you think he was an honest man?
I do. Now, of course, the question of money, the charges that he's the richest man in the world are ludicrous. He certainly doesn't live like it or act like it. If you're rich, I've been around a lot of rich people in my life. You probably have too. In America, you run into them. So many of them are arrogant.
I'm actually good friends now with the richest man in the world.
Oh, of course. I saw your interview with Mr. Musk, who I appreciate. At least he speaks freely. I'm positive about him owning Twitter because Twitter has become censorship city, as has all the major tech. The censorship that we are now seeing in the United States is so un-American and shocking to me.
And he is a resistance to that. That is true.
Yeah, I like Musk for that, just for that only. But I also appreciate him, his adventuresome, his nature, and his desire to explore the world and to ask questions.
Yeah, there's certain ways you sound when you speak freely. There's certain ways you sound. A man sounds when he speaks freely. Yeah, he speaks freely, and it's refreshing.
Yeah.
No matter whether you're rich or not, it doesn't matter. When you speak freely, it's a beautiful
Actually,
thing.
Musk, a major point on going back to nuclear energy. He never believed in it at first. Apparently, he was going for batteries, right? And he put a lot of money into batteries. He made bigger and bigger batteries, but it just, as Bill Gates has said, it's not going to get us there.
Yeah.
And now I think Musk is on another path. He understands the need for nuclear.
Yeah, he's a supporter of nuclear. We're jumping around.
Who never asked for one thing? Never. It was an interview. It was free form. Ask anything you want. No restrictions. No rules. As with Castro, frankly, Castro did the same thing as did Chavez. So I've had good luck in interviewing free-ranging subjects, people willing to express themselves. He's much more guarded than Castro or Chavez, because as you know, he's setting government policy when he speaks. And anything he says is going to be taken out of context.
But there was no restrictions on what to talk about, none of that.
Nor any desire to see anything before we publish it. No need to check it with them. It was a completely.
Do you think he watched the final product?
Yes, I do. But I don't think he made judgments on it. I think he was pleased. He doesn't go either way. You see, he's pleased. I mean, it went well, and he's happy for us. But I don't think he had great enthusiasm. Expressed it to me. He trusted me, and you could see the way he dealt with me each time. He warmed up to me 4 times. The first time it might have been a little stiff. You're asking, you don't know who you're dealing with, and so forth. I understand that. But he's used to it now. He's done a lot of press. The worst press he's done, frankly, has been the American press. And not because of his fault, but because of the way they have treated him. If you look at the interviews, they're awful. They first of all, I noticed one thing as a filmmaker right away, they use an overdub. They put a Russian speaker for everything he says. It was much harsher. He speaks Russian in a much harsher manner. than actually Putin does. It was very, if you, on my interview, I left him in his original language, the translator, and I think that's important because he expresses himself very clearly and calmly. When you listen to the American broadcast, it's a belligerent person who looks like he's about to bang his shoe on the table. And secondly, the questions are highly aggressive from the beginning. There's no sense of rapport. There's no sense of, well, it's why, Mr. Putin, did you poison this person? Why, Mr. Putin, did you kill this person? Why are you a murderer? I mean, it's blunt negative television.
Yeah, it's not just aggressive. So I obviously speak Russian, so I get to appreciate both the original and the translation. And it's not just aggressive, it's very shallow. They're not looking to understand. To me, aggression is okay if that's the way you want to approach it, but there should be underlying kind of empathy for another human being in order to be able to understand. And so some of the worst interviews I've ever listened to is by American press of Vladimir Putin. So NBC and all those kinds of organizations. It's very painful to watch.
And you saw the reception to the Putin interviews in America was hostile without seeing it. So many people criticized my series without having seen it. Even I went on a television show with this famous Colbert. You know, he's very famous in that. And I was shocked on the show to find out that he hadn't seen anything in the 4 hours. He was just attacking Putin. And through me, I was complicit. Therefore, I was a Putin supporter, and the show was a disaster. It's one of my worst television shows. I had to just shut up and get off the air. I mean, at some point, it was embarrassing because the audience too was clapping for Colbert on anything he said.
Well, as an interviewer in that situation, because between you and Vladimir Putin, there was camaraderie, there was joking. Are you worried? Do you put that into the calculation when you're making a film with somebody that could be lying to you, that could be evil? When you talk about Castro, so are you worried about how charisma of a man across the table from you can
No, I take that into account. I absolutely take that into account. I know Castro. I mean, doing Castro, he's a wonderful speaker. He's charismatic. So is Chavez. Look at those interviews. I took it into account. But Putin doesn't play that game. He doesn't charm you. He doesn't try to overwhelm you with his bon ami at all. He just says, okay, ask your question, I'll give you my answer straight. Here it is. And he analyzes it. This is the history of NATO. This is the history of our relationship with the United States. How many times have we tried to talk to them about such and such and such and such, and each time we get nowhere? In fact, it's a very... I would like to get along with the United States so much. He's saying it so clearly in all his words.
So to play devil's advocate,
but he's not making a big deal about it.
But there is a charisma and a calmness.
Yes, there is.
So let's just calm everything down. It's simple facts that you can call. So there's like the Hitler thing, which is screaming, being very loud, charismatic, strong message, and so on. And then there's a Putin style. I'm not comparing those two. There's the Putin style communication of calmness, and that, at least to me, my personality, that can be very captivating. Is bringing everything down. The facts are simple, but then when you say the facts are simple, you can now start lying, and you don't know what's true and what's lies.
It behooves you to do some research.
Yes.
Frankly, when coming to research, you're going to have a problem because if you go to the Americanized versions of Russian history, you're going to run into a problem. And that includes even Wikipedia. They will tell you things that are just not factually supported. So it was a problem in terms of, if you read all the books in the American library about Putin, there's nothing positive about it. They're awful. They're awful. And a lot of them, I had a good relationship with Professor Stephen Cohen, who's I think one of the most informed men on Russia. He did a lot of research all his life and knew Gorbachev very well. And he was very analytical about all these situations that happened before his death in 2019. I'm not quite sure when Stephen died, but I knew him well. and he gave me the best information I could get. I would go to Stephen and I'd say, I'm confused here. Tell me the history of this accusation of poisoning against this person and so forth. And he'd explain it to me in, I think, the clearest ways that I understood. And he said to me once, he said, most of these people who go to Russia and write this stuff about Putin are going off the internet. The internet has really been a source of a lot of fractured facts here. He said, pure analysis. You have to go back to the texts, all the documents, and to really fully understand. But he spoke Russian, and his wife and him, Katerina von Hubel, who's the editor, publisher of The Nation magazine, would go to Russia several times a year and talk to their friend Gorbachev. Gorbachev's an interesting character. I talked to him, not interviewed him, but talked to him at length, and I liked him very much. And I saw the divide, as you saw in the Putin interviews, between Gorbachev and Putin. Early on in the interviews, you sense Putin doesn't really care for Gorbachev because in his point of view, he screwed up the administration of Russia and is responsible for so much of the disaster of leaving all those people outside the Soviet Union. So these are problems that continue into the future. But they see each other he knows he's there at the May Day parade. We filmed, and his attitude is funny. It's very human. He says, he's welcome. He's pensioned. He's a pensioner. He's done his duty. There's no animus towards him. Even when Gorbachev in the early days, as you remember, criticized for his manners in terms of democracy. But I don't know that becomes a quarrel. But frankly, by the end of the situation, it's very clear that Gorbachev has now moved closer and closer says that Russia is now really under attack. He sees it. He sees where the United States has made a concerted effort to undermine Putin. And he's repeated this several times about Ukraine. I think you've seen what he said. You can quote it. And Gorbachev we have no respect for Gorbachev even at this juncture. When can you see Gorbachev's ideas printed in most American newspapers? Very rarely, and recently not at all. So Gorbachev, who was our hero the American hero back in the 1980s, has now been condemned to the garbage can, so to speak, of history.
Well, in this complicated geopolitical picture you just outlined, can we talk about the recent invasion of Ukraine? So you wrote on Facebook a pretty eloquent analysis. I think on March 3rd. Let me just read a small section of that, just to give context, and maybe we can talk a little bit more about both Russia and the man Putin. He wrote, although the United States has many wars of aggression on its conscience, it doesn't justify Mr. Putin's aggression in Ukraine. A dozen wrongs don't make a right. Russia was wrong to invade. It has made too many mistakes. 1. Underestimating Ukraine resistance. 2. Overestimating the military ability to achieve its objective. 3. Underestimating Europe's reaction, especially Germany, upping its military contribution to NATO, which they've resisted for some 20 years. Even Switzerland has joined the cause. Russia will be more isolated than ever from the West. 4. Underestimating the enhanced power of NATO, which will now put more pressure on Russia's borders. 5. Probably putting Ukraine into NATO. 6. Underestimating the damage to its own economy and certainly creating more internal resistance in Russia. 7. Creating a major readjustment of power in its oligarch class. 8. Putting cluster and vacuum bombs into play. 9. And underestimating the power of social media worldwide. And you go on for a while giving a much broader picture of the history and the geopolitics of all of this. So now, a little bit later, 2 months later, what are your thoughts about the invasion of Ukraine?
Well, it's very hard to be honest in this regard because the West has brought down a curtain here And anyone who questions the invasion of Ukraine and its consequences is an enemy of the people. It's become so difficult. I've never seen in my lifetime ever such a wall of propaganda as I've seen in the West. And that includes France too, because I was there recently in England. England is, of course, really vociferous. It's shocking to me how quickly Europe moved in this direction. That includes Germany. I have German friends who expressed to me their shock over Ukraine. I have Italian friends, same thing. And Italy, of course, has been perhaps the most understanding and compassionate of countries. So it's quite evident that there's a united, and this attests to the power of the United States. And of course, you have Finland, and Finland, which has generally been reasonable, jumping in, talking about joining NATO, and Sweden too. Generally, there's been some more restraint in Europe. That's what surprised me the most. Europe, how quickly they fell into this NATO basket, which is very dangerous for Europe. Very dangerous. This goes back to my idea, what I was saying earlier about sovereignty. These countries don't really give me a sense that they have sovereignty over their own countries. They don't feel
The European nations.
I'm obviously intuition here is working. I just don't feel that they have freedom to say what they really think, and they're scared to say it. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, I remember with great, in a sense, satisfaction that at least France, Chirac, who I had not really known much about, stood up and said, the United States, we're not going to join you in this expedition, basically into madness. Schroeder in Germany, same thing. Of course, Putin condemned the invasion, and Putin had been an ally of the United States since 9/11, if you remember correctly, and had called Bush, and they were getting along. So even Putin said, "Won't go, no, don't go into Iraq. This is not the solution." He didn't oppose Afghanistan, he opposed Iraq. So Chirac and Schroeder stood for the old Europe. I remember de Gaulle, Charles de Gaulle. He was independent of the United States. Charles de Gaulle pulled France out of NATO because he saw the dangers of NATO, which is to say, you have to fight an American war. When they say, and they put nuclear weapons on your territory in England and France and Italy and Germany, when they do that, you're hitched to this superpower, and you have no say in what they're going to do. If they declare war and they use your territory, you're going to be involved in a major conflict. I'm talking about sovereignty. Where is that sovereignty? They don't have it, and that has influenced their mindset for years now, since 1940, since de Gaulle was the 60s. He actually reversed the whole flow, and he was I think it was Sarkozy who put France back into NATO. And now it's Macron. I hope, because he was talking to Putin, would at least have an independent viewpoint that could be helpful here. But he rolled it up. He may have told Putin something else, but within days he had rolled it up and gone along with the United States position, which was enforced by the United States in a very fierce way. The propaganda, as I say, I don't know how much time you spent in America, but it was vicious, and everything was anti-Russian. Russia were killing all these people, were shooting down civilians, although there was no proof of it. There was just, these are the accidents of war, but all of a sudden it was a campaign of criminality, and they were talking about bringing Putin into war crime trial. Well, why didn't they talk like that when Iraq was going on and Bush was killing far more people? Or for that matter, why were they not talking about the killings in Donbass and Lugansk during that 2014 to 2022 period? That is what it's a crime. There's so many people who were killed, many of them innocent. Many of them innocent.
So what would be the way for Vladimir Putin to stop the killing in Donbass without the invasion of Ukraine?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I've asked that several times, and I have not talked to him since about 2 years now. It's a very good question.
What's the mistakes? What the human mistakes and the leadership mistakes made? So
Very good question. You see, what the American press has not said, and the Western press has not said, is that on February 24, was it? That was on that day when they invaded. The day before, if you check the logs of the European organization that was supervising, was in the field in Ukraine. These are neutral observers. They were seeing heavier and heavier artillery fire going into Donbass from the Ukrainian side. So they had, apparently Ukraine had 110,000 troops on the border. They were about to invade Donbass. That was the plan. That's what I think. Russia, because of the buildup on the border of Donbass, brought 130,000 troops to the area near Donbass, right? So you have buildup of forces on both sides, but you wouldn't know that from reading the press in the West. You believe that the Russians suddenly put all these men into the situation with the idea of invading Ukraine, not only Donbass, but invading all of Ukraine and getting rid of decapitating the government there, which is all assumption. We don't know what they were intended to do.
But you at the time, because a lot of people thought that all the talk of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it's just propaganda. It's not going to happen. It's very likely to happen.
I think many of us thought that the United States is building this up into an invasion. In other words, that is the nature of false flag operations. When you create this propaganda, they are going to invade, and then when they invaded, the United States was completely ready, and all their allies were completely ready for the invasion. Correct. So why did Putin do that? He fell theoretically into this trap set by the United States. Here you're telling all your allies across the board they're going to invade. But
why do you think he did it? So here, is it madness or is it some strategic calculation?
Perhaps. This one I cannot answer you faithfully because, first of all, we don't know what he was told. If he was indeed getting the right intelligence estimates, from what I said earlier in that essay I wrote, you would think he was not well informed, perhaps, about the degree of cooperation he would get from the Ukrainian Russians in Ukraine. That would be one factor, that he didn't assess the operation correctly. Remember this: Mr. Putin has had this cancer. And I think he's licked it, but he's also been isolated because of COVID. And some people would argue that the isolation from normal activity, which he was meeting people face to face, but all of a sudden he was meeting people across the table 100 yards away or whatever, 10 yards away. It was very hard. Perhaps he lost touch with contact with people.
So it's not just power. It's the very simple fact that you're just.
I'm speculating. I don't know. I see that, and I also, perhaps he thought in his mind that there would be a faster resolution, that the Ukrainian, because the evidence had been that the Ukrainian the Ukrainian army had folded so many times, and that they were only backed up, but they were stiffened by the resistance of the Nazi-oriented Azov battalions. That was the factor, of course. And that is a big factor for the Russians because these people are very tough. See, what people don't understand is that Ukraine, since 2014, has been a terror state. They've been run. Anytime a Ukrainian has expressed any understanding of the Russian-Ukrainian position, they've been threatened by the state. From 2014 to 2022, there's been a set of hideous murders that people don't even know about in the West. Journalists, people who speak out, liberals, people who I interviewed Viktor Medvedev, who they make out to be some kind of horrible person, but Medvedev was a very important figure in the administration of Kuchma, the first Ukrainian prime minister in the 1990s, and he did a great job on the economy. He was a very thoughtful man. If you see my interview, it's called Ukraine Revealed. He's very thoughtful about the future of Ukraine. He doesn't want to go back and join Russia. He wants it to be an independent country. Ukraine is independent, and he wants it to be a functioning economic democracy, more or less a democracy, if you can get that exists in a neutral state. Which the Ukraine used to be before 2014. It was neutral from 1991 to 2014. Neutral, very important. Under Poroshenko, it just immediately went into an anti-Soviet Cold War position as an ally of the United States. And my point was that it was a very dangerous place, Ukraine. People were being killed. Death squads were out there. Medvedev, they stripped him of his television stations. Very suddenly, this is Zelensky, the new president. Zelensky was elected on a peace platform. Remember that. 70% of the country was for him to make peace with Russia. Did he ever even try to make peace with Russia? Did he attend any of the Minsk II agreements? Did he visit? Did he pay any attention to who? Did he go to Russia? No, not at all. The moment he got into office, I'm convinced that the militant sector of the right sector parties of Ukraine let him know that you will not make a deal with Russia. There'll be no concessions to Russia. This is very dangerous. This is where this attitude, this very, very hostile to Russia, has hurt us. The whole world is being hurt by this. And no one calls them out. No one calls them out. Zelensky backed off from his platform as running for president, and as president has been ineffective, did nothing to promote it. On the contrary, went the other way and seemed to support the Ukrainian aggression.
Well, he found his support in this war. You've revealed through your work some of the most honest and dark aspects of war. Nevertheless, this is a war, and there's a humanitarian crisis. Millions of people, refugees, escaping Ukraine. What do you think about the human cost of this war, initiated by whoever, just as you write, whatever the context, whatever NATO, whatever pressure, as you wrote, Russia was wrong to invade.
Okay, yeah, let's get back to the original question. You said, what was he thinking at that time? We never answered that.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, among those people who've been ruined by this war, you have to include the 2014 to 2022 Ukrainian Russians. 14,000 were killed, not necessarily by some of them by maybe accident and this and that, but certainly a large number of that is responsible to the Ukrainian military and the Nazi-related battalions who have done a good job of death squadding that whole area. And remember, I did a film about Salvador. I know a little bit about death squads and how they work, and I know about paramilitaries because in South America they're all over the place. America hates Venezuela. Goes on about Venezuela. Do they tell you anything about Colombia? It's next door neighbor. Colombia for years has been plagued by paramilitaries that are right wing, and the United States has said nothing about them, except occasionally there's a newspaper report now. So this support of death squads by the United States is all over the world. It's not just in South America and Central America where we see plenty of evidence of it. It's here too, and this is what's horrible about this whole thing: this hypocrisy of America, that they can support such evil. Now, going back to your larger question about, yes, it's a terrible refugee disaster, but again, we have to get the numbers. Let's get the numbers and get evidence, because I would ask you, I'm not sure at this point whether more civilians were killed before 2022 in Donbass than have been killed in this latest.
So we can't talk about we can't talk about the invasion of Ukraine without considering the full war between Russia and Ukraine since 2014.
That's correct. Absolutely. And take the toll on both sides, and you might be surprised by the result. I think the Russian military, of course, I'm not there, and I'm not. This is speculation. The Russian military has slowed down, and part of that reason is not to keep the civilian corridors open. And I think the Ukrainian military has made it more difficult on purpose, especially some of these battalions that are death squad battalions have gone out of their way to keep the civilians locked into these cities in danger, because it's in their interest to do so. So there's no reason why the Ukrainian military, which would have killed Ukrainian civilians for years, would change their policies. They would have no compunctions about wiping out, for example, people with white armbands in Bucha. Okay, as to what Putin was thinking at the time, I wondered this, and I still do. I said, okay, so Putin can say, let's say the Ukrainian government wants to now invade the Donbass. This is on February 23, and they have artillery that's peppering the whole place. They're going to go in, and they're going to get Donbass back. What do you do? And you have Russian separatists who are Russian Ukrainians who are going to fight. How far do you go in supporting them? Can Russia at this point say, well, we can't help you. You have to get along. You have to somehow, you have to be absorbed by the Kiev. You're going to be absorbed by them, and they're not going to give you autonomy, and you have to live with them. And there's going to be a price to pay. You could do that, and you can also say, well, we open our borders to Donbass. You can come into our country, you can leave, and we will help you to resettle. And that would be a reasonable approach. So you take it to the next stage, as Putin's thinking. You take it to the next stage. You stall. It's harder for your people. Of course, there's this pressure on Putin from inside his own government to say, what are you going to do? I mean, you can't do this. There's a lot of nationalists in Russia. They would certainly he would be to his, they'd say Putin is weak. And that's the biggest rap you can ever give a Russian leader, is you're weak, you can't get anything done. So there would have been some damage. But let's say he goes with that and he says, okay, we know what the United States intention is. It's to get rid of me, regime change, and to get another Yeltsin in. That's what they want. And they will go to any ends. They will destroy Ukraine if necessary, but they want regime change in Russia. And then after they do that, of course, they'll go after China. But that's the ultimate policy of the United States. This is a country that has no compunctions about going all the way. And it will use hypocrisy and all the news propaganda in the world to get what it wants. This is the equivalent, frankly, of Germany's goals in World War II, world domination. There's no question in my mind. But we're going about it in our way as opposed to Hitler's way. So just to finish your thought, where do they go? What's stage two? Okay, let's say Ukraine takes back Donbass. Let's say people get killed in large quantities. So we now to the next stage. We're finished with the Minsk II agreements that were never adhered to. So what does Russia do? They wait for the next aggression, which is going to come in one form or another, perhaps in Georgia. I don't know what would happen, what the U.S. is thinking. But they would have. The U.S. cannot say Russia has done anything. They have not used violence to stop Donbass from belonging back to Ukraine, right? So you're in a new setup now. It's the whole thing rearranging. Now but you still have nuclear weapons. You still have Russian nuclear weapons, and they're serious weapons, very well developed, crude, but not as refined as the American nuclear force, but powerful. That becomes another game. Then you open another chessboard, and you still haven't been condemned. The sanctions haven't been imposed. It's a new game. Could he have lived with that? That's the question I ask myself.
So you see ultimately Ukraine today as a battleground for the proxy war between Russia and the United States.
The United States would have then NATOized Ukraine, or certainly put more weapons in. The United States has already done a lot in Ukraine with intelligence, with training advisors. The intelligence aspect of the Ukrainian army has been raised enormously by the United States government.
Is it possible for you to steelman, to play devil's advocate against yourself, and say that Vladimir Zelensky is fighting for the sovereignty of his nation, and in a way against Russia, but also against the United States? It just happens that for now, the United States is a useful ally. But ultimately, the leader, is fighting for the sovereignty of his nation.
I would think he thinks so. Yes, and he could say that, but he's not acknowledging that the sovereignty of his nation was stolen in 2014 with a coup d'état that brought this right sector into power, and they have controlled the country since then. It's thuggery what they've done. The Medvedev case is a case in point. They just take what they need. They go to a house and they have how many people have been killed? Not serious people. Journalists killed by these battalions. That's what people don't realize. In other words, you can't speak out. You can't. A person like me would have been on the death list on day 5. You don't. There's no opposition to Zelensky, so he doesn't have a real sovereignty. It was a stolen sovereignty.
Do you think President Zelensky would accept an interview with you today?
Actually, since I made Ukraine on Fire documentary, which perhaps you've seen, which records of the incidents of 2014 and the Maidan demonstrations and shows you the dishonesty behind it. No, I think that they've been very negative, and they would kill me if I was in Ukraine. I mean, they don't have any. These people are very tough. These are as rough as they come, in my opinion. And I've seen rough in my life. I mean, these guys are not playing with fair at all. These are death squads. No, I don't think. And Zelensky would have nothing to do with it. But of course, it would be dangerous for me. And they've been very hostile in their policies to any Ukrainians abroad are also threatened. In other words, you could be in Paris, but if you speak out too much, I think Ukrainians know that they're going to be targeted, and I think that's part of the reason they don't talk. A lot of them, you have to take the anti-Russian line, but I think a lot of them are divided.
Do you think you would be killed and Zelensky wouldn't even know about it? So there is.
Well, I don't. If I was killed, certainly abroad, no, they wouldn't kill me abroad. I think they'd figure out a way.
No. If you travel to Ukraine, I mean,
Well, I wouldn't get in. Except through Donbass. There are some Americans in Donbass who are reporting on the war there, and I read their reports. Actually, they're pretty interesting because they show you the cruelty of what's going on, but never mentioned in the West. Never. That's what's so strange about this. This is a modern world we're living in, and yet that information is not coming out to the mass of the people. And on the contrary, the United States has closed down all the RT, all the information centers that are possible alternative news getting to the American people. They've seriously made an effort, and the BBC, English, and France. I was shocked when France closed RT down because RT is actually pretty good. There are distortions, but you know as well as I do because you speak that RT has done a very brave job of putting correspondents into the field in very dangerous positions, and they've gotten great footage of some of the violence that's going on.
Well, given the wall of propaganda in the West, I also see the wall of propaganda in Russia, the wall of propaganda in China, the wall of propaganda in India. What do we do with these walls of propaganda?
Yes, let's talk about Russia because you would know more about it. But in my last experience there, newspapers. What's more interesting, put it this way, when I went to Venezuela, the United States was saying back then that Chavez controlled the press. I get to Venezuela, and there's nothing but criticism of Chavez in the press. It was owned by the oligarchs of Venezuela and who hated him. So it was across the board. That's why Chavez opened the state television, spent more money on it, and advertised his point of view through state television. But in Russia, there is, what I saw was criticism. I met with the publisher who got the Nobel Prize of that famous newspaper. And his point of view at that time, when I spoke to him a few years ago, was we're operating, there is criticism of him. But, you can't call for the overthrow of the government, nor in Venezuela, nor in the United States for that matter. If you call for the overthrow of the government of the United States, you're going to be in deep trouble.
Well, all right, so to push back on that, it's interesting. It's so interesting because we mentioned Elon Musk, and there's a way that people sound when they speak freely. When I have family in Ukraine, I have family in Russia. When I speak to people in Russia, let's put my family aside. When I speak to people in Russia, I think there's fear. I think they don't sometimes when you call for the overthrow of government, that's important, not because you necessarily believe for the overthrow of the government, but you just need to test the power centers and make sure they're responsive to the people. And I feel like there's a mix of fear and apathy that it has a different texture than it does in the United States. That worries me because I would like to see the flourishing of the people in all places.
Well, as I said, my impression was that there's far more freedom in the press than was pictured by the West. And that means different points of view because the Russians are always arguing with themselves. I've never seen a country that's so contentious. There's more intellectuals in Moscow and the cities than you can believe. And you know the Russian people there. They've been fighting government for years, back from the 1870s, Tsarist times. They always plotting against the government. And the intelligentsia is known through history as being contentious and anti-government in many ways. And we see the same thing, educated people turning against Russia. I don't appreciate those people because I think they're very spoiled and they don't understand some of the stuff that's going on in the West. But we have a lot of Russians in Europe and America that attack Russia and sometimes don't understand that they are under pressure from the United States and they don't understand the size of the pressure. And that's why Putin connects with the people because he represents the common man who's saying to you, your interests are threatened. Russia is threatened. We are representing only the interests of Russia. We're not an empire. We're not going to expand. He has no empire intentions, although the West paints it as empire. I see no evidence of it. Why didn't he do something in all these years? Nothing. He did nothing except defend the country in Georgia and in Chechnya.
So the imperialist imperative is coming more from the West.
It's the imperialist agenda. Going back to, I'm sorry, where we left our discussion off. I mean, I was going to go on with America not only being censored, closed down now. Closed down, and you say it's not fear. Well, it is fear. I am scared because if you get your Facebook page suspended or your YouTube, your Twitter account thrown off, a lot of good people are getting their thrown off. You can't speak out. It affects your business. It goes back to the 1950s when my father's world, when you could not express any sympathy for a Soviet Union without endangering your job, without basically being not trusted. You had to be part of the program to get along, to go along. Same thing when United Kingdom. I mean, for all their talk, this Boris Johnson is an idiot. But all their talk about, do you remember their policies with the IRA in Ireland? When Ireland was threatening, they cut off the IRA completely. Gerry Adams, who was a wonderful guy, I met him, was not allowed to even be heard in Britain during certain years. In France, constantly through the Algerian War, the Algerians were not allowed to be heard. The Algerian War for Independence divided France greatly. You could not even show Paths of Glory, a World War I film, in France for 20 years after it came out. Censorship is a way of life when democracies also feel threatened. They're much more fragile than they pretend to be. A healthy democracy will take all the criticism in the world and shrug it off and say, okay, that's what's good about our country. Well, I'd like to see that in America. There are times that it's been like that, but it's so scary now. So it is scary. That's what I was trying to say. It's not unscary to me. In China, I would say to you, yes, it's much scarier to me because there is the internet wall that they cut off, and I got into problems in China too because I said something in years ago about you have to discover your own history. You have to be honest about Mao. You have to go back and let's make a movie about Mao. That upset them, and show his negatives. So China has been much more sensitive than Russia about criticism, much more. And it is a source of problems. But on the other hand, China has a lot of grievances, a lot going back to the 19th century and the British imperialism of that era and American imperialism.
If you could talk to Vladimir Putin once again now, what kind of things would you talk about here? What kind of questions would you ask?
These escaped slaves must
One thing I was going to ask is what you were thinking on February 23, and I would ask him to reply to my question about what if you took this to phase 2? You surrendered in Donbass. No ego about it. You just surrendered. It's in your interest to your country, and you invited all the refugees from Donbass into Russia as much as they can. What would you do now? What's the U.S. next move? And in your opinion, how are you going to? Okay, where are we going to go? That would be the key question, because it's. But he didn't go that way. He chose to take the sanctions and to go this way. Why he did that is a key question for our time. Perhaps it was a mistake. Perhaps it was his judgment. Perhaps, as I said, but I don't. Knowing the man I don't think so. I think it was calculated.
Now, this is projection and speculation, but there's something different about him in the past several months. It could be the COVID thing, the isolation that you mentioned.
Yeah.
I listened to a lot of interviews and speeches in Russian, and there's something about power over time that can change you, that can isolate you.
Well, he'd been in office for already 15 years. He had power. He didn't misuse it, in my opinion. He was very even. I saw him go on television and talk to his fellows the same way he always talked to them. He grew with it. He grew in intelligence, in knowledge, because he had dealings with the whole world. Now, people had come to him. He was very well known in Africa and Middle East, certainly Syria. And I just never saw misuse of his power. I saw humility in him, actually.
So perhaps there was a calculation that he calculated wrong in terms of what happens if he doesn't invade. Perhaps there was a calculation. Perhaps he had a calm and clear mind, and he calculated wrong.
Well, he also made the point that he had the talk of Zelensky saying, well, nuclear weapons were going to come into Ukraine. There was talk about that right before the invasion, too. Certainly that would have set off alarms. The United States is already kind of doing that by not only putting its intelligence and its heavy weaponry into Ukraine, but you've got to deal with the next question that comes up. The most immediate question is the United States going to start? And I'm saying this is good. They're making a lot of noise in the United States press about Russia using nuclear weapons and chemical weapons. It's a lot of noise. Again, going back to my analogy, when the United States starts that, it starts the conversation going. It's in the interest of the United States for Russia to be pinned with any kind of chemical or nuclear incident. For example, it would be very, not simple, but it would be possible to explode a nuclear device in Donbass and kill thousands of people. And we would not know right away who did it, but of course the blame would go right to Russia, even if it didn't make sense, if there was no motivation for it. It would just be blamed on Russia. The United States might well be the one who does that false flag operation. It would not be beyond it. It would be a very dramatic solution to sealing this war off as a major victory for the United States.
It's terrifying.
No, but it can happen. It can happen. A 1 kiloton device, low yield. It's possible.
So when you walk across that line, you can potentially never walk back.
Well, I think the United States is calculating that it's a dangerous, yes, I agree. But I think the neoconservative arrogance is such that they really believe they can push their advantage to the max now because of all these propaganda successes up to now. The Ukrainian army could be wiped out for all we know, because all that's left is their neo-Nazi brigades, but they're being advised very well by the U.S. And they're sending the weapons in, huge amounts of weapons. What about American budget? No one talks about how much money we're giving to Ukraine. It's $1 billion already in weaponry, and not most of it just poured in. What about the Russian budget is defense budget is $60-some billion a year. It's nothing compared to the United States, 1/15 of it. But yet we put so much weaponry into Ukraine. The money we've spent on Ukraine is equivalent almost to what we spent on COVID in our own country. It's astounding, the distortion of our priorities. There's also chemical. Don't forget, chemical is probably the easier way to go. But in Syria, there was far too many incidents of America in its quest to demonize Assad and the Russians, of all these chemical attacks that were happening that they were vowing came from Russia. And in spite of the fact that Russia just pulled out of signed the agreement on chemical arms and apparently destroyed its stock several years ago. It's strange that the strangest incidents happened in Syria. Go back to and trace everyone. Good journalism was done. The White Helmets got a lot of fame, but they were corrupted. And many good journalists tried to point out the inconsistencies in the American accusations. Robert Parry among them, who was one of my mentors at Consortium Press. A lot of good journalists. You'd have to go back and trace each, like you would trace each time that they made an accusation against Putin of murder. You need that same kind of Sherlock Holmes intensity investigation, and they don't do it because the United Nations or the chemical, not the United Nations as much as the chemical people, that organization has been tampered with. If you remember correctly, there was accusations that the chemical investigative unit, I don't know the name of it, was tampered with, and people quit. People who were working on that commission quit and said that this is not legit. So very interesting. That Syria story is wacko. So the United States is willing to use chemical in Syria freely. It did it 3-4 times. If you remember correctly, Trump was challenged that he did not attack after a chemical incident in Syria. All these newscasters in the United States, the most heaviest of them were saying, well, President Trump is now finally acting like a real president when he drops missiles in Syria. They actually said that. In other words, they wanted Trump to go to war on Syria, but he didn't.
Chemical weapons, but nuclear is really terrifying. Do you think, now, combine this with the fascinating choice in your interviews with Vladimir Putin to watch Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. And given the fact that you did that, now looking at the fact that the word nuclear, and it feels like the world hangs on the brink of nuclear war. Do you think that that's overstating the case?
That's what worried me from the beginning, and that's probably why I got involved in all this, because I go back to the 60s when I was, when we were so close to nuclear war. I lived through that period, and I thought, as many people did, that it was going to come now. So I've lived through that, and I didn't sense the period in '83 when Reagan took us to the edge. If you remember correctly, Able Archer was an exercise that almost brought us to it, because the Russians were really paranoid at that point, and they were responding to our military exercise on Able Archer. There was also the Korean airliner that went down. There were numerous incidents in the 80s, but I never felt the fear. I thought Reagan was testing the limits, but perhaps if I'd been younger, I would have felt it. But anyway, no, we come close. The United States has risked this several times. If I told you, it would be hard for you to believe. If I could set a scene for you in a drama in 1962, when Kennedy has a meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the CIA, and they talk about a plan, the military plan, to first strike the Soviet Union and China. Okay, it was called. It was an Eisenhower plan that had been put into potential operation in early 60s or 50s, late 50s. SIOP 62. This was an attack on the Soviet Union, first strike. That's why the United States has never given up the concept of first strike. It's interesting that the Russian nuclear policy posture is more defensive than the American one, which leaves options open. The same options that are open in neoconservative agreement that we see from the late 90s, where they say the emergence of a rival power will not be tolerated. That's a very broad statement, and it allows you to do a lot, including nuclear. So you have to understand the United States is always, first of all, it breaks so many treaties. We know that from the Putin story about the anti-ballistic missile treaty in 2002, and then the INF treaty of They broke that one. That was the intermediate missile. That was 2019. I don't know when they broke it off. But the United States has not been very faithful on its nuclear agreements. And so I don't know that we can even deal with the United States diplomatically. It seems to be impossible. Now, brings me to Biden.
Yes,
And this is the
another
opposite.
Irishman.
This is the opposite of Kennedy. Kennedy was a Catholic Irish anti-imperialist. Biden seems to be the opposite. He seems to be a get along, go along guy who's been not only old, but he's also gone along with this program, which I voted for Biden because I feared Trump, but I thought Biden at a certain age would mellow. I really did. He's not mellowed. Apparently, he's still listening to these people and he believes them. And it seems that his that horrible woman, Victoria Nuland, who was Undersecretary of State, he appointed her to this sector of the world. She's very influential, and she's been one of the worst people on Ukraine. She obviously is behind the coup. She was the one who posted that, we got our man in, Yatsenuk, and also remember the famous statement, "Fuck the EU." All these things. But she's back, and she said the other day about if the Russians use nuclear weaponry of any kind, there's going to be a horrible price to pay. She was out of the blue. I said, what the hell is she doing? She's talking nuclear all this stuff. And then since that day, everybody in the U.S. press, all the shows have gone, talk nuclear. Secretary of State has done it. Blinken. It scares you. If you think about it, the United States scares me.
So that's the military-industrial complex machine, fully functional, fully operational behind this whole thing. Is that what's to blame?
Certainly is. That's why I showed him Strangelove, because I wanted him to show him. I wanted Mr. Putin to say, look at this film. You never saw it. How can you not say it's a seminal film in American history to those people who care? And it shows you Kubrick had a pacifist, thank God, anti-war mentality, which he showed in Paths of Glory as well as Strangelove. And it's such a dire, well done scenario that I wanted Mr. Putin to be aware of the way the United States thinks.
Yeah, the absurdity of escalation, the absurdity of war at the largest scale, the absurdity of nuclear war especially. Can we walk back from the brink of nuclear war?
Can we?
Can we?
Yes.
What's the path to walk back?
Reason and diplomacy. There's no reason. I mean, talk to the guy. Mr. Biden, why don't you calm down and go and talk to Mr. Putin in Moscow? Why don't you just sit across the table from him and try to have a discussion without falling into ideologies and stuff like that?
Can I ask you for advice? You did some of the most difficult interviews ever. Do you have advice that you can give to someone like me or anyone hoping to understand something about a human being sitting across from them about what it takes to do a good interview?
You're doing one.
Well, no, but there's levels to this game. And interviewing somebody like Vladimir Putin, also language barrier, sit across from the man, try to keep an open mind, try to also ask challenging questions, but not challenging with an agenda, but seeking to understand and understand deeply. How do you do that?
Seeking the truth. It's very simple. Seeking the truth. Being a questioner like you are. You want to know what is really going on. I could not get anywhere with Biden or Bush or, for that matter, Obama. They'd be opaque with me. There's no interview possible with the President of the United States because he's got to stand for all the stuff that they stand for, which is imperialism, which is control of the world. How can you defend that? You can't. No one's going to come out and say that. They're always going to blame the enemy. They're going to blame Iran. They're going to blame China.
So with some people, it may not be possible to break through the opaqueness.
I mean, have you ever seen an interview with the president besides being personable, where he actually discussed American policy?
Yeah, I mean, not really, but maybe after their president. I could see Obama being able to do such an interview. I could see George W. being able to do such an interview. Or are they not able to reflect at all? On the,
George W. hasn't shown much conscience in terms of thinking about what he's done. You've seen that. You ever see my movie W? I think that's one of my best movies because it shows a man who's just out of his depth and he has a conscience at the end of the movie. If you remember correctly, he talks to his wife and he says, I don't get it. I'm trying to do good in the world. I believe in good and right. And why do people not understand it? You know, that kind of complaint, as if he can't get outside himself to understand the way other people think. Empathy, walking like a dramatist is what I do. You walk in the footsteps of other people. When I did a movie about Richard Nixon, it wasn't because I liked him. It was because I think I understood a part of him because of my father, and I think I wanted to walk in his footsteps. That's not to say I sympathize with him because I didn't. I don't think he helped the American cause at all. But it was empathize as opposed to sympathize. Same thing with Bush. People were shocked when I did the Bush movie. They said, how can you be in any way receptive to this guy? I said, that's wrong. Dramatists don't have political positions. They walk in the shoes of. That's why the Bush movie perhaps was surprising to many, and many people didn't care for it. Maybe you've got to go there. No, if you did a movie about a villain, you have to go there.
you have to walk in their shoes.
Yes.
So see them, because villains usually see themselves as the hero.
Yes.
So you have to consider, what is it like to live in a world where this person is the hero?
Yes.
Is that a burden? Is that hard?
Not for George W. Bush. And he's bitching because they didn't understand him. But he had a good vision, he said, of democracy. And, democracy forgives a lot of sin.
Can I ask you a hard question on that?
Yes, sure.
So, because empathy is so important to a great interview, let's ask the most challenging version of empathy, which is when you're sitting across from a man on the brink of war that leads to tens of millions of deaths, which is Hitler. So if you could interview Hitler in 1939, as the drums of war start to beat, or 1941, when they're already full-on war, but there's still a lot of pacifists, there's still a lot of people unsure what are the motivations behind what Hitler's doing. How would you do that interview?
Well, it depends when you do it. If you do it in 38, I certainly would have. No, you have to. If you sit down across from him, you empathize. What is your beef? Where have you been? What is your consciousness? Why do you hate Jewish people? Why? What is, all these questions that come up. His sense of grievance as a result of World War I. There's justifications there, etc. But and by the way, Churchill was trying to make a deal with him in 38. That's a fact that people don't know. Churchill himself, and there was still the desire in England to make peace with Germany, and it was seen as a possible. What Churchill really wanted was Hitler to go against Russia, and anything to destroy the Bolsheviks. So he was using Hitler as best as he could to go after Russia, but Hitler was too elusive to pin him down. But if you remember, Hitler was very kind at the end of. Kind is not the right word. Did not go after the British Empire when he had France, and he could have. He had another objective, which was obviously the East. So Hitler's goal, I think, he always had an admiration for England. It's an interesting story, always.
And the empire.
Yes. And certainly Churchill, we have no doubts now from history revisionism that Churchill's main interest, was not Germany, it was the British Empire. And to preserve it to India, the road to India and all that, and the Middle East. Churchill fought the entire war with the concept of preserving the British Empire. All his goals. He sent America on a goose chase into Italy, you could argue, instead of establishing a sincere second front in Western Europe. Interesting, man. So I would have tried to get, I think I would approach it the same way. In 1939, it would have been a different story because at that point, he'd attacked Poland and in 1940, France. So it's another ballgame. But certainly, at whatever point you talk to him, I would try to understand. So I'm not judging you, Hitler. I'm saying to you, tell me what you're thinking. Why are you invading Russia? What's your thought? That's all an interviewer should do. He shouldn't be expressing his contempt for Hitler, which is like an American journalist interviewing Putin. I'm getting brownie points for expressing my contempt.
Yeah.
For you, that doesn't wash with me. That's ugly.
Yeah. Seek to understand.
Yes.
This is a technical question, but was language a barrier as an interviewer?
To some degree. It's very hard to learn Russian. But they have excellent translators in the Kremlin. Excellent. They are people who are trained very seriously for months or years before these people are young and they're very bright. I was very impressed with the Russian translators.
It's interesting. I mean, I'm impressed as well, but there's a humor that's lost. There's a wit, a dry wit. There's stuff said between the lines. That's not actually have much content, but it's more kind of the things that make communication more frictionless. There's a kind of sadness to Russian humor that permeates all things, and that sometimes is lost in translation. The translation is a little bit colder, meaning it just conveys the facts.
Would you call it sardonic humor?
I would say so, yeah. And so it's interesting, but I think you could see that from facial expressions when you're sitting across from the person, and you can feel it. Let me ask you, in general, what's the role of love in the human condition, in your life, in life in general? You looked at some of the darkest aspects of human nature. What's the role of this? One of the more beautiful aspects of human nature.
I think without love, I don't think I'd be able to carry on. I think that love is the greatest. The ability to love is the greatest virtue you can have. It's the ability to share with another, with your family, with your children, with your wife, with your lover, your partner. It's an ability to extend yourself into the world, and it brings empathy with it. If you love well, I think you expand it to the human race too, and it's the strength behind the great novelists, the great artists of our time. I think part of the reason I suppose we're scared of science sometimes is because the scientists sometimes don't express that clearly.
You can lose that when you focus on the facts, on empirical data, on the science of things. You can lose the humanity that's between the lines.
I'm often struck by when I talk to scientists, and I've talked to a few, and how arrogant they can be they don't talk to you if you don't understand their world. And they talk to each other, and there's an arrogance, a closed circle kind of thing. Oh, he's not at my level. I can't. There's no discussion to be had with this person. He's a human being.
That arrogance is terrifying to me because it's next door neighbor to closed-mindedness, which then can be used by charismatic leaders, as it was in Nazi Germany, to commit some of the worst atrocities. The scientists can be used as pawns in a very cruel game.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to young people? You've done, first of all, some of the greatest films ever. You've lived a heck of a life. Were fearless and bold in asking some really difficult questions of this world. What advice would you give to young people today, high school, college, about career? How to have a career they can be proud of, or how to have a life they can be proud of?
Well, I have 3 children, so obviously I'm not necessarily the best advisor in the world. I do find that the children, I've raised them with a sense of freedom, and they do what they want. In the end, it's their life, their destiny, their character. That's what comes out. You can try to influence it, but you can try to get your daughter to wake up at a certain hour of the day, but it never works, So I long ago gave up on that, and my children are all grown now. But aside from that, I think if I was a teacher in a school and teaching film, I'd say to the students, get an education. You can't just look at film. You can look at it because it's not the full education. It's not the spectrum. I don't think you should teach filmism. I think you need a base in other worlds. One of the greatest courses I took at NYU was, and I was a war veteran on the GI Bill, so I was older than the other students. I took a class outside the film school in Greek classics because I hadn't had much history, and I wanted to know more about the world of Homer and so forth. And the teacher opened my eyes to so much in that class, and I wrote about it in my memoir. It's called Chasing the Light, about the Professor Leahy and what he did to me. He gave me the concepts clearly of consciousness, which is the Homeric theme of Odysseus, and also lethe, Lethe, which is sleep, and how most of the crew, Odysseus' crew, were experiencing lethe, and how necessary it was to stay awake. So it's not just film, it's just you have to learn the world as much as you can when you're young. And so that, I think, is the basis of any good education, and a classic one is important. A basis. I think then you go on and you can learn computer if you want, but that's specialization, you know. If you're a computer geek, is that a life? Does that give you enough satisfaction? Do you get the joy out of people?
No, just like filmmaking is a skill.
Yes, right.
You need to have the broad
Yes.
background to understand the world, literature,
Yes.
History.
Absolutely.
So one of the things about being human is life is finite. It ends. Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of your death?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. You have to come to terms with death. And that's a tough one for many people. It's always there. I'm older than you, obviously, and I'm getting closer to it. It could happen any day, actually. When you get to a certain age, you can't assume that you're going to be alive tomorrow. So I try to deal with that.
Are you afraid of it?
Much less so than I was when I was younger. Remember, I was in Vietnam, but I thought I dealt with it there. But when I came back, I realized that I wanted to live. So, yes, I've learned over time to get more and more used to it and get ready for it.
What's a good answer to the question of why live? So the realization that you wanted to live. What was the reason to live?
Because it was better than being one of those corpses that I saw in the jungle. I saw how finite death is.
Are there things in your life you regret?
Oh, sure.
Is there something you wish you could have done differently? Like if you could go back to do one thing differently? Or are there regrets?
Did you ask Musk this? I'm curious. What did he say?
Offline all the time. No.
You'd be curious to know.
He's an engineer too, and engineers really value mistakes.
Engineers value
Mistakes and errors because that's an opportunity to learn. This is what you do with systems: is you test them, and errors is just information. He did
the same thing is true in its way of filmmaking. There are certain things you learn as you build films, and you make mistakes. It's like putting an engine together, and the film is flawed in that way. You know it. The people may or may not see it, but the car runs, or made money, or it didn't make money. It can be good, and it didn't make money, but the point is that everything is a build. Every film is a construction. Same thing as he goes through on a Tesla, we go through on each film.
But films are art.
So the thing is, one film does not lead to a lifetime guarantee of copyright.
Well, yeah, you have the movie game, as you've called it.
Yeah,
is a complicated and cruel game.
But it takes enormous amount of work. Enormous amount of work to make a film. People underestimate that. It's extremely complicated to have something be successful because it has so many elements of luck involved, and reception, and so forth.
What do you think? I apologize for the absurd question, but what do you think is the meaning of life? Why are we here? The why.
I think to realize ourselves, to realize more of what you are, to realize what life is, to appreciate it, to grow, to honor our life, to honor the concept of life, and to understand how precious life is. The preciousness of life, as the Buddhists say, and of course the immediacy of death all around us. The causes of death are all around us, and our life is like a, as they say, is like a lantern in a strong breeze among the causes of death. So life is so precious, and at the same time, the immediacy of death, and then of course the continuation of life in whatever form it's going to take.
But in this life, to wake up to the preciousness of it, to the preciousness.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing. By the way, I didn't have that when I was young. I took it for granted.
Oliver, like I said, I'm a huge fan. You're an incredible human being, one of the greatest artists ever. So it's a huge honor that you sit with me and talk so deeply and honestly about some very difficult topics. Again, you're an inspiration, and it's an honor that you would spend your valuable time with me.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for talking, Nick.
It's fun being here.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Oliver Stone. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Oliver Stone in the untold history of the United States. To fail is not tragic. To be human is. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
He actually went from door to door and showed every woman in every home that were not owned by the English were there. And while these reports might sound ridiculous, they're actually cataloged from the Spanish themselves.
I hate affirmative action. I don't just disagree with it. I don't just think it's against the 14th Amendment. I hate it. The hatred comes from an understanding that it is a band-aid, that it is a substitute for the actual development of the capacities of our people to compete. They want to tell African Americans, pat us on the head. We're going to have a separate program for you. We're going to give you a side door that you can come into. That doesn't make us any smarter. It doesn't make us any more creative. And it doesn't make us any more fit for the actual competition that's unfolding before us.
The following is a conversation with Glenn Lowry, professor of economics and social sciences at Brown University. He is one of the great minds and communicators of our time, writing and speaking about race and inequality. I highly encourage you to listen to his show on YouTube and Substack, simply called The Glenn Show. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Glenn Lowry. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech, I think, is the greatest speech in American history. If I may, I'd like to read a few words of it and ask you a question about this dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. First of all, damn, I mentioned to you offline, I immigrated to America, and this is why I love this country. This is one of the great speeches that represents what this country is about. So, what is this ideal of equality that we should strive for as a nation? That all men are created equal. What does that mean to you, this equality?
Well, if we put this in historical context, King is speaking in 1963 when he gives that speech. It's exactly 100 years after Abraham Lincoln signs the Emancipation Proclamation declaring the enslaved people to be free. They're not yet citizens in 1863, but the end of slavery has become the position of the federal government when Lincoln issues that Emancipation Proclamation. So, putting it in context, enslaved people, 4 million or so, African descended enslaved people. How do they become citizens? How do they become in this status of subjugation and domination and stigma and exclusion? How do they become citizens? It seems to me that that's the heart of it. The equality that King is talking about is an equality of status as members of the nation, as free and equal citizens within the republic. Now, I think it's really important to understand that slavery was not merely a legal order, but it was also a social system that had the symbolism attached to it. They had a big journey to make from their subjugated status as serfs, as landless people, as uneducated, unfit for citizenship, really, in the minds of many. So I think that's what, in 1963, 100 years later, that King is appealing to, this idea that when Thomas Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence writes these words, all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Thomas Jefferson, a slave owner, didn't have in mind when he wrote those words the people who were slaves. But by the time you get to 1963, King is invoking this idea, all men, and of course he means all persons, he doesn't only mean men. It means men and women are created equal. He wants this idea to be embraced by the country in reference to the descendants of the African slaves. That's his dream, that's his idea. The legacy of slavery would be erased. That the position of African Americans would be equalized within the political community, which is the United States of America. That's my sense of it in any case.
So on a very basic level, the worth of a human being is equal. It's just literally the worth of a human being. So I mentioned to you offline that I came from the Soviet Union. My grandfather fought in World War II. And for Hitler, the worth of a Slavic person as they were captured, there's different numbers, but it's in the hundreds to one German in terms of the value of the person to the great Germany. So he wanted Germany to expand and conquer a large part of the world. And within that future world, that Third Reich, the worth of a Russian or a Slavic person is 100th or 1,000th of a German person, of a pure German person. So that has to do with not some kind of public policy or politics or all that kind of stuff. It has to do with the basic worth of a human being. And that's what Dr. King was speaking to, that all people on some kind of deep level are worth the same. If you're somehow weighing the value of a person, we're equal, and that's basic fundamental worth.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think that's very well said. I don't know that he had in mind the position of Slavic people in Central Europe in the middle of the 20th century, or the first part of the 20th century. King, I don't know that he had that in mind. He might well have that. But certainly that's the idea.
So you don't think he was really thinking about this particular civil rights struggle and the particular struggle against the backdrop of the history of slavery in America and thinking about African Americans? He wasn't thinking about the basic. He wasn't speaking to the basic worth of all human beings.
No, I don't mean to say that. The speech in Washington, the dream in 1963 at that march, was within the context of the United States, and it was within the context of the civil rights movement. There was a movement that was going on. He was an actor in a political drama that was American, that had to do with the fight over equal rights for voting, for housing, for employment, for citizenship of blacks in America. But King was informed, I think, by a much broader Christian ethic of the equality of all persons. I mean, he gets killed in 1968. The 5 years after that speech in Washington, he spends developing his worldview and the things that he had to say, for example, about the war in Southeast Asia that was going on at that time, made appeals to universal principles of equality. He was a pacifist to some degree. He was against war. He was a socialist to some degree. He might not have worn that label publicly, but he believed in a decent society where the poor would not go untended, where healthcare would be available to people who needed it, and this kind of thing. A humanitarian who saw that the value of a life was not dependent upon the color of the skin, upon the native mother tongue that might be spoken, upon whether male or female. All persons are created equal. This is very much the ethic of Martin Luther King, on my understanding.
Broadly speaking, what do you learn about human nature by looking at the history of slavery? So what does that tell you about people?
Well, I think of two things right off the top of my head. One is about the capacity of people for looking the other way in the face of unethical and morally profoundly problematic practice. So the slavery was controversial. It was controversial going all the way back to the founding of the United States of America. But the country was founded on a compromise where half of the country thought that slavery was abhorrent and would not have had it countenanced in the Constitution. The other half of the country were steeped in the dependence on the labor of these African captives and their descendants. The economy depended upon it. They owned them as property. That was their wealth. Their wealth was invested to some degree in the value of these human beings. And in order for the United States to come together as a confederation of the several colonies, there had to be a compromise made, and it was made, where slavery was allowed to persist. And the people who were against it or who thought it morally problematic were able to countenance the practice in the southern states where slavery flourished. And that went on for 75 years after the founding of the country until the crisis of the late 1850s that led to the Civil War and ultimately to the emancipation. So one thing I think about human nature from the fact of slavery is that the ability of people to live with terrible, morally questionable practices and have that as a part of their institutions. It took a movement, a massive movement of abolitionists struggling against slavery for the better part of a century before that practice could be eradicated. But the other thing about human nature that I see is the ability of people to sustain their humanity under the most awful, oppressive conditions. The enslaved persons, the slaves, and their children, I mean, they were cattle, they were bought and sold like horses or cattle. And yet
and even set out on
they were
voyages
not,
to settle the
their
first
humanity
British
was not
colonies in
destroyed by
America.
that.
And there was a belief
And
that they would be
they were
able
able to sustain their dignity to some degree in such a manner that once emancipation finally did arrive, the freedmen and women, the persons who had been enslaved and who were set free, were able to, over the following decades, build a foundation for the development of African Americans within the context of American society that eventually culminated in the civil rights movement of the middle of the 20th century and has led us into the present day. So, you know, human nature can countenance awful evil, but human nature can also survive in the face of terrible evil. That's what I take from it.
That survival, that flame can burn.
And most importantly,
The world around it,
specifically for his
there's
most
still a
august
little flame of
opinions in the pursuit.
human consciousness, spirit, culture,
very seriously.
of whatever the hell that is that makes humans flourish, makes humans beautiful, that lives on.
As everyone said, yeah, I think you put it very well. There's got to be some poetic way of expressing that.
Leave it to the poets. What about the people that look the other way? How many people do you think, just regular people, knew that something this is wrong? Or do people through generations convince themselves, most people, most regular people, convince themselves that there's nothing wrong?
Yeah,
I asked this question because I wonder what we're looking the other way on today. Also. Because you have to kind of, you have to ask yourself these difficult questions. Assuming we're the same people we were back then, and we can be flawed in that same kind of way. We can look at the other way just as others have in history.
Yeah, you spoke of the European context and of the Nazis, and certainly a lot of people had to be looking the other way when the massive crimes that were committed by that regime were being undertaken. I mean, railroad cars full of human beings being taken off to be slaughtered or to be worked to death, and labor camps or to be gassed, etc. A lot of people had to know about what was going on and look the other way, or enthusiastically supported the persecution of the Jews and the Gypsies. So, and I don't know, I wasn't around in 1840. My sense of the matter is that, like many practices that are unjust, most people thought that's just the way it is. That's the world that they inherited. They were not moralists. They were not revolutionaries. They just wanted to go along. Some people might have been troubled by it, but thought there's nothing that can be done. Some people might have thought, well, these black Africans, they're not really like us, and they are lucky to be here. If they were in Africa, they'd be worse off still. Some people might have thought that. Some people might have been disturbed, but not been able to see what it is that they could do about it. They might have thought, "Oh, this is disgusting. This is not something I would want to have anything to do with." But not knowing whether there's any practical way of opposing it. That's why you need a movement. You need for the people who are troubled by the practice to know that there are others like themselves equally troubled. And as they gather together collectively, they can exert their influence. Debates about the wrongness of slavery, as I say, go all the way back to the founding of the country. There were abolitionists, and there were people who opposed the compromise that led to the framing documents and institutions that created the United States of America, opposed the countenancing of slavery in that situation. But it took a while before that could come to
come to a head and produce the crisis which ultimately led to the eradication of slavery. I would note that slavery is not unique to the United States, it's not unique to the Western Hemisphere. The enslavement of people, the trafficking in human chattel is something that one sees on a global basis. One sees it going all the way back to antiquity. So we might ask, how is it that people finally came to turn their backs and eradicate the practice? That might be the thing worth really trying to understand, because the practice itself is, there's a wonderful book by the sociologist Orlando Patterson called Slavery and Social Death that was published in 1982, which is a comprehensive history and social analysis of the institution of slavery over 2,500 years, going back to the classical Greek and Roman civilizations, finding slavery in Africa, amongst Africans, finding slavery in the Middle East, finding slavery in the Far East, finding slavery in South Asia, the enslavement of people, the practice of taking someone as a captive in war, and then instead of killing them, which you could do, making them into your property, was very, very widespread in human culture. So, I mean, I'd like to make this point sometimes when people are talking about how wrong slavery was, and I agree without any question that the practice was profoundly morally problematic. But I'd like to make the point that given how wrong it was, think about how impressive was the accomplishment of the eradication of slavery. That was something. There were 600,000 dead in the war between the states, 1861 to 1865, in a country of 30 million people. That's a lot of dead people who gave their lives not to eradicate slavery, and in every instance, probably most of them were just fighting for, they enlisted or were conscripted into the forces, and they fought and they died. But the net effect of their having fought and died was to push along a process that led to the eradication of slavery. That's an amazing achievement. The slaves themselves were largely uneducated and backward in their. Of course, what else could they have been? They were kept in captivity. They were prevented from developing their human potential. And yet, after the end of slavery, that population, that 4 million plus African descendant people, became the foundation for what a century later leads to Martin Luther King standing in the Washington Mall and giving that great speech. And now here we are 150 years down the road, and Barack Obama is president of the United States. Now, he did not descend from slaves. I think we must not lose track of that. But he identified as an African American and was a part of the population that consisted largely of people who descended from slaves. We African Americans are, for all practical purposes, fully equal citizens of this great republic. That has happened within a century and a half, and I don't know that you can find any parallel to that kind of transformation in the status of people from human chattel to full citizens of the republic. Anywhere in human history, it's certainly worth celebrating the achievement of the eradication of slavery, I would say.
It probably started with a few people that inside their mind dared to rebel. It's interesting to think about how it all started. How, in the state of injustice, the revolution percolates, and where it starts. You said people that see something is wrong find each other. It's in the ideas of charismatic individuals that not only know that something is wrong, but are able to tell others about it and be convincing, and then together gather and rise up. It's interesting to make this kind of incredible progress from slavery to where we are today, to live out the ideal of this all men are created equal. The power of individual, because I don't know what you think about it, but I tend to think that a few small individuals probably originated this. I think it's the power of the individual. Because sometimes we think there's injustice in the world, what can I possibly do? I tend to think one person can be the seed of starting to fix the injustice.
Sure. One person here, one person there. One thinks, of course, of Frederick Douglass, the massively significant figure who was born in slavery, who stole his freedom. And because he was property, and he decided he was not going to be property anymore, and he took it onto himself to emancipate himself personally, and who became an educated, powerfully articulate, and massively influential person in the United States and in England, going around presenting himself as an embodiment of human dignity and commitment to ideals of equality. And I mean, he's just one person, but there are others.
Just one person. All it takes is just one person. So here we are on this topic of equality in the 21st century. So what does equality mean today? If you start to think about this idea of equality of outcome, or the injustice of inequality, at which point does equality of outcome is just, at which point is it unjust? So looking at our world today and looking at inequality, how do we know that some inequality is a sign of injustice and some is the way of life? So what does equality mean when we look at the world today, different from Dr. King's speech of the basic humanity?
I don't think King's speech, I have a dream that one day my 4 little children will be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, requires equality of outcome. He says his children will be judged by the content of their character. That's a conditional statement. That is, the judgment will depend upon the content of their character, not the color of their skin. But it doesn't follow from that the outcomes, whatever outcomes we consider, wealth and economic power, position within the society, representation in various professions, the various measures of social achievement, doesn't follow from judging by the content of character and not color of skin, that when we look at the end of the day at the social outcomes, that they will be equal across the different groups. In fact, I think there's a contradiction in the idea that groups will be equal in all of the various social outcomes, that they will be equally successful in business, that they will be proportionately represented in the various professions, that they will have the same educational achievement, that the occupational profiles will look the same. If they are, in fact, distinct groups with their own cultural traditions and practices, with their own ideals and norms, various immigrant populations, people coming to the United States of America from all corners of the world, the descendants of the African slaves, the Black Americans here today, who are ourselves various with different origins and so on. The different religious practices and commitments that Jewish or Mormon or Christian or whatever. However we parcel up the total population into the various groups, these groups are themselves different from one another. They have different norms within their own cultural practice.
decided to
How
stay
could we
on board
expect,
the
if
Sentinel
in fact we
chief,
recognize that the groups are different from
It
one
had some
another,
of the best provisions
that
in the
in a
fleet,
world
as well
that
as
is
the
fair,
many
they would
maps
all
and
come
charts
out
and Portuguese sailors
equally
who needed
represented in
assistance
every
would have
undertaking. They're
lost
not
that way. And he sent
equally
Rowdy
represented,
back
and
to the
that
flagship
fact,
propeller
I'm
and made
arguing,
him
is in and of itself
Now, this was no more
insufficient
than
to justify the conclusion that they're not somehow being fairly treated. Fair treatment doesn't imply equal outcomes in a world in which the populations in question are themselves different with respect to their culture, their practices, their norms, their traditions, their beliefs, their ideals, and so on. The fact of those different norms, traditions, beliefs, cultural orientations, and ideals will have consequences in terms of their different social outcomes. So I just think it's a mistake that people are making when they think fairness of treatment implies equality of outcomes. It does not. Is the process by which we're speaking now in the midst of the National Basketball Association's playoffs? I confess to being a Boston Celtics fan. I mean, it's a very good team, and I'm excited about the Celtics. We defeated the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, we defeated Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving and company, okay, in a playoff series. We hooked them, and we're on our way to, the Eastern Conference Finals, and we're on our way to the NBA Finals. And I'm, if I were a betting man, I'd put down a few bucks that the Boston Celtics, underrated as we are, have a very good chance of winning the NBA Finals. Okay, so that's the NBA. That's the National Basketball Association. I'm a sports fan. I like basketball.
Slightly biased prediction, but yes.
Yeah, it is somewhat biased. All I'm saying is, if you take a look at who the star players are in the National Basketball Association, you're going to find that there's some Eastern Europeans.
So Francis Drake decided it was time
There's some really good basketball players coming out of Eastern Europe.
So he sent his troops
More power to them. And there are a lot of African Americans. We're overrepresented. There are not that many Jews, as far as I know. No offense to the U.S. But I mean, the NBA is not equally representative of all of the different populations in the United States. Now, we can go into the reasons why, but I'm just saying the process by which you get to be playing in the NBA is fair. If you can play, you can get on the court. All they're looking for is people who can play. I think something like that is true in many different venues. I expect if you're a really good technical engineer, companies are going to employ you. And if you can make money, they're going to advance you, and you will be able to rise to the top of that profession. I expect that the people who are engaged in financial transactions, who are actually making bets on the market, by and large, are the people who are good at that activity. And if you're good at that activity in this world, in this modern world, you're going to rise to the top. I'm not saying that there are no barriers of discrimination. Of course there are, of many different sorts. But I'm saying that to expect that there would be, okay, I mean, let's look at who's actually writing code. Let's look at who's actually trading bonds. Let's look at who's actually starting businesses, and so on. To say that that in a fair world, I would expect that if blacks are 10% of the population, they'd be 10% of every one of those things, is to ignore the reality that the differences in the culture and practices and norms of the various population groups will lead to differences in their representation amongst people who are outstanding performers in one or another activity.
How do you know if the difference in culture accounts for the difference in outcome, or it's the existence of barriers, especially barriers early on in life, of discrimination that are racially based? So if you think about
He also
affirmative
had
action,
something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts
in
of the
which
other
ways
men
is
on board
affirmative
Ferdinand
action
Magellan's voyage that
empowering,
survived.
in which
He
ways
was
is it
clearly
limiting
learning about what the
to
rest of
these
the
early
voyage was going to
developments
entail.
of the different
And the
groups,
fact
but
that he
let's
had
just
on
speak to
board
African Americans.
these writings of
We should
Mitchell
say
and
that
these other mariners
you went to
is
some
somewhat
no-name
significant for
Northwestern
what
University at first, but then you ended up with the great University of MIT.
What Drake was supposed to be
So
doing.
that's your not
See,
early
he
but
was
middle
going to be
development.
going through the Straits of Magellan.
So
And
speaking of the
Magellan was
development,
first man to do so.
the
So in one of
opportunities,
these initial
the
attempts,
equality of
Magellan
opportunity.
also went much
How do we
further
know we
in
got
his voyage,
that
but we don't know
equality?
as yet if Francis Drake was
Yeah,
intending to
I'm glad
follow
you put it
Magellan's
like that.
footsteps.
We were talking about
As they
results,
neared
now we're
the
talking
coast
about
of
opportunity.
Africa,
I was
it became
taking a
clear
position
that
that
Portuguese pilot De Silva had
when
his
King
crews on these
says,
ships,
I have a
he
dream,
was going to
and he
be forced to
envisions a
stay
world where his children
to
will
know
not be
too
barred from
and things weren't going
the good
well
things in
for
life
us.
because of the color of their skin.
Thomas Downey
We're
and
talking
the other
about
noblemen that were part of this little crew,
opportunity,
well, they were
not
getting
about
paid
results.
half rations.
But
The
opportunity
men
is
who were
not just
supposed to be
something
officially in
that
charge of this
depends
vessel
upon
were being
what
paid
the
half
law
as much
is
as
and what
common
public
people,
policies are.
while the
Opportunity
actual
also depends
man
upon
who was master of that ship was even
the
with the
social
crew and
conditions
kept
in
these
which people
noblemen
are,
to stay
are,
for
are
sedation.
raised, the social and
Now,
economic
Downey
conditions. So
complained about the half
the
rations
child
the
of
ship's
a
master, the man
poor
who was essentially
family
his
that has
chair.
no
The man
resources
said that he would give him,
doesn't
quote,
have the same
something to
opportunity
eat
as a
that
child
falls
of a
from my
wealthy
table,
family
end quote.
to realize their
This
full human potential.
obviously enraged the
You asked
nobleman,
me, how can we
and
tell
he struck
whether or
the
not
master
a
of the vessel. Now the master struck
difference
him
in
back. It came to
outcomes
blows, but while
is a
this wasn't
reflection
something
of
that could be
unequal
called mutual,
opportunity,
it became
or it's a
quickly
reflection
apparent
of
that
differences
this
in
small group
culture
of noblemen
and
were no
interest
match for a
and
large group
practice.
of seasoned
And
English
I
West
don't
Country
know
men.
that there's
So
a single
they
answer
backed
to that
down,
question, but I
shot,
think
and what that
one
did
wants to
was
look at the
the
data.
Downey had stopped.
One wants to try to
Now, when they finally reached the
measure,
site of the coast of South
you
America,
know, as a social
Drake ordered that
scientist,
the
I would say
continued
what you
sailors
want to do is you want to
of all the
estimate
Portuguese settlements
the
along the coast had been warned of
at
this.
the significance of various factors for determining the outcome. If the outcome is
So they
how much
stayed
money
out
does
of
a
the
person make
coastline
when
and
they
sailed
work
south
in the
until
labor
about
market,
25
so you look at their
Portuguese
wages
settlements could be in the new day.
and you think, well,
It
that
took
depends
several
upon a
days
number
to
of things. It
harbor
depends
that was
upon
suitable
how
for
educated
inquiry
they are, what kind of
finally
skills
made.
they have,
However,
what kind
the
of
Swan,
work
the
experience
ship
they
that Downey
have,
was on, was nowhere to be
and
seen.
so on. And
It
those
had
things
become
are all
lost in
legitimate
space. So Francis
factors
Drake had to go out on the Mary
that
find
might
her and
determine
bring her
how
into
much they
the
end up
harbor.
making in the labor
He
market.
let it be known to
But
some of
you
the
also
other
want
officers
to
and
perhaps
crewmen that Drake himself
controlling for those
attributed
things,
the
see
fact that
whether
the
or
Swan
not
had become
the
lost
fact
to
that they
Downey's
are black
and
or
Imperial
they are
voyages.
Latino or whatever,
Now,
the
this
fact
is
that
just
they
the
are
beginning
male
to
or
many
that
of
they
the
are
stories. It's
female,
nothing more than a little bit
the
of
fact that they do or do not speak English as their native language, this kind of thing, whether those factors also are implicated in determining how successful they are in the labor market. And if you find that after you have control for the things that are legitimately determining success and failure in the labor market, like skills and education and experience, having control for those things, the fact that a person is black or is a woman or is an immigrant or is of Latino background, also affects their earnings, then you might conclude that to that extent, they are not getting equal opportunity in the labor market, that kind of idea. But I want to focus a little bit more here on what we mean by opportunity, because it's not just whether employers treat the worker on a fair and even basis, irregardless of the worker's racial or ethnic background. That's one opportunity issue. But that's at the end of the development process. They are now presenting themselves to the market, trying to find work and being employed at this or that wage. That's the end of the line. What about the developmental opportunity, the opportunity to acquire skills in the first place? That goes all the way back. That goes all the way back to birth. It even goes back to before birth. The mother carrying the infant in the womb, she has certain nutritional practices, and she might be smoking or drinking alcohol or something like that. I'm not saying she is. I'm not saying she isn't. I'm just saying whether she is or she isn't going to affect the development of the fetus, the newborn. Now there's a question of environment. There's a question of the development of their neurological potential? Do they learn how to read? Are they stimulated verbally? How many words have they heard spoken? Are they being nurtured in a home environment so as to maximize the possibility of them achieving their human potential? What about the peer group influences? What about the values and norms of the surrounding human communities in which they're embedded? Do they encourage the young person to apply themselves in a systematic way to their studies, to their focus on their acquisition of language command and of their educational potential? So development is not only something that is controlled by the society's practices, it's also something that is influenced by the cultural background of the individual. And those things are not equal. Those things vary across groups in a very significant way. And that too will be a factor determining disparities of outcome. So when I see outcomes that are different, I see wealth holding that's different. I see educational achievement that's different. I see representation in the professional schools, law school and medical school that's different between groups. One question is, are the institutions treating people fairly? But another question is, do the background and social and cultural influences equip people in the same way? And we know that the answer to that, not in every instance do they equip people in the same way. And so it makes the judgment, the moral judgment that we make when we see inequality of outcome, complicated. Inequality of outcome is a systemic factor to some degree, but it is also a cultural factor to some degree, I want to say. And that's controversial, I know. A lot of people think of themselves as being progressive. They want to point a finger at society whenever they see a disparity. But I think that that's a mistake. I think it misunderstands the difficulty of the problem. If you think that if you get the right law, if you have the right public policy, if the right politicians are elected to office, suddenly those disparities will go away. And I'm here to tell you that that's a false hope. And moreover, it is probably the wrong goal. But I mean, we could go into that. You were talking about affirmative action, which is something else altogether. And you were talking about me and my education, which is also something that's a little bit different. And I'm happy to talk about those things. Northwestern University, by the way, was a great university. I'm just joking. It's one of the great universities in the world. And I studied mathematics at Northwestern University, which is how I ended up at MIT in the first place. And I got a very good technical training in mathematics when I was at Northwestern. So
You love both mathematics and human nature. And so, which is why you ended up going into economics at one of the great economics programs in the world at MIT, getting your PhD there. So one of the many hats you wear is that of an economist, which allows you to think systematically and rigorously about the way the world and the way humans work and scale, trying to remove the full mushy mess of humans, like a psychology perspective, economics allows you to do.
Well, economics is one of the social sciences. I think there's value in psychology and in sociology. There's a lot to know that doesn't come up within the study of economics. To study markets and the dynamics of economic development and trade and so on. But speaking personally, as I was coming along, I was fascinated by mathematics. I was good at it, and ended up at Northwestern and took a lot of courses there in functional analysis and logic and mathematics and dynamical systems and stuff that I ended up employing in my graduate studies in economics. But you're right, I was not satisfied simply to be proving theorems. I wanted to be addressing issues of social significance. and economics, I discovered, to my delight, was a field of study that allowed me both to develop rigorous analytical frameworks, modeling and precision of logical, deduction and inference. On the one hand, satisfying my mathematical interests, but on the other hand, could address questions of social significance, like why does racial inequality persist? Why are some countries prospering and growing and others less so? Why do the prices of raw materials fluctuate in the way that they do over time, and so on and so forth? And I ended up falling in love with the application of mathematical analysis to the study of social issues.
What to you is beautiful about mathematics, about mathematical puzzles, about logic, all those kinds of things. Because it's still there. The love for math is still there for you. So is there something you could speak to? What is the kernel, the flame of that love?
It's like magic. I mean, being able to prove something, and I think offhand, there's no largest prime number. How would somebody know that? Okay, what's a prime number? So a prime number is a number that has a whole number that has no divisor other than one. There are no divisors of a number that makes it 13 or 19 or 37. So they're prime numbers. There's no largest prime number. There are an infinite number of prime numbers. There's no largest prime number. That's an idea. You can get your mind around it in an instant. It doesn't take a whole lot of depth to see the question. There's no largest prime number.
I wonder if prime numbers show up in economics.
They don't show up in economics, except in cryptography. I understand it's important for code, in coding stuff.
And that shows up in economics. But in terms of models, probably not. That's the prime numbers are a little abstract algebra. It's like they show up in all these places. They're just like beautiful mathematical puzzles that don't immediately have an application, but somehow maybe challenge you, and as a result push mathematics forward. Like Fermat's last theorem, as far as I know, no obvious real world application, but it has challenged mathematicians throughout the centuries. And somehow indirectly progressed.
But the rational numbers are countable. They can be put in one-to-one relationship with the integers, but that the real numbers are not countable. There's a lot more real numbers. These are orders of infinity. This is Cantor, Georg Cantor, and all that kind of stuff. Or Gödel's theorem. I studied this as an undergraduate. The incompleteness theorem, that there are propositions within any logical system that's rich enough to accommodate arithmetic. There's going to be propositions that you can formulate that are true, but that you cannot prove to be true. So the idea that you could systematically develop a logical framework for mathematical inquiry that could demonstrate the truth or falsity of any proposition is not a feasible goal. This was Hilbert's project, as I understand it, and Gödel showed that there was no hope ever of being able to demonstrate the closure of logical systems that were rich enough to accommodate the real numbers.
They gave an existential crisis to all mathematicians and scientists alike, and humans, because maybe you can't prove everything.
I remember, when I was a junior college, a community college student before I transferred to Northwestern, and I took a calculus course. And it was a lot of fun. And it was differentiating algebraic expressions and integrating and using trigonometric substitutions and And it was a lot of simple problems. I get to Northwestern, I take a course in differential equations. And again, it was a lot of formulaic, applying, get a differential equation of this structure, like if it's linear, you've got exponentials, etc. You can solve it. And then I took a course that showed, where the question was not how to solve any particular functional expression, but it was proving the existence of a solution to a differential equation where it was like x dot equals f of x and t, and f is just some arbitrary function. What do I have to assume about the function f in order to know that there exists a solution to the differential equation dx dt equals f of x and t? And it's basically, they call it a Lipschitz condition. It's a condition about the bounding of the slope of the function f as a function of x, that it doesn't, that you can sort of uniformly bound the slope on that function, and then you can use a iterative process to show that the sequence of partial solutions to the thing converges to something that's a solution to the real thing. Anyway, again, I'm not going to bore you or pretend that I'm a mathematician. I'm not. But what I'm saying is the difference between a specific algebraic formula that you can manipulate and solve on the one hand, and the abstract question of whether there exists a solution in the general case is like a huge step for me in my study of mathematics, and the techniques that you have to employ to address these larger questions and so on. So when I was an undergraduate, I took the first year PhD sequence in math analysis at Northwestern from a brilliant mathematician named Avner Friedman, and learned about measure theory, and learned about some early functional analysis ideas. And when I saw that those ideas were being applied by advanced study in economics, I was delighted. I found an intellectual home.
So that one of the fascinating challenges in mathematics is to think, how can you, which echoes the challenge of economics. What are the properties of an equation that allow you to say something profound and say it simply? So the question of economics is, how do you construct a model where you can generalize nicely and say something profound and say it simply? So one of the questions, one of the challenges of economics is macro versus microeconomics.
Yeah.
Is the world is made up of individuals. So there's a connection to this our discussion of race and discrimination and outcomes and all those kinds of things. The world is made up of individuals, but in order to say something general, we have to construct groups. In order to analyze the data, we have to aggregate that data somehow. We have to make an average over some set of people. So what are the pros and cons of looking at things like equality of opportunity and equality of outcome based on groups versus based on individuals? And what are the groups, if there's any pros to looking at groups that we should be looking at?
Okay, well, those are big questions. I mean, in economics, you're right. I mean, micro, you have an account of how individuals make decisions about spending their money on the consumption side, and about how enterprises make decisions about what to produce, how much of it, what inputs to use, what techniques of production, and so on. Individual firms, individual consumers, and then you want to aggregate. So there's a theory of so-called theory of general equilibrium, where you think supply and demand in a bunch of markets. You think prices that move to equilibrate, but you recognize that the price in one market affects people's behavior in another. The markets interact with each other. You realize that the behavior of one individual affects the supplies and available resources for other individuals, so they're knitted together in some kind of systematic way. And you want to try to demonstrate the fact that, notwithstanding all these interdependencies, there exists a solution to the system of equations that equates demand and supply across all the different markets. This is the existence of general equilibrium. Then you want to try to say something about the properties of an equilibrium if it exists. Is it efficient? Well, what do you mean by efficiency? Well, the idea of so-called Pareto efficient outcomes. These are outcomes that cannot be uniformly improved upon. Everybody can't be made better off by an alternative outcome. You want to demonstrate the efficiency of competitive equilibrium. What do you mean by competition? You mean that people take their actions to do the best for themselves that they can. Profits of firms, well-being of consumers, they try to do the best for themselves that they can. But they do so in reference to a set of prices that they believe they cannot control. That's the criterion of competitive market circumstance. So does a competitive equilibrium exist? Do there exist a set of prices which, if everybody recognizes them as given and responds to those prices on behalf of their own interests, the outcome will be supply equaling demand in all the markets where people are interacting with one another. And that requires the use of some concepts in topology, fixed point theorems and whatnot that are familiar to mathematics, not very deep mathematical results, but important to economics. That's all about general equilibrium and whatnot. But you ask about groups.
By the way, amazing whirlwind summary of all of economics. But yes, go ahead. That was great.
Well,
markets, competition, of Pareto efficiency, anyway. But yes, groups
and prices. And by the way, there are some very beautiful, formalizations of everything that I'm saying here. You end up in vector spaces. You end up with sets of bundles of consumption and production. You end up with convexity. You end up with hyperplanes, which are, in this finite dimensional vector space, which are, all of the bundles that have the same value at a certain price. You end up with inner products, and it's very pretty.
Yeah, but you almost forget that it's just a bunch of humans transacting with each other. That markets are made up of individuals.
Markets are made up of individuals, and in order to carry out this formalization, you have to make assumptions about the individuals. And the end result is true in a formal sense, but may not be true as a representation of the reality, because it depends upon assumptions that themselves may not hold. But at least you know what it is that has to be true in order for your formal framework to be relevant, which is already a step in the right direction, I think. I mean, the formalization is better than the intuition, the armchair intuition, where we sit back and we don't really know exactly what we're talking about because we haven't pinned it down in a precise way. I'm in favor of the formalization. People, they think, what is mathematics and the social sciences? After all, we're dealing with people. People are not automata. I agree with that. But the analysis of the interaction of people, I think, to be rigorous, requires us to be specific about what we're talking about markets, about consumers, about firms, about profits, about technology, about preferences. And that's the language of economics. But people's behavior depends upon what they seek in life. It depends upon their goals and their objectives. Those things are at play. They can be pushed this way or that. So, nationalists fighting and dying for your country. Religion, sacrificing on behalf of some abstract ideal of the good or of, what is the human situation and what's the meaning of life. Economists have to assume that these things are some particular thing before they can turn the crank on their machine to analyze the outcomes of human interaction. And yet these things, belief in my identity, the things that I'm willing to sacrifice and die for, purposes of life that I affirm and pass on to my children, are important preconditions for actually carrying out any economic analysis. And they are subject to manipulation and to change over time. And that's not something that economics has a whole lot to say about.
Well, is there some general things that are really powerful in terms of, you said nation, religion, those are groups. Can you group people nicely in helping you understand human nature? So group them into nations based on their citizenry. That's geography, right? The geographic location of your birth or your long-term residence, or maybe religious belief, what religion you believe over time. Is there groups like that? And then race. Is that useful? What are the pros and cons of looking at outcomes based on these kinds of groups? Race in particular.
I think they're pros and I think they're cons. I mean, I am myself, Glenn Lowry, since before you right now, a Black American, an African American. I quote unquote, I identify as, that's the way they talk about it nowadays. I identify as a Black American. My skin is brown, my hair is coarse, my nose is broad, relative to the way other people's noses look. My lips are thicker. That's a consequence of my ancestral descent from the human population resident in the African continent in millennia past. My race. Here in the United States, we have various quote-unquote races defined crudely in the way that I just tried to define myself. You could say, and I think there's a very powerful argument, that these are superficial differences. I mean, really? Why should it matter that your eye color or your hair color or the shape of the bones in your face, or the color, the tone of your skin, the amount of melanin, how it is that you react to ultraviolet radiation in terms of your skin? What is that to be the basis of anything? I mean, that's arbitrary. That's not meaningful. Could there really be meaning in these superficial differences among human beings? Isn't that an archaic or barbaric way of thinking about ourselves? To look at each other's skin color or hair texture and then to decide, well, that's a Black, or that's a white, or that's a Latin, or that's an Asian, or that's a whatever. That's something that we should outgrow, a person might say. That's a relic of a kind of tribal society, of a kind of pre-modern society where we build real structure on the basis of such superficial difference. A person could say that. On the other hand, I am a Black American. I mean, that's part of my identity. That's part of my heritage. It's part of the stories that I tell myself about who my people are. Why do I need a people? Why do I need a narrative of descent in which I affiliate with a racially defined people? Do I really need that? I mean, I think that's an important question. In fact, this is a confession, think of myself as Black. I could think of myself as simply human. I could not identify specifically as Black. I could say, my eyes are brown too, so what? I'm a brown eye? I mean, I'm going to invent a group based on my eye color. I weigh 290 pounds. I'm going to have a body size group. I'm a plus 200, and that's quote, who I am, close quote. I don't do that. I came from Chicago. Yes, I do have a certain sense of affinity with my hometown. I'm a Chicago-born person, but frankly, I haven't lived in Chicago since 1979. That's a long time. I wear my Chicago origins very, very lightly. I would not go to war with someone from Cleveland or St. Louis and fight to the death with that St. Louis person or that Cleveland person based upon the fact that we come from different cities.
And you have even abandoned in your
heart of the Chicago Bulls. There's some Chicago that's still in me, I suppose, but it's not very deep. It's not quote, who I am anymore. And I'm wondering, here I'm trying to pose a question: why is it that being a descendant of African slaves should be who I am? So there's some answers. One answer is people will look at me and deal with me differently based upon what they see. I don't have control over that. I'm going to be perceived as a member of a group, whether or not I elect to affiliate myself with that group or not. Therefore, I need to be mindful of the fact that regardless of what my internal orientation is, the world will perceive me in a particular way and will perceive me differently based upon the color of my skin. So a police officer who stops me at 2 o'clock in the morning because my tail light is out and asks me for my automobile registration, and I reach quickly to the glove compartment to get my registration, and the police officer says, "Show me your hands." And I don't quite hear what he says, or I ignore what he says, and I'm getting my document out of my glove compartment, but the police officer thinks because I have not responded to his demand to show my hands that I might be reaching for a weapon, and the police officer sees that I'm black and fears that the likelihood that I might have a weapon is higher because in that town at that time, a lot of the people who get stopped with weapons in their car happen to be black and male and so on. And he pulls his weapon and he discharges it, and I'm bleeding out there and I'm dead now. And all of that is a possibility that's very real, and it's based upon the color of my skin. And therefore, when he stops me, I keep my hands on the steering wheel and I don't go to the glove compartment. And I'm fearful of the fact that he might mistake me for a criminal, etc. Or I walk into a high-end store, clothing store. I see you're nicely dressed there, Lex. I'm not, but that's okay. I do have some good clothes at home. I just didn't wear it today. But you know what I mean. And the clothing, the salesman in the clothing store either treats me like an old friend, and is warm and welcoming, and what can I do for you, sir? And let me show you this and that. And what are you looking for? Because he thinks I'm going to spend $1,000 there that day, and he's going to get a 5% commission, whatever it is. And and he either does that, or he ignores me and looks at me with suspicion and thinks I might be trying to shoplift something, or thinks that I'm only going to spend $50 and not $500, and therefore I'm not worth his time. And I'm aware of the fact that when I go into the clothing store, especially the high-end places where I can buy a good suit, or buy some really good dress shirts or slacks that fit me well, and so on. I'm aware of the fact that I may not be taken seriously by the salesman based upon the fact that he's looking at me and he sees a black person, and therefore I dress up before I go out to buy clothes to get, because I want to present myself as not someone who just walked in off the street, but as one of those black people who is really prepared to spend some money in the store so that I can be treated with respect. And I have to carry the burden, such as it is, of knowing that I need to earn the being taken seriously by overcoming the suppositions that people may have about me based upon the color of my skin, something like that. Or I ask myself, what am I going to teach my children about who they are and where they come from? What stories am I going to tell them about their ancestors? Who are their ancestors? Every African American has European ancestors. Every black person in the United States of America, I think that I can say that almost without exception. We could go to 23andMe and look at the DNA. They have European ancestors. They're not purely African. That's a fact, and that's a consequence of the experience of African descended people, because it's a mixed population. My name is Lowry, spelled Loury, but pronounced as if it were Lowery. And I gather, if you trace the history of that name, that it's Scottish. So somewhere
you could identify as
or I could claim some Scottish descent, but I don't. I don't know who those ancestors are. And frankly, I don't know who my enslaved ancestors I can't trace my family history back very far into the 19th century. But so what stories do I tell my children about who we are, about who their ancestors are? I mean, I want to tell my children some story, and that story is going to be colored, quote unquote, by my race. So even though it is superficial, and in an ideal world, you might think, why would human beings? I read science fiction, so there's this Chinese writer, Cixin Liu. This is his name. I might not pronounce it exactly right. Cixin Liu. Cixin Liu. He has a trilogy: The Three-Body Problem, The Dark Forest, and Death's End. Those are the three books of Cixin Liu's trilogy about how Tri-Solaris, which is another star system within a few light years of the solar system, and Earth get into a conflict. And when the Tri-Solarans come down to dominate Earth, suddenly all of these differences between the Chinese and the North Americans and the Europeans and the Africans and the South Asians become kind of insignificant, because after all, the Tri-Solarans, with their advanced civilization, whose star system is dying, have their eyes on the solar system, which has a planet the third rock from the sun that is pretty habitable, and the difference between us becomes pretty insignificant. So we shouldn't need for an invasion by extraterrestrial beings to have to happen before we would recognize the common humanity that we all share, that is profound and is deep. We all descend, in effect, from the same ancestral population of Homo sapiens who walked out of East Africa eons ago and have survived amongst all of the different possible, variations of species and whatnot of humanoid populations. Homo sapiens have flourished, the others have died out. And here we are, and we can just look at the genetic endowments that characterize our biological essence, and we can see that we are all, quote unquote, the same beneath the skin, and yet we end up freighting so much weight onto these superficial differences. So I can see both sides of the issues. What I'm saying, I can see the argument race is an irrelevancy, because at the end of the day, deep down, it is. But I can also see the argument that I hold on to racial identity because A, my racial presentation colors how other people deal with me, but B, because everybody needs a story. Everybody needs to count. You tell me you're Jewish. I mean, I don't know how deep that is. I don't know how genetically profound that is. I do know that it's a culturally profound identity for a lot of people, based upon maybe some of the same kind of forces that I'm talking about. A, they won't let you not be Jewish. You can say you're not Jewish, but when Hitler's rounding people up, what you say doesn't have a whole lot to do with what the Gestapo was about. And B, you need to tell your children a story.
Well, that's the fascinating thing about this tribalism that you spoke about. That we form tribes as humans throughout human history, form tribes and have directed hate toward other tribes, and sometimes violence and destruction. And yet, tribalism allows you to tell a story to your children, allows you to grow a culture. There's something about defining yourself within a particular tribe that allows you to have a tradition. You have an article that you wrote called "The Case for Black Patriotism." So I should also say it's so interesting because for me personally, I identify as, believe I am an American. And yet within the American umbrella, it feels that there's a longing for other tribes. You mentioned Jewish. What I honestly feel is, a lot of this humor and culture and so on is Russian and Ukrainian. Because that's where I come from. That's where my family is from. There's like stereotypical things that are funny, humorous type of thing about Russians, showing no emotion, good at chess and math, into wrestling, drinking vodka. I mean, there's literally every single stereotype. I'm in the embodiment of that. So you celebrate that in certain kinds of ways. There's a tradition there within the American umbrella, and some of it is humor, some of it is little quirks of culture. But now with the war in Russia and Ukraine, interestingly enough, even that little thing becomes also a source of negative. But anyway, that context aside, what is Black patriotism? And why do you feel?
I mean, I'm speaking in an article called The Case for Black Patriotism in a particular context. And what I'm saying basically is very simple. I'm saying we are African Americans, and there would definitely be, and the emphasis should be on the American. These Spanish warriors against this English incursion. I actually don't even much care for the framing African American, but I'm not going to fight with people about it. It's I don't think it's worth fighting about. That's not how. I would just say we're Americans, or if you want, we're Black Americans. We're certainly not African. That is, the African American population is a population of people who come into existence here in North America through the cauldron of slavery. There are also immigrants from East Africa, immigrants from West Africa, immigrants from Southern Africa, immigrants from the Caribbean, who descend from an ancestral population which is African. The history of the world since 1500 is a history in which people of African descent are scattered because of slavery throughout the Western Hemisphere. And so here we are. But the institution of slavery ended in 1863 in the United States. The struggle that we started out talking about, which gave rise to Martin Luther King giving that speech that you say is the greatest speech in American history, and I'm not going to argue with you about that, happened right here in the United States. What is the United States? The United States is a nation of immigrants. The population of the North American continent was sparsely populated by an indigenous population which was destroyed in conquest by a European population that settled here in North America and appropriated the land and have built a civilization here, which has been peopled by a large influx of individuals from Europe, and Irish, and Italian, and Greek, and Slavic, and Jewish, Russian Jews coming in large numbers, and so on, in wave after wave after wave of immigration. Asian, Latin American population of people have come to reside here in the United States, and we Black Americans who descend from slaves. We African Americans who descend from slaves. So here we are. This is a great nation. This is a monumentally significant political force, which is the United States of America, founded in 1776, 1787, fought a war of independence from the British, established a republic, which is a confederation of these independent colonies, which has grown into now the 50 states of the United States of America, a continental nation. The richest and most powerful nation on the planet, with massive influence throughout the world, for good and for ill. That's who we are, I want to say, to Black people. There is no other home for us. This fantasy of we being a people apart, back in the day when I was coming along in the 1960s, there was something called the Republic of New Africa movement. And they wanted some states in the South given over to Black people, and we were going to have our own country. And it's a joke. It's a fantasy. It's a mythic, unbalanced, unrealistic fanciful politics. It's not a serious politics. We're Americans. We're not going anywhere here. The idea that, and I want to say this in a number of different registers. I want to say, first of all, we need to make peace with the fact that that's who we are and that's where we are. So nobody is coming. The World Court is not going to litigate our disputes. The United Nations is not going to set up a desk for people of African descent who reside in North America. We have to work out whatever our concerns are with our fellow Americans right here within the context of American politics. That means compromise. That means looking for a framework for political expression, which is broader than our racial identity, etc. So I want to say that. But I also want to say there's no reason to apologize for this. There's something positive to affirm. I take on this question about slavery in brief, because in fact slavery was awful and it was wrong and it was on the backs of the enslaved Africans, and it had consequences that have endured long after the termination of the thing. But I also want to say, look at what has happened in the last 150 years for African Americans. And I want to say, look at the vitality of the institutions here in the United States of America, of the Democratic Republic of the United States of America. Again, not perfect, which are malleable enough, these institutions, to allow for the transformation of the status of African Americans, such as has occurred since the end of slavery. And I want to say there's a lot to celebrate in that. So this is our country. We are full members of the polity. We have burdens and responsibilities as well as privileges that are associated with our membership in this republic. That does not mean that we should not fight for what we believe to be right, although we are not one voice here, we Black Americans. It does not mean that we should not protest things that we think are deserving of protest. But I want to say it does mean that we should not reject the framework that we're operating in, because we basically don't have any alternative, and because when viewed in full context, a noble and profoundly significant achievement in the United States of America, and a beacon to the rest of the world. I don't want to, go off in some starry-eyed kind of jingoistic celebration of America as the greatest civilization, et cetera, et cetera. But this great nation is our nation, and I think we do best by beginning, we Black Americans do best by beginning, this is my argument in the piece, by beginning from a framework which accepts that fact and then builds on it.
So Black patriotism is not exactly the same. Rhymes, echoes American patriotism. So a Black American is first and foremost an American.
Yeah. Black American is first and foremost an American, and it's a good thing too.
Let me return to the question of Dr. King and another powerful, impactful individual, Malcolm X, to ask you the question. Well, first, people often, perhaps inaccurately, portray them as representing two different ideals, approaches to the fight for civil rights. So Martin Luther King for the nonviolent approach, the peacemaker, and Malcolm X is the by any means necessary. What do you think about this distinction? And broadly speaking, in Black patriotism, in the future of Black Americans in the 21st century, what is the role of anger? What is the role of protest? Even, violence encompasses a lot of things, but just aggression and, fuck the man, we're going to have to make change, force change.
Okay, I think you put your finger on something really important in the context of what we were just discussing, our Black patriotism essay.
decided to abandon.
It's not the only story. There's another story, and Malcolm X is someone you identify, and his memory lives on and is powerfully influential. And I think you see it in Black Lives Matter. I think you see it in protest and rioting and so forth that has broken out periodically, going all the way back to the 1960s and before, but especially since the 1960s. You saw it in Los Angeles in 1992, the Rodney King civil disturbances that broke out there, and the balled up fist, the radical Afrocentric rejection of the American story that Martin Luther King he believed in. He believed in a magnificent story note, and a lot of people are rolling their eyes, and saying, as you say, fuck the man, magnificent promissory note. Just get your knee off my neck. That's what you can do for me. Don't ask me to believe in your BS about some magnificent promissory note, some founding fathers who were all slave owners anyway. I mean, just get your knee off my neck. Now, I can relate to that. As I mentioned, I grew up in Chicago in the 1950s and the 1960s. I remember Malcolm X, literally in real time. I remember when he was murdered in 1965 in the Audubon Ballroom in Harlem, in Manhattan, in New York City. I remember my uncle. I was raised in a house where my aunt and uncle were the master of the house, and my mother and my sister and I lived in a small apartment upstairs in the back of this big house that my successful uncle owned. My uncle was a small businessman, a barber and a tradesman. He was a hustler. Legally. He did what he had to do to make money. He was very enterprising. Not especially well educated, but very intelligent and disciplined and resourceful provider for his family, which included myself, my sister, and my mother in their household. And we called him Uncle Mooney because he had moon-shaped eyes that protruded around. Mooney. James Ellis was his name, Uncle Mooney. James Ellis Lee. My Uncle Mooney. But I'm saying all that to say this. He admired the Nation of Islam. King and Malcolm X, Martin King and Malcolm X differed on a number of different dimensions. Malcolm X was a Muslim. Martin Luther King Jr. was a Christian minister. My Uncle Mooney didn't have any time for these Christian ministers. He thought that was the white man's religion. And back in that day, you'd go into a black church and you'd see a portrait of Jesus, and he'd be a blonde-haired, blue-eyed. He didn't even look like a Mediterranean. He didn't look like somebody who came from Palestine. He looked like somebody who came from Northern Europe or something like that. The picture of Jesus. My Uncle Mooney rejected that whole thing. He would be damned if he was going to bend his knee to some white Jesus. But he was not a Muslim either. But he respected the Muslims. He brought home their newspaper. It was called Muhammad Speaks, which is the Nation of Islam, which is the black Muslim movement founded in American cities in Detroit and in Chicago, going back to the early, middle 20th century and growing into a very significant movement that had a lot of influence. Louis Farrakhan, a controversial figure, descends from this movement. It has fractured now, and has the major part of the legacy of the black Muslims has assimilated itself into Islam proper. Malcolm X made a famous pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, and came back with a very different vision about what it meant to be a Muslim, and understood himself to be a part of the large tradition and religious culture of Islam that has a global reach. And he had a different vision when he came back from that. Some people say that's why he was killed and so on. I don't know. I certainly find that to be plausible, that he came to constitute a threat to the sect, which was the black Muslims, and had to be dealt with.
He released
I don't know if
Mayer
we'll ever know
and
the full
Silva.
story on that.
They told
But
us
anyway, what
that
I'm trying to say is
that Francis Drake
the Black Muslims were there. Malcolm X was there. And in my experience, it constituted a counterpoint to the position of king, which depended on a kind of respect for the best of the tradition of American democracy, appealing to the better nature of our oppressors, live up to the full meaning of our creed. I mean, these are words that he would use. A magnificent promissory note is what he would think of as the Declaration of Independence and the legacy of Abraham Lincoln. Unfulfilled idea. And the Black Muslims were like, fuck that. We're going to take care of our own. We're going to build our own schools. We're going to build our own businesses. We're not waiting for the white man to do anything. Get your knee off my neck and get out of my way and let me take care of my own. And my uncle respected that. He respected the straight back. The stand up straight with your shoulders back. That's a Jordan Peterson. But I mean, that was way before Jordan Peterson, but that was his philosophy. Stand up straight with your, raise your children. Don't be depending upon welfare. You're taking welfare from the white man. You need to get busy. You need to educate yourself. You need to clean up your act, put down that fried chicken because it's going to kill you. My Uncle Mooney loved this book that Elijah Muhammad, they call him the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, was the founder and the leader of the Nation of Islam. He had a book, and all the book said was, be smart, eat green vegetables, don't eat fried food, don't eat pork, you're Muslims. Don't eat pork, and take responsibility for your diet, and be healthy. And don't be putting a whole lot of pills into your body. You don't need to do that if you just get control of your diet and you eat properly. My uncle loved this idea of responsibility for self and a determination to build. He respected that in the Muslims, even if he didn't buy the religious part of it. And so now, and by the way, when my uncle died in 1983, he left me a bequest. It wasn't money, unfortunately. It was his complete collection of the recorded speeches of Malcolm X. And I have these albums. These are 33 1/3 LPs. There's 6 of them. And I have a complete collection, as best as my uncle could assemble, of the recorded speeches of Malcolm X. Now, why did he do that? He did that because he did not want me to forget. Don't be dependent upon the white man. Build your own. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. Proud Black man. Take care of your business. Take care of your children. Pick up the trash in front of your house. Get busy.
No matter who you are on this philosophy, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you
violence now, that's another story. I mean, Malcolm X would say, we're going to defend ourselves. We're going to mess with us, you racist, the Ku Klux Klan or whatever. We're going to arm ourselves and we're going to fight you back. You racist police who are oppressing and persecuting and abusing our people, well, you better be ready because we're going to fight you back. And that too was the spirit that my uncle, that was a kind of attitude, a kind of posture. Uncle was not a radical. He was a businessman, but he respected this idea. Take your life in your own hands when you mess with us because we're prepared to defend ourselves.
But that blood runs in you too. That thread is, you write about Black patriotism, that thread is there too. It's like you embody both the ideal that we're all American, but also that there is this oppressive history. There is the powerful that are manipulating you, that are oppressing you, and you can't just wait around for things to fix themselves. You have to take action. You have to take things into your own hands. And sometimes that means being angry, sometimes that means being violent. That's there too.
Yeah, it's there, but here in the butt is, I don't need today, Glenn Lowry in 2022, think that
that
was
is
really
the answer.
England's first
I don't think
colony on
that
North
violent
America,
rebellion
nothing was ever coming.
gets us
After
anywhere at
several
the end of
months
the day.
preparation,
I think we're
Francis
past
Drake left
that.
Rhode
There aren't Knight Rider, Ku Klux Klan people breaking down your door and dragging you away. There are not nooses thrown over a tree limb where you hang somebody from the tree because they whistled at a white woman or they got too much property in your community and you became, they were uppity Negroes and whatnot like that. That is a thing of the past in America. The situation is no longer the one that requires that kind of violent reaction, and that there is, if we look at the net effect of the so-called rebellions in American cities, they're negative. The George Floyd protests, which became violent and arsonist in the aftermath of civil disturbance and whatnot in the summer of 2020, I think set back the program for African Americans. I don't think it advanced it. I think there are things to be concerned about. Schools that are not working, police that are not respecting citizens and so forth. But I think that those are things that affect white Americans as well, and that the way to ultimately correct those things is to make alliance and associate oneself with Americans who are concerned to change these things. And I don't think it's properly framed as a racial problem. And I certainly don't think that violent rebellion gets us anywhere. I get the historical salience of that posture, and it made a lot of sense in the early and the mid 20th century. I don't think it makes very much sense at all in the early 21st century.
Well, thank you for allowing me for a brief moment to try to channel your Uncle Moody, maybe Malcolm X in this conversation as we look forward to the 21st century. You mentioned that
only the Englishmen shot some of the natives.
In part, you're troubled by the term African American.
There was a short battle.
So words are funny things
with most of their possessions
until they're not.
Francis Drake.
So let me ask you about what I think is one of the most powerful and controversial words in the English language, the N-word. So this is a word that I can't say. Only certain people have the right to say. I have a friend, Joe Rogan, who has, what would you say, there was mass pushback or highlighting of the fact that he didn't just say N-word, but said the full word many times throughout his conversations when referring to, in a meta way, about the power of words, especially when related to certain comedians. What do you think about this? Is it empowering? Is it destructive? What is it? What does it mean for race in America? What does it mean that people like Joe Rogan were essentially, there's an attack to cancel him for using the word? Just as a scholar of human nature, what do you think about this?
This is a phenomenon that interests me.
One of the most valued spices in all of
the N-word.
On top of all
nigger. I could say it because gold. But I mean, I can also say it because I like hip hop. And when I listen to hip hop, I hear the word all the time. These niggas ain't just, you better watch out for these.
The rest of the voyage.
I heard the word constantly as I was growing up. As a boy and a young man in Chicago. Niggas ain't shit.
It was really very
that was said. In fact, that was, and that could be a reflection of some kind of pathology within the African American community of self-hatred and so forth. It could be, or it could just be a colloquial linguistic way. I mean, I assume other groups also have their various, I don't know how the Irish talk about their Irish brothers and, whatever. And I don't know how the Jews talk about their Jewish brothers and whatever.
made its way.
But black people, when talking about other black people, use the N-word all the time.
Leaning over the ship,
My nigga,
N-I-G-G-A. The fisherman replied,
my nigga.
and then finally,
that is a term of endearment.
He saw that as something.
My friend Randall Kennedy,
for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship,
the law professor at Harvard University, has a book called Knicker, and he uses the word in the title of his book. The history of a strange history of a provocative word, or something like this, a subtitle. But the title of the book
3 years that he had been away
is Nigger, colon, and then he has a subtitle.
They were some of the most challenging the ship faced. Now, Francis
I
Drake was
think,
soon to meet with her.
of
And in that
course,
meeting, he would
the use of the word as a slur and an insult, which is a part of the history of black people in the United States. The use of the word by the Southern racist segregationists. We don't want no niggas up in here. Y'all, niggas have no place in my restaurant, in my store.
Other expeditions to the Caribbean
It's meant to be an insult. It's an insult to people. It's a fighting word. The word you say that to somebody, it's an invitation for conflict.
Changed the dynamic between all
That said,
nations.
what is
Next
it
week,
that
we're going
about
to
this
look into
particular
what
word,
was happening
and also the
during
asymmetry
the
of it,
first few voyages of Francis Drake, as
you
well
think
as
it's
on this very
empowering
long silken
to
navigation
the
of
black
We're
community
going to look at
to
a lot
own
of
the
the
word?
political factors and some of the religious ones that are
My honest answer to you is I don't know. I don't fully understand
things are
it.
getting ready to explode.
It has
We're going to
become
look at the
symbolic in a
factors that
way.
are going to lead
And the policing of the use of the word, I can say it, but white people can't say it. I can say it. I'm not a racist. I'm not a self-hating black. I'm just speaking the language of colloquial English that has emerged amongst African Americans, in which that word plays a big role. But the prohibition on its use by others, and of course, in the Joe Rogan case, it wasn't as if he was calling anybody an N-word. He was simply pointing out that people had said stuff, and if the N-word was a part of what they said. Now, he did make the statement about Planet of the Apes, that one of the offensive things that he said, was when he walked into a room, there's a bunch of black guys standing around, he says, like Planet of the Apes.
He said it's like African.
Yeah, he should have, and he did
Should have been a
apologize for
little bit
that.
more careful.
But that was an insult. That was, something that, if you say that and people are offended, they have a right to be offended. And if you didn't mean to offend them, you can apologize. And you did apologize. I accept this apology. Joe's okay with me as far as that goes. In fact, John McWhorter and I, at the podcast that I do, the Glenn Show, I had a conversation, part of which touched on the Joe Rogan phenomenon, and we concluded he didn't really do anything wrong. I mean, you can like him or you can hate him or whatever, but the idea that he's a racist is kind of ridiculous, frankly. If that's your test of what constitutes a racist, the utterance of the word, then it's kind of silly as far as I'm concerned.
What do you think about the rigorous testing of people to the degree they're racist or not? The accusation of racism being a way to attack, to bully, to divide. So what are the pros and cons of that, once again? Because it does reveal the assholes and the racists, but it can hurt people who are not.
Well, I think we have a history here in the United States of blatant racism that goes back a long way and that has present day echoes. So there are racists. There are people who will look and see, oh, those are black people, they're patronizing this business. I don't want to patronize this business anymore. Who, if their daughter or their son is dating somebody that is black, they will say, I really wish you wouldn't do that. Why are you hanging out with those people? Don't you know who they are? There are racists. There are black racists. That is, black people who see somebody who's white and who then invoke a whole lot of stereotypes or whatever, or have a visceral dislike based upon nothing other than the color of the person's skin. Such people exist. Racism is a real thing. On the other hand, I think this throwing around, the accusation of racism, a college professor is teaching a course. He says, in the context of teaching the course, that the underrepresentation of blacks in physics program at this university is because they score lower on the test than other groups, and they're not qualified. So say the professor gives a lecture, and he says, we don't have more blacks in the physics department at this university because there are not enough qualified blacks. Somebody in the classroom who hears a black student objects. He's a racist. Okay. That's a power move. It's a move to try to control the conversation. It's not an argument, it's an epithet. You said that a person who has a particular idea that you don't like, maybe that idea is I'm against affirmative action, I think it's unfair. I was just with Dorian Abbott. Dorian Abbott is a scientist at the University of Chicago who published a piece in Newsweek magazine in which he said that he thought affirmative action and racial balancing was unethical. He was invited to give a lecture at MIT, a very distinguished lecture in his field based on planetary science. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not a scientist. But in any case, because he had said that he didn't like affirmative action and he thought affirmative action was racist, that's basically what he said. Why are we looking at people based upon their race? And so we should just do it on the merit. That was his position. Now, people protesting at the university where he was invited, MIT, saying that he's a racist because he has that opinion. He gets disinvited. Charles Murray is a popular social science writer who is famous for his book about IQ, The Bell Curve, one chapter of which chronicles the racial differences between black and white in performance on mental ability tests, and speculates about the extent to which such differences may be connected with the genetic inheritance of these racially distinct populations. Now, he could be wrong about everything that he's saying. The Southern Poverty Law Center calls him a white supremacist because he observes that there are racial differences in measured intellectual ability amongst Americans of different racial descent. He could be wrong. Let me stipulate that he is wrong. I mean, I don't want to argue about whether he's right or about whether he's wrong. He's addressing himself to a factual issue. And now the issue becomes, instead of grappling with the factual questions at hand and demonstrating his rightness or wrongness about those questions, the issue becomes his character. He's a racist. That's, in my mind, a lot like calling him a witch. The use of that word now, I think, has parallels to accusing people of witchcraft because they have views about substantive questions that bear on racial inequality or racial difference that a person finds unacceptable or that a person disagrees with, and you think you can shut somebody up. Crime in the cities of Chicago, St. Louis, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. is out of control, some person might say. Murder rate is high. Who's committing those crimes? They're mostly black young men who are doing the carjackings and who are doing the shootings. They're killing each other. They're making our city unlivable. Now, that's a hypothetical statement that I offer. It might be correct. It might be incorrect. It might be appropriate. It might be inappropriate. It may be true, but something that we would be better off if people didn't focus on. I don't know. Responding to someone making that statement, have you seen what has happened to my city? It used to be that you could go to North Michigan Avenue and you could find one after another high-end shop. This is in Chicago, my hometown. And tourists would come and they'd go to the theater and there were restaurants and they'd go out. They don't do it anymore. You know what? Half of those stores are boarded up now. You know why? Because when George Floyd was killed, black people mobbed in this city and they burnt and they rioted and they looted, and it hasn't been the same ever since. And I'm moving to the suburbs. I'll be damned if I'm going to send my children to those schools. A person can say that. They might be right, they might be wrong to say it. Calling them a racist is exactly not a rebuttal of what they said. It's a move. It's a move to try to take control of the conversation by accusing someone of having bad character because they said something that made you uncomfortable, which you can't deal with. So you think you can shut them up by calling them a racist. You might as well be calling them a witch. You might as well be calling for their head on a platter because they believe that Satan is Lord. Because that's the kind of, quote, argument, close quote, which is precisely not an argument that people who invoke that term are using. And here's what I have to say about that. It's a fool's errand to try to refute somebody by calling them a witch. Likewise, it's a fool's errand to try to rebut the contrary forces in American politics that are a reaction often to real things that are going on the ground in Black communities in the cities across this country by calling people a racist. You may shut them up, but you won't change their minds. And you know what? At the end of the day, they're going to go to the ballot box and they're going to vote. They're going to pick up their store and they're going to move it to the other side of town or to another town altogether. They're going to keep their children away from places where they think the influences are harmful to those children. They may not even talk about it in public. You can believe that in private that they're talking about it with each other. You had better find a more effective way of dealing with the conflicts in this country that fall along racial fault lines than calling people witches, which is what this anti-racist, you're a racist because you think that the out-of-wedlock birth rate amongst Black Americans is 7 babies out of 10 are born to a woman without a husband. Their families are falling apart. Now, no one says that in public because they'd be calling racist if they said it in public. But as a matter of fact, the families are falling apart. You didn't change that in the least by telling people to shut up about it. Daniel Patrick Moynihan is called a racist in the 1960s. The late New York senator who was a federal employee and an intellectual writing reports, and he writes a report about the Negro family, he called it in those years. If I use the word Negro, now they're going to call me a racist if I'm a white person. I can't even use the word Negro, which is a historically legitimate reference to the descendants of the slaves, enslaved people, which we were, as Black Americans, proud to use until yesterday. So all of this linguistic policing is a sign of weakness. It's false Black power. People will feed you the ground. Okay, you don't want me to use that word? I won't use that word anymore. Okay, you don't want me to talk about that in public? All right, I won't talk about it in public anymore. I don't want to be called a racist, okay, so I won't express my opinion. You haven't changed anybody's mind. So...
And you've also mentioned that for that, you haven't changed anybody's mind, but also for things like in universities and institutions, there's diversity, inclusion, and equity kind of meetings and education and so on. And I believe I read somewhere, I'm like I mentioned to you offline, big fan of your Glenn show. You should listen to it. It's amazing. There's also just interviews of you that I listen to. I believe you mentioned somewhere that even those kinds of meetings, people might sit through and nod along, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's making progress. That they may actually be bottling up the frustration. The fear is that that's going to result in a pendulum sort of push back towards this idea of forced appreciation, like forced anti-racism.
I talk about this often in my podcast. That's the Glenn Show. And you can find the Glenn Show on my YouTube channel and also at Substack.
You have a great Substack. You and your friend do Q&As and all that kind of stuff on Patreon.
Yeah.
So people should definitely follow you. It's
check this out. But yeah, I mean, one concern is that the policing, the superficial policing is a part of political correctness. The insistence that you only use certain words, that you only talk in a certain way, is a phony kind of power because it doesn't actually persuade people about the issues that are at hand. Instead, it forces them underground in their talk about these issues, and that's problematic. Much better that we have overt and explicit and honest disagreement, to the extent that there are disagreements about things that are going on, than that we have a superficial kind of conversation that is purged of any real biting, discomforting confrontation with the realities of the situation at hand. And for Black Americans, I think one big part of the reality of the situation at hand is violent crime. Violent crime. A police officer is afraid when he stops a car because it's an 18-year-old driving the vehicle. He's got dreadlocks. He's a Black person. The car doesn't have the right license plate. He's afraid to deal with that person. And one of the reasons he's afraid to deal with them is because a few who look like him are behaving violently. Their violence is usually perpetrated against others who look like themselves, but not always. And that reality doesn't get changed by telling a newspaper writer who writes about it that they are a racist, or enforcing within a newsroom. You can't cover that story in that way, because to do so would be racist. I think it's a monumental mistake to enforce a closure on public discussion based upon a calculation that if we allow people, if Twitter allows this kind of post, if the Washington Post runs this kind of story, etc., you end up with a superficial politeness, but a subterranean seething resentment that only makes matters worse.
If I can get your comment, maybe you have ideas, because it does seem that this kind of attack works. Of being called a racist, being called maybe not sexist, but somebody, like we're going through a Johnny Depp trial now, right? It's a defamation trial, and the reason it's a defamation trial is because all it took is a single accusation of Johnny Depp being somebody who sexually and physically abused Amber Heard. And all it took is just a single article. No proof was given except the accusation itself, and the world believed it. So it's effective. So how do you fight back if it's so damn effective? You can just call anybody racist, and it works. It's hard to wash off. You're not proven in the court of law or anything like that, but we get those articles, we get that label, and then the world moves on and just assumes that person is racist. So how do you have any ideas how to fight back?
No, I don't, frankly.
Just highlight
Roseanne Barr, who made this statement about Valerie Jarrett. She made some kind of ape-like reference to whatever. Her show got canceled, and she's a racist.
So first of all, pointing it out, I suppose, is one of the most possible. The hypocrisy of it.
You say it works. I guess you're right. It used to be that calling someone a communist worked. I mean, going back to the late 40s, early 50s, Red Scare, McCarthyism, and whatnot. And the person might have belonged to a club that was pro-Soviet Union in the 1930s when they were in college. They might have voted for the socialist candidate Henry Wallace in the presidential election of 1948. They might belong to the Communist Party. They might think Karl Marx was right about a whole lot of stuff about capitalism and whatnot. And they got called a communist or a Marxist, and it could have ruined their career, could have ruined their lives. And a lot of people shut up about it, and it went on for a long time. and in a way, it kind of still is going on. I mean, we call somebody a Marxist if you can make that stick. They're certainly not going to get elected president of the United States. But I don't know about this. I think, you know, I once read this book by a German political scientist called Elizabeth Neumann. That was the writer's name, Elizabeth Neumann. The book is called The Spiral of Silence. And the argument was there can be some views, some issues in society that get defined in such a way that it's inappropriate to hold those views. And as a result, people who don't want to be shamed, who don't want to be ostracized, don't express those views. And when they don't express them, anybody holding the view, because they don't hear it said by others, think that they're the only one or one of the few who hold the view. And so they don't want to be the only one out there saying something. So they keep it to themselves. So now this view, this attitude in society could be held by a large number of people. But because of the fear that if they were to express it, they'd be ostracized. No one says it. And since no one is saying it, the others who hold the view don't know that they're not alone, that they are not the only ones who hold the view. And hence, they keep silent. That could be an equilibrium. It could be a relatively stable situation in which the emperor has no clothes. Everybody can see that this dude is naked. Okay, but everybody thinks that, you know, I don't want to be the only one to say it. And so we all kind of collaborate in this charade of keeping the view to ourselves. Then along comes an event that somebody decides to defy the consensus and to speak out. It could be a little kid who, in the story about the emperor has no clothes, doesn't realize that he's not supposed to say that the emperor is naked. The thing about the kid in the story who says that the emperor is naked is not that he's saying it. It's not even that other people hear him saying it. It's that everybody knows that everybody else heard him say it. Okay? The kid who speaks out and says the emperor has no clothes creates a circumstance in which it's common knowledge that the emperor has no clothes. Now, common knowledge does not just mean knowledge. It does not even mean widespread knowledge. It means comprehensive knowledge of other person's knowledge of the event. Okay? So the spiral of silence is an equilibrium that is susceptible to being undermined by a process of kind of cumulative process, a snowballing process of revelation that you're not the only one who thinks this way.
It's fascinating to think that there's an ocean of common knowledge that we're waiting for the little kid to wake us up to, different little parts of it.
That's correct. And the little kid, by the way, could be somebody like Donald Trump, only more effective than Donald Trump. Somebody who is smarter than Donald Trump. Somebody who is shrewder than Donald Trump. Somebody who figures out that when Colin Kaepernick takes a knee at a football game and says, I'm not going to stand for this pledge of allegiance, that a vast number of people are very unhappy about that. Somebody who understands that when a Black Lives Matter activist stands up with his bald fist and says, burn this bitch down about a city in the United States of America, that a lot of people are upset about that. A lot of them. A person, a shrewd politician, a shrewd manager of public image could build on and create a circumstance in which more and more people will feel safe to express that view. And the more who express it, the safer those who have yet to express it but who hold it will feel in expressing it. And to the extent that the view is very widespread but is kept under wraps, an explosion could happen. You can look up tomorrow and have a very different country than you had today, because the conspiracy of silence, the spiral of silence, ends up getting unraveled by somebody who steps out away from the consensus, dares to take the slings and arrows of exposing themselves as a naysayer, but taps into a sentiment that's very widespread. And I fear that with respect to many racial issues, this is the situation that we actually confront, that it could unravel in a very ugly way.
But it could also unravel in a beautiful way. So it's depending. There is a spiral of silence, you're saying. And it could be, speaking of children, charismatic children, there's a guy named Elon Musk who might be a candidate for such an unraveling. Right? You mentioned the person that speaks up could be Donald Trump, but in this current situation we live in, like as this week, Elon has purchased Twitter.
That's what I hear.
And is pushing for, in all kinds of ways, the increase of free speech on Twitter. And speaking about some of the issues that we've been speaking about here with you, but maybe in broader strokes, about just the fact that you have to, it's okay to point out that the emperor wears no clothes, and to do so from all sides in a way that everybody's a little bit pissed off, but not too much. What do you think about this whole effort of free speech in these public platforms? Elon in particular, Twitter, you're an avid Twitter user, but just public platforms for discourse, for us as a civilization to figure stuff out.
Yeah, well, the people on the left are very upset about the possibility that Elon Musk and Twitter will be more open to provocative public speech that has heretofore been banned or suppressed. And I think they might be right to be concerned that could happen. I don't know enough about the technology and about the market to really, social media and whatnot, it seems like it's a complicated system of interactions between people and who the users are and so forth and so on. I do know that New York Post story about Hunter Biden's laptop was real news and could have affected the outcome of the election, and it was suppressed, and that Twitter had a role in suppressing it. I do know that the question of where the COVID-19 virus originated and the role that Lab Leak account could have played in the public processing of that event was real news, and that it was suppressed by people who were trying to control misinformation, disinformation, Russian disinformation campaigns and whatnot. So Twitter has users. I'm one of them, and it has a lot of users. It's not as big as Facebook, I gather. It's not, but it's important. The ability to construct counter platforms and people moving around and whatnot. It's a kind of network dynamic that maybe I should understand it better than I do, being a social scientist, but
I don't think anyone understands it.
Yeah.
Even people inside Twitter, which is fascinating. It's a monster because of just the bandwidth of messaging, and you don't know who is a bot and who is a human. That's a fascinating dynamic. And the viral nature of negativity.
yeah.
That all of those dynamics, of course, you are probably the right person to understand it from a social scientist perspective, from an economics perspective, but nobody really understands. And it's fascinating within that domain, how do you allow free speech, not allow for free speech, encourage free speech, defend free speech, and at the same time manage millions of ongoing conversations from just becoming insanely chaotic. So from Twitter perspective, they want people to be happy, to grow, to actually have difficult, critical conversations. And they, the problem with humans is they think they know what that is, and they think they can label things as misinformation, as counterproductive for healthy conversations, in quotes. And the problem is, as we are learning, humans are not able to do that effectively. First of all, power corrupts. There's something delicious about having the power to label something as misinformation. You do that once for something that might be obviously misinformation, and then you start getting greedy. You start getting excited. It feels good. It feels good to label something as misinformation or disinformation that you just don't like. And over time, especially if there's a culture inside of a company that leans a certain political direction or leans in all the groups that we talked about, leans a certain way, they'll start to label as misinformation things they just don't know. And that power is delicious. It collapses. You have to construct mechanisms that the founding fathers did for somehow preventing you from allowing that power to get too delicious. At least that's my perspective on it.
Well, I'll just tell you personally, I'm excited about the prospect. I'm glad to see Musk making the move that he's making, and we'll see what happens at Twitter and so forth.
You're looking forward for the, what did he say? Let's make Twitter more fun. I'm looking forward to the fun. You've talked about you are at a prestigious university.
Brown University.
And you've mentioned that universities might be in trouble. I think it's with Jordan, but everywhere else, the barbarians are at the gate. Who are the barbarians at the gate of the university? So first of all, what is to you beautiful about the ideal of the university in America, of academia? And what is the right?
Well, the university is so dedicated to the pursuit of truth and to the education and nurturing of young people as they enter into the pursuit of truth, to doing research, to teaching in a environment of free inquiry and civil discourse. So free inquiry means you go wherever the evidence and your imagination may lead you. And civil discourse means that you exchange arguments with people when you don't agree with them on behalf of trying to get to the bottom of things. I think the university is a magnificent institution. It is a relatively modern institution in the last 500 years or so. I mean, there are universities that are older than that, but the great research universities of the world, not only here in the United States, are places where human ingenuity is nurtured, where new knowledge is created, and where young people are equipped to answer questions that are open questions about our existence in the world that we live in. You can trace to the university much, if not most, of the advances in technology and resourcefulness, our understanding of the origins of the species, of the nature of the universe, cosmology, etc., science, pursuit of humanistic understanding, the nurturing of traditions of inquiry. That's the university. Barbarians at the gates. The people who are trying to shut down open inquiry at the university on behalf of their particular view about things are a threat to what the university stands for, and they should be resisted. So if I'm inquiring about the nature of human intelligence, and I want to study differences between human populations and their acquisition of or their expression of cognitive ability, that's fair game. It's an open question. If I want to know something about the nature of gender affiliation and identity and gender dysphoria and whatnot, that's fair game to study in the university. You can't shut that down. You should be able to by saying, I have a particular position here. I'm a member of a particular identity group. Suppose I want to study the history of colonialism. And there's a narrative on the progressive side, which is colonialism is about Europeans dominating and stealing or whatever. And I happen to think, well, there's another aspect to the story about colonialism too, which is that it's a mechanism for the diffusion of the best in human civilization to populations that were significantly lagging behind with respect to that. It brought literacy to the southern hemispheric populations that were dominated in the process of the colonizing thing. It's complicated. I'm not taking that position, by the way. I'm just saying somebody at a university should be able to take it up and pursue it and engage in argument with people about it. I'm talking about race and ethnicity, but this extends to a wide range of things. Suppose we talk about climate, and one person says the Earth is endangered because of carbon in global warming, et cetera, and another person says, no, wait. look at where we stand in the 21st century. We're vastly richer than our ancestors just 250 years ago. We have much more knowledge about that and so forth and so on. 250 years from now, human ingenuity will have devised in ways that we cannot even begin to anticipate all manner of technological means for managing the problem. There's no reason that we should shut down industrial civilization today because we fear the consequences of it, when in fact we are vastly richer than our ancestors, and those who come up 2 centuries after us will be vastly more effective at dealing with problems than we are now. I'm not actually making that argument. I'm just saying the tendency to try to say, oh no, that person is a climate denier, they can't pursue that area of inquiry, is against the spirit of the university. I think the barbarians at the gates has to do with the people who think they know what the right side of history is and try to make the university stand on the right side of history. My position is you don't know what the right side of history is. And the purpose of a university is to equip you to be able to think about what is the right side of history, what is the solution to the dilemmas that confront us as human beings living on this planet with the billions that we are, in the condition that we are. So the identitarians, the ones who want to make the university kowtow to their particular understandings about their own identity. We now have at Brown University and various other places, we don't do Columbus Day anymore. We do Indigenous Peoples Day. When that day comes up in October, we don't talk about Columbus. They're taking down statues of Columbus all across the country and so forth and so on. I'm not arguing anything here other than that the latter-day position, BIPOCs, Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, the latter-day position that the university has to reflect a particular sensibility about these identity questions, I think it's a threat to the integrity of the enterprise.
I don't think you're overstating it. I tend to be, just from my limited knowledge of MIT, but perhaps it applies broadly. I think the beauty of the university, broadly speaking, is the faculty and the students. And the problem arises from the overreach of a overgrowing administration that gives, again, thinks that it knows enough to make rules and conclusions based on a set of beliefs, and then based on that empowers a certain small selection of students to be the sort of voices of activism of a particular idea. And not, I think activism is beautiful, but not just activism, but anybody that disagrees is shut down. And that I think the blame lies with the administration. So I think the solution is in lessening, just like the solution with too big of a government, too big of a bureaucracy. Because there needs to be a redistribution of power to what makes universities beautiful, which is the old students and the young students, old students being professors. So the scholars, the curious minds, the people that are in this whole thing to explore the world, to be curious about it, on a salary that's probably way too low for the thing they're doing. That's the whole point. And then the administration just gets in the way, and is the source of this kind of. I would say that in your beautiful phrasing, I would say the administration is the barbarians at the game. So the solution is the smaller bureaucracy, smaller administration. I have to, on this point, you have this conversation you put on your Substack with Jordan Peterson about cognitive inequality. I think it's titled Wrestling with Cognitive Inequality. This particular topic of just IQ differences between the groups. Why is it so dangerous to talk about? Why this particular topic?
It's like you're calling black people inferior. It's like you're saying they're genetically inferior. That's what people say. It's like you're rationalizing the disparity of outcomes by reference to the intrinsic inferiority of black people. If you say cognitive ability matters for social outcomes, if you say cognitive ability exists, people really are different in terms of their intellectual functioning. And if you say cognitive ability differences are substantial between racially defined populations, the sum of that, there is cognitive ability, it matters, and it differs by race, is the conclusion that outcome differences by race are in part due to natural differences between the populations. People find that to be completely offensive and unacceptable. So that's what I think is going on.
Can you steel man that case that we should be careful doing that kind of research? So this has to do with research. It's like the Nazis used Nietzsche in their propaganda, right? You can use, white supremacists can use conclusions, cherry pick conclusions of studies to push their agenda. Can you steel man the case that we should be careful?
Yeah, I could do it at three levels. One is, what do we mean by cognitive ability? So there's many different kinds of intelligence a person might say. How good are IQ tests at measuring other kinds of human capacities that are pertinent to success in life, like temperament, like emotional intelligence, and so on. So intelligence is not a one-dimensional thing measured by G. The cognitive psychologists talk about G, the general intelligence factor, which is a statistical construction. It's a factor analytic resolution of the correlation across individuals in their performance on a battery of different kind of tests, and they use that to define a general factor of intelligence. And a person could say that is a very narrow view of what human mental capacities actually are, and that it's much better to think about multidimensional measures of human mental functioning rather than a single cognitive ability measure, a so-called IQ, which is a narrow construction that doesn't capture all of the subtle nuance of human difference in functioning. Functioning is not just the ability to recite backwards a sequence of numbers. I say 8, 7, 9, 5, 3, 2. You say 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. It's not just that. Intelligence is a complex management of many different dimensions of human performance, including things like being able to stick with a task and not give up. Things like being able to discipline and control your impulses so as to remain focused and so forth. That could be one dimension. I could start by questioning the very foundation of the argument for racial differences in cognitive ability by saying that your measure of cognitive ability is flawed. I could go to a higher level. I could say what we're really interested in is social outcomes, and the question of what factors influence social outcomes extends well beyond mental ability to many other things. So here's an example. Visual acuity. How well do you see? You're not wearing glasses. I am. Visual acuity varies between human beings. Some people see better than other people do. Visual acuity can be measured. I can put you in the chart, and can you identify and read that bottom line in small print or not? So we can measure visual acuity, and it varies between human beings. Visual acuity is partly genetic. I think that's undoubtedly true. We inherit genes that influence whether or not we are nearsighted or farsighted or astigmatic or whatever. So visual acuity differs between people and can be measured and is under genetic control. On the other hand, corrective lenses allow for us to level the playing field between people who are differently endowed in terms of visual acuity. Likewise, social outcomes are what we're really interested in: employment, earnings, whether or not they're law-abiding, how do they conduct themselves and their families and so forth amongst individuals. Yes, social outcomes are influenced by so-called cognitive ability, but they're influenced by many other things as well. If there are interventions that can be undertaken in society that level the playing field between people who have different natural endowments of cognitive ability, the fact that people or groups differ in cognitive ability becomes less significant. Just like it's less significant that people differ with respect to how well they see when corrective lenses allow for the leveling of that playing field. There are, in fact, interventions, educational interventions, early childhood interventions that have been shown to level the playing field, to create better life outcomes for people, even if they happen to be endowed with low intelligence. So a second level of arguing against this whole program of research on human differences in intelligence is to observe that, yes, human beings and perhaps racially defined groups may differ on the average in intellectual endowment, but there well may be social interventions that level the playing field, whether it's in education or in other kinds of programmatic interventions, especially for the poor. A final level of argument is the one that you alluded to, which is that if you talk like this, you're going to encourage a kind of politics which is very ugly, and it's best to frame the discussion in ways that don't put emphasis on racially defined natural differences between populations. That's an argument that I am myself personally conflicted about. On the one hand, I think, those people are just stupid. It is racist. Okay. On the other hand, I think the calculation, we shouldn't do this kind of research. Suppose I'm at the National Science Foundation. Research team submits a proposal. The proposal proposes to undertake a study. The study would explore the extent to which people and racial groups differ with respect to their intellectual performance and how that's influenced by their genetic and environmental interaction. And I decide not to fund the study based on the political calculation that the subject is too sensitive, and if you explore that subject, you might get the wrong answer. And if you get the wrong answer, the white supremacists will be encouraged. Well, that is presuming before the research is done that I know the outcome of the research and that I can calculate what the political consequence of the research outcome is going to be. That's assuming the thing before you even know what the thing actually is. It's a kind of omniscience. It presumes that you, as the master of the universe, can tell people what it is that people are being treated like children, what it is that they're capable of knowing, and what it is that they're not capable of knowing. It would be like someone saying to Einstein, I don't know about that special relativity theory. It could well lead to the development of technologies that will allow nuclear weapons. And someone saying to Oppenheimer, who's a physicist overseeing the Manhattan Project, where the U.S. developed nuclear weapons capacity, don't carry out that project because the results of acquiring that knowledge may be more than we can deal with. There's someone saying to someone doing biomedical research who's interested in exploring the nature of the human genome, don't carry out that experiment, that cloning undertaking, whatever, because the consequences could be deleterious. Well, the consequences could be deleterious. The consequences could also be the cure of cancer. The consequences could also be being able to generate electric power without producing carbon effluent. So who are you to tell me, you being the person in the political position to control the research, what the consequence of doing the research is? I think I don't want to see that kind of power to politicians over the course of human inquiry. So, yes, I would want there to be regulations governing the use of biologically sensitive and potentially dangerous pathogens in a lab in Wuhan or any place else. I would not want to simply leave that to laissez-faire. On the other hand, I think that the tendency to try to shut down inquiry on behalf of supposed adverse political consequences is the road to ignorance and impoverishment at the end of the day for humankind. denying ourselves the potential benefits of that kind of inquiry. I think we need to take our chances with inquiry rather than to try to control it. And I feel that way about the exploration of human intelligence as much as anything else. So you'd asked me to steel man the case against research on IQ of the sort that Charles Murray is famous for popularizing. And I've said, A, your measure of intelligence is single dimensional and it ought to be multidimensional. I've said, B, the consequences of people's differing in intelligence depends not only on the natural endowments of the people, but also on the environment and the potential for intervening in that environment through one or another kind of instrument, as the metaphorical example of the use of corrective lenses to level the playing field between people with different visual acuity indicates. But finally, I've said, yes, research on racial differences in IQ can foster political beliefs that we would regard to be obnoxious. On the other hand, to presume that what we don't know yet and might find out from the research is going to be harmful is to assume a kind of presumption or knowing what the outcome of unknown processes might be, which we ought to be very slow to embrace. Because if we had done so in the past, we wouldn't have nuclear power. There's a lot of things that we wouldn't know. I mean, what were people saying about Darwin and exploration of the evolution and origin of the species? They were afraid that it was going to, in effect, disprove the religious-based accounts of, just what were they saying about Copernicus and et cetera, et cetera. So,
that was a masterful layering of both wrestling with cognitive inequality. He dragged in nuclear research, Copernicus, Darwin, biomedical research, and genetics, even COVID and the lab leak. I mean, that was just fun to listen to. Okay. Let me ask you a bunch of politics. So you recently said that you're a conservative leader. Maybe that's a day-to-day thing. Maybe you can push back, but so you have somebody like your friend John McWhorter, who you could say is on your left, to the left of you, and then you have somebody like Thomas Sowell, who is to the right of you, and yet there's a lot of overlap between the three of you. So to what degree does politics affect your view on race in America, and maybe to what degree does your view on race affect your politics?
Okay.
And that's, for people who don't know, has shifted over time. You've been in quite a roller coaster, as anybody who thinks about the world should be.
Well, let's begin with the fact that I was trained as an economist in a tradition of what many people would call neoliberalism. I was trained at MIT, which was not a right-wing place by any means, but it was a place where you learned about markets and about the benefits of capitalism as a way of organizing society, the virtues of free enterprise, the fact that the pursuit of profit is not necessarily a bad thing, but it well might be the road to prosperity and to economic growth. The idea that private property and individuals seeking to acquire and succeeding in acquiring wealth did create inequality, but it also created opportunity, and it also expanded our knowledge and our control over the physical environment in which we're embedded in, etc. So we were not Marxists at MIT, although we did read Marx. I mean, those of us who were intellectually curious, you read Marx. Marx was an important figure in the history of the West, and I think Marx should be read in Capital, 3 volumes, etc. Alienation of labor and whatnot. The implications of modernization, of the advent of industrial capitalism, etc. That kind of dynamic
including all those
deserves to be studied and to come at it in a critical way,
and especially those who make
informed by the intellectual inheritance of Marx and Marxism. I think that's a part of a full education in social philosophy and economic analysis that an open-minded person ought to acquaint themselves with. But at the end of the day, I think that the free marketeers have the better of it. I think the story of the 20th century, as far as economic development is concerned, reflects that. I think that the experiments where centralized control over economic decisions was the order of the day failed. I think that the fact of the 21st century rise of China as a force has a lot to do with the spread of, in effect, capitalist-oriented modes of economic exchange, freeing up prices, markets, property, and so forth. Although obviously it's a complicated political economic system. I'm talking about China. But I think that the story of the 20th century and the hope for the 21st century is that prosperity is enhanced through the free exchange of goods and the pursuit and acquisition of property by people in a more or less capitalist-oriented system. That's that's the view that I hold. I guess that makes me a conservative. I don't know. I want to say that's not to the exclusion of a social safety net. I'm not saying that old people in an ideal social system would be left to their own devices, regardless of whether or not they had saved for their retirement. I'm not saying that the ideal of extending decent access to healthcare to all people, regardless of whether or not they can afford it, decent access to education to people, regardless of whether or not they can afford it, is standing in the way of prosperity. I don't believe that. I think the mixed economies that we see in Northern Europe and in North America are a balancing of the virtues of free enterprise, property, and the pursuit of wealth on the one hand, against the needs to have a decent society in which people who fall between the cracks nevertheless are bolstered through a sense of social solidarity that is accommodated by our common membership within a single nation state, which is why I think nationalism is important. And it's why I think borders are important, because without a coherent polity who can see themselves as in a common situation and agree through their politics to support each other to some extent, you can't sustain a safety net. You cannot have a social safety net for a global population. You can only have a social safety net for a bounded population who have a sense of common membership in an ongoing political enterprise, which they pay their dues through their taxes in order to sustain it. There's a balancing that has to go on. So that's the first thing that I would say about my politics. I'm a neoliberal economist. I believe in markets. I believe in prices. I believe in profit. Corporations are not an incarnation of evil. Corporations are a legal nexus through which production gets organized, in which you solicit the cooperation of workers, of people who provide capital, of people who provide raw materials and input, of customers, and so on. And that functionality allows for the production of goods and their distribution and the earning of income and its distribution, which at the end of the day is the foundation of our prosperity. Corporations are people too. Mitt Romney got in trouble for saying that in 2012. But corporations are nothing but a legal fiction. The corporation is not a person as such, but the nexus of contracts and relationships amongst the stakeholders who intersect in the context of the corporation is the way in which we organize the massively complex set of activities that are necessary in order to produce economic benefits, in order to feed people, in order to have everybody with a cell phone in their pocket, in order to be able to travel from one side of a continent to another on a device that is with almost absolute certainty going to safely take off and land, and in order to be able to build cities and etc.
But do the markets the ideal of the market collide with the ideal of all men are created equal. The identity, the struggle that we've been talking about of what it means to sort of empower humans that make up this great country. Do they collide, and where do they collide?
Well, markets are going to produce inequality, and all men being equal is a statement about the intrinsic worth of people, not about the situation that will come about when people interact with each other through markets, because people are actually different. And because there are factors that are beyond anybody's control, called luck and chance, that you and I both invest. It looked a priori like your investment and my investment were equally likely to succeed, but as a matter of fact, ex post facto, your investment succeeds, my investment doesn't succeed. I don't have wealth and you have wealth. That is an inevitable consequence of an environment in which both of us are free to make our investment choices, and where the consequences of investment depend in part upon random circumstances over which no one has control. But you asked me about my politics, and I was just trying to lay down a foundation by saying I began as an economist in the tradition of liberalism, Adam Smith and so forth, John Maynard Keynes for that matter, and so forth, Milton Friedman and so forth, that Paul Samuelson, Bob Solow, James Tobin, and so forth. Thomas Sowell, yes, that appreciates property, the virtues of free enterprise, the set of institutions that allow for security of contract, the rule of law, things of this kind. So that's one thing to say about my politics. Another thing to say about my politics, and you're right, I've moved around, is that, I began south side of Chicago, black kid, I was a liberal Democrat. I encountered the economics curriculum at the MIT, and I became trained in economics in the tradition that I've just described. And I encountered also the Reagan Revolution. This is the late 70s and early 80s. These are big debates about economic policy and so on. And I found a lot to admire in the supply siders, the people who were saying, let's get the government out of the way, people who were worried about national debt, which is a lot more now than it was then, the people who were worried that the welfare state could be too big, that the incentives of transfer programs could be counterproductive, that you had a war on poverty, and we did have a war on poverty, and poverty won. And there's a lot of evidence that the war on poverty was lost by the people who were trying to, quote unquote, eradicate poverty in our time. That incentives really do matter, and that the state, which is driven by politics, is often unresponsive to the dictates of incentives, whereas markets eliminate people who are inefficient and who are not cognizant of the consequences of incentives because they can't cover their bottom line, and they won't persist for very long. If they can't cover their bottom line, they're forced to respond to the realities of differences in costs and benefits and so forth in a way that governments can cover, because they have their hand in our pocket. They can cover their losses and they can make accounts balance notwithstanding their mistakes, because they can take my property by fiat, by the power of the state. The tax collector comes, if I don't pay, he seizes my holdings, and they can carry on in that way. They need the corrective influence of markets in order to be responsive to the realities of life. I mean, I may not like it that prices are telling me that something that I want to do is infeasible. I may not like it, but what the prices are telling me is that the costs of doing it exceed the benefits to be derived from doing it. And if I persist in doing it, notwithstanding that, I'm going to run losses, and those losses will accumulate. And the net effect of that over an entire society is stagnation and ultimate attenuation of the economic benefits that might be available to people. Again, I think if you look at the developing world in the post-colonial period, the second half of the 20th century, that's exactly what you see. Planning doesn't work. Centralized control over resource allocation doesn't work. Okay, so I became more conservative in that respect. But I also, and this has to do with race, lost faith in the posture that what became of the civil rights movement. I mean, the civil rights movement, you quote King 1963, the civil rights movement starts out as we want equal membership in the polity, but it becomes a systematized cover, I'm going to argue, for deficiencies that are discernible within Black American society, which only we could correct. That's a very controversial statement. I make it with trepidation. I don't take any pleasure in saying it, but here's what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about the family. So the family is a matter internal to the community about how men and women relate to each other and engage in social reproduction, childbearing, the standing up of households, the context within which children are developed, are maturing, and so forth and so on. So the African American family is in trouble. I think I can demonstrate that by reference to high rates of marital dissolution, by high rates of birth to out of wedlock, and so forth. You can't even say that the African American family is in trouble. Violence. Homicide is an order of magnitude more prevalent amongst African Americans than it is in society as a whole. This is behavior. It's behavior of our people. I speak of Black people. Of course, we're not the only people in society for whom violence is an issue. It's an order of magnitude more prevalent in our communities. I'm talking about schooling and school failure. So we have affirmative action as a cover. It's a Band-Aid on differences in the development of intellectual performance, which is only partly a consequence of the natural intelligence of people and largely a consequence of how people spend their time, what they value, how they discipline themselves, what they do with their opportunities, how parents raise their children, what peer groups value, and things of this kind. The Asian students who are scoring off the charts on these exams are doing it not because they're intrinsically more intelligent than other people, but because they work harder, because their parents are more insistent on focusing on their intellectual performance, because they're disciplined, because of the way that they devote their time and their resources to equipping their children to function in the 21st century. This is what I believe. I think it's demonstrably the case. And it is a factor in racial disparity. The way that the civil rights movement has evolved under the wing of the Democratic Party into an organized apologia for the failures of African Americans to seize the opportunities that exist for us now in the 21st century, but did not exist in the first half of the 20th century. The way in which the civil rights movement has become an avoidance mechanism for us not taking, we African Americans, responsible. This is Glenn Loury. Not everybody's going to agree with it. Is part of what makes me a conservative. I am tired of the belly aching. I'm tired of the, excuse me, white supremacy. It is, in my mind, a joke. I lament the fact that that kind of rhetoric is so seductively attractive to African Americans and so widely adopted by others. And as I am fond of saying, at the end of the day, nobody is coming to save us. I mean, higher education, MIT, Caltech, Stanford, where the future is happening, that is about mastery over the achievements of human civilization, such as they manifest themselves in the 21st century. There's no substitute for actually acquiring mastery over the material. There's no substitute for that. To be patronized, to have the standards lowered, they want to get rid of the test. They want to tell African Americans to pat us on the head. We're going to have a separate program for you. We're going to give you a side door that you can come into. That doesn't make us any smarter. No, it doesn't make us any more creative. And it doesn't make us any more fit for the actual competition that's unfolding before us. Now, you want to be 10% of the population that's carried along for the next 100 years? You want to be a ward of the state in the late 21st century? You go ahead. Because the Chinese are coming. You're not going to hold them back. The world is being remade every decade by new ways of seeing and new ways of doing. If you don't get on board with the dynamic advancement of the civilization in which we are embedded, you're going to end up being dependent on other people to look kindly upon you. In this story that you've got, this bellyache, this excuse, my ancestors were slaves, it's only going to work for so long. So that makes me, I suppose, a kind of conservative. I hate affirmative action. I don't just disagree with it. I don't just think it's against the 14th Amendment. I hate it. The hatred comes from an understanding that it is a band-aid, that it is a substitute for the actual development of the capacities of our people to compete. I'd much rather be in the position of having them try to keep me out because I'm so damn good, like they're doing with the Asians, than having them have to beg the Supreme Court to allow for a special dispensation on my behalf because they need diversity and inclusion and belonging. It's not just diversity. It's not just diversity and inclusion. It's diversity and inclusion and belonging. I'm whining because I feel like I don't belong. That's a position of weakness. It's pathetic. And it's only political correctness that keeps people who can see this, and believe me, a lot of people can see it, from saying so out loud.
So you want the Black American community to represent strength?
Correct. And I want us to deal with what it is that we have to deal with in order to be able to project strength in an increasingly competitive world.
Let me ask you, I know you said you're angry or dislike if I'm the action. Let me ask you about something that even to my ear cut wrong. Now I'm relatively apolitical. So President Biden, when he was running for president, gave a campaign promise that he will nominate a Black woman to the U.S. Supreme Court, saying, quote, "The person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity." First sentence. Second sentence. "And that person will be the first Black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court." Do you wish he only said the first sentence and not the second?
Yes, I wish that he had only said the first sentence, even if his intention was to do what he said he was going to do in the second sentence. In other words, I wish that he had simply said, if I have the opportunity to nominate someone to the Supreme Court, it's going to be a superbly qualified person to carry out that position. And he might have kept to himself his intention to name an African American woman to that position, and then gone ahead and named an African American woman to that position. And I'm sure that Ketanji Brown Jackson, I don't doubt that she's exceptionally qualified. She has a distinguished career. She served as a judge on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. She's a graduate at Harvard Law School. She has a background. You do not have to be a world-class constitutional legal scholar to get onto the United States Supreme Court. A lot of members of the United States Supreme Court have had different kinds of legal careers before they were elevated to that position. Earl Warren of the famed Warren Court of the 1950s and 60s was a politician as well as a leading jurist and whatnot. I mean, many kinds of people in the U.S. Supreme Court. I have no doubt that Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is a qualified member to be on the Supreme Court. I wish that Biden had not done what he did. He could have just appointed a Black woman by saying that he was limiting his considerations to Black women. And what are Black women as a percentage of all potential appointees to the Supreme Court? 3%? 4%? I don't know. We can look the number up. By saying that, he puts an asterisk on the appointment. But it's worse than that, because she will live down the asterisk if a person is inclined to do that. She will have the opportunity to show through her performance exactly what kind of jurist she is. Just as Justice Clarence Thomas has shown through his performance that he was qualified and more than qualified to be on the United States Supreme Court. What I disliked was the pandering. He was seeking votes from black people by pandering to us, and he's treating us like children. Why should I care what color the person is who's on the United States Supreme Court? What I should care about is what kind of opinions they're going to write when they're on the United States. Do I suppose that being a black woman means that you're going to write different kind of opinions from others? Well, perhaps. That kind of identity politics at the highest level of American legal establishment is something that rubs me very much the wrong way. What I should care about is the nature and the future of the law. I'm actually struck by this because the court is conservative. It has 6 conservative members on it, and it has 3 liberal members on it. And if I were, and I'm not, a liberal Democrat, the highest concern that I would have about an appointment to the Supreme Court is this a person who is going to be effective in advocating my liberal views within the highest council of American law? Now, the fact that that person is a woman or is a black person is way down the list of the things that I would think are important to the kinds of opinions that they're going to write. So, I mean, I think Joe Biden, this is just a piece of a larger political strategy to cobble together a coalition that will be successful at the polls and sustaining Democrats. Jim Crow 2.0, this whole characterization of the conflict in the states about election security and voting rights is another part of that strategy. He is pandering to black voters. He is trying to frighten us, thinking that if the Republicans win, our rights will be taken away. I think it is a infantilization of African American politics. I think black people are not to be as concerned about the color of the skin of a person who is serving in government as they are about the content of their character and the focus of their political and ideological orientation, which for me would be center or even center right, but that's me.
And it should not have a significant impact. Nevertheless, it said she can overcome the asterisks, but to me it was deeply disrespectful that anyone would give an extra asterisk to have to overcome.
He didn't have to say it. All he had to do was do it. If he wanted to put a black woman on the court, he could have just gone ahead and done it. The reason he said it is because he wanted black people to vote for him by saying it. And I'm saying that preaches like a joke.
It's not a political statement. I just thought as a leader that was kind of disgusting. Let me ask you about Thomas Sowell. You mentioned him. He's a colleague and somebody who's an influence. What in the space of ideas? So, what impact has he had on your ideas? And how do you think he shaped the landscape of ideas in our culture?
I think Thomas Sowell is in his 90s now. He's been around for a long time.
Still got it. Still going at it.
He's still going at it. Books continue to come out. I think he's a great man. I think Thomas Sowell, regardless of his race, he's black, is one of the 100 most significant economists of the 20th century. He has chosen as his subject, a substantial part of his subject to investigate the deep causes and consequences of racial disparity of one kind or another. He's written fundamental books about that. Many of them. He's a social philosopher. He is an economic historian. He is a combatant in the conflict of ideas around how to think about society, and this beyond racial differences, although race has been a big part of what he's written about. He's been critical of affirmative action, and he didn't just stand back and wag his finger. He got busy looking at the consequences of affirmative action in societies all around the world, and he's written books about that. He's been critical of the narrative about civil rights and racial inequality. He believes in small government. He doesn't think that efforts to redistribute income have proved to be the solution to the problem of racial disparity. Tom has not been honored by the committee that hands out Nobel recognition in economic science, and probably won't be because he's controversial. And I reckon that committee would be loath to encourage the blowback that they would be sure to receive if they were to take a controversial and politically focused and expressive Black conservative and honor in that way. So I think another reason is that Tom, as a methodological matter, is not especially quantitative. He pays attention to data, but he doesn't do statistical analysis. And he doesn't do modeling. So from a methodological point of view, he's not a cutting edge, mathematically sophisticated, kind of quantitatively, statistically oriented. But he does descriptive stuff. He writes in a style that is much more like a social historian than it is like a mathematically trained analytical economist. On the other hand, he is an economist in the Chicago School with Milton Friedman, George Stickler, prominent amongst his teachers, who takes price theory, which is the analysis of the interplay of market forces, mindful of incentives, and so on, to implement the basic insights from economic science. There is no free lunch. I mean, there's always going to be a cost to anything that you do, and so on. People respond to incentives. Demand curves slope downward. Competition tends to work best when people are free to enter and not, and so on. I mean, that kind of thing. But Tom is also a social historian and philosopher in the tradition of a Friedrich von Hayek. One of Tom's books I deeply admire, Knowledge and Decisions, is an extension of the Hayekian arguments about the limits of central planning and whatnot. So I think Thomas Sowell, African American, born, as I understand it, in Louisiana, raised in New York City, graduate of Harvard College, a military veteran, a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago, a Black conservative social scientist of very high stature. I think he's a great man.
And one of the great intellectuals of the 20th century. And you're saying implicitly deserves a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, Hayek was awarded by the committee. Gunnar Myrdal, the Swedish economist, wrote about economic development, wrote a famous 2-volume work, An American Dilemma, about the status of Blacks. I mean, I think Tom could be, put in that company very easily without any difficulty.
I agree. Daniel Kahneman, that doesn't have to be
psychologist. He's not an economist.
Yeah.
Eleanor Ostrom, the political scientist who was honored in a joint prize given to her and Oliver Williamson 15 years ago or so. He could be put in that company really quite easily.
Let me ask you, you mentioned Obama in the very beginning that we were talking about. How did it feel that seems like forever ago, that in 2008 Barack Obama became president? At that time, perhaps you identified as conservative already, but politics aside, just in general, how did it feel that in 150 years where this country has come along?
Well, yeah, I didn't identify in 2008 as a conservative to the same extent that I do today. I was kind of in transition yet again. I was excited by the Obama candidacy. At first, I was skeptical because, after all, he's not Black. The man's father is a Kenyan, and the man's mother is a white American, and he identifies as Black. I find it interesting that the first black president of the United States, and I could have put inverted commas around black, and the first black vice president of the United States, neither of them descend from American slaves. Kamala Harris's father is of African ancestry in part. He's a Jamaican immigrant, and her mother is an Indian immigrant. She was Kamala Harris, raised up largely in Canada, though born in the United States. Barack Obama is, as I've said, of mixed ancestry, and neither of his parents are the descendants of American descendants of African slaves. But blackness is flexible. It's something that you can put on or you can take off to a certain degree for some people, and so be it. I was excited. Our time has come. Hope and change. We are the ones we've been waiting for. These are slogans from 2008. I can't believe I bought that crap.
Oh, interesting. Let me push back here. You talked about to me, a Jew is a Jew. Skin color is skin color. I mean, Barack Obama is black when it matters. When you're talking to a white supremacist, when you're talking to, if you're a slave owner, he's black. Just like you said, when Hitler comes around, a Jew is a Jew. Doesn't matter how you identify, doesn't matter what. So in that sense, don't you think that Barack Obama is black in the most powerful ways, which is designating how far to the MLK, the Dr. King vision?
Oh, sure. And look, I said it a little bit tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, of course.
But I think Obama has been very careful about manufacturing a kind of public persona that is intended to position him in the most effective way.
You mean like every politician?
Yeah, like every politician, sure. And that the racial identity piece is an aspect of that. I mean, anything I say here would only be speculation because I have no facts about the personal history of Barack Obama. And I accept Barack Hussein Obama, as Hillary Clinton would say, I take him at his word about whatever she was talking about. Well, was he a Christian? I think is what the question was. There was some right-wing attack on Obama for, having been raised for some years in the Philippines and all that, or Indonesia, I beg your pardon, in Indonesia. His stepfather and all that, but she took him at his word, and I take him at his word about his racial identity. No.
So you were captivated by the power of his words, and you regret to the degree you were captivated.
Well, I think in retrospect, that whole campaign looks like high in the sky, kind of fairy tale. We are the ones we've been waiting for. I can't quote exactly that speech that he gave in Grant Park in Chicago when he was announced as the winner of the election. But today is the day that the rise of the ocean stopped, or words to this effect. Those who doubted that we could do it, that tonight is your answer, this was going to be a new day, it was going to be a new regime. Well, it wasn't a new day, and it wasn't a new regime. It was American politics more or less as usual. Barack Obama turns out not to be the Messiah. Maybe there should be no surprise in that. Race relations got set back during Obama's tenure. My beef with Obama is that you're black. You say you're black, you're black. You got elected. Now we have a black president. A black president. You can do stuff that nobody else could do. You're a black president. You could tell the people burning down the city to get their butts back in their houses and to stop it. You could tell the race hustlers, Al Sharpton to the world,
On the 10th of February, 1572,
Not only has our time come for those who supported my campaign, your time is over for those who want to carry on an advocacy rooted in racial grievance. The election of myself to this highest office proves that the institutions of this state are legitimate and open to all comers. I think Barack Obama, when the SHIT hit the fan, if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon. I deeply regret that he said that. He's president of the United States. The color of his skin and the color of Trayvon's skin, the correlation between those two things, if I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon. Now he says, when he said it, he only meant to sympathize with the parents. But in fact, when he said it from the highest office in the land, and then sent his Attorney General Eric Holder out to enforce this narrative, he doubled down on a racial narrative that I think is actually false. I think the story that systemic racism in America, as reflected in policing, that terrorizes Black people because of the color of their skin, is demonstrably false. I think that the central threat to Black lives is violent crime perpetrated largely by Black people against other Black people. I think there is such a thing as police brutality, and I think there are reasons to have regulations of police, but I think it is a second order issue in terms of the quality of life of African Americans. I think Obama could have told the people who, after Freddie Gray died in police custody in a van in Baltimore, and who undertook to burn that city down, to get their asses off the street and go back to their apartments and stop it. I think he could have said, in the aftermath of Michael Brown being shot dead by Darren Wilson in Ferguson, Missouri, and there was a grand jury deliberation that elected not to indict Officer Wilson, and people took the streets in that city and stood on top of vehicles and so forth and so on. He could have told them, we don't mob around courthouses in this country. We respect the rule of law. Get your butts off the streets and back into your apartments. He didn't do that. So
to push back a little bit,
yeah, good. Push back.
I think you're asking Barack Obama, the first Black president of the United States, to do the thing that I think should be done by the second Black president of the United States. I think his very example, given the color of his skin, was the most powerful thing. And actually doing some of these hard Thomas Sowell type of, Glenn Loury type of strong words about race, it may be too much to ask, given the nature of modern day politics. If he is a politician.
He is a politician. He needed to get elected. He needed to get reelected.
Yeah.
It was in his second term when most of what I'm talking about happened, so he wasn't facing further election. But Obama was, 46 or 47 when he was inaugurated. He served for 8 years, so he's in his mid-50s. He's got another half century or 40 years of life, God willing. His post-presidency, I think, was what was primarily on his mind. Not getting elected to anything, but being enshrined in a certain way. The persona that he is now embodying, which depends upon a racial narrative that I and Thomas Sowell and others object to, I think was very much in the forefront of his mind when he made decisions as the chief executive officer of the country that we've all now have to live with.
Yeah, but the fact is, he opened the door in a way that hasn't been done in the history of the United States. That I don't see there being even a significant discussion when an African American Black man or a Black woman runs for president, maybe a Black man, let's say, because there still hasn't been a woman president. I just see that broke open the possibility of that. That's not even a discussion. And that example by itself, I mean, to me, the role of the president isn't just policy; it's to inspire. It's to do it's to do the Dr. King thing, which is I have a dream. And Barack Obama is an example of somebody that can give one hell of a speech. He got you to believe.
Obama is a smooth operator without any question. He's a master of his craft. He did the impossible. He beat Hillary Clinton in that primary fight, and he beat John McCain in that general election. And hats off to him. And moreover, he remains a iconic figure in American culture. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Let me just mention, Clarence Thomas is also black. Clarence Thomas has a story that is vivid and inspiring, just like Obama's story. He overcome obstacles, just like Obama did. I mean, extreme poverty and so forth and so on. Clarence Thomas has served longer than any other member of the United States Supreme Court. He is one of 9 justices, and it's 3 equal branches of government. So Clarence Thomas, by my arithmetic, personifies 1/27th of the American state. He is an iconic figure. His example should be an inspiration to Americans of all races, but especially of Black American youngsters. He happens to be conservative. He's very conservative. So fucking what? He too deserves to be in that pantheon. He is not. By the custodians of American education, Clarence Thomas' name is not on that many schools. Barack Obama's name will be on many of them. I'm not equating them. They're different people. The offices are very different. But the same logic that you just used to extol the significance of Barack Obama's ascendancy could and should be applied to Clarence Thomas, in my opinion.
Yes, but it's the office, but also there's a resume and there's accomplishments, but then there is oratory and charisma and a number of Twitter followers. So there's ability to captivate a large number of people, and that's a skill. That's a skill that correlates, but is not directly connected to with how impressive your resume is.
I agree, and moreover, the judicial function, the judge doesn't go out and give speeches of that sort because it's exactly antithetical to what he's doing. He's a custodian of the law, not a popular figure in American politics. He doesn't stand for election, and it's a good thing too. So I take that point. Here, I want to say something else though that's been like the next black president, you say first black president should have been the one to do that. The second one should. Is more likely than not going to be a Republican. I don't have a particular person in mind. I'm just saying.
I agree. And that's why it's going to be super fun. Let me ask you to put on your wise sage hat and give advice to people. So if you're talking to somebody who's in high school and college, what advice would you give them about their career, about life in general, how to live a life they can be proud of?
Well, I'd say the world is your oyster. I mean, first order of business, you're not a victim. I don't care what color you are. I don't care you're male, female, you're gay, straight, whatever. The world is your oyster. You are so privileged. You sit here in the United States of America, a free country, a rich country. Everything is possible for you. Believe me, you can do anything. Secondly, I would say mastery over the medium in which we're embedded is the key to the future. So get educated, focus, work hard, invest in your future by acquiring the skills that you need to be able to navigate the 21st century. I would say the Chinese are coming, and I don't mean anything against China. I just mean to say the world's a small place, and it's getting smaller. You better get moving, and you better get moving quickly. I'd say your identity, your coloration, your orientation, your category is not the most important thing about you. So the temptation to limit yourself, and I give this speech to my kids and say, I quote James Joyce. He has a passage in Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man, in which he says, Do you know what Ireland is?
When the marriage was to take place,
Ireland
all
is
of the
an
leaders
old
of
sow
Noble in the north
that eats her pharaoh.
marched out to King's Landing
This is
to be there
Joyce.
at the wedding ceremony.
he says.
What do you imagine?
Stephen Dedalus is the character that he has in mind in this.
All of her enemies.
He says,
Though it was probably very
your
similar.
ethnic inheritance, he's talking about Irish nationalism,
In the days before
are like
this
nets holding you
marriage
back.
was, you know,
That your challenge is to learn how to turn those nets into wings, and thereby to fly. Okay? Flying into the open skies of modern society. Don't be your grandfather, don't be your father. Don't wear your thing so heavily that it keeps you from being open to everything that's new in the world. Wear it light. Yes, everybody comes from somewhere, but it doesn't have to be where you end up. So you're not your father, you're not your grandfather. You are this wonderfully blessed human being in the middle of going into the middle of the 21st century, and don't miss it. Don't live blinkeredly. Don't live small. Live big.
Live big and where your history went.
Yeah. Everybody's got a mother tongue. Everybody's got a story. Everybody has a people. But the world is a small place.
I love that you're quoting an Irishman. One of the greatest writers of the 20th century, a profound one, but an Irishman nevertheless. The levels of humor within that is not lost on me.
Let me just mention the great Ralph Ellison, the African-American writer. Invisible Man is his masterpiece. Embodied this spirit. Okay, we Black Americans, we do come from somewhere. That coming from somewhere is from slavery in America. That's our ancestral heritage. But that's not what we are. Skin and bone, these are superficial things. The spirit. And if I were a more religious person, I could give a whole disposition about that. But it's the spirit. It's that light that's inside. That's who we are. And our challenge is to live in the fullness of it, as opposed to this blinkered thing. We don't look left. We don't look right. We're just fitting within this template that we inherit. That is a travesty.
And you've lived an incredible life, a productive one, just representing some powerful ideas, some powerful ideals. But life comes to an end. You think about your death.
Well, it is a really interesting coincidence that you posed me that question, because I'm coming from a funeral. Today is Sunday. On the preceding Tuesday, 5 days ago, I was at the funeral of Eugene Wesley Smith, who was my brother-in-law. He was my sister's husband. My sister, Leonette, passed away in August of 2021. Her husband has died at the age of 68 in April of 2022, and I was at his funeral. He died suddenly of a heart attack that came completely out of the blue. He seemed to be in perfect health. He was a magnificent human being. I could go into the details, but take my word for it. He was a businessman, a steel trader, metals trader. He would buy and sell. He worked mostly from his home office. He had clients, counterparties, people he did business with all over the world. He had 3 sons, one of whom is in his early 30s, 2 of whom are in their late 30s. These are my sister's children. She's deceased. Now he's deceased. The older 2 sons are severely developmentally disabled, and although they're in their late 30s, they're not independently viable. They don't function effectively. They have to be cared for. That responsibility has now fallen to the family, but mainly to the surviving son, who lives with his wife and his 2 young children and has assumed the responsibility. They cared at home. My sister and her husband, Wesley, Eugene Wesley Smith, cared for their disabled sons at home. They didn't want to see them institutionalized. They had some help from programs of the state and social worker and so on, but they mainly took on the burden of caring for them at home. Anyway, I go on at length here, and I don't know how much of this you will choose to make use of. It doesn't matter really. I'm just trying to respond to your question. I was asked to offer some remarks at the funeral, and I offered them. And I spoke well of this great man. He was a great man. He had a straight back. He was a stand-up guy. He could be counted on. His word was his bond. He had broad shoulders. He carried a lot of people with him, business associates, family members, and so forth and so on. He had a huge heart. He was a giving and kind person. He had a great mind. He was an intellectual, even though as a businessman, much of his day was taken up with the minutia of contracts and the details of the order being delivered and not being delivered, of the quality of the product, of the financing, and so forth.
There was still a powerful mind there.
Yeah, he was a powerful mind, and he studied. He read books. He was interested in music and art. He's a spiritual seeker. Had been ordained as a child minister in his youth, and while he remained a master of the Christian canon, he also explored Eastern religion and other spiritual paths, and kind of stood above any particular tradition as a man who believed in God, but thought that God manifested himself in many ways to human beings, and that there was much to learn from other religious traditions as well. This is Wesley. We called him Wesley by his middle name, Eugene Wesley Smith. May he rest in peace. 68. That's 5 years younger than I am right now. He dropped dead without any warning. I could too. So,
how does that make you feel? Like, what were the thoughts in your mind leading up to having to give that speech in the days that followed?
Well, first of all, I wondered what would I say, and there was no way to prepare, and I decided, I rehearsed in my mind this. He had straight back, he had broad shoulders, he had a big heart, he had a great mind, he had a capacious spirit and whatnot, and I used that as a template for making my remarks. But my main thought was, my God, life is precious and life is fleeting, and death is a part of life. My death is a part of my life. And I thought, well, I want to take better care of myself than I do, et cetera, et cetera. But I also thought, a lot of this is not in my hands at all. I thought one should have his affairs in order. My brother did not have all of his affairs in order, in the sense that there was a lot of things going to probate. There was no will. There's this kind of unsettled. I don't want that to happen to my surviving family members. I want to have my affairs such that, should heaven forbid I fall over one day and don't get up again, people don't have to scramble about how to take care of things from that point forward.
But as a human, are you afraid?
I'm afraid. Now, I read this wonderful book called The Swerve. It's about Lucretius. It's about The Nature of Things, which is this great classical work from the Roman period by this guy Lucretius. And I'm trying to think of the name of the author, but you can look it up. The Swerve is the book. It won like a National Book Award or a Pulitzer Prize. It's the history of the recovery of this book by one of these Renaissance Italian people who would go into the monasteries in Central Europe and look through the scrolls, and they discover these classical works from antiquity which had been lost through the Dark Ages, and they publish and read these works. And Lucretius's great work on the nature of things was one of these books. Poggio Bracciolini, I don't remember the Italian guy's name, but this all could be looked up.
Poggio Bracciolini, 15th century, and the name of the author is Stephen Greenblatt.
Yeah, Stephen Greenblatt, a magnificent book and a terrific story. Anyway, one of Lucretius's points, he was an atheist. I mean, he was a Roman. I mean, he He didn't believe in mysticism, and he argued it's irrational to be afraid of death. Why should I fear death? Death is coming to all of us. The point of being afraid, I mean, I'm wasting my time fearing something that I have no ultimate control over. It's irrational to be afraid of death.
Yeah, because you can't predict when it happens. You only know that it happens. So why be afraid? How's that?
And therefore live every day fully, live every day purposefully, and so on. But these are all just words. I don't want to die. I want to live forever. I'm not going to live forever. I don't want to suffer. I see people suffering. I saw my late wife, Linda Datcher Lowry, Dr. Linda Datcher Lowry, professor of economics at Tufts University, whom I met in graduate school at MIT, Black woman from Baltimore. We married, we raised 2 sons together. She died at the age of 59 from metastatic breast cancer. And I watched her suffer and I watched her die. And it took a lot. And we cared for her at home right up until the very end. She died in our bed with our sons on either side of her, and the dog curled up by the door, the porch door, in the bedroom. And she expired. And I watched her suffer and I watched her die. And I don't want to suffer. Who does? I don't want to die. I am likely to suffer before I die. I am likely to see my death coming and to lament it. There's a book by Richard John Newhouse, the theologian, called As I Lay Dying. As I Lay Dying, Richard John Newhouse. He had stomach cancer, and he thought he was dying, and he wrote this book as he lay dying. And then he recovered. He went into remission, and he had another couple of years. He thought he was dying, and he had another couple of years. And I can remember meeting him at a bookstore in suburban Boston when he was on a tour. He was a friend of mine, a theologian and public intellectual. He founded the Institute on Religion and Public Life in New York City, which still exists, Richard John Newhouse. And he's contemplating his own death from the point of view of a Christian minister. He was first a Lutheran pastor, and then he converted to Catholicism, or as he would have put it, I returned to the church because he thought the Renaissance was over. The Reformation. Richard thought was over. He says there's only one church, etc. Get into theology stuff here. But I'm saying all that to say, I read that book aloud to my wife, Linda, as she lay dying in that bed. I read that book. And it was filled with hope. It first acknowledged the dread. I lie, dying. I don't want to die. I'm a Christian minister. Christ was raised from the dead. I'm supposed to believe in everlasting life. But the fact of the matter is, this is me, and I'm lying here, and I'm dying. This is the end of me. How are you going to do anything other than dread the end of me? So let's acknowledge that I don't want to die. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that up front. But that is not the end of my death. Is not the end of life. I have lived well and fully. I will go and do my best right up until the end. I will accept what is inevitable, and I will hold out this belief. And he's a Christian minister, so he holds out this belief. And he knows that the belief is not rational. It's not a reasoned, deductive, scientific conclusion. It's spiritual in the most fundamental way. It is something that people hold on to, and they have hope, and he had hope. I don't know if I have that hope. I used to be, but I'm no longer a Christian, and I'm no longer a theist, really. I'm with Lucretius there. There's no magic that's going on here. There's no, unseen hand behind the scene that's arranging things. What I believe is that when I look at the natural world, I see the evolution of the species. I see the organic development of the planets. The Earth is going to not exist in a finite number of years. I think with a very high probability, the sun it's gonna die, it's gonna, implode, it's gonna go supernova, whatever is gonna happen, and there's not gonna be any there.
What's the meaning of life, Larry?
That's the meaning of life.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. What's the why? Or is that something economists and social scientists and mathematicians are not equipped to answer?
Sure. I think we try to live well and meaningfully within our time. We bond, we reproduce, we try to pass on, and we accept our limitations and our mortality. We try to contribute, and that's through our children and through our work. And we're in this together. We're not in this alone. We are connected to other people. I get a lot of gratitude out of teaching. I'm a teacher. My students are going to outlive me. They're going to have students. I'm a writer. My writing is going to outlive me. I don't want to be, self-important or pretentious here. I doubt that I'm going to be the James Joyce of the 21st century. They may not be reading my stuff in 100 years, as people will certainly be reading Ulysses in 100 years. But I try to have an impact on the world that I'm a part of, and try to leave a legacy that's dignified. I could give some flowery words of truth seeking and whatnot.
What about love?
Love.
What role does love play in this?
Love makes the world go round. Without love, what have we got? We don't have we don't have family, and we certainly have missed out if love is not a central part of our existence. But stop asking me questions now.
Well, thank you for doing everything you do, for thinking the way you do, for being fearless and bold. And the Glenn Show, and your writing, and your work, just being, thank you for being you, and thank you for giving me a huge honor and spending extremely valuable time with me today. This was awesome.
It's been my pleasure, Les. Really, and it has been like 4 hours. You're wearing me out, man.
I love it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Glenn Loury. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Bronze guns were far superior to their precursors, the iron guns, in both their weight, their durability, and their lack of probability to explode on deck and kill all of them on board.
You can't have a permanent war without fiat. And I also think there's a case to be made that you can't really have fiat without war.
The following is a conversation with Safety and Amus, one of the central and most impactful economists, philosophers, and educators in the world of Bitcoin. He's an Austrian economist, an anarchist, and the author of The Bitcoin Standard, the new book, The Fiat Standard. Safety does not mince words in his criticism of economists and humans in general with whom he disagrees. For example, Paul Krugman, who is a neo-Keynesian economist and a previous guest of this podcast. Safety's opinions are strong and often controversial. I do push back in this conversation, playing devil's advocate or trying to steel man each side. But as always, I do so in service of exploring the rich space of ideas that Safety has about human nature and human civilization. I trust the intelligence of you, the listener, to come to your own conclusions. That is the burden of being a free-thinking human. It is on each of us individually to dive into this chaos of ideas, and from that chaos, discover long-lasting, universal wisdom to live by. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's safety. Let's start with a big question. What is money? And what is the role of money in the history of human civilization? Money is a medium of exchange. The thing that defines money is that it is a good that you don't buy for its own sake, because you want to consume it itself, or because you want to employ it in the production of other goods, which is what capital goods are. So we have consumption goods, we have capital goods. Money is distinct from those two because it is a good that is acquired purely to be exchanged later on for other goods. So it's not something that you acquire for its own sake, you acquire it so that you can then later on exchange it. And that's a market good. That's a market good like all other goods. You know, it's, you acquire food because you eat it, you acquire a car to move you around, you acquire money so that you can exchange it for other goods. And that's something that many people have a hard time grasping, the concept of money as a market good. But it is a market good, just like all others. And the importance of it is that it allows us to trade. It allows us to develop the division of labor, which would not be possible at any kind of sophisticated level without money. So if we live in a small society of 10 people, then think about all the things that we can make, all the things that we can produce. If we're only 10 people isolated from the world, there's only very few things that we can make, and therefore we can exchange those things directly with one another. But as if we get in contact with other societies that have more people, then the opportunities for specialization increase. If there's 10 people, the only thing that you can make is the very basics you need for your survival. But if you're part of an economy of 10 million people, there's much more room for specialization. You can make a car, you can make a house that's very sophisticated, and that relies on the division of labor. That relies on you specializing, doing one tiny little thing, which is not what you consume. You trade that thing for all the things that you consume. So as the economy becomes more sophisticated and involves more people, and currently we're all part of an economy of almost 8 billion people, each one of us produces one tiny little thing, and they exchange that thing for all the things that they want. So because we specialize, we become more productive in doing the thing that we're good at. So, there's people out there who are engineers who are designing windshields and cars. It's a very specialized thing. They sell windshield design to Mercedes-Benz. And then from that, that windshield design is added on to millions of cars around the world. And from that, they're able to get enough money to meet all their needs. So the division of labor is enhanced enormously with money, because without money, it's very difficult to be able to exchange a large number of goods. It's very difficult to have a sophisticated economy with a large degree of specialization, because it's very difficult to find people who want the thing that you have and have the thing that you want. We call this the coincidence of wants. And that's really the problem that money solves. So you make apples and I make oranges. I'd like to have some of your apples, but you don't want my oranges. We have a problem of coincidence of wants. So what do? You want bananas. I need to find somebody who has bananas, give them my oranges, take their bananas, give you their bananas, and then I take the apples. In that case, bananas are a medium of exchange. So it's natural that a medium of exchange will evolve and will emerge in an economy as an economy becomes more sophisticated. As we move beyond 10 people and 10 goods, it's inevitable that we're going to come to a situation where we have the problem of coincidence of wants. And the way to solve that is to use a medium of exchange. And it can be anything. It can be a banana, it can be food stuff, it can be any kind of good. As long as I acquire the good with the purpose of it passing it on to you, not with the purpose of me consuming it or using it, then that's a medium of exchange. So when we look at the entirety of human society of millions, billions of people, we think of them as a bunch of individuals running around. I love the term coincidence of wants. So each one of them, it's like a stochastic system. They have desires. It's like a random collection of desires, somehow rooted in our evolutionary history, but mostly random in terms of preference of banana or apple, that kind of thing. And then they also have the capacity for competence and excellence in particular kind of labor, like this specialization. They're able to be like incredible at a particular set of tasks. So there's a bunch of ants running around with consciousness and intelligence, and they have desires and they have capabilities. And then there's a coincidence of both the wants they have, the capabilities they have, and you wanted to create a system that kind of exchanges those things. So when you imagine, like, what is a good, what is market? When you imagine a market as like a hierarchical system, what do you imagine? What is a market?
A market is just the name for the naturally emergent phenomena of people voluntarily exchanging things. It's
At any scale.
at any scale, yeah. It could be a market of 2 people on an island on their own. It could be 8 billion people across the planet.
Naturally emerging.
Yes, this is the thing I think that is very hard for many people who don't have a good understanding of economics to grasp that capitalism and markets are not something that you need a central planner or a government officer to make happen. Capitalism is just what happens when people are left to their own devices. It's just our cognitive capacity allows us to develop tools that we can use for production, and that's what we do. That's what humans have been doing since they started, making spears to hunt. That's the first capital good, probably. So we're constantly accumulating capital. We're constantly trading with one another. We find an opportunity. You've got a lot of oranges. I've got a lot of apples. Then I'll take some of yours. You'll take some of mine. We're both better off. This is just a naturally emergent thing. And money is what makes it enormously powerful. Money is what allows it to scale, really. Money is what allows it to go beyond small societies into just something that is global. Because with money, again, as I was saying earlier, all you need to do is specialize in doing one thing, the thing you do best, and then you exchange that for money, and you don't have to worry about whether the other people involved in this want what you have and have what you want. You just sell it for money to whoever wants it, and you buy whatever you want from whoever has it. And that's an enormous reduction in the mental burden of how a market economy functions. So the first thing that I would say about money is that it allows for the division of labor, and it allows for the market system to grow. And the second thing is that money is a mechanism for storing value into the future. So again, as humans, we develop the capacity to think for the future. We make a spear so that we can hunt, and then we see that it works, and then we take it out of the animal that we hunted with, and we keep it for the next day's hunt. And then we start making a better spear. We make a better fishing rod, and then we make a fishing net, and we make a fishing boat. And that's our ability to think of the future. And as we start building durable goods, we start thinking more and more of the future. We start becoming more and more future-oriented. And that's really the process of civilization, the process of denying our needs now in order to think for the future. So instead of spending all of our day on the beach enjoying ourselves, we take time off from leisure on the beach and spend some time making a spear, or making a fishing rod, so that our productivity in hunting or fishing tomorrow is going to be higher. And so that ability to think for the future is enhanced by our ability to provide for the future, and we do that with durable goods. But then money ends up being the best mechanism for providing for the future, because the future is uncertain. So you can save your apples and oranges, you can save the spears, you can save the animal that you hunted, but these things first they rot. They're not very good at holding on to their value over time. But even if they were, even if have objects that are durable, the problem with them is that you don't know if you need them tomorrow or next month or next year. You're not sure if you're going to be needing them, and you might end up not needing them, and you might end up not finding anybody who needs them, or finding somebody who needs them but doesn't value them much and won't give you much in exchange. Money allows you the optionality of saving the most liquid good, the most saleable good. So it's something that you can sell tomorrow with the least uncertainty. It has the most liquidity, the most ability to be sold without a loss in its value. So money is our most advanced technology and our best technology for moving value into the future. And so I think history really, I argue this in all my books, is that really history we see, we can think of it as a process of our money gets harder, and so our money gets better at holding on to its value for the future. And by harder, I mean harder to produce, We find things that are hard to produce that are better at holding on to their value, so they hold on to their value better for the future, and that allows us to plot and plan for the future. That makes the future less uncertain, and that makes us more future oriented. In other words, it lowers our time preference. And the harder the money is, the better it is at allowing us to think of the future.
So people should know that you've written the book Bitcoin Standard from 2018, I believe.
Yeah.
And then a new book called Fiat Standard. The Bitcoin Standard is considered kind of the Bible in the cryptocurrency space, in the Bitcoin space, of just a very rigorous, systematic explanation of why Bitcoin, what is it, why should it be, why is it good. So you're describing in that book and in the new book different implementations of the technology of money. In the new book, you talk about fiat money, which is another way to do money. So obviously there's a lot of different ways to do money, and maybe we haven't discovered the best way to do money yet. Our conversation today is how to do money better. Maybe we'll go back to bananas eventually, right?
Very good reasons why we will.
Well, we can disagree. We can agree to disagree on this. Now, I'm open-minded to the bananas. They're one of the biggest sources of joy to me when I first came to this country is eating bananas. And so maybe money, happiness, perishable happiness will eventually become the best medium of exchange. I don't know. Open-minded. Anyway, so you mentioned hard money and soft money. There's different ways to do money. What is hard money? What is soft money?
In the Bitcoin Standard, I present the argument that money is always whatever is the hardest thing to make. Historically, I think we see many examples of that. So, for instance, in prison, people use cigarettes as money because nobody can make cigarettes in prison. In societies, we have the example of Yap Island, for instance. It's an island that doesn't have any limestone, but there's a nearby island that has a lot of limestone. And it's very expensive, obviously, with primitive technology to move limestone from Palau to Yap. So on Yap, limestones were money. Seashells, rare seashells that are not easy to find, end up serving as money in places where they're rare. Glass beads were money in West Africa, where there was no glass making technology because they were imported from abroad and they were very hard to make. And I think there's a conscious effort of some people might recognize the hardness and the scarcity and choose this as money. But I think what's more important is just a natural evolutionary process whereby people choose all kinds of random things as money, bananas maybe even. But then the people who end up making these bad choices don't end up with any wealth left, whereas the people who store their wealth in the things that are hard to make end up maintaining their wealth and maybe even increasing it over time. And of course, this culminated in the 19th century, in the end of the 19th century, by basically the entire planet being on a gold standard. And
What is the gold standard?
The gold standard is basically when money is gold, or at least government currencies backed by gold. But the reason gold became money and not copper, not nickel, not bananas, is that gold is the hardest metal in the world. It is the hardest metal to increase the supply. And the reason for that is based in chemistry. So gold is indestructible. You can't destroy gold in any meaningful sense. It's been accumulating stockpiles for thousands of years. You know, the gold that was worn by Nefertiti back in ancient Egypt is today probably in somebody's necklace or somebody's gold coin. It's still there. So for thousands of years, humans have been digging for gold. They dig it out of the ground, they refine it, and then they put it in jewelry or a coin, and then it just stays there. It gets melted down into new other forms. You know, the jewelry gets turned into coins, or coins get turned into bars. But it's just stockpiles that are accumulating. On the other hand, every year we get better at our technology of looking for gold. You know, there's more people all over the world. The population increases, the technology improves. So we keep finding more and more gold, and we keep making the stockpiles bigger. However, because we're constantly adding to a stockpile that is not being devalued. Sorry, that it's not being consumed, because there's no way of consuming gold. You can't eat it, you can't burn it, you can't. It doesn't rust. Because of that, we're constantly adding to a constantly growing stockpile. So if you look at the numbers, you see over the last 100 years we've got pretty reliable data on gold production worldwide. We see that pretty much gold stockpiles increase at around 1.5 to 2% per year. Every year. So yes, we're making more every year, but we're making more, so we're adding to the stockpile. The stockpile grows more. So every year we're adding only around 1.5 to 2%. Compare that to the second hardest metal historically was silver, and that increased historically at around maybe 5% per year or so. Now it probably increases to something like closer to 30% because it's now getting used extensively in industrial uses. So when you use it in industry, with the silver in a laptop or in a camera or in a machine, effectively you are consuming the stockpile because it's not used as money. It's taken out of the monetary stockpile. So over the last 150 years, since 1870 in particular, and I discussed this in detail in the Bitcoin Standard, what happened in 1870 was Germany won the Franco-Prussian War, and Germany was on a silver standard, but the value of silver was declining. So Germany did something very smart, which is they took their indemnity from France in silver and gold, and used that big chunk of gold to switch to going on a gold standard. And since then, silver's been collapsing in value next to gold. So back then, the price of an ounce of gold was around 15 ounces of silver. Today, it's closer to 100. It's just been declining for the last 150 years. And so because of that, because of the fact that it's lost its monetary role as people shifted toward gold, the value of silver went down. And so it became economical to use it in more and more industrial applications. So the stockpile declines. And then as a result, that weakens its monetary properties more and more and more. So that's why at the end of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 19th century, gold and silver were money. By the end, it was basically only gold. And the countries that were still on a silver standard, China and India in particular, suffered enormously from that because their money was devaluing very quickly next to gold. And so Europeans who would come to China or India were able to buy things at practically a big discount.
So I hope it's okay if I ask very simple, very basic questions. There's few people in this world that are as good as you are at answering very basic, almost ridiculously basic questions. Because I think exploring questions like what is money is a really great way to think from first principles, to really think deeply about this world. So I really appreciate you doing that. When you say standard, what does it mean? When you say silver standard, gold standard, again, with a basic question.
The term really, I think, was based out of gold. The first time this came out was the gold standard because, so I said that gold was money at the end of the 19th century, but it wasn't just that everybody was using gold coins and trading with gold coins because that's got a problem of divisibility. So a lot of things are worth less than one gold coin. So how do you buy that thing? And the answer was that you created monetary instruments that were backed by gold. And so currencies, national currencies under the gold standard, were specific units of gold. And that's how a gold standard functioned. Money was gold, but you had pieces of paper that were redeemable in gold. So you could go to the central bank, you give them the piece of paper, the $100 bill or the $10 bill, and they'll give you gold in exchange. And they give you a specific quantity of gold in exchange. Effectively, the paper was just a receipt for gold.
So the paper exactly represented the amount of gold.
Exactly. That was the plan. Well, that was what it's supposed to do. But arguably, we never had a pure gold standard because the nature of gold means that the people who are in charge of the gold, they have an enormous amount of power because the gold is concentrated with them. And as long as not everybody shows up at the same time asking for their gold, then you can make more receipts than you have gold. And
There's always shady stuff going on, but at least that's the stated goal, is the receipt should exactly represent the amount of gold there. And also when you say standard, it means that governments sort of publicly stated that this is the main way of making transactions that are monetary. So this is the money. This is the official money that you should be using if you live in this country.
Yes, although I would say it's more like the other way around. It's not that the government's established gold as money. It's more like gold gave the governments the credibility for their currency. So governments were not the ones that made gold money. Gold has been money before states were invented. States, if you have a government and you'd like to have some legitimacy and you'd like to be able to deal with other governments on an equal footing, you have to go by the gold standard. You had to have a currency that was redeemable in gold so that you could trade with the rest of the world, so that people could, in your country, use that currency. So it's not that governments were choosing gold, it's more like they were having to adapt their own currencies to gold in order to give their currencies credibility.
So there's a dance there, though, because if they had to, then why did they switch away from it after? So there is a dance where the governments, the people pressure. So first of all, the basic characteristics of the hard money pressures the governments and the people in terms of what should be used. Then the people, based on their community, the network effects, the way the narratives they tell each other, all that kind of stuff, they pressure the governments to take on particular money. Then the governments, they like power, they like control, all those kinds of things. They pressure the people and tell different kinds of narratives. So there's a dance going on in this evolution of what technology to use for a monetary system. So the reason I don't know if governments had to, because they clearly didn't have to, because they eventually moved away from it. But there was pressure probably.
Yeah, but I mean, even after they moved away from it, central banks until today, they still hold a lot of gold reserves. In fact, if you look at 1914, when the world really went off the gold standard, the amount of gold reserves held by central banks was a tiny fraction of what it was. As time went on, central banks accumulated more and more gold. What ended up happening is they prevented their citizens from using the gold, but they continued to use it. So gold continued to be money up until 1971, because effectively the world was on a dollar standard and the dollars were backed by gold. But then after 1971, even then, central banks continued to accumulate gold, because why would you as a central bank want to accumulate pieces of paper effectively, or credit liabilities of another central bank that can produce them infinitely? And it's a lesson that's becoming more and more obvious to governments today, as we see U.S. sanctions taking, say, Russian reserves or Afghanistani reserves. And this is why, we see China and Russia have accumulated a lot of gold over the last 10, 20 years.
Just to return to the question of definitions, so what is hard money versus soft money?
Yes, so hard, it's a relative thing, but the hardness refers to the difficulty of producing more units of the money supply. So an easy money would be a money that is relatively easy to make. So you can increase the supply by 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% or something like that. So pretty much all commodities, all market commodities other than gold and silver, they're easy money and they're not suitable as a monetary medium because they're being consumed. So if you look at, in the Bitcoin standard, I mentioned this metric called the stock to flow ratio, which is the ratio of the annual production, the flow, to the stockpile, the existing stockpile. If you look at all the other metals, they're easy money because they're being consumed. So think about how much stockpiles of copper there are in the world today. So copper companies obviously have some stockpiles of copper. Major copper consumers will have stockpiles of copper, but the vast majority of copper is essentially on a conveyor belt of production, from the mine straight to the consumer good that's being used. So the existing stockpiles are roughly in the range of 1 year's production. If you take all of the companies, I don't have exact statistics, it's very difficult to get these, but it's roughly in the same range. Like if copper production were to stop completely today, we'll have about a year's production stored in various places. So that makes copper terrible money, because if you started using copper as money, and this is why, a lot of people say, well, money is a collective illusion, money is a social construct. if we all agree that something is money, then something is money. I think it's completely clueless. It's usually Marxists who believe this, so obviously no understanding of economics. It's completely clueless because even if everybody in society decided we wanted to make copper as money, even if we all decided to collectively take part in this hallucination or illusion, it would not make copper money. It would just make everybody who decides to take part in this hallucination poor. That's it. It would make copper miners rich. It would make all of the people who chose copper as money poor, and copper would not be money. It can't work because what happens is, because of the fact that the stock piles are so small, if you buy, even if you get the 1,000 richest people in the world, all the world's billionaires, they get together and they all dump all of the money that they have, all the stocks, all the bonds, all the gold, all the Bitcoin, everything that they own, they dump it and they buy copper with it. What's going to happen? Price of copper is going to go up a lot. But what's going to stop copper miners from flooding the market with even more copper than what the billionaires bought? Nothing. They're going to dump all of that extra copper production. The price of copper is going to go up, so there will be a lot more copper mining than all the other metals. A lot of nickel companies and gold miners are going to switch to focusing on copper, and then we're going to dump an enormous amount of copper on the market. The value of copper is going to crash, and the people who chose copper as money are just going to end up with large warehouses of very cheap rusting metal.
So that's a brilliant description, and that kind of pushes towards gold, where that stock to flow ratio, I guess you would say, is 1.5 to 2%, like you mentioned earlier.
Well, that would be like the inverse of the stock to flow. That's the supply growth rate. So the stock to flow is the inverse. It's around 60.
60, got it. But let me push back on somebody who likes human psychology. Let me push back on the collective hallucination and the illusion. So that's for copper. But what about paper money? That's not, you can't smoke it, you can't eat it. It's supposed to represent, it's supposed to just be the medium of exchange. And in that sense, what role does collective hallucination play in the effectiveness of money?
Exactly zero. Because all of the paper money, first of all, there's never been an instance, and again, this is flies in the face of a lot of people like to think about money. There's never been an instance where a government came out and said, all right, we're printing out these pieces of paper, use them as money. This one is worth 10 apples, or use it for buying things, and here's the piece of paper. This has never happened. They've always taken fiat money, paper money, all these things were always born out of fraud. Initially, it was a receipt for gold, and then they told you, you don't need the gold anyway, and you have to use this, and then if you don't use it, we throw you in jail. And then, so first of all, it doesn't, you can't enforce this thing, so it's never really just happened, and it's never been hallucinated into existence. People can hallucinate this kind of nonsense in writing textbooks and books and in academia, but in the real world, people don't hallucinate money. People are very careful about what they put their money in.
For people listening, we're gonna have fun in this conversation because you're already said Marxist, fraud, hallucination. Just because we use these words doesn't mean they're true, but they're fun to talk about. So you have a strong certainty about the way you talk, which I think is fun. But allow me in my dumb self to push back, to play devil's advocate, and I'll actually ask you sometimes to play devil's advocate if possible, because you're smarter than me on all this stuff. So if we want the smartest devil's advocate possible, and I'm certainly not that. But anyway, but nevertheless, we are currently on a fiat standard. So money does have value, paper money, and the reason it has value is because we believe it has value. To what degree, if we put the hallucination word aside, the belief that something is worth value is actually value, is the thing that helps money work. Because you're saying it's fraud, and the belief is almost valueless. But how much value? Can we quantify the value of the belief, the collective belief?
I should say, all economics is subjective. I consider myself an Austrian school economist, and the starting point of all Austrian economics is that all value is subjective. So obviously, value only exists because humans choose to make the valuation. However, the economic reality of the way that money works means that it's just a technology like all others. So, for me, when people say, well, if we hallucinate that this thing can be money, then it'll be money. If we can hallucinate bananas to be money, then it'll be money. For me, it's like saying, well, if we hallucinate that bananas can be spaceships, they'll be spaceships. I mean, you can call them spaceships if you want, but a banana's not going to get you to the moon.
But then nevertheless, so that's true. So you're drawing a big distinction between physical reality and the space of belief. But it seems like so much power of human civilization, so much destruction, so much creativity, creation happens in our minds. So
Absolutely. Everything does happen in the mind.
you're not going to
However,
get to the moon, but you might still have a significant impact on human civilization if a lot of people believe a thing.
True, but economic reality exists in a way in which your beliefs are rewarded when they match up with economic
Physical
reality,
reality.
and they're punished when they don't. So if you ride a banana, jump off a cliff thinking you're going to get to the moon, that solves the problem of people thinking that bananas are spaceships by killing people who think that bananas are spaceships. And I think to go back to your question in terms of paper money, so yes, even though ignoring the original sin of the creation of fiat money and ignoring everything that happened before 1971. All right, well, here we are. People are using, well, it's not really paper money. We should say fiat money is predominantly credit. So it's also digital currency. So more than 90% of dollars are digital. Less than 10% of dollars are physical. So it is a digital currency, and all over the world, all these governments are using digital currencies effectively with some physical manifestations in paper. But yet, even within these currencies, it's still the same analysis, and I discussed this in Chapter 4 of the Bitcoin Standard. You look at government monies, you see that the currencies that have held on to their value, the ones that have the biggest value, the ones that play the biggest role in global trade, the ones that are used as currency reserves all over the world, are the ones that have the lowest supply growth rate. The ones that grow and whose central banks are the least inflationary. And on the other hand, the ones whose supply is more inflationary, similar to copper, end up failing. You look at Lebanon, Venezuela, Zimbabwe. These are currencies whose supply increases very quickly, and therefore their value collapses. Whereas the dollar, the Swiss franc, the euro, the British pound, the Japanese yen, they increase at a much lower rate in general than these terrible currencies. And that's why all over the world you see people are looking to get more dollars and more of these harder currencies than the easier ones. So I think this analysis of the hardness of the money and the ease of money is pretty well supported empirically.
So, like you said, you're at least in part or in whole, consider yourself an Austrian economist. So you're perhaps a great person to ask about the basics. What is Austrian economics? What is Keynesian economics? How do you compare the two? What should people know? Some interest. What are interesting defining characteristics to you about these schools?
Yeah. So Austrian economics, the way that I see it, Austrian economics is economics. It's we call it Austrian economics because economics has been hijacked by a bunch of frauds, really.
People who are wrong.
Well, it's much worse than wrong, by people who are just essentially propagandists for inflation.
Right.
So
It's like your opinion, man.
yeah, well, that's also like your opinion.
Yeah,
But
that's true. Well, I also talked to Paul Krugman on this podcast, so he's the O speaks enough, but he's one of the people that is perhaps most harshly criticized by folks in Austrian economics perspective, and vice versa. Which is a fascinating tension.
Yeah, he's done a great job as an actor who plays an economist on TV and the internet.
So anyway, now tell me what you really think. No, but so the basics of what is Austrian economics? What perspective does it take in the world?
Yeah, so I mean, Austrian economics really is the continuation of a tradition that it goes back to the ancient Greeks of studying economics. Historically, it's really just economics, and that has evolved over time, and the establishment of the Austrian school per se came in 1871, 150 years ago, when Karl Menger, the father of the school, wrote a book called Principles of Economics, and essentially invented marginal analysis, which is a big deal in economics. Marginal analysis is the idea that in economics, individuals carry out decisions at the margin. That it's when you make a choice, you're not making it. For instance, if you're making a choice between what should I spend my money on, you're not making a choice whether it is this thing is object A or B, which one is more valuable for me in general, which one is more valuable for me for the rest of my life. You're choosing about the next unit right now at this point, at this stage. And if you analyze economic decision making at the margin, it makes a lot more sense, and you can understand why people decide and make the decisions that they do. Whereas if you don't apply marginal analysis, things don't make sense. The key thing that marginal analysis helps us solve is what's called the water diamond paradox. So you will die without water. We all need water, and yet water is dirt cheap. Whereas diamonds are extremely superfluous. Nobody needs them. Nobody's going to live or die because they have a diamond, and yet they're extremely expensive. So why is it that as human beings we pay maybe say $1 a liter for water, whereas we pay thousands of dollars for a few grams of diamonds? Why is this the case? Do we value water less than diamond? The answer is no. But at the margin, where we are right now, you live in a place where water is very abundant, because cities are only built in places where water is abundant, and you're only making a choice about the next unit of water. And so water is extremely abundant, and you're choosing about whether to spend the next unit of money on water. The valuation that you give to water, given that you have a lot of water at home and that you live in a place that has abundant water, is pretty low to the marginal unit. But it's very high for water overall. So if I asked you, how much would you spend for water in general? You know, how much would you pay for water for all of your life? It would be a lot higher than diamonds. If I told you you can only have water or diamonds for the rest of your life, you choose water, obviously. But nobody's ever had to make that choice. You only make your choices at the margin. So at the margin, where we are, modern civilization, we have an abundance of water. That's why we have civilization. And diamonds are very rare and scarce. And people are only buying, you buy your first diamond when you're going to get married. You give it to your wife. And that's going to be the first few grams of diamond that she's ever going to own.
I'm giving my wife water.
Smart move. You should definitely give her Bitcoin instead of diamonds. I tell my wife, I occasionally remind her how many Bitcoin we could have had if I bought her Bitcoin with the price of the diamond.
What's the downside of, by the way, diamonds from the analysis of like gold and so on?
That's a great question. Arguably, diamonds are a scam. Because they became popular as a thing in marriage after gold was banned, after gold ownership was banned in the US in the 1930s and in many places around the world. So before that, you'd give gold. And the reason you'd give gold in a dowry in a wedding is because, it wasn't just that it's pretty and shiny, it's because it's money. So, you die, your wife can take the gold and she can live off of it. It's a demonstration that you're giving her something valuable, and that's because nobody can make a lot more gold. It has the highest flow ratio. But then they banned gold ownership, or they allowed people to only own very tiny quantities of gold, and that's when the diamond industry stepped in and marketed diamonds as the thing that you need to give. But the problem with it is, of course, that the diamonds aren't like gold. They're not very hard to make more of. And the reason we have scarcity in diamonds is really artificial. There's effectively a monopoly of diamond producers. They restrict the supply, and it's a pretty dirty business. And the way that they do it is, all of the talk about blood diamonds is a way for them to ensure their monopoly. So if you're part of the monopoly of diamond producers, then it doesn't matter how many people get killed producing your diamonds. If you're out of the monopoly, then human rights organizations descend on you and call for shutting you down for selling blood diamonds. And they're also restricting the production of artificial diamonds. This is the other thing. You can make artificial diamond, you can't make artificial gold. So they restrict the production of artificial diamond, and they try and insist that you shouldn't take artificial diamonds, but they're indistinguishable from real diamonds. So it's an artificial scarcity, and I think there's going to come a point at some point that this monopoly is going to break, and a lot of people are going to be left with essentially highly devalued jewelry.
I'm going to take this segment of the podcast where I'm getting married with a Sunday, and then instead you're getting water or Bitcoin.
Yes, water and Bitcoin is all you need.
So marginal analysis.
Yes.
Focusing on the margin is the thing that allows you to most accurately capture human nature, the actual day-to-day decisions that we humans make.
Yeah, because that's really revolutionized economics in the 1870s, and that was Menger's work. And then he had a student, Eugen von Berg, who developed capital theory, and then he had a student, Ludwig von Mises, who is arguably the most important economist ever. And he developed a theory of money, and he wrote a book in 1912 called The Theory of Money and Credit. And then in the 40s, he wrote Human Action, which is a big treatise on economics. And I think this is the correct tradition of economics. And before World War I, this was just known as economics. Then, after what happened in World War I, and I discussed this in detail in the Fiat Standard, is that the Bank of England essentially went off gold and tried to pass off their own credit as being as good as gold in order to finance the war. And incidentally here, this is part of the history that is not discussed often. This is presented as an innovation. Later on, they needed essentially a propaganda school that would justify what they did. And later on, it's presented as, okay, we realized that gold was not good, and now look, we built this thing that is better than gold, where now the government can just print money whenever it wants, and now gold money is not an issue anymore, which is extremely idiotic, because the whole point of money is that it's not easy to make. If it's easy to make, it's not money anymore. It's just destroying the entire function of money. We've seen that happen extensively in the 20th century after countries went off the gold standard. So essentially, Keynesian economics is just inflation apologia. It's just propaganda to justify inflationism. And it's profoundly nonsensical. It's built on the idea that if you just make more money, you can stimulate economic production. And of course, this is very self-serving to the central banks and to the banks and to the governments who promote this nonsense. And this is also very pervasive. If you have the misfortune of studying at a university for the last century, you were taught Keynesian garbage economics. You were taught that if there's a problem in the economy, the way to fix it is that the government prints money, the government lowers the interest rate, and then that leads to more economic production, which is completely nonsensical.
So you're, again, for the listener, you're using strong words, and I would push back just to find, to play devil's advocate to hopefully one day arrive at the truth. So, just because it's in the interest of the central banks and the government, the interests and the models of Keynesian economics and the government doesn't mean they're wrong. So let's give them a chance. So the conventional wisdom, perhaps economics wisdom, is that inflation is good in moderation, as it encourages spending. But too much is bad because it completely devalues, destroys people's savings. So a little bit of inflation is good to stimulate spending. And I mean, I suppose this is one of the things that's supported by Keynesian economics. Why is that?
Basically, the whole point of Keynesian economics is to try and find an endless array of explanations to explain why inflation is a good thing.
Well, the chicken and the egg. That's the cynical take.
Yeah.
This is a propaganda machine to sell the government's narrative. The less cynical take is just a bunch of economists
Who figured out this thing, and it happens to be good for banks and governments. Just because it's good for them doesn't mean.
And it justifies the existence of government. And your basic, I don't think it's your basic assumption, but a foundational principle of your thought is that a lot of government is not a good thing. Your first gut instinct, government bad. Like I mentioned, I live next door to Michael Malice, who probably beats you on the intensity and how quickly he says government bad.
So, but there, there's a potential argument for government good. Some government is good. Maybe a lot of government is good. Maybe we need a lot of centralized management for resource allocation and so on, because we humans specialize. We're too busy and so on. So there's an argument for that that exists. You probably disagree with any possible argument on that side. But anyway, so why is that idea?
Yeah,
Keynesian economics.
I'm going to focus for this on the money idea, the idea that a little bit of inflation is good. The idea here, the criticism is that without inflation, people wouldn't spend, and then the economy would come to a grinding halt. And that's nonsensical, because people spend not because they want to keep this magical monster called the economy going. People spend because they need to consume, because that's how we live, that's how we survive. You need to eat, you need shelter, you need clothes to keep you warm. And as technology advances, the capabilities of the things that we can do with our time increases, and so we want to buy more things. So people buy things because people want to consume. There's a limitless desire to consume. That there's no shortage of reasons for people to consume, whether it's food or Ferraris or private jets. People just always want to buy more.
Can I interrupt just really quick? What about the fear about the uncertainty of the future, where they might want to buy things, but they're really afraid because it seems like there's a lot, like a pandemic going on or whatever it is.
That's good.
So the fear of uncertainty is, but you have too much fear.
Here's the thing. What I was saying is, I was making the point that we don't need to be motivated to consume. We have the insatiable desire to consume. Everybody would like to have more of all kinds of things. Everybody would like to have a bigger house. Not everybody. Some people have a big enough house, but everybody would like a house. Everybody would like a car, jets, all kinds of things, electronics, machines. So we don't need a desire to consume. But of course, the limit on how much we consume is opportunity cost. Why don't you buy a Ferrari? Well, because that's really expensive, and it would mean that, maybe you do have a Ferrari, but most people don't buy a Ferrari because it's too expensive. They can't afford it. They have to work too hard to get it. And if they do get it, it might mean that, they can't afford their house anymore. So we have to economize. That's a good thing. And we have to also think of the future. And so humans consume. That we don't need more motivation to consume. We have to deal with the economic reality of the things that limit us from consuming more. So what Keynesians present is that when there is a problem in the economy, like there was after World War I, the problem is always a result caused by the inflation. And what the Keynesian hucksters do is that they look at the inflation, at the consequences of inflation, and blame it on people not spending enough. When people are doing the rational thing, the money is, so there was inflation, it caused an unsustainable boom, it caused a recession, and now a lot of people lost their jobs. They don't have enough money to go out and spend frivolously, so they save for the future. The future is uncertain. That's a good thing. That's how you face things. You begin the recovery by, you lost some wealth, so you spend less. If your business goes bust, if you lose your job, it's natural and smart that you stop spending money on the frivolous thing that you used to spend, and you save it for the future. You invest in something else. You get a new job, and then once you've recovered, you start spending more. This is very sane and very good, and it's the way to recover. But essentially, the Keynesians have used this as a justification for more inflation, because inflation is an addiction. And once the government gets down the path of spending money to solve its problems, then every problem looks like it can be solved by more inflation. And so this is where Keynesian economics comes in. And of course, the Keynesian economics is based on the work of Keynes, which came in the 1930s. And this is the key point. It's portrayed in the textbook as if it's just this scientific breakthrough. Somebody in the 1930s, this genius, came about and realized that, we don't actually need gold. We don't need hard money. We can actually just print all the money. And in reality, of course, it was just the very thin, flimsy, idiotic justification for what governments were already doing for 20 years. They'd already gone off the gold standard. And they'd gone through 20 years in which they were lying to their population, telling their population we're still on a gold standard, but there are problems caused by various random things. But don't worry, we're going to be going back on the gold standard. 20 years later, after they went off the gold standard, they come up with this justification for why, oh, actually, the gold standard was bad. And this is the really pernicious thing about it is the problems that were caused by us going off the gold standard were caused by the gold standard, and we're going to fix them by going off the gold standard even more.
Just because government is lying and is shady and does these kinds of things doesn't mean Keynesian economics is wrong. So just because I wanted to separate a few things you said, it could very well be very wrong, and they could indeed be hucksters. All of these such colorful language. I love you deeply for this. This is fun.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like somebody like Krugman doesn't use this kind of language when discussing Austrians. It's just that when actors like him use it, it's presented as if it is legitimate because he's part of the major shows.
So the case they make and the criticism Keynesians make of Austrian economics, in the case they make for Keynesian economics, is based on empirical evidence. So Austrian economists are pie in the sky theorists about like how human nature works, and it's just all theory. And just like you said, Keynesian economics kind of sell it as a science, data-driven science. And so, where's the data, bro? On the Austrian. So, one way of saying it is, how do you know if we get rid of inflation? How do you know if we get rid of central banks? If we push towards that direction, we will have a better world, a better functioning economy, better functioning markets, better functioning society.
This is another inaccurate way in which they present the economics. They present it as if it's just theory and the data doesn't matter, but that's not the case. What Austrians say is that without guiding theory, data is mute, data is dumb, data can't say anything. So
theory first, and then you have to have models to provide context for interpretation of
exactly, and it's a sign of just how little self-awareness they have, that they think that they're just being led by the data when they're being led by Keynes's moronic theories. And they use the data to justify those theories and to stick by them. And in fact, they are the ones whose theories cannot be refuted because it's just government mandated religion. So according to Keynes's nonsense, so the way that the whole thing, the way that they justify the inflation is this, and I'm just using this to give an example of what you're talking about in terms of theory. The way they justify the inflationism, to tie it back to the original point, they justify that, all right, we need the money to spend, and then the level of spending in the economy is what determines the state of the economy. And I've taught macroeconomics at university level for a while, so I know Keynesian nonsense better than most Keynesians know Austrians, not all of them, I guarantee you. So the way they see it is the level of spending in the economy is what determines the state of the economy. There's a level of output and there's a level of spending. So there's like the factories on the one side that are churning out goods, and those goods have a certain quantity and value, market value. And it's completely nonsensical, of course, because how can the value of the goods produced be different from the value of the spending? But let's put that aside for a second. So the amount of spending that happens in the economy determines the state of the economy. If the value of the production, which they call Y, is higher than the aggregate expenditure, so this is the production and the aggregate expenditure is lower, then we don't have enough spending to buy all the goods. And then that causes a recession. The factories start laying off workers, and then the laid off workers start spending less. Then that leads to aggregate expenditure dropping even further. And so it's a vicious cycle where the economy gets into recession. And the only way out is for Keynes's bankster buddies and government buddies to print a lot of money to give to themselves. And then that will...
That's one interpretation. But to print more money, to increase the expenditure, to match the
level of output.
Sounds pretty good to me, I'm sold. All right. But even though you're saying huckster, so
yes,
I just, the way I love you very much, but like just people who are listening, I think I love the way you talk, and it's great. You keep doing it, but just for context,
like, I don't know anything that involves human nature deserves this level of certainty. At least my position is that we don't know what the hell we're doing on basically anything. And
Perhaps.
but I mean, like, there's a lot, like, certainty can get us in trouble, is my worry. I don't know much about economics. I don't even know, financial systems, monetary systems. But I just seen us get in trouble with human psychology, certainty of ideologies in general. You mentioned Marxism and so on. I came from the Soviet Union. There's a lot of people that are very certain throughout the history of the 20th century that communism is the utopia that humanity should strive for. So I'm nervous around certain.
I could be wrong, but you asked me for my opinion.
Yes. Sorry. So it's that little bit of a caveat.
So to go back to the idea, then on the other hand, you have the level of, if the other situation is when the level of spending is higher than the amount of aggregate output. In that situation, you have too much spending, so therefore what ends up happening is inflation. So according to the Keynesian world, and this is really important because this is a way that I'm going to get to your point about empirical data, to show you why they're not correct. Yeah, they're not correct about what they say about empirical data. So then what this means is that there's a level of output and there's a level of aggregate expenditure. The aggregate expenditure can either be higher or lower than the output or equal to it. If it's higher, we get inflation. If it's lower, we get recession. Okay? So is there any universe in this model? Is there any potential universe in which you can have both inflation and a recession? According to the Keynesian model, you can. Right? Because aggregate expenditure cannot be both higher and lower than output. So therefore, if you were truly being an empirical person, if you were looking at evidence and trying to analyze data, you'd look at this and say, one example, you just need one example of high inflation and high unemployment to refute this entire model, right? And of course, the world is full of examples of high inflation and high unemployment. And that's what happened in the 19th. And of course, they ignored it when it happens in poor countries because poor countries don't really matter. But then in the 1970s, that happened in the US and in the Western economies, the most advanced industrial economies. So historically, before then, you had all these Keynesian central bankers talking about this model and saying, well, aggregate expenditure is too low now, and that's why we have unemployment. So we need to print more money. And then they print more money, inflation goes up, but also unemployment goes up. Because this model is broken. That's not how the world works. That's not the level of aggregate spending in the economy is not a lever with which you can control inflation and unemployment. So what would a scientist do? What would a non-huckster do in this case? Admit the theory is wrong and find another way to reformulate it. Have the Keynesians done that? No, still the same garbage in the textbook that is being taught until today.
So is it possible to have a non-Keynesian model, one that still supports modern inflation is good for the economy?
I mean, since the 1970s, since this has happened, this is what basically most fiat economists, as I like to call them, essentially anybody at a university financed by governments, which is financed by central banks, which is financed by
we'll
fiat.
talk about that.
Yeah.
The effect of fiat money on our life, as you write about in your book, Fiat Standard. One of them is education. I'm sure we'll disagree there too. I'm not smart enough to disagree, but I'll disagree anyway.
So a whole bunch of other models came up, but basically it's such an example of motivated reasoning. Like anybody who's got a familiarity with the scientific method or who's got an engineering background who comes into economics immediately has a lot of red flags. And I remember when I used to teach macroeconomics, I used to teach, introductory macroeconomics, and it's a course that would be taken by econ majors as well as engineers. A lot of engineers would take it as an elective. And every time I'd explain, and I would just teach, the Keynesian basic stuff, and every time I'd explain it, there's always that smart engineering kid who just looks at me and says, "Sir, this doesn't make any sense because this and that." And I'm always like, "You get it. Exactly. You're correct." Because if you have any kind of shred of scientific thinking, you see that this is all motivated reasoning. Like the answer is government needs to print money. And here's a whole bunch of models brought up by people for why government printing money is good. And the reason they're coming up to this conclusion is that you only get funded if you come up with this conclusion. If you come up with a conclusion that we need to shut down the central bank, you don't get funded by the central bank. You don't get published in the journals. You don't get a job at the prestigious universities. You don't get quoted by fiat publications like the New York Times and CNN. They don't invite you on as an expert.
But that's the fundamental flaw with a lot of institutions we have today. And throughout human history. Let me zoom out for just a second to the big question: what is economics in general? What's the goal? You said there's a bunch of models. Is any economist basically trying to throw a bunch of models about human behavior on the table and try to generalize it to the global scale? So both dance between micro and macro somehow in order to determine public policy, explain the past, predict the future, prescribe policies that can control the future, those kinds of things. This is the big, basic, ridiculous question of what is economics.
Economics is the study, the way the Austrians define it, is the study of how humans make choices under the condition of scarcity. And we begin with the starting point of economics is the fact that scarcity exists. And why does scarcity exist? Well, because it's easier to want things than it is to make them. It's much easier to want a Ferrari than it is to make one. And so, because it's, we have wants and we have limited means to meet those wants, we need to economize. It's a permanent marker of the human condition. We are always economizing at all times. And so, how people make those decisions under the conditions of scarcity is what economists study. So, to go back to your point on empiricism in Austrian school, so it isn't that the Austrians don't believe in data, and on the contrary, it's that theory has to inform data. And in fact, if you think about it, as the example of the stagflation of the 1970s shows, if you have stagflation, that just completely refutes the Keynesian model. The Austrian way of thinking, which is think from first principles, understand how the world actually works, think about how humans act, and understand that economics is really all about human action. So it's not about aggregates of goods. This is really the key distinction in terms of methodology. For the Keynesians, it's physics envy. They look at the market economy, they look at individuals in the market economy, and they think that they can understand the market economy by looking at aggregates. This is really the key point of what I think makes the certain branch of economics pseudoscientific, is the introduction of aggregates. When you introduce those aggregates, how much production takes place, how many people are unemployed, the percentage of the inflation rate, and then you think that you can establish scientific relationship between those aggregates. It's purely physics envy. In physics, for instance, or in chemistry, you put, let's say, a container which contains a gas, and you have the ideal gas law, PV equals to nRT. Calculate the pressure, calculate the volume, and then the temperature. If you have the pressure and the volume, you can calculate the temperature because you have the nR constants. So there's a clear relationship that has been demonstrated in the laboratory, and that we can do it right now. We can measure it and we can see it, and it continues to hold. And all it takes is one scientist to show that this relationship does not hold, to do an experiment that shows that this does not hold, and it stops being a law of chemistry, and it's broken. Whereas in economics, what they've done is they've copied the superficial shape of this without any of the scientific rigor that was used to build it. There's no experiment. You can't experiment on economies. We don't have the ability to establish laws, and all the laws that we establish are just models that get people published and get them on the media to say, my model says we need to print more money, but it's never subject to actual scientific scrutiny. If it were, they would all be rejected in 15 minutes because the world is full of examples that contradict.
Was it possible to do scientific scrutiny when it's human nature, when you can't, when there's a nearly infinite number of variables and you can't control them? Is it so what's the best thing you can possibly do? You do thought experiments. But the problem with thought experiments, Freud thinks everybody wants to have sex with their mother. Is he right?
Problem with Freud.
I don't know. Maybe he's right. Well, obviously, I'm joking on that front, but
Freud is probably another case.
well, no, I think there's power to the thought experiment. Just like Einstein, a lot of general relativity, special relativity, that's a thought experiment. It originates in a thought experiment. Now, is it true? The nice thing about physics, you can eventually have experimental validation. The downside of economics is you really can't have experimental, definitive experimental scientific rigor of validation with a theory. So the thought experiment is just a thought experiment. Using your intuition, it's the power of reasoning together about human nature.
And that's why economics cannot make the claims that physics can make. So with physics, you can predict that if you get this gas at this pressure, at this volume, the temperature will be that much. And you can make that prediction and test it a million times, and you'll always get the precisely correct answer. With economics, we can't make quantitative predictions.
On Twitter, and even today, you're very certain about the statements you're making.
Yeah, but I don't make quantitatively certain statements. That's the thing. In economics, we don't make quantitative predictions. We cannot do that because we don't have experiments. But we can understand how the world actually works with humility. This is really the key difference. That the Keynesians think they just want to copy the methods of physics, and then that's just, going to give them the certainty of the results of physics, which is like me saying I'm just going to put a red blanket on my back and jump from the 4th floor because I'm Superman. Well, it's not the red blanket that's going to make me Superman. There's a lot more to it.
So humility manifests itself in economics as the belief in a free market. Meaning, I can't do centralized control on this thing. We're going to minimize the friction of the free exchange of goods. So Austrian economics puts priority in the market.
Yes, and you could arrive at it through two paths. The more practical path, which most scientific-minded people arrive at. I came from an engineering background, so I initially had this idea that what is lacking in economics is mathematicization. We need to have better math models. We need to get all those tools from engineering, apply them to economics, and we'll be able to plan the world economy and make it work better. And then you start actually trying to solve problems, trying to actually calculate them, and you realize nobody can have that ability because the difference ultimately comes down to the fact we can't have experiments. And the reason we can't have experiments is that you can experiment on particles of a gas. You can't experiment on human beings, on entire economies. And because particles of a gas are just dumb matter. And so, you kick matter in a certain way, you can calculate exactly how much is going to fly. Human beings are much more complex. They have a will inside. And this is really, this is the humility to understand that you are a human being and other people are also human beings, just like you. And that every person wakes up every morning and they have a million things in their mind, a million things they care about, a million things they want to do. And you will never be able to make the decisions for somebody else, let alone for millions of other people. So this is one path by which you arrive at the conclusion that free markets are better, because you realize that all the people that think that they can centrally plan markets can't actually do that. And that there's really nothing scientific about them except essentially the rituals they ate of the scientific process. And the other path, I think, that makes you arrive at the Austrian perspective, or the libertarian perspective, I should say, is simply the notion of individuals as having their own inalienable right to decide what they want to do with themselves. If you, the only way that you can give yourself the idea that you get to be planner is ultimately you think you're better than people. You think your choice, your judgment overrides mine. And I don't think that's a defensible position. I think I'm in no position to want to force anybody ever. I will never want to force anybody to do anything they don't want. The Keynesian perspective, the central planning perspective, is unlike physics, which is let's force a bunch of particles to sit in the lab so that we can study them. In economics, you're forcing people to do things. Let's stop these people from doing this job because it's bad for the economy, and let's get them to do that job. Let's force them to pay this price. Let's tax them this much. Let's prevent them from using gold as money and force them to use our credit as money. So it has to rely on coercion. There's no central planning without coercion. And coercion is a crime, in my opinion. There's no way that it is justifiable morally or ethically.
From a politics, from an ethical perspective, your view is perhaps broadly speaking, the libertarian view is coercion is unethical. Freedom is essential. What are the pros and cons of government intervention in the economy? So can you steel man? Can you provide pros? You just kind of provided arguments against. Is there any arguments to be made for government intervention, for the role of government in society? Speaking from a political or from an economic perspective, what is a positive role of government that you can imagine you can speak to?
I can repeat many other cases, but I don't find any of them compelling for the reason that I mentioned, which is that ultimately they all rely on putting a gun to somebody's head and using the threat of force. So that's, for me, it can never be justified. Whatever the ends are, if the means are violence and the threat of violence, then the ends aren't justified. Everything that's good, governments will use as an excuse to justify coercion. So, what do you like? You like motherhood and apple pie. Well, government needs to ensure that motherhood works well, and we need government central planning of birth. We need regulations on birth, for instance. We need regulations on how people give birth. We need to ban people from giving birth in traditional ways that have been tried for thousands of years. We need to force people to do things in the modern scientific way.
Well, so what about things like that all of us use, so infrastructure, for example, or education, or the economy too, right? Can you make a case for the role of some large-scale centralized systems, whether it's government or not, that do this kind of management?
I guess perhaps you could say there's the economies of scale argument that some things must exist at a very large scale, and therefore you would want political accountability of the people who manage them. This is kind of the argument that's given for infrastructure monopolies, for instance, roads or electricity. That, let's say we live in a country, we need one power plant. The bigger the power plant, the better off we will all be. And there's a natural monopoly in the power plant business. So we're going to have one power plant. And since it's only one power plant, then we can't just let anybody own it, because then they're going to make it too expensive. So we need to have the government own it. So it can be too expensive.
And you don't find that case compelling?
Not at all. I used to believe in it. I was pretty much a Keynesian when I first started my graduate studies at Columbia. And I don't find that compelling at all, because I think all these examples that they mentioned of natural monopolies or economies of scale that can only fit at a scale of government, it's always government bans people from opening power plants, and then there's only one power plant, and they need to be in charge of it. But in reality, no. In reality, power plants can exist at all kinds of manners of scales of operation. And yes, of course, there are benefits to centralization in power plants in particular, because there's efficiency in generation. One big power plant is more efficient than 10 equivalent smaller power plants, but there's also inefficiencies in centralization, because the more centralized and the bigger the plant is, the further away a lot of the population is going to be, so you're going to be losing a lot of the electricity and transmission.
And you believe the free market is best at managing that dance, that balance of centralization?
Exactly. And if we do end up in a situation where there's one power plant for an area, then if the market ends up centralizing all of it into one power plant, I don't see that as a problem. There are places, there's a small town with only one barber shop. Is that a catastrophe? No, because they don't need two barbershops. Now, if that barbershop started to take advantage of people and started to charge higher price, well, then that's just an opportunity for others to step in and put them in their place. And that's the same thing with power plants. It's the same thing with everything. Ultimately, I think the key thing is this. From the central planning perspective, they'll present you the problem as it is, and they'll tell you, well, this is bad, so the fix, and what we can do is better. So let's stop what's bad and do what is better. Two problems here. Usually the reason that the thing is bad in the first place is because it is a government monopoly, is because of government intervention. But the second thing is that this notion that we can just pass a law and fix what's wrong and make it better is it ignores the fundamental underlying reality, which is that what you're doing is you're offering only one way for this problem to be solved and making all other solutions practically illegal. You're taking taxpayer money, you're putting guns to people's heads to take their money, to use it to build, say, this one solution for a power plant, but you're preventing the free market process from providing us with other alternatives.
Well, so you phrased it from that perspective, but there, in theory, there's a feedback accountability mechanism for the solution that you propose and enforce by, as you're saying, placing a gun to people's head. You're accountable for the for that choice, for the quality of that solution by being voted out if the solution is actually bad. So it's just a different selection mechanism, and I personally believe it is a selection mechanism that has worked in the past. It just often does not work nearly as well as a free market. And the question is, are there domains in which the free market gets itself into trouble? So the theoretical view is that that's the point of a free market, is it doesn't, if there's trouble, that's a signal, and it will respond to that signal, and it will respond appropriately to make you try to maximize happiness. The question is there a local optima that free markets get stuck in and need governments to represent the broader scale of the people to get out of that?
I think the fundamental problem here is the idea that there is a feedback mechanism when there is coercion in one party, when one party can employ coercion and the other one cannot. So in other words, I'm going to put a gun to your head, I'm going to take your money, and I'm going to use it to buy more guns for me to put against your head. But somehow you're going to put a paper in a box, and that's going to deactivate my guns.
Yeah. Well, love requires a push and pull, a little bit of tension, a little spice in a relationship. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
a little gun to the head.
Good luck to anybody who's going to be dating you. If you think putting a gun to people's head is comparable to a relationship.
All jokes, but yes, I mean, the people don't often think of it as gun to the as government and the military as gun to the head. But that is sort of a libertarian perspective, because ultimately when you know, turtles all the way down, and at the bottom there's guns.
Yeah. So at the bottom, if you don't want to pay, if you don't want to, you know, all right, I don't want to be part of your power plant. I want to get my own generator. I don't want to do it, and I don't want to pay for it. You go to jail. You can't not pay for it. That's really the asymmetry which the market doesn't have, which is why, in my opinion, it's not as if, you know, I'm being stubborn and stuck on the idea that I want a market and that the government can't work. It's presented as if, you know, we're choosing between two different machines. You know, should we use an Apple or a PC? And I'm just constantly choosing one of them and saying the other one can't work. It's not equivalent. It's not two machines. We're comparing between a machine and a gun to the head. And we're comparing between a situation in which anybody, anywhere, is free to provide the service or the good, and anybody anywhere is free to buy it from them or reject to buy it from them. So anyone can build a power plant. Anyone can succeed at it. Anybody can fail at it. Anybody can build it in a way that I can choose to take part in or not take part in. I can build my own. So we have a situation in which 10 million people, let's say, they each can freely choose to provide the good or to buy the good. That cannot be considered an alternative on an equal footing to a situation where one person or one entity gets to decide for everybody, and those who disagree go to jail.
So the problem is that the alternative to governments is other large successful entities that have humans in them, and human nature is such that there's corruption, manipulation, and so on. I think free market depends on the honest communication of information as widely as possible, so people can make great rational decisions. But sort of my fear is that, like to propose, is that in general there's manipulation, whether it's government, whether it's companies. They're going to manipulate. They're going to try to do propaganda. They're going to try to manipulate you, deceive you, shut down competition by playing games, human games of different kinds, and sometimes even meaning well. It's not like everybody thinks they're doing good and they're actually doing evil. So how do we prevent the worst of human nature coming out in a free market as well?
By not giving the worst of human nature a monopoly on violence in the institutions of government.
That little inkling of coercion, that little bit of asymmetry, creates a gigantic like ripple effect of asymmetry in your view.
Yes, and it ends up just being the place where, corporations, individuals, free market, they can't coerce without the resort to government. So, you think about all the examples of corrupt corporations doing bad things, it's always because they have certain privileges from governments. Because, as it exists, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, all these giant corporations, they can't do anything to me without government. They can't take any of my money and they can't force me to buy their stuff. And so it doesn't matter to me, so if Coca-Cola is corrupted, that's a problem for Coca-Cola customers, that's a problem for Coca-Cola shareholders, that's a problem for anybody who deals with Coca-Cola. But as somebody who doesn't drink their stuff and isn't a shareholder, I have absolutely no interest in what happens. They could all go bust tomorrow and I don't care. I don't buy their product and and I'm not a shareholder. So in this situation where you choose to voluntarily associate with people, and you only give your money to people you want to voluntarily give the money to, so you either buy their product or invest in their production. In that situation, the only way that a company can get my money is if they build a product that they that I value, or if they convince me that they are going to use it in a way that's profitable. And maybe they might, that I may be wrong. I may invest in a company that fails, or I may invest in a company that turns out to be fraudulent. But that's my fault, and it's my fault that I gave them my money and then it turned out to be scoundrels. But it's a totally different problem when we make it mandatory. It's violence. It's a crime to put a gun to my head and force me to subsidize companies and force me to come at certain conclusions.
Do you find an interesting distinction, Mr. Michael Malice, between anarchism and libertarianism? So this particular use of violence, this like last resort, this policing force that libertarianism is okay with, and anarchism is not okay with. So basically, nation states that keep you safe from the worst of war.
Yeah, I think to be more accurate, the distinctions between anarchism and minarchism. I think libertarianism is kind of a vague term that can encompass both.
Means a lot of things. Okay.
Yeah, but
on the Karl Marx to Michael Malice spectrum, where do you?
No, full anarchist.
You're a full anarchist.
Yeah, full anarchist. I mean, I don't find any justification for the use of force, and I think recently, perhaps maybe I'm getting old, maybe I'm getting senile, maybe I'm getting wise. Who knows? But I'm beginning to become more sympathetic to monarchy. So I'm an anarchist. Monarchy.
What is that?
Kings.
Oh, monarchy.
Yeah. And I think.
Wait, are you joking or not?
No, I'm not joking. And I think. I think morally and intellectually, I'm an anarchist. But it's what the reality is. We find ourselves in a world in which a lot of people are not. And the question is, what is the thing that is going to provide you with more freedom? And I think I'm recently coming around to the idea that monarchy might be the best way to provide people with the largest amount of freedom, because to have a free society, you need a majority, perhaps, or a plurality of people to have a very strong understanding of libertarian ideas, to have a low time preference, to have a preference for the future. So you need a majority of the population to not decide to go and do something insane in order to continue to have a free society. When a respiratory illness comes along, unfortunately, the last couple of years showed that the vast majority of people are going to freak out and lose their mind and support whatever their stupid TV tells them to support. And there's always a current thing, and the media is always telling you that we need this current thing as an excuse for more and more government power and more government coercion.
What's the role of kings and queens in that case of a monarchy? What's the role of the leader?
I think there might be a case that. So as I was saying, you need a majority of the population to get together and decide. Nope, whatever is the case, the answer is voluntary. No matter how bad the disease is, It doesn't justify forcing people to stay home. If you want to stay home, stay home. You want to wear a mask, take a vaccine, do whatever you want, but you can't force others to do that. So you need a majority of the people to strongly believe in this principle in order to get it in a democracy. Whereas in a monarchy, you really just need the king to get it. And I think the reason kings are more likely to get it is that kings have a low time preference where they think about things for many generations, whereas in a democratic system, your president is likely only going to be there for 4 years or 8 years or 10 years or 5 years or whatever it is. So the only way that, all humans are self-interested. So the only way that your president in a democracy can provide for themselves is to maximize the amount of exploitation that they can do of the population during their brief stint. And then when he's out, you get a new one, and then that one wants to start all over again. So every 4 years, you get a new robber. With monarchy, you sign up for a multi-generational subscription to the same family. And when they have the security of knowing that, his great-grandson is going to be taking money from your great-grandson, suddenly his interest and yours align, because they both want your great-grandson to be prosperous and have enough money for his great-grandson to take. So
It's a monarchy with a tiny government. So
yeah,
so anything required to really provide for a free market. So for maximize individual freedom and the freedom of the economy.
yeah. And if I were king, highly unlikely to ever happen, but I think if you look historically, the dynasties that have succeeded at lasting for a long time, the key thing that they managed to do is to basically be libertarian. The key to being a good king is to just leave people alone, let them do whatever they want, don't rob them too much, or rob them as little as possible, or maybe even don't rob them. And as a king, use your power only to punish people who aggress against others. Don't use your power to enrich yourself and enrich your friends. And that's really, like, if you look at smart kings, this is what they do, this is what they teach their children. And the cycle of kingdoms is that, the first king understands this, builds the empire, and the first couple of generations, they get this, and the society is free, the economy is free. And because of that, there's peace and prosperity. But then over time, the next generation of kids become a lot more high time preference. They haven't worked hard. They don't understand the meaning of hard work, so they become more likely to engage in destructive behavior. So raise taxes, pass laws that require people to do things even when they're not hurting anybody, and that ends up basically eventually destroying the kingdom.
Of course, power corrupts.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of create human institutions that prevent you as a king or any kind of leader from expand. So going back on the original promises and the purposes of your position.
Yeah.
And then using tools of technology and communication to distract the populace while you expand the power.
Exactly.
All right. You wrote the fiat standard. I think we danced around it quite a bit, but I don't know if we actually defined it. So what is fiat money? What is the history of how it came to be?
The fascinating history of the birth of the fiat monetary system is something that really only got uncovered in 2017. This is extremely, extremely interesting. In 1914, Britain joined World War I. And if you remember your history books, it's famous that this was called the August Bank Holiday. It was just going to be a few weeks where the British troops were going to go and kick European ass and come back triumphant. And most European countries believed that. But then the war kept on dragging on. And of course, to finance the war, the government, this is what they used to do under the gold standard, governments would issue bonds. So you'd issue the bonds, people would buy the bonds, the money would be used to finance the military, and then the government would pay off the bond over the next 5 or 10 or 20 years. So for World War I, the British government, the British Treasury issued bonds for financing the war. And this only came to light in 2017. Only a third of the bonds were actually subscribed. So British people, and this is perhaps the greatest thing that they've ever done, they decided fighting a war in Europe is just not my ideal way of investing my capital. It's a stupid thing. Why should I go and fight? Because the Austrians and the Germans and the Serbians are at each other's throats. I'd rather invest in something else. So they only bought a third of the bond issue. And then the astonishing thing that happened, which really set the tone for the next century of war, murder, Keynesianism, and theft and inflation, was that the Bank of England went and got two of the high-ranking officials in the Bank of England to buy the other remaining outstanding two-thirds of the bonds under their own name with a line of credit from the Bank of England. So it wasn't their own money. But they took money essentially from the Bank of England, bought two-thirds of the bonds that financed the war. And that was how England was able to keep going into the war. So that's essentially what they did, is what we today know as quantitative easing. Back then, they printed money from the Bank of England, or printed credit, gave it to those two employees. They bought the bonds. The government could fight the war. Sounds like it's a nice idea. And Keynes, of course, being a huckster himself, he himself said he wrote a letter to the Bank of England that was uncovered recently, and he said, "I congratulate you on this masterly manipulation." Quoted in the book. Masterly manipulation is what he called it, that they basically managed to buy the bonds using the money of the government. And of course, he never had an idea of how economics works, because he never could ask the question of, okay, and then what? All right, so we just printed money to buy two-thirds of these government bonds. What's going to happen next? What could go wrong? Not a question Keynesians ask themselves, because their jobs depend on not thinking about what's going to go wrong.
So just a quick question about war, and as somebody who's been nonstop reading, thinking about the wars of the 20th century, and thinking that most of those wars were unjust, unethical, and destructive. How would you finance a war? So
ideally you don't. No, but I mean, of course, there are sometimes, you want to fight for self-defense. Yeah, you finance it, taxation, or bonds.
So the people really need to want a war, not just with their voices, their thoughts, their tweets, but their actual financial investment.
Put up the bullets and the cost of the bullets and the bodies.
So their life and their financial well-being.
Mm-hmm. That's how it was under the gold standard, because under the gold standard, the government couldn't print gold, and so they had a budget. They had a certain amount of gold. And that wasn't just, they couldn't infinitely increase it. They couldn't tax their population at will. And it's very difficult to take money from people. You go knock on doors and search everybody's home, see where they're hiding their gold. It's very complicated. On the other hand, when you gave them paper money, which is what the case was in 1914, you could take their wealth just by printing the money. And that's what changed everything when it comes to war. That's why the 20th century was the century of total war. Because under the gold standard, governments fought until they ran out of their own gold. Under the fiat standard, with paper money, with credit money, governments fought until they ran out of liquid wealth in the hands of all of their citizens.
So let's find flaws in this thinking, if there's any. Okay. There's a lot of pacifist type of thinking in World War II, as Hitler was expanding. Hitler framed himself as a victim of the past, of history. He never attacked anybody. Everyone's always threatening to attack him. That's kind of the narrative, and he keeps expanding. He keeps sweet talking with his charisma, all the countries around him, into sort of embracing pacifism. Stay out of the war until the war is on your doorstep. So France, just very suboptimal military strategy from the perspective of many European nations in response to Hitler. They were basically hoodwinked by his words. So then there's Winston Churchill, who stepped up and says, perhaps irrationally, from some kind of economics perspective, saying we're not going to back down. We're going to fight Germany. And perhaps that step alone is one of the biggest reasons that Hitler failed in his expansion. That decision to fight back, what's the right way to do that? If you're Winston Churchill, what's the right way to do that? If you're to fight back evil when violence is required. Now, you could argue that that no war is just, but there is such a thing as a just war index. And a lot of people argue if there is a just war in the 20th century, it's World War II. So how would you fund, if you were Britain, the war? Would you require Winston Churchill to convince the populace? Like, don't fight until they're fully convinced that this is the right thing to do. You can't just make a decision for them. You have to convince them fully so that they give their life and they give their money to support the war. Is that the right way to do it?
I think so. And I think when you have a true threat and a true evil and a true force that people really do think is genuine, you don't need to convince them. I mean, when it's real, people will want to fight and people will want to pay to fight. And I mean, I think, though, on this particular example, I think, you know, the best way to fight Hitler is to have not fought World War One, not take out the Kaiser of Germany. And if Britain and the US had not gotten involved in World War One, which really is the senseless war about nothing. Well, what was in it, and what was the goal from anybody fighting that war? If you look at it, after World War One, there were very minor adjustments in the borders of the countries that were participating. So Germany lost some land, Austria lost some land, but really it wasn't all that massive, and it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like Britain wanted to take over Germany and move their people into Germany and kick the Germans out. So there was no real value from that war. And that's why the British people didn't want to take part in it. And that's why, if they hadn't done this enormously criminal manipulation of printing money to buy the bonds, Britain wouldn't have gotten into the war. Germany would still be a kingdom, and Hitler wouldn't rise. And yeah, there'd be small changes in the borders of various European countries. I struggle to see how it could have been worse. I mean, I struggle to see who benefited from 4 years of carnage in Europe. And then this came at the height of civilization. You know, before that, the people of Europe had the golden era under the gold standard. They were trading with one another. They traveled, and technology was advancing. And they did not expect this war to last this long. And, you know, my favorite story from World War One is the Christmas truce football game, which I mentioned in my book. British and German soldiers, at the height of the conflict, they stopped on Christmas Day and they played a football game against each other. I mean, this is not a real war where it's a war for survival. Britain didn't want to end Germany. Germany didn't want to end Britain. It was just kings who were emboldened by the fact that they had a printing press playing with the lives of the people. And take away the printing press, take away their ability to print money, I think we'd have had a much, much, much better 20th century.
Yeah, the counterfactual history. Neil Ferguson is a historian who gets in quite a bit of trouble. Basically, well, he's a Brit, suggesting that if Britain stayed out of World War One, there would be no Hitler. There would be no World War II.
Yep, I agree entirely.
But fiat money.
Yeah, so how fiat money was born. Yeah, let's get back to that. So they financed the war with that money. So what could go wrong? That's where we left off. Well, what could go wrong when you've just printed an enormous amount of credit and used it to buy bonds? What goes wrong is that the value of the currency is going to go down. Or, in other words, prices of things are going to go up. So during the war, prices keep going up. And this is, of course, this is going to sound very familiar to victims of the 20th century. The government tells you it's because of the war, it's not our fault, it's because of the Germans, it's because of the foreigners, it's because of Putin, it's because of this, it's because of that. This has always been the case. There's always, a war is a very good cover for inflation, which is caused by monetary phenomena. So then the war ends, and inflation, prices have more than doubled over the past 4 years, over the 4 years of World War One. Prices have more than doubled. And then the British economy is in bad trouble. Obviously, you know, it's lost a lot of the labor force for 4 years that was out there fighting. Now those workers come back. You've got prices are up, and so people are are demanding that the government control prices, and the government is trying to fix the problem of inflation by doing price controls, which is what they always do, which is catastrophic because it makes things worse. When you implement price controls, when you say, all right, well, bread can't be sold for more than X price, well, that's just preventing bread producers from producing a lot of bread, and that's just making the problem worse. If you let the price rise, the extra price, first of all, it makes people economize, so people will only buy what they need, and it provides the money for the bread producers to acquire the capital and the resources they need to produce more bread, which then brings the price of bread down. But price controls destroy that. And then they also implement wage controls. So you want to also make sure that people have high wages. So you raise people's wages artificially, you lower prices artificially, and you cause an economic problem. And this is basically, I use this historical example because it's the birth of fiat, because the Bank of England was the most important monetary system in the world at that time. And because it's the prototype that basically the entire planet copied over the last 100 years. We've had this same thing happen. The government prints money because of a stupid reason, because somebody in power decided this was worth destroying everybody's livelihood and savings for. And then the consequences come in, and then they start covering up with price controls, wage controls, and then that makes things worse. And then they, and of course, throughout all of that, they're promising that we're going to go, so the other things they did, which I mentioned in the chapter, is they stopped people from using physical gold, and they confiscated the physical, well, they didn't confiscate it, but they took the physical gold and they gave people paper. So I call it the fiat white paper. In Bitcoin, we have the white paper. The fiat white paper was that the Bank of England announced to all of its banks and post offices, and from now on, you should not make payment in gold, and you should take payment in gold, and you should encourage all your customers to turn in all their gold and give them paper instead.
Is there an actual document?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this is all new stuff. Obviously, nobody really likes to talk about this stuff because, they're fiat economists, so they don't want to talk about the original sin. But
well, you should like republish it as the fiat white paper or something like that.
There's a fascinating book by a guy called John Osborne. So in the 1920s, I think his name was Montagu. He was the chief of the Bank of England. He commissioned one of his secretaries, John Osborne, to study what the bank did during World War I. And it was a study that was kept under wraps, confidential, in the Bank of England, only released in 2017, almost a century later. And
what was special about 2017, by the way? It was a year. It was a year on which some of this information was released.
Yeah, a bunch of people got into parts of the basements of the Bank of England and found this and published it. And now you can download it as a PDF and find all of the amazing details. So they confiscated the gold, and they forced people to use the paper. And they promised people that as soon as the war is going to be over, this is temporary, we're going to be back to using gold. And of course, if you told people in Britain, this is the real scam about fiat. If you told people in Britain in 1914, hey, we're going to go off the gold standard because it's better, I mean, there might have been lynchings of the government officials, because the British pound at that point, it had been the global currency of the whole world, and the fact that they'd managed, the Bank of England had kept the British pound at a fixed rate next to gold since Newton. The exchange rate, the value of the British pound was set by Isaac Newton himself. He was the warden of the mint, and he made the pound a specific amount of gold. And since then, up until World War I, it was 4.25 pounds per ounce of gold. I think I might be wrong, but I have it in the book. So he'd set that price, and it was a matter of national pride for people in England. The sterling is as good as gold because for 2 centuries it has been stuck to gold. There was the exception of the Napoleonic Wars, but for 2 centuries mostly it was stuck to that. And so they went off that, and then they couldn't go back, because if they wanted to go back, they didn't have enough gold. They shipped their gold to the US to finance the war, and they had printed a whole bunch of money that was out there. So this begins the problem for England, and that begins the end of England as the world's superpower.